Shen Tunan transmigrated to High Martial Blue Star, where everyone can practice martial arts. 20 years later, after being dumped by his girlfriend, he awakens a lottery system changing his fate and enabling him to draw various talents. The sun was blazing. A woman in a pink sun protection jacket with delicate makeup stood in the shadow of a house, as if waiting for someone. Before long, a man around 30 years old walked over. He had ordinary features and an unremarkable appearance. "Xiaoming, why did you call me out? Is there something?" the young man asked with a smile. The young man smiled and asked, "Shen Tunan, don't be so familiar. I'm here today to break up with you," said the woman in the pink sun protection jacket coldly. Shen Tunan was stunned, the smile fading from his face. "Why?" he asked. Lu Meng said coldly, "I gave you 5 years to be my boyfriend, but all these 5 years you've been so useless. Your salary only increased by a few thousand yuan. People like you can't give me the life I want. So let's break up. Don't pester me anymore. Let's at least keep some dignity for each other." Hearing these blunt words, memories flooded Shen Tunan's mind. He was not a native of this world, but a transmigrator. This place was also called Blue Star, mostly similar to the world he had crossed over from. Countless skyscrapers, railways, high-speed trains, televisions, all existed here. But the only difference was that this was a high martial world. It was now 2030. Shen Tunan called it High Martial Blue Star. Before transmigrating, he was just an ordinary worker. So after arriving in High Martial Blue Star, he worked hard and studied diligently. When he transmigrated into this body, he was only 10 years old in elementary school. His grades were always excellent. In his original world, a high degree would have directly changed his fate. But here it was different. Martial arts were the trend. No matter how good his grades were, they were of little use. Any random martial artist could look down on him. Although he excelled in academics, he was always at the bottom in martial arts training. He couldn't become a martial artist for a long time and was ridiculed by others as a training waste. So after graduation, he got a job at a small company earning an ordinary salary, just like most ordinary people. At 22, he finally met Lu Meng. After knowing each other for 3 years, she agreed to be his girlfriend. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Because Lu Meng was the most beautiful and understanding person he had ever met. Even knowing his job had no future compared to martial artists, she was still willing to be with him. He couldn't help but recall the bits and pieces of their time together. Countless beautiful memories. The first time she fed him ice cream, the first time they went to Disneyland, the first time they traveled together, and she whispered in his ear that she would be with him forever. But now all of that had vanished like bubbles. Beep, beep. Suddenly a car horn sounded nearby. Shen Tunan looked ahead and saw a conspicuous car emblem, a small golden figurine. The car was worth at least millions. With his current salary of 10,000 per month, even if he didn't eat or drink, he didn't know how many years it would take to afford it. In the car was a man in sunglasses. He took off his sunglasses and waved at Lu Meng. "Xiaoming, we should go. We're going to your place for dinner today." He then shot a provocative glance at Shen Tunan. Now Shen Tunan understood completely. She had found someone better. He clenched his fists but never swung them. In the adult world, some things are left unsaid. Although Lu Meng never mentioned it, he should have guessed. He must have been a backup. Recalling their time together, Lu Meng always found faults with him. It was only because he was willing to spend money on her that she didn't break up sooner. Everything was a sign, but he had subconsciously ignored it, thinking she really cared and pushed him to improve. "This is my new boyfriend, Tao. He is already a 3-star martial master." Lu Meng introduced proudly, then changed her tone. "Shen Tunan, I hope after we break up we act as if we never knew each other. Don't come looking for me anymore." She was eager to completely sever ties. Shen Tunan smiled bitterly. In fact, he had worked hard over the years to make their relationship work, but what was the use? After all, he was not a martial artist. The money he earned in a year might not even match a martial artist's annual subsidy. Not to mention, she found a martial master. This world was one of extreme disparity. The fates of ordinary people and martial artists were worlds apart. So we were never meant to be together. And I thought there was a chance. What a joke. Shen Tunan watched the car disappear into the distance, knowing she wasn't worth it. He had been a backup for so many years that it was time to wake up. Shen Tunan turned and went home. But as soon as he opened the door, he saw 2 people hurriedly rush back to the sofa. They were both very young, around 18 in their prime. The man was tall with fair skin, wearing a black short-sleeve shirt and black pants. The woman was slim, about 1.7 meters, with long hair to her shoulders, wearing a white short-sleeve shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. These 2 were his younger brother Shen Zikong and younger sister Shen Mingyao. Obviously, they had been eavesdropping because the incident happened downstairs and could be heard upstairs. Shen Tunan didn't mind and prepared to go to his room. But just then his sister Shen Mingyao called out to him, "Brother, don't be sad." Shen Zikong quickly added, "Brother, sis is right. She's not worth it. You're so excellent, you'll definitely find someone better." Hearing his siblings' words, warmth welled up in Shen Tunan's heart. He might not have talent, but at least he had family. Before transmigrating here, he was an orphan relying on himself for everything. Only after coming here did he feel the warmth of home. "Tunan, that woman wasn't right for you. I told you long ago," said a middle-aged man around 50, exhaling a puff of smoke, holding a cigarette. He was his father Shen Yu. "Old Shen, if you can't speak properly, don't say anything." Beside him, a woman of similar age, Shen's mother, interjected. Shen's mother felt that since her son was in a bad mood, these words shouldn't be said, as they would only escalate the conflict. But Shen Tunan didn't mind. He knew his father meant well. It was just that he hadn't seen Lu Meng's true nature back then. For the past 5 years, for the sake of so-called ambition and promotion, he was always the last to leave the office every day. Unexpectedly, it led to such a laughable outcome. Lu Meng was not a good woman after all. Back in his room, Shen Tunan closed the door and lay on the bed, his mood completely different from when he left. He stared at the ceiling, recalling how he had struggled all his life, yet still couldn't change his fate. Even before transmigrating, it was the same. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't escape his ordinary destiny. He could never get what he wanted. Sometimes Shen Tunan thought that living an ordinary life might be good, but he knew it was just self-consolation. No, I won't accept my fate. I'm only 30, still young, I still have hope. Shen Tunan stood up. Ding. Condition met, transmigrated for 20 years. Detecting hosts unyielding will beginning system awakening. Ding. Congratulations host, you have awakened the lottery system. Shen Tunan heard the prompt from within, yet stood frozen, unable to process what was happening for a long moment. Even his pupils swirled with sheer disbelief. Having transmigrated to this world for so many years, he had always yearned to awaken a system. For every transmigrator came with one as standard issue, but it never awakened. He had even begun to believe that such a thing would never happen in this life. Systems only existed in novels, not in reality. Yet now, after waiting all these years, that untouchable dream, the system he had long since stopped thinking about, had suddenly awakened. To taste sweetness after bitterness. This must be me right now. Shen Tunan exhaled deeply, feeling as though his time had finally come to shine. A system was a golden finger, a cheat that could reshape one's destiny. Anyone blessed with such an advantage invariably changed their fate, becoming a chosen one envied by all. Initiate the lottery. Shen Tunan murmured to himself. Ding. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the draw. Shen Tunan felt a spinning wheel materialize before him, rotating rapidly until the pointer finally settled upon a sphere of golden radiance. The golden light expanded swiftly, dazzling in its brilliance. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the heavenly furnace talent, which can smelt all things and grant varying levels of enhancement. Boom. Upon receiving this talent, Shen Tunan's body shuddered. Then a cool sensation spread through him, soon giving way to intense heat, a sign of breakthrough. After a while, his aura gradually stabilized. Ru Wu perfection. The realm Shen Tunan had long failed to break through had finally been reached at this very moment. He had previously only been at the late stage of Ru Wu. The martial arts cultivation realm begins with Ru Wu, which is further divided into 4 sublevels: early, mid, late, and perfection. For those residing in the high martial South Star region, reaching this stage is achievable. Even at perfection, the physical body's maximum force peaks at 450 Jin. Though the power seems formidable in this high martial world, without advancing to warrior status, one remains merely ordinary, a dream unfulfilled. Once one breaks through to warrior level, strength surges dramatically. Even the lowest rank warrior first star boasts 1,000 Jin of power, doubling the previous limit. Only by entering the warrior realm can one alter their fate. Beyond warrior lies the martial master tier, among the privileged elite of their city. They enjoy priority access in all matters, from specialized hospital entrances to every advantage wealth can secure. Once reaching this realm, fortune falls within easy reach. Martial masters can serve as principals of any institution in their city, establish martial bloodlines, or found their own martial academies. Above martial master sits the revered grandmaster tier. In their city of Luo, only one such exists. Lord City Master, the pillar upon which all of Luo City depends, a figure of universal reverence. When Shen Tunan first transmigrated here, he learned of this realm and resolved then and there to become a grandmaster. He understood that upon reaching grandmaster, his body would generate grandmaster true energy and his strength would surge dramatically. It is said that each grandmaster stands invincible, a single warrior capable of defending an entire city, countering 10,000 foes as a living war deity. To Shen Tunan, the grandmaster realm seemed divine, transcending mortal comprehension, to touch something akin to the supernatural. Shen Tunan had heard whispers that even beyond grandmaster lie higher planes, yet contemplating such transcendent power left him utterly awestruck. Each warrior realm further divides into 10-star stages, from 1st star to 10th star. Following his breakthrough, he felt his chi and blood surging with unprecedented power. Where he had once commanded only 300 Jin at late Ru Wu, he now wielded a full 450 Jin. This newfound strength filled him with profound satisfaction. As he swung his fist, the air itself split with a sharp crack. Indeed, reaching Ru Wu perfection makes me far stronger than before. A look of delight flashed across Shen Tunan's eyes. Sometimes people fight just to prove themselves. Now, having broken through, Shen Tunan felt a profound sense of vindication. His advancement stemmed from this newly awakened talent, and the heavy despair that once weighed on his heart had lifted. Lu Meng had treated him as a mere backup option. She could never imagine he would seize such an opportunity to rewrite his destiny. Lu Meng, I wonder if you'll regret drawing such a sharp line between us. Shen Tunan murmured softly. Meanwhile, within an office of the Changhe building, a young man sat with his legs crossed in a chair. To his left stood a well-built man in a suit, expressionless. To his right was a striking young woman, Lu Ming. Secretary Zhao, handle something for me, the young man said. As you wish, young master, replied the suited man with a smile. The young man spoke dismissively. Go to new technology company and force this Shen Tunan to resign. This fool has offended me. After speaking, he glanced at Lu Ming. She had been the one to suggest this, warned that Shen Tunan might continue pestering her, so eliminating his job was the best solution. Understood. Secretary Zhao nodded eagerly. Before him stood the young master of the Shinkong Group, whose single word could alter another's fate. The Shinkong Group was vast and deeply rooted, with profound foundations and countless powerful figures maintaining branches across numerous cities. The Shinkong Group branch in Luo City was merely one of many. Yet even its leader would show deference to young Master He Tao. Brother Tao, you're so impressive. Lu Ming smiled coyly. Her new boyfriend He Tao could decide others' fates with mere words, a man worth attaching herself to. Not some waste like Shen Tunan. Melt the martial art. Shen Tunan took a martial manual from his drawer. This was a second-rate martial art, pure yang art. He had paid dearly for it at the second-hand market. Though merely a handwritten copy rather than an original, this single manual had cost him over 100,000. These years he had refused to accept his fate, training relentlessly. But laughably, the second-rate martial art proved too difficult, and with his poor talent, he had barely grasped the basics. Martial arts were akin to ancient internal cultivation methods. Yet whereas internal manuals enhanced inner energy, practicing martial arts merely allowed one to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen blood and qi. Vast streams of text flashed through his mind, all consumed by the furnace, then reflected back upon his body. Ding. Smelting complete. Congratulations on mastering pure yang art to perfection. Ding. Enhancement successful. Tenfold cultivation speed bonus acquired. Shen Tunan suddenly felt his blood and qi erupt violently within him. His entire body flushed red like a boiled shrimp. Massive amounts of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged into his body at terrifying speed, forming a vortex. Shen Tunan could feel his blood and qi continuously intensifying. Veins bulged on his arms and white steam rose from his body. Shen Tunan was startled. He had heard that only when breaking through to warrior would such phenomena occur. Tenfold cultivation speed. How terrifying. As Shen Tunan broke through, a middle-aged man happened to pass by outside the window below. The man turned sharply toward Shen Tunan's residence, his eyes wide with shock. What terrifying speed of spiritual energy absorption, which martial master is cultivating? He himself was a warrior, but warriors could never absorb spiritual energy this quickly. Am I about to break through to warrior? Shen Tunan felt as though he were dreaming. Breaking through realms successively proved as simple as eating and drinking. This system-bestowed talent was truly monstrous. Shen Tunan had imagined what kind of talent his golden finger would grant him, but he had never imagined it would be this heaven-defying. As expected, after several minutes, Shen Tunan's complexion returned to normal and his skin grew smoother. Standing before the mirror on his desk, he could see the reflection showed sharper, more defined features. His face had previously been somewhat chubby. They say the stronger one's martial cultivation, the more one's appearance changes. I once thought it nonsense, but it's true. Shen Tunan gazed at his reflection, thoroughly satisfied. He had always been ordinary looking, but now he could barely pass for handsome. But the most important thing was not this. It was that his pure yang art had reached perfection. Second-rate martial arts divided into 4 tiers: initiation, modest attainment, great attainment, and perfection. Generally, cultivating a second-rate martial art to perfection required a decade of arduous training for an ordinary warrior. But through the heavenly and earthly furnace, he had saved himself years of hardship. Such news, if it spread, would make countless people envious. Outside the room, Shen Mingyao's eyes suddenly grew sharp as she warily surveyed her surroundings. What terrifying speed of spiritual energy flow! Who is breaking through? She pondered within, but this aura came swiftly and departed even faster, becoming imperceptible in an instant. After breaking through to the martial artist realm, Shen Tunan swung his fist the air, producing a violent whoosh. Is this the martial artist realm? Indeed, far more powerful than before. I am now a first-star martial artist. With martial techniques and full force, my power can reach 1,000 jin. Shen Tunan looked at his hands, clenching his fists, which made cracking sounds. But this is still far from enough. I need to become stronger, much stronger. There was a desire for strength in Shen Tunan's eyes. In the past, becoming a martial artist had seemed unattainable, but now that he truly had become one, his next goal was to become a martial master, even a grandmaster. Since heaven has given me a chance to change my fate, I will no longer accept being just an ordinary martial artist. Shen Tunan gazed out the window at the scenery below, where people bustled about and vehicles streamed endlessly. His heart swelled with unstoppable joy and excitement. Below, a middle-aged man was looking up at him. Upon seeing Shen Tunan, the man offered a respectful fist salute, a traditional greeting among martial artists that Shen Tunan recognized. He returned the gesture with a fist salute of his own. Seeing the response, the middle-aged man's face lit up with visible excitement and delight. Shen Tunan remained unaware that the man had mistaken him for a martial master. He watched as the middle-aged figure departed and disappeared from sight. He turned and opened a drawer, pulling out a martial technique manual, a second-grade technique he had purchased for over 100,000. The cultivation difficulty of second-grade techniques exceeded that of basic martial arts, and he still had not even mastered the basics. Martial techniques were equally crucial for a martial artist. While martial arts could enhance one's cultivation speed and vital energy, techniques provided the actual combat methods. Even with tremendous vital energy coursing through one's body, without proper technique to channel it, a first-star martial artist could not fully unleash their power. The manual bore the name Skyrending Fist. Without hesitation, Shen Tunan initiated the refining process. Instantly, dense characters materialized in his mind. The cultivation method for the Skyrending Fist. The characters then flowed into the colossal furnace within, returning as refined knowledge. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the perfection level Skyrending Fist. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a tenfold attack increase. Hearing the system prompt, Shen Tunan took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. A second-grade technique may boost my attack power, but I have heard that even reaching perfection with the Skyrending Fist only allows faster concentration of vital energy into a single point for a powerful strike. But I have never heard of any technique that provides an amplification effect. Shen Tunan found this talent astonishingly overpowered. If the tenfold attack amplification was genuine, his first-star martial artist status might rival that of a 10-star. That means my maximum explosive power could reach 10,000 Jin. Shen Tunan felt an urge to roar at the heavens. After years of careful living, he was finally on the verge of changing his fate completely. But this is not enough, I need to grow stronger. Suddenly Shen Tunan remembered he still possessed a second-grade spiritual herb. Second-grade spiritual herbs absorbed spiritual energy to form medicinal properties. The optimal way to utilize them was through alchemical refinement into pills, which could fully unlock their healing potential. However, once processed into pills, the cost escalated significantly. The most affordable second-grade spiritual herb alone cost around 100,000 yuan, but refined into a pill the price would double. Thus Shen Tunan could not afford it, and chose not to purchase it. He opened another drawer, and retrieved a glass container holding a crimson flower. This crimson sunflower represents the most affordable second-grade spiritual herb. Through refining with my heaven and earth furnace, I should be able to amplify its medicinal efficacy tenfold, vastly exceeding what ordinary second-grade herbs can achieve. Shen Tunan immediately began his attempt. He swallowed the spiritual herb in one gulp, then activated the heaven and earth furnace within his body, which appeared as a massive furnace to refine the herb. Once the furnace consumed the crimson flame flower within mere breaths, terrifying energy flooded Shen Tunan's body. He felt as though his body would tear apart, every inch of him burning with intense heat. It felt like standing in boiling water with thick white smoke rising from his body, while his vital energy surged upward at an astonishing rate. Martial artist 2nd star? Martial artist 3rd star? His cultivation continued rising until he reached the 6th star, at which point the white mist ceased emanating from his body. After breaking through multiple stars consecutively, Shen Tunan experienced an unprecedented sense of power and shock. Not long ago, he had only been at the late stage of entering the martial artist realm. Ordinary second-grade spiritual herbs might not even allow me to break through a single star. The effect of this crimson flame flower has definitely been amplified tenfold. During the absorption of the spiritual herb, he had been too focused to notice the system prompts. Yet he was certain that even second-grade pills could not achieve such results. After the consecutive breakthroughs, Shen Tunan glanced outside where clouds obscured the sun. He stepped out of his room and headed downstairs, eager to test his newly strengthened capabilities. Every residential complex had standard strength testing equipment, and theirs was no exception. Shen Tunan arrived at the residential compound near a room where testing equipment was placed. The machine before him was equipped with a 15-inch LCD screen, and the testing process was quite simple. Simply strike the machine with your strength, and the screen will display your power reading. Shen Tunan took a deep breath, activated his martial art technique, and channeled the vital energy within his body, unleashing it in a sudden burst. Boom! The machine trembled violently. 6000. This number represented the full force he had just unleashed. 6,000 caddies of power, and he hadn't even utilized any amplification technique. Excellent. Shen Tunan couldn't help but break into a grin. It was still afternoon, and the area was deserted. Almost everyone had gone to work and had not yet returned. After years of frustration, he could finally change his destiny. Shen Tunan then activated his attack amplification technique. His vital energy grew dense and scorching hot, making his entire body feel like a furnace. With a mighty swing, he once again thrust his fist forward. Boom! His fist struck the machine, causing it to tremble violently once more. 120. This was the power he unleashed after attempting to activate double amplification. Triple amplification. Shen Tunan's strikes grew faster and faster. His dense vital energy and terrifying power continuously produced cracking sounds as they tore through the air. 1800-2400. Until the end, Shen Tunan successfully activated tenfold amplification, and the number on the display had reached 60,000 caddies of power. This no longer belonged to the realm of martial warriors. It was the power of a martial master. As everyone knew, a first-rank martial master's baseline strength was 50,000 caddies. For every rank they advanced, their power increased by another 50,000 caddies. If he were to get certified now, he would undoubtedly pass the martial master examination. Tenfold amplification. This is truly terrifying. Shen Tunan looked at the number on the display and couldn't help but sigh in amazement. He was only at the martial warrior stage, yet he could already generate such overwhelming force. If he became a martial master in the future, wouldn't he be able to unleash authority-level strength? Not quite an authority figure, but close enough. At this thought, Shen Tunan's heart pounded with excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to let out a mighty roar. To become a supreme powerhouse had always been his dream since childhood. He had waited far too long for this day. As for Lu Ming, she just happened to find a boyfriend who's a third-rank martial master. Surpassing her seems rather straightforward. Shen Tunan felt no lingering emotions toward his ex-girlfriend. From the moment he discovered he was merely a backup option, their relationship had been severed beyond repair. Lu Ming, you'll regret this sooner or later. Shen Tunan was in high spirits. He even considered the breakup a blessing in disguise, for it had allowed him to see through a person's true nature so clearly. Since I, Shen Tunan, now possess strength, I will never allow my younger brother, younger sister, or parents to suffer any wrongs again. They are my family, the ones I must protect above all else in this life. Shen Tunan gazed toward the direction of his home, his expression resolute. Only family could be trusted. Those bound by blood would never betray him. Unlike Lu Ming, who made him realize only at their breakup that he had been nothing more than a backup option and an ATM from the very beginning. Lu Ming had constantly urged him to improve himself, all while earning a monthly salary of 4,000 and spending his money without a hint of guilt. He had been completely foolish back then, failing to see through her scheme and becoming a lovesick fool. Now thinking about it, it was utterly ridiculous. Never mind, why keep thinking about her? I should go home and eat. Shen Tunan felt that after breaking through to a higher realm, his appetite had grown significantly as well. He was extremely hungry and needed to replenish his body. Humming a tune, Shen Tunan headed home. At the same time, in Shen Mingyao's room, she was sitting in her computer chair, eyes closed in slumber. Suddenly, Shen Mingyao opened her beautiful eyes, her clear pupils filled with disbelief. She glanced at the desk in front of her, where the computer monitor displayed the date, 203-0530. Upon seeing the date, Shen Mingyao's pupils trembled violently. I have been reborn. She looked up at the ceiling, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Tears involuntarily traced down from the corners of her eyes. She stood up from her computer chair and abruptly pushed open the door. She saw her parents watching TV on the sofa and the sound of video games coming from her younger brother's room. She couldn't help but smile. I'm really reborn. This isn't a dream. Shen Mingyao whispered to herself, her body trembling with joy. Mingyao, what's wrong? Shen's mother noticed something unusual about her daughter, stood up from the sofa, and asked with concern. Shen's father watched his daughter shed tears, completely bewildered by what had happened. Mingyao, why are you crying? Did something happen? Facing her parents' caring inquiries, Shen Mingyao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Nothing, I'm just very happy. In her past life, the myriad races had breached the frontline battlefield and launched a massive invasion against the human race. Corpses were piled high everywhere, and rivers of blood floated weapons. Everyone had to step forward to resist the enemy and defend against the myriad races. Shen Mingyao had personally witnessed her own father being torn apart by a ferocious beast and devoured on the spot. At that time, she had been so grief-stricken that she could hardly make a sound. Her mother had also been snatched away by a ferocious beast that descended from the sky, torn into pieces mid-air. That painful memory filled her with boundless hatred whenever she recalled it. Of course, that wasn't all she had lost. Her older brother Shen Tunan and younger brother Shen Zikong. She had also watched them both explode into a mist of blood with a single roar from a terrifying ferocious beast. All of her family members had died right before her eyes. She had sworn then to take revenge, constantly growing stronger and losing herself in the slaughter of ferocious beasts. She had grown increasingly powerful because of this, her martial arts cultivation reaching the heavens, earning her the title of Empress. She had even entered an ancient sacred ground to obtain a heritage. But it was on that very day that the gods of the myriad races launched their final war. Before she could break through to the divine realm, she spilled her blood and perished on the battlefield. Opening her eyes once more, she found herself back in the present. This time around, with the heritage of the sacred ground, she would surely break through her shackles in one fell swoop and become a deity of the human race. This time I will grow stronger. I will protect my family from any harm. No ferocious beast shall ever hurt her family again. April 30th, 2040. That's when the ferocious beasts breached the front line and launched their massive invasion. I still have 10 years. I must grow stronger as quickly as possible. Shen Mingyao clenched her fists, making a silent vow. Sister, you actually cry. Her younger brother Shen Zikong walked out of his room, seeing his older sister wiping tears. A look of disbelief appeared on his face. Because in his impression his older sister Shen Mingyao was always a cheerful and optimistic person. He had never seen her cry before. You brat, go wash the dishes. Dinner's almost ready. Shen's father scolded sternly. Under the authority of the head of the household, Shen Zikong obediently went to wash the dishes. Shen's mother went to heat up the food. Before long, Shen Tunan also returned, and the family sat around the dining table to eat together. Brother, you seem to be in high spirits. Shen Mingyao glanced at her brother Shen Tunan as she ate. Logically speaking, since his breakup today, he should have been in a downcast mood. But he was completely out of character. She was somewhat worried that her brother might do something erratic. Of course I'm in a good mood. I'm finally free. Shen Tunan took a large bite of rice and smiled. If he hadn't broken up with Lu Ming, he might never have awakened the system and completely altered his destiny. So to him the breakup was actually a tremendous blessing. Tunan, are you really okay? Father Shen also felt his son was acting strangely. In the past their son had been deeply devoted to Lu Ming, obeying her every word. Now his attitude had changed so drastically that it unsettled them both. Mother Shen shared their worried expressions. Shen Tunan understood their thoughts and said, Mom, Dad, and Xiaoming, I'm truly fine. I've even eaten 2 extra bowls of rice. There were some things he didn't know how to explain. He certainly couldn't tell his family he had awakened a system. Brother, I trust you. Shen Mingyao smiled. Seeing this, father and mother Shen said no more. Shen Tunan went back for another bowl of rice and ate heartily. After his consecutive breakthroughs, his appetite had expanded greatly, and he made sure to eat as much as he could. He himself was amazed by his own consumption. Previously he might not have finished 2 days' worth of food, but now he could devour so much in one sitting. Shen Mingyao stared at Shen Tunan, thinking her brother had transformed his grief into hunger. But as long as her parents and younger brother were still alive, that was what mattered most. In this life, I will work hard to grow stronger. I will protect all of you even if it costs me my life. Shen Mingyao clenched her fist, silently resolving in her heart. Since these things she had once lost had returned, she would never allow herself to lose them again. Brother, back then you were turned into a mist of blood by that ferocious beast when you tried to help me escape. In this life I swear I will never let anything happen to you. Shen Mingyao's eyes carried a trace of sorrow as she remembered the events before her rebirth. Her brother Shen Tunan had originally intended to cover their escape, so she and her younger brother could flee safely. But that ferocious beast was terrifying beyond measure. Even from over 100 meters away, its roaring power was something no ordinary person could withstand. It was only because her brother and younger brother had stood in front of her that she survived, though she had been grievously injured. Fortunately, a powerful human martial artist had descended at that moment, saving her life. She remembered feeling utterly devastated. At that time, being alive was worse than dying. I'm full. Shen Zikong set down his chopsticks and retreated to his room. Father and Mother Shen watched their eldest son Shen Tunan, who after finishing his meal volunteered to wash the dishes and share the household chores. They knew in their hearts that their eldest son had truly come to terms with things. As Shen Tunan washed dishes, his younger sister Shen Mingyao approached and said, Brother, let me help you wash. Shen Tunan glanced at his sister in surprise. His younger sister had never before offered to help with household chores. Of course he was accustomed to it by now. As the older brother, he had always taken care of his younger siblings. Mingyao, you've really grown up. Shen Tunan felt a sense of comfort in his heart. After finishing the dishes, Shen Tunan sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the television. In truth, he was mostly lost in thought. Without a girlfriend, I actually feel incredibly liberating. Women only hinder my path to strength. I must become a powerhouse as soon as possible, not just for myself, but so my family can live a better life. My current strength is still far from enough. Shen Tunan knew that his younger siblings were also taking the martial arts university entrance exam this year. The tuition and living expenses would be a significant financial burden. On top of that, his parents had mentioned that if they bought a new house and he got married, they would help with the down payment. However, his parents' salaries were not particularly high. So over the years, he had saved quite a bit of money himself, all earned through diligent work. I should use this money to purchase martial techniques and continue growing stronger. Relying solely on the void-piercing fist is completely insufficient. I need a more powerful offensive martial art. He currently fought barehanded, so if he encountered opponents wielding weapons, he would suffer greatly. That is why Shen Tunan planned to purchase a sword technique. Sword techniques were among the martial arts with the highest attack power and explosive damage, capable of delivering the most extreme harm. He still had time, and he needed to grow stronger as quickly as possible so he could share his parents' burdens. He would buy his own house, and if his younger siblings were admitted to the martial arts university, he should cover their tuition and living expenses. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Tunan hurried back to his room, turned on his computer, and prepared to order martial techniques online. In this era, purchasing martial techniques was delivered directly via courier, quite convenient. The website was called Martial Arts Mall. Once you passed real name authentication, you could purchase items there. Shen Tunan began filtering for suitable martial techniques. Shadow 9 Sword Technique, Tier 2 Martial Art, Price 1,000 yuan. Shen Tunan frowned at the price displayed, not because it was expensive. It was actually too cheap. A few years ago, even a second-hand Tier 2 martial art cost over 100,000 yuan. The normal market price should have exceeded 2,000 yuan. But this sword technique was far too cheap, catching Shen Tunan by surprise. After careful consideration, however, he found it perfectly reasonable. Sword techniques were rarely practiced as they demanded exceptionally high cultivation aptitude. The difficulty was several times that of other martial arts. Although achieving mastery would grant unparalleled attack power at the same level, the drawback was the immense time investment required. By the time one mastered it, others might have already broken through to a higher realm. In a clash of pure power, even the strongest attacks from a lower realm would be utterly incapable of withstanding it. Shen Tunan did not hesitate and immediately clicked to purchase. Less than an hour later, someone called his phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Shen Tunan? I have a package for you." Shen Tunan answered the call and heard the voice on the other end. He went downstairs directly to retrieve it. After picking up the delivery, he did not return home to practice. Instead, he walked out of the residential area to a secluded park. There were few people at night, with only a few street lights casting illumination. Shen Tunan silently chanted in his heart, "Melt and refine." The next moment, a colossal furnace appeared within his body, devouring all the text before feeding the refined essence back to Shen Tunan. In less than 10 breaths, Shen Tunan opened his eyes, his entire body radiating a piercing aura. He appeared like a drawn sword, his sharpness overwhelming. A panel gradually materialized within Shen Tunan's body. Host Shen Tunan, Talent Heaven and Earth Furnace Martial Arts, Pure Yang Art Tier 2. Tenfold Cultivation, Speed Martial Techniques, Void Piercing Fist Tier 2. Complete Mastery, Shadow 9 Sword Technique Tier 2. Complete Mastery, Tenfold Attack Enhancement. Though these were originally only Tier 2 martial arts and techniques, with the amplification effects they surpassed even Tier 3 martial arts and techniques in power. Shen Tunan suddenly swung his fist, unleashing a violent sonic boom. Boom. Not far away, a large tree shed a cascade of leaves. Shen Tunan reacted swiftly, catching 3 leaves between his fingers. With a forward flick, the 3 leaves instantly transformed into 9 shadowy images surging forward. Crack! 9 sword slashes, each over 2 meters long, appeared across the ground, fracturing the surface. Observing this attack, Shen Tunan was thoroughly satisfied. This was merely an attack unleashed with leaves. If he wielded a real sword, the power would be even greater. I can sense that the 9 Shadows sword technique can unleash power that surpasses even the void-piercing fist. Shen Tunan said, slowly marveling at the reputation of a true sword technique. The destructive power of a sword technique absolutely exceeds that of fist arts. A sword strikes through a single point to shatter the whole, concentrating all force upon the blade's tip, capable of instantaneously destroying the meridians within a human body, causing the target's flesh to rupture and die. Nevertheless, should a fist technique achieve comprehension of martial intent, its power would utterly overwhelm any sword technique lacking such understanding. However, grasping the power of martial intent proves extraordinarily difficult. Shen Tunan had heard that even among grandmasters, those who could comprehend it were as rare as phoenix feathers, let alone someone like himself. For now, he must simply focus on advancing his cultivation. Shen Tunan checked his messages and found his account balance had dwindled to exactly 100,000 yuan. If he spent all of that money, he would be left entirely dependent on his family. Yet as Shen Tunan made his way home, his resolve remained fixed. He would purchase a spirit herb. Money could always be earned again if his strength grew sufficient. After all, this was simply how the world operated. When one possessed adequate power, accumulating wealth became a trivial matter. By the time he returned home, night had fallen. Shen Tunan powered on his computer, logged into the martial artist marketplace, and began making purchases. Watching his 100,000 yuan balance vanish in an instant brought him no regret. Less than an hour later, a delivery courier called Shen Tunan. Going downstairs to collect the package, he recognized the courier from before and exchanged a few idle remarks with him. He remarked on the courier's swift delivery. The courier scratched his head modestly and replied, "When delivering something as precious as what you purchase, speed is naturally a priority." Shen Tunan waved goodbye with a smile and returned to his room. Familiar with the process, he swallowed the spirit herb in one gulp. Melt it down. Fierce energy surged through his meridians, relentlessly amplifying his chi and blood. This time, Shen Tunan's physique had grown strong enough to endure the process, significantly reducing the agony. 10 minutes passed. Shen Tunan opened his eyes and exhaled steadily. He discovered his body had expelled numerous impurities, detritus from within his very flesh. A faint, unpleasant odor still lingered. Grabbing fresh clothes, he stepped into the bathroom and scrubbed away the filth. Emerging with the subtle fragrance of body wash, he felt revitalized. Afterward, he headed downstairs once more. That evening, Shen Tunan stood beside the testing machine. This device could withstand forces up to 100,000 caddies. The machine stood barely over a meter tall, featuring a testing platform with an LCD screen positioned at the front. Shen Tunan admired it with quiet wonder. It was remarkable that such equipment could endure such tremendous force. Ordinary machines would shatter under merely 50,000 caddies of pressure. After refining the spirit herb, my cultivation has reached Warrior 10 star. Combined with the 9 Shadow sword technique, I wonder how much power I can generate. Shen Tunan felt a growing anticipation. Normally a warrior at the 10th star wielding a weapon could only achieve around 10,000 caddies of force. He drew a deep breath and released it slowly. Forming his hand into a sword shape, he struck the machine with full force. 51256. A brilliant number flashed across the screen. Shen Tunan had activated the five-fold amplifier, yet the power released somehow exceeded 50,000 caddies. Next, Shen Tunan unleashed the void-piercing fist at 5 times amplification. Boom! The machine shuddered as it registered the number 50,000. Sword techniques truly prove superior, Shen Tunan mused. He had struck with his bare hand formed as a blade yet achieved such formidable force. I should figure out how to acquire a proper weapon, he muttered. However, weapons came at exorbitant prices. Ordinary swords could not withstand his devastating force and would shatter after a single use, making such purchases pointless. At minimum, he needed a third-grade alloy weapon. But the price of such weapons exceeded even that of third-grade techniques and martial skills, a staggering sum. This was precisely why many people shied away from sword and saber techniques. Beyond the difficulty of cultivation itself, acquiring suitable weapons proved equally arduous. I recall the cheapest third-grade alloy weapon costs about 10 million. Speaking of that number, Shen Tunan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Consider that his parents' house, had it been purchased without a mortgage, cost barely over 1 million yuan. Yet a third-grade alloy weapon demanded 10 times that amount. Money. Always short on money. Shen Tunan found that the stronger he grew, the more he needed funds. Gathering his thoughts, he unleashed maximum 10-fold amplification. Boom! An invisible sword intent erupted from his palm, tearing through the air before slamming into the testing machine. It trembled violently several times. 100,000. The display settled at 100,000, accompanied by continuous beeping, then remained frozen at that maximum reading. I think I broke it. Shen Tunan realized he had likely exceeded the machine's maximum tolerance with his strike. Nevertheless, unleashing such force left Shen Tunan thoroughly satisfied. Speaking purely of raw power, 100,000 caddies had already reached the level of Martial Master 2nd star. My actual power likely exceeds 100,000 caddies by several thousand more. I am now but one step away from becoming a Martial Master. Shen Tunan's eyes gleamed. Martial Master, the teacher of the martial path. Upon reaching this realm, one's chi and blood energy would undergo a tremendous transformation, growing increasingly potent and concentrated. It was akin to gas transforming into liquid, a fundamental metamorphosis. Even 10 warriors at the 10th star combined could never match a single martial master. This was precisely why martial masters held such prestige in Luoqing. Some even established their own small martial academies and served as principals. Of course, most martial masters still chose to join one of the 3 great martial halls. The 3 great martial halls were truly the pinnacle institutions, maintaining branches across the entire nation. It was said that the supreme masters behind these halls had reached depths beyond mortal comprehension. Even grandmasters appeared as insignificant as ants in their presence, easily crushed with a casual gesture. Joining the 3 great martial halls required passing rigorous certification exams. Shen Tunan gazed upward at the full moon in the night sky. He suddenly remembered watching the moon together with Lu Meng in the past. Yet merely recalling this brought a faint bitter smile to his lips. Had Lu Meng learned he now possessed strength rivaling a 2nd star martial master, she would surely regret her choices, perhaps even beg to reconcile. Yet the current Shen Tunan had long since cast aside such worldly attachments as Lu Meng. He had completely severed those ties. I should focus on making money instead. Shen Tunan felt desperately short on funds. With sufficient wealth, he could grow at a far swifter pace, perhaps even reaching Grandmaster in a remarkably short time. By then Lu Meng would lack even the standing to request an audience with him. There are 3 fastest paths to generating wealth. The first is entering the ferocious beast forest to hunt monsters. But that is far too dangerous, as the tiers of ferocious beasts prove difficult to assess. Shen Tunan had previously heard tales of individuals so unlucky that they were torn apart by beasts mere moments after entering the forest, including reportedly at least 1 martial master. Moreover, beyond the inherent dangers, one required certification from the 3 great martial halls and advance booking. The system was tightly regulated to prevent unnecessary casualties. The second path led to the myriad races front lines, where ferocious beasts grew more numerous and far more perilous. Rumors spoke of grandmasters falling there, let alone someone at his current level. Accessing the myriad races front lines required not only certification but also formal applications through a lengthy process. Then only the third path remains: passing certification and joining one of the 3 great martial halls. The 3 great martial halls were the Thunder Martial Hall, the Crimson Flame Martial Hall, and the Radiant Light Martial Hall. Their benefits and treatment were roughly equivalent. Upon passing certification, one would receive the corresponding badge issued by the 3 great martial halls. It was said only warriors possessed the qualification to undertake certification. The initial badge was bronze, martial masters received silver, and grandmasters were awarded brilliant golden badges. Passing the martial hall certification granted a martial artist subsidy, paid monthly. Of course, for those seeking faster returns, arranging entry into the ferocious beast forest remained the quickest option. Or perhaps to the front line against the myriad races, but there's no need for me to consider that far ahead. When I have time, I should first go through the certification of the 3 major martial arts gyms. Shen Tunan had settled on his goal, and then lay down to sleep. He slept soundly that night. The next morning he opened his eyes, pushed open the window, and breathed in the fresh air, feeling completely revitalized. I still need to stop by the company. Although Shen Tunan had already become extremely powerful and could afford to leave his job at the company, he still had obligations there. However, Shen Tunan was a man who saw things through to the end. He still had one final project at the company, and he had taken on an apprentice. This apprentice had been with him for some time, a pitiful young soul with no talent for martial arts. He was not yet 20 years old and had come to the company as an intern. If this project were lost, his apprentice would certainly be fired and might even struggle to afford meals. I'll finish this project before I resign, Shen Tunan thought to himself. He did not consider himself a good person, nor did he see himself as a bad one. Working outside was not easy for anyone. This project would only take a few more days, so there would still be time for the certification afterward. In good spirits, Shen Tunan put on a suit and freshened himself up. He found that breakfast had already been prepared on the table. His mother watched him with a smile and said, "Tunan, you woke up early today? You can finish your breakfast before heading to work." Normally, Shen Tunan would sleep in and often skip breakfast. But his mother prepared a portion for him every day without fail, a love hidden in the small details. "Mom, thank you," Shen Tunan said, somewhat moved. In his daily life, he had never paid attention to such things and had sometimes found his mother a bit nagging. "My child, why are you thanking me?" Shen's mother felt that after his breakup, her son had become like a different person, much more sensible. Shen Tunan smiled, finished his breakfast, and then headed to work. In the past, going to work felt like an obligatory chore, and the journey was utterly dull. But now his state of mind had changed, and Shen Tunan actually found going to work somewhat interesting. After all, these were his last few days. Afterward, work would have nothing to do with him. Once he passed the certification at the 3 major martial arts gyms and joined them, he would frequently be hunting fierce beasts. Lost in thought, Shen Tunan walked to the bus stop. A bus pulled up nearby, and he pressed into the crowd to board, finding a seat. Most of the passengers on the bus were students, along with some elderly men and women and a handful of office workers. Meanwhile, Xion Technology Company. Inside an office building, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly sat in an office chair. He picked up his teacup and took a sip of coffee to steady his nerves. "This tastes awful. If not for promoting metabolism, no one would drink this black sludge." The middle-aged man couldn't help but complain. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open and a man walked in. The man was dressed in an exquisite black suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, clearly a person of distinguished status. Who is so blind as to walk in without knocking? The middle-aged man frowned and stood up, his expression thoroughly displeased. But the moment his gaze fell upon the well-dressed man, he immediately swallowed hard and exclaimed in shock, "Secretary Zhao, what brings you to grace us with your presence?" The middle-aged man quickly changed his expression and hastened forward to greet him. Secretary Zhao was a man close to the president of the Xinghe Group. Everyone in the business world had to show him respect. Otherwise, their future dealings would come to a halt. Throughout Luoqing City, the Xinghe Group branch monopolized the majority of business. It was a true corporate titan. "Manager Wang, it's been a long time." Secretary Zhao sat directly in the office chair that Manager Wang had just vacated. However, Manager Wang did not dare say a word and simply accepted it. "It is my honor that you remember me." Manager Wang forced a smile. "I wonder what business has brought Secretary Zhao here." Having risen to the position of manager, he was quite skilled at reading people. "Whom you have an employee named Shen Tunan, correct? Find some reason to fire him." Secretary Zhao said this in a flat tone. Manager Wang thought for a moment and replied, "There is such a person. I had him independently lead a project. But if he offended you, Secretary Zhao, he won't keep his job anyway." His tone was indignant, appearing genuinely angry. Secretary Zhao sneered inwardly, knowing these people were trying to curry favor with him. "Then you must handle this matter elegantly. Young master, he specifically instructed me to come. It would be best if Shen Tunan receives not a single penny in compensation." Manager Wang was startled. He had assumed Shen Tunan had only offended Secretary Zhao and found it puzzling. But offending young master, he immediately understood. That young master had long been accustomed to acting arrogantly and had made many enemies, yet no one dared seek revenge. It was because the man surnamed he reportedly transferred from a greater place wielded little real authority. However, the president of the Xinghe Group in Luoqing had repeatedly helped young master he resolve his troubles. Over time, everyone knew that behind young master he stood a powerful figure. "Very well, I will handle this matter properly and ensure Shen Tunan walks away with nothing." Manager Wang agreed. Secretary Zhao smiled and said, "Then I await your good news." With those words, he rose and departed. Manager Wang personally escorted Secretary Zhao to the door. Then his smile faded and he muttered, "Shen Tunan, do not blame me. Blame your own misfortune for offending young master he. That young master, he was powerful and influential. Even Manager Wang dared not offend him lest he lose his own position." Meanwhile, on the other side, the bus rattled along, stopping and starting. Shen Tunan sat by the window watching the scenery blur past. His mind was remarkably calm. How interesting. In the past, he had never taken the time to admire the scenery along the street. Now, however, his mindset was entirely different. Previously, commuting to work left him no mood to look around. Now he was truly observing with his heart, experiencing life itself. The streets were bustling with people, and many towering buildings rose in the distance looking splendid. Due to the hot weather, many women on the street wore short denim shorts and tops that exposed their midriffs. These women had excellent figures, and their fair legs easily drew the attention of passers-by. Bang, bang, bang. Just then the bus was violently shaken, and the glass shattered. Blood burst forth, and several people died on the spot. Everything happened so quickly that no one could react in time. Screams, sobs, and cries of shock erupted simultaneously, plunging the bus into chaos. Passengers on the bus were in utter panic, terror written on every face. Shen Tunan turned his head and saw several individuals pointing guns at them. Those people wore expressions of madness. They were uniformly dressed in black clothing with the character for demon emblazoned upon their clothes. Firearms held little threat to the most powerful martial artists. They reacted too swiftly to be felled by such primitive weapons. But against ordinary people, these thermal weapons were devastating. The demon cult. Shen Tunan had already deduced their identity. It's them. The demon cult is a branch of the myriad races cult. We are doomed. Upon hearing Shen Tunan's words, one person's face twisted in despair. Members of the demon cult were lapdogs of the myriad races, delighting in sowing destruction within human society. Without cause, they would unleash senseless slaughter. In their twisted worldview, all beings besides the myriad races were deserving of death. They were a pack of fanatics, true demons. Luocheng. Police station. A phone kept ringing in the hall, and soon a police officer answered it. Help. Someone on Changming Road is wielding a weapon and killing people. A terrified voice came from the other end of the phone. We have received your report and will send officers as quickly as possible. The officer who received the call was about to notify his partner. But just then a scream came from the other end of the phone. It stopped abruptly. Hearing such a sound, the police knew they had to rush over. At that moment, another phone rang. Someone picked it up. Help. People from the demon cult are causing chaos on Changming Road, killing people indiscriminately. So many people have died. The person making the emergency call was trembling with fear, so deep it came through the phone. Hearing this, the responding officer's expression turned grave as he informed his partner. It's the demon cult. Go notify Captain Lee. For ordinary matters, a few officers could handle it. But the demon cult was different. They were dogs serving the myriad races, a true cult with genuine power. Good. One officer rushed to an office, and soon a tall, imposing man in uniform emerged. The man appeared to be around 30, his chi and blood exceptionally potent. A powerful martial artist. These damned vermin dare cause trouble in Luocheng. I will never let them go. Captain Lee radiated a terrifying killing intent, his pupils tinged with blood red. All his colleagues knew that his greatest hatred was reserved for cult members. Whenever such incidents occurred, he always led the charge. It was said that years ago his wife was killed by cult members while she was pregnant, leading to the destruction of his family. Therefore, he harbored a deep hatred for cult members. Whenever he learned of cult activities in Luocheng, he always used brutal methods to kill them all, leaving no survivors. His superiors tacitly approved of his actions. After all, those cult members were beyond human. They each had multiple lives on their hands, complete madmen. They had once captured cult members, but interrogation yielded nothing, as these people were already brainwashed. All they knew how to do was kill, destroy, and ruin. Willing to sacrifice everything for the myriad races solely to plunge humanity into internal strife. Help. Please let me go. Suddenly a plea for mercy came from the phone, and the officer handling the call sensed something was wrong. As expected, another scream followed. On his face appeared a trace of reluctance and anger. Is this the police station? Your people better hurry up, or else there won't be any survivors on this street. A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, filled with madness and cruelty. Who are you? The officer asked through gritted teeth. Jeej? A strange laugh came from the phone. Don't you recognize me? I've killed quite a few of your people. I am Wang Wei, the soul-plucking hand. The laughter from the phone grew louder and louder. Captain Lee, who was about to set out, snatched the phone and roared into it. Wang Wei, just you wait. I will definitely destroy you with my own hands. It was this Wang Wei who had killed his wife years ago. He had always wanted revenge, but his enemy had hidden well and hadn't appeared in Luocheng for a long time. Now he had appeared, which was Captain Lee's only chance for revenge. Looking forward to meeting you. Wang Wei's voice came from the phone. Then came more screams. Captain Lee rushed out like the wind, leading a group of officers to the scene. On the bus, most passengers were crouched with their heads covered, too terrified to run. Those who did run were ruthlessly shot, and crimson liquid flowed everywhere, filling the air with an unbearable stench. Rumble. The sky had turned gloomy with layers of dark clouds pressing down. Lightning slashed across the sky, producing a deafening sound. Soon a light rain began to fall from the sky. Rainwater mixed with blood, turning the ground crimson as the massacre continued. Those crazy demon cult members kept shooting, killing pedestrians. Each gunshot meant another person fell to the ground. Shen Tunan looked toward the driver who had fallen into a pool of blood. The bus had come to a complete stop. Those demon cult members were steadily closing in. If they stayed here, their only option was death. Shen Tunan took a deep breath and looked at the passengers on the bus. Some students were pale with fear, trembling all over. They were still in their youth and shouldn't die here. The other passengers were the same. Life was already difficult enough, and adding this trial upon them was unjust. A martial artist has intervened. Someone suddenly cried out from outside. Shen Tunan saw a middle-aged man charging straight at the demon cult members. He dodged bullets with quick reflexes, grabbed two cult members by the throat with both hands, and crushed them instantly. The martial artist threw the corpses aside. "You stinking rats from the sewers, dare show yourselves." The middle-aged martial artist radiated killing intent. The other cult members didn't panic upon seeing him, instead looking toward another direction. A thin man stood there, most noticeable for his hands. His left hand was much larger than his right. One hand resembled a child's, the other an adult's, extremely asymmetrical. "Looks like another bloody debt falls to my soul-plucking hand." The emaciated man stepped forward gradually. Hearing those three words, soul-plucking hand, the middle-aged martial artist's pupils trembled violently. Middle-tier cultist, soul-plucking hand. He had heard of the man's reputation. Many martial artists had died by his hands. Cult members were typically divided into 3 tiers. Lower-tier cultists were usually at the martial entry stage. Middle-tier cultists were at the martial artist level. As for the strongest upper-tier cultists, they reached the martial master realm. "When you reach hell, tell them to pray for me." The soul-plucking hand sneered coldly, his eyes full of mockery and disdain. The middle-aged martial artist's face changed dramatically, but instinctively activated his martial technique, his blood and chi surging through his body. His entire body grew scalding hot as his right hand formed a fist, smashing toward the soul-plucking hand's face. This was the martial technique, exploding fist. The soul-plucking hand's left hand expanded rapidly, making gust sounds as it firmly caught the other's fist. "You dare strike me with your fist, mere third-rate martial artist." The soul-plucking hand sneered and twisted hard. The middle-aged martial artist's arm bent rapidly, forming a spiral shape. His face contorted in agony, eyes widening. "I've killed 8th-rate martial artists before. I'll send you to meet them now." Before his words finished, the soul-plucking hand thrust 2 fingers forward, piercing straight through the martial artist's eyes. Blood tears streamed from the martial artist's eyes in agony. "Too weak. Let me keep you alive a while longer." His voice was filled with mockery and contempt, clearly toying with the middle-aged martial artist. Events had happened too quickly for Shen Tunan to react in time. Shen Tunan on the bus felt his heart ignite with rage. He pried open the bus door with his hands and jumped out at top speed. "Stop!" Shen Tunan's voice spread like thunder. Light rain still fell from the sky, cold winds swept through, and leaves rustled and fell around them. At these words, all the eyes of the demonic cult fell upon Shen Tunan. Clearly no one expected a reckless young man would dare to step forward in such a situation, truly courting death. "You all deserve to die." Although this was Shen Tunan's first time encountering members of the demonic cult at this moment, he understood perfectly well why this group was branded a cult. These fanatics showed no mercy. They tormented their victims rather than granting a swift end. Witnessing their sadistic pleasure in suffering sent waves of murderous intent surging through Shen Tunan's chest. Bang! A henchman fired without hesitation. The bullet tore through the air with a piercing whistle, hurtling toward Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan didn't even attempt to evade. He simply extended 2 fingers and caught the bullet steady in his grip. The lower-ranking cultists stared in utter disbelief. They couldn't fathom that this unassuming-looking man harbored such terrifying strength. "So you're a warrior as well." The soul-plucking hand wiped the blood from his palm, and a smirk of genuine interest crossed his face. His greatest pleasure in life was torturing human warriors, savoring their descent into despair and agony. Their screams were music to his ears, the most exquisite sound in the world. "Take this back." Shen Tunan flicked the bullet forward, imbued with a thread of sword chi that tore through the rain and struck the shooter dead. The bullet pierced straight through his forehead. His eyes bulged as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The remaining cultists gazed at Shen Tunan with shock and a trace of fear. "Kill him." The soul-plucking hand waved dismissively. He had been confident in dispatching Shen Tunan, but this display had shaken his certainty. He decided to wear Shen Tunan down through his subordinates instead. Though trembling with fear, the cultists obeyed without hesitation, closing in around him. Soon over a dozen cultists surrounded Shen Tunan in a tight circle. He stood motionless as a spear, his eyes cold and indifferent. Gazing at the fallen cultist, Shen Tunan felt nothing. It was his first kill, yet he expected discomfort that never came. These people had forfeited their humanity long ago. Civilians still fleeing for their lives glanced back when they realized no one was pursuing them, and witnessed something they would never forget. Amidst the downpour, a lone figure had caught 9 green leaves from the sky, each one pinched between his fingers. 9 shadows, sword technique. Shen Tunan channeled his vital energy into the leaves, and they immediately radiated devastating sword intent, sharp enough to cleave through anything. His hands moved in a blur, and onlookers caught sight of 9 distinct shadows. 9 sword images manifesting from the leaves as they shot outward, cutting through the air with unstoppable force. Before the cultists could raise their weapons, the leaves grew larger in their vision, then pierced through their chests and sent them crashing into nearby walls. In a single strike, every attacker was impaled by sword energy, their breaths gone. This was Shen Tunan's first time wielding the 9 Shadows sword technique against opponents, and its ferocity was overwhelming. To Shen Tunan, these cultists were as helpless as fish upon a chopping board. A fleeing bystander stared in dazed reverence, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Just then a group of police officers arrived on the scene. Captain Li led the party, and from a distance his warrior-enhanced eyesight allowed him to clearly observe Shen Tunan's movements, far sharper than any ordinary person's vision. Such astonishing swordsmanship. I had no idea there was someone of this caliber in the watching, Captain Li murmured in surprise. As a 9-star warrior himself, he knew he couldn't have deflected that strike. Captain, that was the 9 Shadows sword technique. A female officer remarked, her pale face and uniform contrasting with the shock evident in her eyes. Indeed, it was the 9 Shadows sword technique. This person must have reached mastery level, Captain Li acknowledged, deeply impressed by Shen Tunan's extraordinary talent. The 9 Shadows sword technique was notoriously difficult to master. He himself had spent 5 years merely reaching the introductory stage. Its power paled in comparison to what Shen Tunan had just demonstrated. The ability to infuse falling leaves with sword energy and wield them as lethal blades was truly awe-inspiring. The soul-plucking hand watched his subordinates fall and responded with eerie delight rather than sorrow. How fascinating. Simply fascinating. It seems I've stumbled upon a prodigy today. Killing you now would eliminate a future threat to the myriad race's elders, an exceptional contribution indeed. He showed no fear of Shen Tunan's 9 Shadows sword technique. What's your name? The soul-plucking hand asked. Shen Tunan couldn't be bothered to respond. He fixed him with a piercing glare. You're already dead in my eyes. He laughed. The soul-plucking hand's laughter turned sinister. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Before he finished speaking, Shen Tunan's vital energy surged through him, his hand becoming a blade as he slashed forward. 9 Shadows sword technique, triple amplification. Against the ordinary cultist, Shen Tunan hadn't bothered with any amplification. Such measures were unnecessary. But this opponent required lethal force in a single strike, and without amplification success was unlikely. Before the soul-plucking hand's eyes, Shen Tunan's palm transformed into a gleaming sword surrounded by countless afterimages. Counting them carefully revealed 9 distinct sword shadows, real and illusory, intertwining beyond easy distinction. Soul-plucking palm. His left hand pulsed with vital energy as he struck forward with devastating force. It was all he could muster. But he had severely underestimated the power of triple amplification. Over 30,000 caddies of crushing force, an aura of unmatched sharpness. Suddenly his palm was cleaved apart as the sword energy sliced downward through his entire body. The raindrops around him seemed to freeze in that instant. Then the soul-plucking hand stood trembling where he was, his eyes filled with unwillingness. You were hiding your true strength. He had believed his opponent was holding nothing back, but now he realized how profoundly wrong he'd been. But it was far too late. Everything had already slipped beyond recovery. Boom. His body lay collapsed in the rain, and behind him several sword marks etched meters into the ground. His corpse had been severed into multiple pieces, the rain turning crimson. Shen Tunan watched coldly. Triple amplification had only mobilized 3 parts of his strength. This cultist who had seemed so formidable had proven utterly fragile. Onlookers in the distance stood with mouths slightly agape, questioning their own eyes. Shock radiated from every pair of pupils, every face frozen in disbelief. The police officers knew all too well the terror the soul-plucking hand had inflicted. Such a fearsome cultist meeting such an end was unimaginable. Excellent work. Well done. Captain Li approached with long, confident strides and stopped before Shen Tunan. I'm Li Chang'an, a captain with the police department and a warrior at Thunder Martial Hall. Would you be interested in joining our hall? Li Chang'an extended his hand with a warm smile. Shen Tunan's defeat of the soul-plucking hand had indirectly avenged his family, filling him with deep gratitude. The Thunder Martial Hall. Shen Tunan had not expected that a martial artist from the Thunder Martial Hall would take the initiative to invite him. His own goal had been to join one of the 3 great martial arts halls. I'm Shen Tunan. I'll go for the assessment when I have time. Shen Tunan nodded, extended his hand, and shook it with the man before letting go. Li Chang'an seemed to sense that Shen Tunan still needed to weigh his options. After all, there were 3 great martial halls to choose from. He did not necessarily have to pick theirs. Then I look forward to your joining us. Li Chang'an smiled. Brother Tunan, I know you have your reservations, but joining the Thunder Martial Hall comes with other benefits as well. You are skilled with the sword, and our Thunder Martial Hall's advantage is that members receive a discount on alloy weapons. 20% off. That alone would save you quite a sum. Shen Tunan's eyes lit up the moment he heard those words. If it truly was a 20% discount, the savings would not be trivial. Does the discount apply to all alloy weapons? Shen Tunan asked. Seeing Shen Tunan's agitation, Li Chang'an knew he had struck a chord and pressed his advantage. Yes, this is an exclusive privilege of our Thunder Martial Hall. No other hall offers this. Upon hearing this, Shen Tunan could confirm without a doubt that he had to go for the assessment at the Thunder Martial Hall. Just this single privilege alone felt crucial to him. His immediate goal was to purchase a third-tier alloy weapon, but once he grew stronger, he would undoubtedly need higher-grade alloy weapons. At a 20% discount, who knew how much he could save? A reliable weapon was something he would certainly need to acquire. Brother Tunan, originally, there was a homicide here, and you were supposed to come with us to the police station to give your statement. That is standard procedure, but seeing how busy you appear, I will let it go. Li Chang'an did Shen Tunan a favor. Though it was a minor matter, it would surely earn his goodwill. Of course he had his reasons for doing so. Shen Tunan's talent was formidable, and he appeared quite young. Once he joined the Thunder Martial Hall, who knew how far he might grow. The favor he was showing now would bring immeasurable returns in the future. Thank you, Shen Tunan said, feeling that this man knew how to conduct himself, and his words came across as genuinely pleasant. Li Chang'an waved his hand, and replied, "No need to thank me. It was merely a small matter. Furthermore, this is the hero medal representing your outstanding contribution to Luo City." Captain Li withdrew a medal from his inner pocket and placed it into Shen Tunan's hands. The officer beside him whispered in disbelief, "Captain Li, even we need 3 first-class meritorious deeds just to qualify for the hero medal. Why are you handing it away so casually?" For officers like them, earning even a single first-class merit was extraordinarily difficult, let alone 3. Brother Tunan slew the Soul Graber and eliminated so many worshippers of the myriad races. He more than deserves this hero medal. Li Chang'an's expression turned grave. He shot a sharp glare at the officer who had spoken. The man immediately fell silent. After careful consideration, he too felt that Shen Tunan had earned it. The mere act of killing a Soul Graber was beyond the reach of ordinary officers like them. He had only spoken those words because he was overwhelmed with emotion. After all, he had coveted the hero medal most of all, so seeing Captain Li bestow it upon another had caused him to lose his composure. I know many of you find this unfair, but this is the privilege of the strong. If you were capable of slaying a Soul Graber, a mid-level cultist like him, I would reward you with the hero medal as well. As Li Chang'an spoke these words, his gaze swept over the officers behind him. They all lowered their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Shen Tunan examined the circular medal in his hand, the characters for hero engraved upon its surface. The medal was crafted from silver, and it felt substantial and fine to the touch. "Thank you, Captain Li." Shen Tunan bowed with his palms pressed together in gratitude. Li Chang'an smiled and replied, "You deserve it. And give me your account number. I will transfer the money to you. Anyone who receives this hero medal is awarded 1 million. Hearing that figure, Shen Tunan's eyes brightened once more. For the first time, he realized just how straightforward making money could be. After all, if he relied solely on his original salary, who knew how long it would take to save 1 million? Now, merely by dealing with some cultists and earning a hero medal, he was rewarded so generously. It was truly exhilarating. Shen Tunan then provided his account number, which Li Chang'an jotted down, saying, "I will have the money transferred to you as soon as I return." Shen Tunan nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. When you encounter any trouble, you can produce this medal. Anyone who recognizes this medal will show you a measure of respect and will not make things difficult for you." Li Chang'an informed Shen Tunan. Those who could earn such a medal typically possessed formidable strength, and anyone aware of this would dare not provoke Shen Tunan. Beyond the million in reward, this hero medal also signified the bearer's prestigious status as a martial artist. After all, in this world, there were always some who reached the level of martial artists without immediately joining a martial hall or obtaining certification and their badge. Of course, the medal carried another layer of meaning. It represented Shen Tunan's significant contributions and served as a mark of honor. Shen Tunan first put away the medal, then bid farewell to Li Chang'an and set off on foot toward his company. The place was not particularly far from his company. It was only a tens of minutes walk. He simply wanted to return to work, finish the project at hand, and avoid drawing too much attention. However, due to the time lost on the way, he arrived at the company several minutes late. Shen Tunan showing up this late. "Come to my office right away." Manager Wang, a portly man with a prominent belly, spoke coldly with a stern expression. The other employees around him quickly bent their heads to their work, knowing Manager Wang was in a bad mood. Shen Tunan picked up his phone and noticed a text message. His account had been credited with 1 million, and he felt wonderfully pleased. He cared little for what Manager Wang might be thinking. Stepping into the office, Manager Wang slammed his fist on the desk and barked, "Shen Tunan, you're fired. Get out of here." Shen Tunan frowned, wondering what had gotten into Manager Wang. He had not done anything to offend him. "If you're firing me, fine. But we have a contract and you owe me compensation." Shen Tunan laid his cards on the table, having no desire to waste further words on him. Manager Wang sneered at this, saying, "You think you deserve compensation? What right do you have?" He grabbed a document from nearby and tossed it at Shen Tunan's feet, his face contorted with anger. "Shen Tunan, you're suspected of leaking company secrets. If you just pack up and leave quietly, I might consider letting it slide. If you keep causing trouble here, I'll have you thrown in jail. Just you wait." After uttering these words, a flicker of mockery flashed across Manager Wang's eyes. This tactic never failed. intimidate the other party, and they would inevitably comply. In the office, Shen Tunan observed Manager Wang's furious demeanor and sensed something amiss within himself. What leaking of company secrets? When had he ever done such a thing? It was clearly a frame-up. Did you hear that? Hand over your work permit and get out. Manager Wang's voice gradually grew louder. Outside the door, several people were eavesdropping, believing Shen Tunan was in deep trouble. It's over. Shen Tunan must have offended Manager Wang somewhere. No one knows why Manager Wang is so furious today. Let's just focus on our work and avoid getting fired too. After a brief exchange, the group quickly returned to their desks, pretending to be diligently at work. Shen Tunan took off his work permit and slammed it onto the desk, saying, "You want me to leave without any compensation? I refuse." Upon hearing this, Manager Wang burst into laughter and said, "It seems you're hoping to go to jail, Shen Tunan. Who knew you had such hobbies?" Shen Tunan snorted coldly. "Don't try to scare me here. If you want me to resign, fine. Follow the contract." According to the contract, severance pay would be required, which amounted to a substantial sum. Shen Tunan would naturally not give up this money easily, especially since he was short on funds right now. Moreover, being falsely accused without reason stirred some discontent within him. "You're quite bold then. I'll have to have someone investigate the matter of you leaking our company's internal pricing." Manager Wang immediately pulled out his phone. In truth, it was he who had leaked the prices, and he stood to receive a generous reward. However, as long as he shifted the blame onto someone else, the investigation would never lead back to him. Shen Tunan was neither the first, nor would he be the last scapegoat. Watching the other's confident demeanor, Shen Tunan cast a glance at the piece of paper on the ground. The contents were straightforward. Suspecting that Shen Tunan had leaked the company's internal pricing to a competitor, which resulted in the premature termination of that project. Thus, not only was the project abandoned, but he also faced the risk of imprisonment. Yet all of this was a fabrication. He wasn't foolish. Why would he leak the company's pricing? Why not just endure it for now? A thought suddenly arose in Shen Tunan's mind. However, it was extinguished the very next moment. Some things simply cannot be tolerated. Shen Tunan's chi and blood surged within him as he strode toward Manager Wang. Watching Shen Tunan's imposing manner, Manager Wang's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to say something, he felt an excruciating pain surge through his legs. Thud! He fell to his knees, his legs racked with unbearable pain that made him grind his teeth. It felt as though his bones had been broken, causing his stout frame to tremble. "Shen Tunan, how dare you strike me? I'll have you arrested." Manager Wang shouted and screamed, convinced that Shen Tunan had lost his mind. The Shen Tunan of old had always been submissive, never daring to retort no matter how he berated him. Now he was like a madman, daring not only to contradict him, but also to commit such reckless acts. "In the past, I always believed that taking a step back would open up vast possibilities. But now I understand. When dealing with certain people, the more you yield, the more they push their advantage. Manager Wang, since you refused to listen when I spoke reasonably, I must now make you understand what true pain feels like." Shen Tunan spoke in a calm, measured tone, yet it sent shivers down Manager Wang's spine. He felt as though he didn't recognize Shen Tunan at all. The man had become someone else entirely, as if possessed by some demonic force. "Shen Tunan, don't do anything reckless. This is a company. Someone come quick, call the police." Manager Wang shouted and screamed, and those still at work came over upon hearing the commotion. Someone pushed open the door and stood at the entrance, gazing at Manager Wang kneeling on the floor with faces full of shock. After all, they had never before witnessed Manager Wang in such a wretched state. "Shen Tunan, don't act impulsively. Intentional assault is a serious crime. There's still time to turn back." Some of Shen Tunan's colleagues attempted to reason with him. But the current Shen Tunan cared nothing for such concerns. When pushed to such extremes by others, bullying, swallowing one's pride further, was simply unacceptable. Moreover, as a martial artist, he held certain privileges. As long as no lives were lost, most matters could be settled through negotiation involving only financial compensation. Furthermore, he hadn't actually broken Manager Wang's leg. He had only dealt him a minor punishment that would heal within days. "I haven't acted recklessly. This surnamed Wang has falsely accused me without cause, and I cannot swallow this injustice." Shen Tunan looked down upon Manager Wang from above. At this moment, Manager Wang actually sensed an astonishing pressure, as though a subordinate were confronting their superior. "Surnamed Wang, do you know what this is called?" Shen Tunan produced his hero medal. The badge shimmered brilliantly under the light. Especially the two characters meaning hero. Upon seeing them, Manager Wang's complexion gradually turned pale. His other colleagues were equally startled. "This is a hero medal. How could Shen Tunan possibly receive such an honor? Isn't it required to at least be a martial artist to earn this medal? Who told you that merely being a martial artist is enough? One must make sufficiently significant contributions in my luoqing." The crowd erupted in discussion, clearly finding the scene before them too unbelievable to accept. Manager Wang also felt that everything happening before his eyes was too absurd, completely upending his understanding. What was Shen Tunan's identity? On what grounds did he qualify to receive such a medal? It was worth noting that those who possessed this medal were almost exclusively powerful martial artists. If Shen Tunan were truly a martial artist, why would he have been diligently working at their company for so many years? "It's fake. You dare to use a counterfeit hero medal. You're finished, no one can save you. Manager Wang suddenly became highly agitated. If one dared to produce such a counterfeit badge, the sentence would be a minimum of 5 years. He felt that Shen Tunan was truly courting his own destruction. Leaking company secrets might be investigated and cleared, but daring to forge such a metal to deceive others, no one could save him now. He immediately picked up his phone and dialed a number. Beep beep. The call connected quickly. Hello, is this the police station? I want to report someone forging a counterfeit hero metal here, at New Technology Company Building A, 6th floor. Shen Tunan did not attempt to stop him. He merely watched the scene with a cold sneer playing at the corners of his mouth. His colleagues felt that Shen Tunan had been too impulsive and would face consequences too severe to bear. Having worked alongside Shen Tunan for so many years, they also felt uneasy at the prospect of him being sentenced once the police arrived. Ring ring. Suddenly Shen Tunan noticed his phone vibrating. Someone was calling him from an unknown number. Shen Tunan answered and heard a familiar voice. Brother Tunan, we just received a report that someone is using a counterfeit hero metal at the New Technology Building. Surely that isn't you, is it? Although no phone number was displayed, all information was registered with the police station and could be traced. It is I who am using it. Shen Tunan replied, someone wished to frame me, and I had no choice but to use it. There was a moment of silence on the other end before the voice responded, I will come personally right away. He then hung up the phone. Within 10 minutes, Li Chang'an arrived with a group of officers charging into New Technology Company and stopping before Shen Tunan. He cast a glance at Manager Wang kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with cold indifference. Wonderful Captain Li. You must uphold justice for me. Manager Wang saw who had arrived and thought a savior had come, for he recognized the man even though the man did not recognize him. How should one handle false accusations and defamation of a hero? Li Chang'an asked the officer behind him. The officer stated firmly, imprisonment of less than 3 years and a fine of 1 million. Li Chang'an nodded. So be it. Manager Wang froze on the spot, his mind going blank as though the sky itself were collapsing around him. Captain Li, you cannot treat me this way. Manager Wang frantically gripped Captain Li's trousers, his face contorted in wretched despair, as if he had suffered some grievous injustice. Captain Li's eyes flashed like lightning as he coldly glanced at Manager Wang and said, it seems you are dissatisfied with this punishment. I should conduct a thorough investigation. He had merely intended to incarcerate the man for a few years and let it rest, but given how recklessly defiant he has proven himself, he must pursue this to its conclusion. Captain Li kicked Manager Wang aside and instructed his subordinates to investigate. The results came back swiftly. Manager Wang's secretary voluntarily confessed and produced evidence showing that Wang had leaked company secrets on more than one occasion. However, due to his lowly position, he had been too afraid to oppose Wang, fearing dismissal. Manager Wang's face turned ashen, his gaze toward his secretary brimming with resentment. This amounted to his complete destruction. With both witness testimony and physical evidence now in hand, this had escalated far beyond a simple prison sentence. At minimum a decade behind bars. That meant his life was over. Worse still, once word reached higher authorities, his fate would be sealed. He needed to understand that his brother-in-law had built this company from nothing. If his brother-in-law discovered what he had done, there would be no mercy. The one thing his brother-in-law despised most was betrayal. Where is the finance director? Li Chang'an surveyed the crowd behind him. A middle-aged woman wearing black-framed glasses soon stepped forward and said, I am the finance director. Call your boss and tell him to come here immediately to handle this matter. Captain Li stated coldly. The finance director nodded repeatedly before dialing the phone. After a brief explanation from the finance director, an enraged voice erupted from the other end of the line. That traitorous Wang Feng dares to betray me. When I return tomorrow, he will regret it. First priority is settling this matter. Compensate appropriately and do not offend Captain Li. He naturally recognized Li Chang'an, who not only apprehended criminals, but also held supervisory authority over their company. And being affiliated with the Lei Ting Martial Hall meant crossing him was impossible. If he truly antagonized Li Chang'an, his entire company would collapse. Since ancient times, civilians never opposed officials, and he was not foolish enough to try. Understood, Mr. Wang. The finance director hung up and relayed her boss's instructions to Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an glanced at Shen Tunan and asked, Brother Tunan, are you satisfied with this outcome? He had come specifically to support Shen Tunan. Very satisfied, Shen Tunan nodded, then suddenly released a startling aura from his body. However, there is one more thing I wish to ask Manager Wang. Why did you frame me? Shen Tunan was currently at the 10th star of warrior cultivation. The terrifying pressure he unleashed was far beyond what any ordinary person could withstand. Manager Wang felt his scalp tingle with dread, as though some ferocious beast were locking onto him, ready to tear him apart at any moment. I did not mean to deliberately target you. I was merely carrying out someone else's wishes. Manager Wang trembled uncontrollably, his entire body shaking as fear spread through him. He sensed that if he did not tell the truth, Shen Tunan might kill him. Who? Shen Tunan asked. Secretary Zhao, from Xinghe Group. His power is too great. I could not resist. Knowing he was finished, Manager Wang decided to openly expose the person behind him. Xinghe Group. Shen Tunan wore a puzzled expression. Of course he had heard of such a major conglomerate, but he could not fathom what grudge they held against him or why they would target him. Do you know something? Li Chang'an's eyes sharp as a falcon's flashed with a hint of coldness. Manager Wang was startled and quickly said, Secretary Zhao said you offended young master, he of Xinghe Group. He Tao. Upon hearing these words, Shen Tunan sneered, killing intent flashing in his pupils. He Tao. Was not that his ex-girlfriend's new boyfriend? Taking his former woman was not enough, now they wanted to destroy his livelihood as well. They were leaving him absolutely no way out. If I had not obtained my current strength and awakened the system, I would likely have been imprisoned on their false charges. I will definitely take revenge for this. Shen Tunan clenched his fists tightly, a raging fire burning within him. But for now he must exercise patience. Xinghe Group was no small organization, it was spread across the entire nation. With his current cultivation, he could certainly overwhelm He Tao in full combat, but Xinghe Group possessed its own formidable experts. Killing them would be nearly impossible. Moreover, even if he managed to kill them, escape might still elude him. He could not make rash decisions driven by momentary anger. Revenge required careful, measured planning. I have the system. I need to grow stronger. If I were a grandmaster, would He Tao dare to frame me like this? Shen Tunan's thirst for power intensified with each passing moment. And to successfully exact revenge, he would at minimum need to reach grandmaster rank. And even then he would still face the threat of retaliation from Xinghe Group. Sighed. Li Chang'an exhaled heavily and patted Shen Tunan's shoulder. Let us set this aside for now. I know about He Tao. Rumor has it he is the illegitimate son of some influential figure. In the watching, no one dares to touch him lightly, not even the city lord would act without careful consideration. Shen Tunan did not respond, simply relaxing his grip and saying, I understand. Yet the moment the words left his lips, a glint of killing intent still flashed in his eyes. Clearly this matter would not be resolved so easily. Mr. Shen, according to the contract, we will provide compensation of 200,000 for your termination. Does that meet with your approval? The finance director asked gently. In truth, she had considered offering significantly more. After all, the connection between Shen Tunan and Captain Li appeared quite substantial. But ultimately, she decided to stick to the contractual terms. Acceptable. Shen Tunan nodded with an impassive expression. No one could read the thoughts swirling within him. The onlookers watched with envy. After all, Shen Tunan had been working alongside them just days ago, humbly carrying out his duties. Yet today he had turned his fate entirely around. Mr. Shen, our boss also mentioned that if you wish to continue working here, you are always welcome back, the finance director said with a smile. But at this point Shen Tunan had no interest in employment. Regarding my young apprentice, please arrange for someone else to take over. I will not be continuing here, Shen Tunan stated. Certainly. The finance director nodded eagerly, even making notes on paper. Every word Shen Tunan spoke now carried weight, a reflection of how one's status and position determine the value of their words. Brother Tunan, judging by the chi and blood energy you just unleashed, you must be close to breaking through to martial artist, correct? Li Chang'an asked with a smile. Yet he sensed Shen Tunan was stronger than himself. Shen Tunan replied coolly, I could defeat any ordinary martial artist with a mere wave of my hand. Li Chang'an was momentarily stunned, then said, forgive my earlier oversight. Shen Tunan's former colleagues listened in utter disbelief, their faces etched with profound awe and reverence. How could the co-worker who had stood beside them day after day possibly be such a formidable martial artist? It was simply inconceivable. Captain Li, thank you for your assistance today. Let us part here. I will treat you to a meal on another occasion, Shen Tunan said. No need for such formality between us. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to call me directly. Li Chang'an was quite eager to forge connections with powerful individuals. Very well. After bidding farewell to Li Chang'an, Shen Tunan returned home. His parents had gone to work and his younger siblings headed to school. Shen Tunan logged into the martial Dao marketplace. With 1.2 million in his possession, he could now purchase the spiritual herbs, martial arts techniques, and combat skills he desired. Shen Tunan sat at his computer desk, sliding the mouse to browse the martial artist mall. A grade 3 spiritual herb ice cold flower priced at 5,000. A grade 3 potion ice cold potion priced at 1,000. After some thought, Shen Tunan decided to purchase only the spiritual herb. He was simply too poor. He added the ice cold flower to his shopping cart, then continued searching for a sword technique. Naturally this time, he was looking for a grade 3 sword technique. Phantom sword technique, a grade 3 martial skill priced at 6,000. Purchasing both items would leave me with only 1,000 left. He had initially considered this a staggering sum. Martial arts cultivation costs far more money than I imagined. Shen Tunan knew he should not view money through the lens of an ordinary person. After purchasing, the delivery arrived faster this time, reaching his home in under 20 minutes. A new male courier had been assigned this time, treating Shen Tunan with great deference, his eyes even carrying a hint of envy. Shen Tunan took the ice-cold flower and the martial skill and went straight upstairs to begin his cultivation. He swallowed the ice-cold flower directly, aiming to break through in one attempt. The furnace within his body manifested once more, helping him absorb the medicinal effects, then rapidly reflected the energy back into himself. At this moment Shen Tunan felt a surging mass of energy threatening to rupture his meridians. Heat radiated from his body, his skin turning crimson. His meridians became visibly prominent beneath his skin, every vein bulging. Breaking through to the martial master realm meant a transformative leap in strength. Shen Tunan felt as though his entire body were about to explode from the pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and endured, circulating the pure yang art within to alleviate the pain. More than 10 minutes later the heat subsided from Shen Tunan's body and his aura gradually steadied. So this is the martial master realm. Shen Tunan opened his eyes, feeling an unprecedented power. The difference between a martial master and a martial artist was not slight. It was a chasm. The energy had been fully absorbed. Without relying on any amplification, he could now deliver strikes carrying 50,000 Jin of force. But I feel that if I use the 9 Shadow Sword technique now, I probably won't be able to reach 10-fold amplification. Shen Tunan pondered within. After all, the 9 Shadow Sword technique was only a grade 2 martial skill. Fortunately, he had purchased a new technique. Phantom Sword technique. Upon reaching mastery, the sword strikes flow like phantom shadows, leaving opponents utterly unable to guard against them. This sword technique bore some resemblance to the 9 Shadow Sword technique, but was clearly an upgraded version. Shen Tunan did not hesitate and activated the Heaven and Earth Furnace. Within minutes, Shen Tunan had brought this sword technique to mastery level as well. However, after consecutively advancing 2 sword techniques to mastery, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. Perhaps I can create a sword technique uniquely my own. Once the thought arose, it could not be stopped. Shen Tunan devoted himself to creating the sword technique, completely immersed in the process. He did not even notice when his parents returned home in the evening. He practiced continuously, experimenting endlessly, reaching a state of self-forgetfulness. It was not until early the next morning that he stirred. Shen Tunan leaped from the window, his body suspended in midair, using a tree as leverage before descending gracefully. He then left his residential compound and came to a nearby park. Since it was still early, no morning runners had arrived yet. Only then could Shen Tunan safely demonstrate the sword technique he had just created. He spotted a discarded wooden stick on the park track, picked it up, and swung it forward. Whoosh! The stick swept upward from below toward the front, tracing a flawless arc. Invisible streaks of sword energy erupted with a sound like a dragon's roar surging forward. Everything around soon returned to silence. Just then 2 young people came jogging. Around 20 years old, a young man and woman, presumably a couple. Both wore sportswear and running shoes. As they approached the park entrance, they suddenly felt something slice past them, causing their bodies to stiffen. The young woman broke into a cold sweat and said, "I have the feeling that something just tried to kill me." The young man wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "I felt it too, but it must have been an illusion." Hardly had he finished speaking when they suddenly heard a crackling sound. Their eyes widened as they saw a crack stretching over 10 meters across the ground, extending right to their sides. The earth appeared split by a single sword strike, radiating an utterly razor-sharp aura that felt almost mystical. The young couple looked up sharply and saw a figure standing ahead, holding a wooden stick. But the stick was now covered in cracks and had shattered apart. Boom! The wooden stick exploded into splinters scattered across the ground. Shen Tunan was very satisfied with the sword technique he had created. However, he had only completed the first form so far, enhanced tenfold through the Heaven and Earth Furnace. This technique sends sword chi rolling forward like a dragon's roar. I shall call it Dragon's Roar form. The sword technique was not yet complete. Only the first form, Dragon's Roar, had been created. As for the name of the sword technique itself, I shall call it the Taishan sword art. Shen Tunan murmured to himself. This newly created sword technique was now his most devastating move. In the future, he could learn more sword techniques and integrate them into his Taishan sword art, making it ever stronger. Roar! Above, the white clouds suddenly split and rolled apart, and another dragon-like roar echoed through the skies. This single strike was enough to shake the world. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, a man in black robes opened his eyes. He appeared to be around 40 years old, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Without realizing it, he raised his head to gaze at the sky, listening to the dragon's roar. What terrifying sword energy! Is some sword immortal who has comprehended the power of sword intent passing through here? The middle-aged man was none other than Luo, he the city lord of Luo City, and the sole grandmaster in the entire city. Back in the park, Shen Tunan noticed new arrivals and immediately exploded into astonishing speed, kicking up a whirlwind as he departed the scene, leaving the young couple staring at one another in utter amazement. On the other side, within a luxurious villa, He Tao reclined on a genuine leather sofa. Beside him, a young woman leaned against his shoulder, her expression full of contentment. Xiaoming's secretary Zhao just called to tell me that Shen Tunan has lost his job but received compensation. Apparently someone is backing him. He Tao spoke gently to Lu Meng. Brother Tao, you are so amazing. Lu Meng said with utter admiration. So what if someone was backing him? He had still been forced out. In Lu Meng's eyes, He Tao was omnipotent, her greatest reliance. She was determined to go to any length to lock this man down forever, to make him marry her. He Tao reveled in her worship, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, "Then you should thank me properly." Lu Meng's cheeks flushed pink. At the same time, after leaving the park, Shen Tunan returned home and ate the breakfast his mother had made. He then prepared to head to Thunder Marshal Hall. He did not mention his resignation, fearing his parents would worry. Shen Tunan boarded a bus directly to the city center. The three great martial halls were all located in the heart of the city. Sitting on the bus, Shen Tunan circulated the blood qi within his body, acclimating himself to this terrifying power. If my blood qi was once like a small stream, it has now become a mighty river surging with boundless force. Shen Tunan was extremely confident in his strength. After breaking through to Martial Master, he felt an unprecedented surge of power, and his body had become far more agile. Martial warriors and martial masters existed in entirely different realms. Moreover, he appeared to have grown younger. Gazing ahead at the seat in front of him, Shen Tunan noticed a woman holding a mirror and applying her makeup. In the reflection, Shen Tunan saw himself with smoother, more refined skin. He could pass for a man in his mid-20s. The martial path could reverse aging. In the future, he would need to look beyond appearances when assessing the powerful. By the time he reached Grandmaster, he would surely shed several more years. He pushed the thought aside and turned his gaze toward the window. The bus was making its way slowly into the city proper. 2 hours later, the bus finally reached the city. Shen Tunan disembarked with the crowd, pulled out his phone, opened navigation, and headed toward Thunder Marshal Hall. After crossing several blocks, he arrived at the gates of Thunder Marshal Hall, a skyscraper rising more than 20 stories high, where a crowd of hopefuls waited outside. All of them radiated strong blood qi, clearly all martial warriors hoping to pass the assessment and join Thunder Marshal Hall. Glancing ahead, Shen Tunan saw well over 100 people lining up, each collecting a number slip before entering the building for testing. Shen Tunan fell in line behind them. The man ahead turned and asked with a grin, "You nervous, bro?" The man looked to be about 25, extroverted and lively. Shen Tunan shook his head. He had come to claim his martial master badge, possessed absolute confidence in his strength, and felt no anxiety whatsoever. "Looks like you're confident in your abilities," the man scratched his head. "I'm not like that. I just broke through to Martial Warrior. I heard joining Thunder Marshal Hall comes with great benefits, so I wanted to give it a shot and see if I could pass." Shen Tunan could tell immediately. The man's blood qi was far weaker than his own. Still, he didn't underestimate him. Without the awakening system, he wouldn't have even reached Martial Warrior yet. This man had attained his level through his own cultivation. His natural talent far exceeded what Shen Tunan once had. "Good luck," Shen Tunan said. One by one, the queue advanced into the hall with their number slips. Eventually, it was Shen Tunan's turn. Number 368. The staff member, a man, recorded Shen Tunan's personal details and phone number before handing him a numbered tag marked 368. Shen Tunan took the tag and stepped forward. "Wait," the clerk called out, halting him and leaving Shen Tunan puzzled. The clerk's expression shifted from blank to ingratiating as he beamed. "So you're a hero badge holder. You should have mentioned it sooner. Holders get priority in the assessment. I only discovered your hero status after checking your file on the computer just now." Shen Tunan retrieved the hero badge from his chest and fastened it there, unaware of its special privileges until now. The fellow warrior he'd been speaking with froze at the sight of the badge, his face a mask of shock. He knew earning such a badge was no trivial matter, likely requiring at least the rank of a 9-star martial warrior. The other candidates couldn't conceal their envy and awe. The badge signified both martial prowess and contributions to Luoqing. "I can't believe we have a hero among our batch," someone whispered. "A hero standing in line like everyone else. So humble," another remarked. Whispers rippled through the waiting candidates. The clerk continued, "I've updated your tag. Head to the special channel. No need to wait in line, you can take the assessment early. Take the room on the left. It's reserved exclusively for heroes." Shen Tunan nodded gratefully. "Thank you." Under normal circumstances, queuing would waste half the day. The expedited assessment saved considerable time. Following the direction, Shen Tunan arrived at the left-hand room. Outside the door, a large screen displayed flashing characters, "Exclusive channel." He pushed open the door and entered. Inside stood a man in his 30s wearing a blue martial uniform emblazoned with the characters for Thunder. Shen Tunan handed over his tag. The man examined it and introduced himself. "I'm Li Da, Master Li to everyone." Li Da volunteered his title. "The machine ahead can measure up to 1,000,000 caddies of force. As a hero, you receive 10 attempts instead of the standard 3. I'll record your highest result to determine your martial warrior rank." Shen Tunan followed Li Da's gaze to a black testing machine equipped with a 16-inch LCD screen. Beneath the screen lay a reinforced pressure zone crafted from superior materials, far more refined than the machine's back in his residential complex. Shen Tunan gave a slight nod and approached the machine. He drew a deep breath, held it, then released it slowly as his blood qi surged through his body. A noticeable shift in temperature emanated from his surroundings. Then a thought struck him. He turned to the examiner. "Master Li, does Thunder Marshal Hall provide weapons?" Li Da replied, "We do. Follow me if you'd like to select one." Shen Tunan's expression brightened. He contained his blood qi and said, "Then I trouble you, Master Li." He followed Li Da through a doorway into an adjoining chamber filled with an array of weapons, swords, spears, blades, and more. They were conventional weapons, nothing forged from alloy. A flicker of disappointment crossed Shen Tunan's face, but he quickly reasoned that this was to be expected. Alloy weapons wouldn't be stored in a room this small. They were far too costly. First and second-grade alloy weapons suited the martial entry and martial warrior realms respectively, but their production costs were prohibitive. Only heirs of prominent families could afford them. Ordinary practitioners had no hope of purchasing such arms. Shen Tunan selected a comfortable longsword and returned to the testing apparatus. The Dragon Roar strike is too devastating to use casually. I'll test with the Phantom Sword art, he mused inwardly. He was confident the Phantom Sword art alone would earn him the highest tier Martial Master badge. There was no need to deploy the Dragon Roar strike. It would exhaust his stamina and blood chi unnecessarily. He channeled his blood chi into the blade and brought it down in a fierce vertical cleave. Boom! The machine shuddered as a number flashed across its display 16000. This was the power unleashed with threefold amplification. Weapons clearly enhanced his striking force. Crack! The sword snapped apart and clattered to the floor. Shen Tunan felt somewhat awkward. The examiner's eyes widened in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated such devastating combat power. A 3-star martial master who cultivates sword techniques. Your future is limitless. Lita remarked appreciatively, showing no concern over the broken weapon. I'll fetch you another blade. Wait here. He disappeared into the armory and returned moments later with a fresh long sword for Shen Tunan. Now gripping the new weapon, Shen Tunan resolved to unleash his tenfold amplification immediately. Otherwise he'd be swapping blades endlessly. Taking a deep breath, he set his blood chi surging and silently commanded tenfold amplification. The instant his sword descended, Lida beheld 100 phantom blade shadows dancing through the air, so ethereal and dreamlike he could not distinguish truth from illusion. Boom! The machine quaked violently as the digits scrambled across the display before settling on a final reading. 55006. A figure so staggering that the examiner's pupils nearly popped from his sockets. He frantically clicked his mouse to pull up Shen Tunan's records. When he saw the age, his throat worked as he swallowed hard. His face contorted in disbelief as he blurted, 30 years old. A half-step grandmaster. At that very moment, the longsword in Shen Tunan's grip shattered completely, scattering into fragments across the floor. A 10-star martial master typically possessed strength around 500,000 caddies. Exceeding that threshold without yet reaching the million caddy grandmaster tier earned one the title of half-step grandmaster. The entire room fell utterly silent. Lida gazed at Shen Tunan, his eyes filled with shock and awe. Even his body trembled, slightly overcome by sheer excitement. In watching, half-step grandmasters were few and far between. Serving as an examiner for such formidable warriors was considered an honor in itself. Masterly, Shen Tunan called out. Lida finally snapped back to reality and smiled. Apologies, I was a bit dazed from the astonishment just now. I never expected our Luoqing to produce a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster. It is truly unbelievable. You are a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Shen Tunan listened to the praise with a modest smile, showing no arrogance. With the system awakened, he was destined to be a genius, destined to be extraordinary. Wait here, I shall report to Master Long. With those words, the martial artist darted out of the room as though racing against time itself. Not long afterward, Lida returned, this time accompanied by a man resembling a lion in bearing. He was an extraordinarily imposing figure, over 6 feet tall and exceedingly broad-shouldered, standing with an immovable mountain-like presence. The vital energy coursing through him sent a chill down one's spine. This was a truly formidable warrior, undoubtedly a half-step grandmaster. Master Long, this is him, a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster, Lida introduced. Upon hearing this, Master Long strode confidently toward Shen Tunan and spoke in a deep, rugged voice. Impressive. I hear you were recommended by Chang'an. I am his teacher. Shen Tunan felt an immediate sense of warmth upon hearing this. He held Li Chang'an in extremely high regard, and since this man was Chang'an's teacher, he would surely be no less remarkable. Greetings, Master Long, Shen Tunan said politely. Since you have chosen to join our Thunder Martial Arts Hall, we will certainly not let you down. As a half-step grandmaster, your benefits will naturally be exceptional. How about this? I will personally escort you to collect your badge, and you shall enjoy the highest tier privileges afforded to martial artists. You will receive an annual subsidy of 2 million. Additionally, all items below grandmaster level may be purchased at a 30% discount, excluding alloy weapons, and resale is strictly prohibited. Hearing this, Shen Tunan's eyes lit up. The benefits of certification seemed to exceed even his imagination. After all, he had never been certified before, never meeting the required standards, and everything he knew was merely hearsay. Items below grandmaster level meant treasures of level 4 or lower. Everything except alloy weapons would be discounted by 30%. The savings would be substantial. Thunder Martial Arts Hall was indeed wealthy and powerful. No wonder so many were desperate to join. Shen Tunan suspected the other 2 major halls would hardly offer such generous terms. However, there is one matter I must inform you of in advance. Since you have passed our Thunder Martial Arts Hall certification, you must complete at least 2 missions each year. Moreover, the 2 million subsidy is granted only upon mission completion. Upon hearing these words, Shen Tunan felt no objection. Though labeled a subsidy, it was essentially a reward for completing missions. Greater ability meant greater responsibility, a principle anyone could understand. I understand, Shen Tunan nodded. Master Long, seeing no objection, continued, Chang'an indeed chose well. Some of the newer martial artists who joined our hall were thrilled at the prospect of subsidies and rewards, but the moment they were told about mission requirements, their expressions changed instantly. They failed to consider whether receiving such substantial funds without effort would bring them peace of mind. Some required counseling. Hearing this, Shen Tunan merely smiled without offering judgment. By the way, Master Long, I am currently short on funds. Might I request an advance of 2 million? Shen Tunan saw no problem with completing missions, but the issue was that he needed money immediately to purchase cultivation techniques, spiritual medicines, and the like. Mr. Shen, please do not put Master Long in such a difficult position. Our Thunder Martial Arts Hall's rules do not permit advances. Lida interjected, hoping to dissuade Shen Tunan from his request. Hearing this, Shen Tunan's expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. However, he was confident he could complete missions swiftly. Granted. To everyone's surprise, Master Long nodded firmly, his resonant voice echoing through the room. Lida stared in disbelief at Master Long. This man was the head of Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Luocheng. His words carried absolute weight, and he never joked around. This seems somewhat inconsistent with regulations. Lida inquired cautiously. Master Long's gaze fell upon Shen Tunan's face. Regulations exist for ordinary people. Shen Tunan is a genius. He is naturally exempt from such constraints. I have the authority to approve an advance of 2 million for you. Hearing these words, Shen Tunan quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master Long. Master Long waved his hand with a smile. No need for thanks. It is what you deserve. Glancing at Li Da's envious expression, he understood completely. A half-step Grandmaster at 30 would sooner or later attain Grandmaster level, and might even transcend it. Someone of such caliber enjoying special treatment seemed entirely reasonable. Follow me. I will take you to collect your badge, Master Long said. Shen Tunan followed closely behind. As they exited the room, Lida trailed after them, even chatting with Shen Tunan along the way. You are incredibly fortunate. Master Long is the hall master of our Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and you are the first person he has personally escorted to receive a badge. Lida said, his tone brimming with envy. Only then did Shen Tunan realize just how elevated Master Long's status and position truly were. No wonder he could make decisions such as this so effortlessly. The group took the elevator to the 20th floor. At the front desk, a beautiful woman rose immediately upon seeing Master Long. Good day, Hall Master. This is a new martial artist joining our Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Please register his information and issue his half-step Grandmaster badge, Master Long instructed. The front desk woman glanced at Shen Tunan in surprise, then politely said, Mr. Shen, please follow me to complete your registration. Shen Tunan stepped forward to provide his information. Within minutes, it was complete, and a silver badge was placed into his hands. The badge bore the character for Master and 11 silver stars. Congratulations on joining our Thunder Martial Arts Hall. From this day forward, you are one of us, Master Long said with genuine delight. You now have one opportunity to select a martial art or technique of your choosing, any level 4 or lower. Upon hearing of this benefit, a smile spread across Shen Tunan's face as excitement stirred within him. This would save a considerable sum of money. His current martial art, the Pure Yang technique, offered tenfold cultivation speed and was no inferior to any level 3 technique. He had no urgency to replace it. What he lacked most was a movement technique. Movement techniques belong to the category of martial skills, and cultivating them would enhance agility, boost explosive power, and dramatically increase speed. I would like to select a movement technique, Shen Tunan said. The front desk lady replied. You may choose from the martial arts mall on the computer. We have it in stock stored in the warehouse behind us. Dragon Hall Master looked at Shen Tunan and said, Please give me your account number, and I will have the payment transferred to you right away. After thanking him, Shen Tunan provided his card number and began browsing the martial arts mall. After 10 minutes of browsing, he locked his target on a movement technique. Floating Light Step, a third-tier martial art that upon reaching perfection, moves like fleeting light and passing shadows. Nearly impossible to track. Price, 1,500,000 yuan. Even at a 30% discount, it would still cost over 1 million. Shen Tunan felt it was worth every penny even at full price, let alone receiving it for free. He was definitely going to choose the most expensive and powerful option. It was also the priciest movement technique among all available options. This one, Shen Tunan said to the front desk lady. She nodded gently and personally went to the warehouse at the back to retrieve it. Floating Light Step, an excellent choice. Dragon Hall Master thought highly of Shen Tunan's taste. However, this movement technique is notoriously difficult to master. Having heard from his subordinates that Shen Tunan's sword technique was extraordinary, he already knew Shen Tunan possessed exceptional talent. Yet excessive confidence could sometimes hinder one's cultivation progress. After all, Shen Tunan was qualified to strive for the realm beyond Grandmaster. Is the difficulty that high? Shen Tunan said dismissively. Before his heaven and earth furnace talent, no martial art posed any real challenge. Over 10 minutes later, the front desk lady handed the book to Shen Tunan. Taking it in his hands, he flipped through it before everyone present and memorized its contents. He then activated his heaven and earth furnace talent. Slowly closing his eyes, he sensed another colossal phantom furnace materializing within his body, refining everything. Even simply gazing at the furnace evoked a profoundly majestic feeling, as if this heavenly and earthly furnace could swallow the entire world into itself. Shen Tunan could confirm without a doubt that this talent belonged to the absolute highest tier, exceedingly defying the heavens. After several dozen breaths, Shen Tunan opened his eyes. He then drew upon his internal chi and blood and put the technique into practice. Swish! In an instant he vanished from where he stood, truly moving like fleeting light and passing shadows, utterly impossible to capture. Everyone present stared with wide eyes, stunned by the sight. Lita stood dumbfounded, and the front desk lady wiped her eyes, half convinced she had imagined it. They all found it inconceivable. How could anyone master it in such a moment? This is floating light. Only when floating light step reaches perfection can one truly wield its power. Dragon Hall Master watched in astonishment. As a half-step grandmaster, he clearly saw the shimmering floating light continuously appearing beneath Shen Tunan's feet. It made him realize that the young man before him was likely a terrifying prodigy beyond imagination, an innate expert. Perhaps our Luo city really is about to produce a powerhouse of the innate realm. Dragon Hall Master was overcome with excitement and prepared to report this immediately. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Luo City was merely a branch falling under the jurisdiction of Chang'e City. Luo City could barely be considered a county. He needed to notify the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Chang'e City. Shen Tunan deployed his movement technique and instantly arrived beside the elevator. He felt the space was too cramped to fully exert himself here. Moreover, his speed could be even faster since the heaven and earth furnace also provided a tenfold amplification bonus. Even Shen Tunan himself could not predict just how fast he could move at full exertion. What he could confirm was that choosing floating light step was absolutely correct, even exceeding his expectations. Furthermore, Shen Tunan had deliberately revealed his talent. Having joined the Thunder Martial Arts Hall meant he now had backing behind him, and there was no need to conceal himself. He knew well that the people of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall were deeply united. In the future, even if someone dared to covet the opportunities on his person, they would need to weigh whether they could withstand the wrath of the entire Thunder Martial Arts Hall. And the higher his talent, the greater his value, and the more benefits he would reap in the years ahead. Brother Tunan, your talent truly surpasses my expectations, Dragon Hall Master said after finishing his call and reporting to his superiors, now addressing Shen Tunan with newfound familiarity. There was even a trace of reverence and envy in his eyes. When he had called his superior, the other party had fallen silent for a long while before telling him he had done well and expressing hope that Shen Tunan would come to Chang'e City soon to take the Grandmaster assessment. After all, superiors rarely praised him so readily. It was clear that the higher-ups held great expectations for Shen Tunan, believing his breakthrough to Grandmaster was virtually assured. Lida and the front desk lady remained stunned for a long while, only snapping back to reality after hearing Dragon Hall Master's voice. They grew increasingly respectful toward Shen Tunan, for whoever could earn the Hall Master's brotherhood was destined to soar to great heights. The attractive front desk lady dressed in black stockings felt her heart racing, and even her cheeks began to flush. Shen Tunan was only 30, barely 5 or 6 years older than her. But his future was boundless. He might very well become a towering figure far beyond her reach. Her thoughts grew restless. Yet she also understood that for a person like him, there was little hope unless he took a liking to her first. You flatter me, Dragon Hall Master, Shen Tunan said modestly. He could sense that Dragon Hall Master's attitude toward him had undergone another significant shift. It was likely his displayed talent that had left such an impression. After chatting for a while, Shen Tunan began checking missions on the computer. He first scanned his half-step Grandmaster badge through the camera beside the computer, which redirected him to the Martial Arts Mission website, where he could view available tasks. F-rank mission, hunt down the level 3 Ferocious Beast Demon Flame Wolf. The Ferocious Beast Forest is home to numerous dangerous beasts and requires an appointment to enter. However, once one reaches the half-step Grandmaster realm, no appointment is needed. One may accept a mission and enter directly by presenting their badge. Danger level high. The mission tier system was well known. The lowest tier was G, accessible to martial artists. F-rank missions required a martial artist to accept them. E-rank missions could only be undertaken by Grandmasters. Strictly speaking, a half-step Grandmaster still belonged to the martial artist realm and could not accept E-rank missions. Shen Tunan had not anticipated that accepting missions came with its own privileges. It seemed revealing his half-step Grandmaster strength was indeed the right move. Below the mission description, it stated that completing tasks would grant points which could be exchanged for various treasures. Potions, martial techniques, cultivation methods, and more could all be redeemed. Even alloy weapons could be exchanged, though the required points amounted to a staggering figure, something he would consider later. Let me check other missions. Shen Tunan scrolled with his mouse and continued browsing. F-rank mission, eliminate cultists. At Lingwu High School, cultists from the demon cult are suspected to be lurking. They are a fanatical evil sect and a branch of the 10,000 Races cult. They commit unspeakable atrocities. Wherever they appear, danger is certain and casualties are inevitable. Locate them and eliminate them all. Danger level high. Seeing this mission, Shen Tunan immediately stopped scrolling, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Lingwu High School was the school attended by his younger brother and sister. In other words, if this mission was not resolved, his family could be in danger. Except, Shen Tunan clicked the mouse, without hesitation claiming this perilous mission. He had witnessed firsthand what those demon cult members were capable of. None of them were righteous. He would never allow his family to face any threat. Mission accepted. Complete it within 7 days, otherwise it will be considered a failure. After accepting the mission, a line of text popped up below. Shen Tunan had no interest in checking other missions. He chose the second mission, hunting the level 3 ferocious beast demon flame wolf. Both missions were accepted simultaneously. The second mission also had a 7-day deadline, but Shen Tunan felt he could complete it easily. It was all minor issues. Moreover, he needed to visit the ferocious beast forest to hunt beasts and earn more money. Now Shen Tunan's standards were higher. He wanted to purchase a level 4 alloy weapon, which meant he definitely needed more money. However, he had to first go to Lingwu High School to deal with those cultists, which was the most important matter. Shen Tunan glanced out the window, then checked the time on the computer. It was already late. Going to Lingwu High School now would be too late. The computer displayed 1500. Taking the bus to Lingwu High School was farther than returning home, taking at least 3 hours. Taking a taxi would save time, but it would still be somewhat late. The mission mentioned that cultists of the devil worship cult are lurking, indicating they haven't been exposed yet, and likely won't act rashly. Shen Tunan also thought of this, so he wasn't in a rush for this day. Calming down, he exited the mission list and opened the martial arts mall. He prepared to select some good items for his family. After all, he now had some money, and with discounts he definitely should buy good things for his family. My younger brother and sister are still at the entry martial realm. I can buy level 1 potions to help them break through to martial artists sooner. My parents can use them too. Shen Tunan naturally wouldn't buy spirit herbs for his family, completely wasteful as they couldn't absorb them. The highest price was only 100 yuan for 50 milliliters. This price was reasonable, and Shen Tunan placed an order without hesitation, buying 4 vials. After discount, it came to 300 yuan. These potions all enhance chi and blood, meaning they strengthen physical power. As the saying goes, expensive things aren't necessarily good, but good things are always expensive. Buying the best for his family was natural. As for martial arts and techniques, he could pass on his pure yang art and void-piercing fist to his family. They could all cultivate them, so no need to buy a new. After finishing purchases for his family, he could select something for himself. Level 3 potion spirit liquid priced at 166 million yuan. Shen Tunan looked at the steep price and curiously asked Pavilion Master Long, "What spiritual herb is this spirit liquid made from?" Pavilion Master Long chuckled and said, "This is a newly discovered level 3 spiritual herb called Snow White Vine. Due to its scarcity and exceptional efficacy, the price is high." "Then are there Snow White Vine herbs for sale?" Shen Tunan asked. Pavilion Master Long shook his head. "No, only potions are sold. Supply cannot meet demand, and now only 1 bottle remains." Shen Tunan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to buy it. Although he had never used potions, he felt that buying this might be a good deal for himself. After discount, he paid nearly 1.3 million yuan. Now his bank card had less than 500 yuan left. Truly spending money like water. Shen Tunan felt making money was hard, but it vanished quickly when spent. However, money could always be earned back. Improving his own strength was what truly mattered. Shen Tunan was now ready to return home. His goal was clear: first give the potions to his family, then go to Lingwu High School the next day to complete the mission, and afterward head to the ferocious beast forest. Pavilion Master Long, "Master Li, I'm preparing to leave." Shen Tunan bid them farewell. "Wait." Pavilion Master Long suddenly called out, "Brother Tunan, remember to avoid exposing your identity as a peerless genius. Otherwise it may lead to adverse consequences." Shen Tunan furrowed his brows. What kind of adverse consequences? "Those of the myriad races cult love to eliminate geniuses of our human race. If they learn of your talent, they will definitely find ways to eliminate you. They might even use your family as leverage to threaten or lure you." When saying this, Pavilion Master Long's expression was grave. These had happened before, so he warned Shen Tunan to avoid following in other geniuses' footsteps. "I understand." Shen Tunan's expression also grew solemn. His family was what he valued most. If anything happened to them, he would never forgive himself. Therefore, once encountering cult members, he must absolutely not leave any survivors to spread news. Killing intent surged around Shen Tunan. Then Shen Tunan took the elevator and left. Lita watched his departing figure and said, "I truly wonder how far he will eventually go." Pavilion Master Long said solemnly, "His future achievements will definitely surpass the current city Lord Luo He." Hiss! A round of gasps echoed around them. The current city lord was a grandmaster. Having the chance to surpass a grandmaster meant possibly stepping into the exalted prenatal realm. The prenatal realm could awaken elemental powers controlling fire, thunder, wind, and water. The prenatal realm was a towering existence. If they frowned, countless people would tremble in fear, living in constant dread. Those in the prenatal realm were like overlord figures existing only in cities at the municipal level or above. Their wrath could cause rivers of blood and shake mountains and rivers. It was said that the city lord of Changhua City was such a prenatal powerhouse, personally commanding a municipal city of millions high above all like a sea-calming pillar. Such powerhouses had reached inhuman levels, able to walk on air. Even grandmasters had to look up in reverence and awe. After a 2.5-hour bus ride, Shen Tunan returned near his home. He went to the market, bought dozens of pounds of beef, some seasonings, and also some fruits and snacks, spending over 1,000 yuan, intending to bring them back to his family. Of course, the market also had some ferocious beast meat, but the price was dozens of times that of beef. While it tasted decent, its effects were far inferior to potions. Shen Tunan didn't buy any. By the time he arrived home, it was 18:06 in the afternoon. Shen's father and mother saw him carrying so many things and hurried over to help him carry them. The meat was taken to the kitchen and the rest was placed in the living room. Tunan, it's okay, why buy so many things? Shen's mother asked in confusion. At this moment, his younger brother Shen Zikong and younger sister Shen Mingyao arrived together, pushed open the door, and stepped into the house. Seeing so many things bought at home, Shen Mingyao said, "Is today a festival?" Shen Zikong saw the snacks and darted over, saying, "Oreo's my favorite snack." He tore open the package and put it in his mouth. Shen Tunan watched this scene with a smile. "It's not a festival. Oh, I just bought some things for you to eat." Shen Tunan said, "Brother, are you hiding something from us?" Shen Mingyao stared at Shen Tunan, not touching the snacks. In that instant, Shen Tunan felt his sister's gaze carried a hint of authority. He wasn't sure if he was imagining it. "Nothing much, I just got fired." Shen Tunan felt this matter would eventually come out anyway, so he decided to just say it. "What?" Shen's father was very agitated upon hearing this, extinguishing his cigarette. "On what grounds did the company fire you? You work overtime every day at the company, even without merit. There's hard labor, right?" He felt his son was treated unfairly. "Dad, I also didn't want to do it anymore," Shen Tunan explained. Sighed. Shen's mother sighed. "It's fine, there are plenty of job opportunities. There's no need to hang oneself on one tree." Shen Tunan, seeing his mother's understanding demeanor, took out 4 vials of potions from his pocket. "These are gifts I bought for you." Then he distributed the potions to his family. Shen Mingyao looked at the potion in her hand and said, "Isn't this a level 1 potion, clear wind potion?" Before her rebirth, she had been an empress and naturally knew the potion's name. Each vial of this potion costs 1,000 yuan, right? Upon hearing this, everyone who received a potion suddenly felt it was extremely precious. So expensive. Shen Zikong looked at the crystal-clear potion in his hand, utterly astonished. Shen's father and mother felt the same. They also thought it was too valuable. It was almost half the price of their house. "Tunan, maybe return it," Shen's mother said, reluctant to use it, feeling it was too luxurious and wasteful. Shen Tunan had to tell a white lie, saying, "I can't return it, it's one of the company's compensations. Returning it would just benefit the company for free." Shen's father and mother heard this and said no more. However, his sister Shen Mingyao stared at her brother, thinking there was no such coincidence in the world. She had never heard of being compensated with 4 vials of level 1 potions, worth 4,000 yuan, just given away for free. Forget it. Shen Mingyao withdrew her gaze, thinking it was probably her brother's goodwill. Oh, perhaps he had some opportunity, and there was no need to delve deeper. Everyone would have secrets unknown to others, as she did too, didn't she? After confessing about his resignation, Shen Tunan felt a lot more relieved. Although he had wanted to keep it a secret beforehand, it was only a matter of time before someone found out. It would have been difficult to explain back then. "Let's have dinner first," his mother said. The meals were all ready, just waiting for the family to return and eat together. The family sat at the dining table and began to eat. As for the beef and other dishes, they would just have to wait until tomorrow. Shen Tunan ate 3 large bowls of rice, but he wasn't really full. But that was fine. He was going to refine his level 3 potion later to replenish the energy his body needed. It was more puzzling that his younger sister Shen Mingyao had eaten even more than he had. His sister was so frail, yet her appetite seemed to grow larger by the day. "Sis, you eat so much every day, how come you don't gain any weight?" Shen Zikong asked curiously. Shen Mingyao shot her younger brother a glare. "None of your business. Eat your meal properly." The suppression of bloodline. Shen Zikong immediately dared not say another word. He lowered his head, looking at the potion in his pocket, feeling impatient to refine it. He had never used anything like this before, and few people at his school could afford it. Ordinary families found it hard to bear the cost. "Let's change the channel." His father wanted to watch the football match, so he picked up the remote and pressed a button. But accidentally, he saw a familiar person appear on the TV. "Isn't that Lu Ming?" On the channel, a reporter was conducting an interview. Lu Ming attended a banquet in full regalia, wearing an exquisite white dress and exquisite makeup on her face. She linked arms with a man in a suit who happened to be her new boyfriend He Tao. He Tao wore a black suit with a black tie around his neck, looking like a knight. As the saying goes, a suit is a man's armor, and a tie is his spear. For those who are truly wealthy, they place great emphasis on their image. "Mr. He Tao, is this your new girlfriend?" "She's truly beautiful," a reporter asked. "That's right, she's my new girlfriend, and I plan to marry her in the future." He Tao said. Upon hearing these words, the reporters below were extremely excited, each wanting to grab the headline. Lu Ming, however, had a face full of satisfaction, feeling a strong sense of security. Madam, I heard you come from an ordinary family. How did you meet Mr. He? The reporter asked. Lu Ming smiled and said, we met at a charity banquet. I love my current boyfriend very much and will grow old with him. Current boyfriend? So there's an ex-boyfriend. Why did you break up with him? Another reporter asked a sharp question. Lu Ming paused for a moment, glanced at He Tao, and found him expressionless, as if he didn't care. She pondered for a while and explained, my ex-boyfriend developed many bad habits such as gambling, alcoholism, lack of ambition, having a bad temper, and even being clingy. I had no choice but to break up with him. Shen Tunan watched his ex-girlfriend slandering him on TV, and he just sneered. Indeed, to curry favor with He Tao, she would say anything. Hearing this, Shen Mingyao said angrily, what an ungrateful bitch. My brother was so good to her before. Exactly. In the future, I must keep my eyes open when choosing a girlfriend. I will definitely not pick someone as disgusting as her. Shen Zikong was also extremely angry. They knew their brother's character well. It was absolutely not as bad as Lu Ming claimed. This girl is so vicious. Does currying favor with a wealthy man make it okay to slander others like this? His mother, usually a good-tempered person, now wanted to rush into the TV station and tear the girl apart. It was simply too much. His father slammed the table and said, thank goodness we didn't marry her into the family. Otherwise she would really be a disaster. He had seen through Lu Ming long ago. She was not a woman who contented herself with a simple life. Shen Tunan didn't care what Lu Ming said because now he looked down on her. In the past he had cared about Lu Ming, which is why her words could hurt him. Now he didn't care at all. Whatever Lu Ming said was irrelevant. Brother, don't take what she said to heart. Shen Mingyao said. Brother, someone like that isn't worth it. Shen Zikong glared at the person on the TV. I'll change the channel right away. His father quickly used the remote to switch stations. His mother put a piece of meat in Shen Tunan's bowl and said, don't be angry. It's not worth ruining your health over someone like this. Seeing his family's concern for him, Shen Tunan felt warm inside and smiled. I've already let go. Lu Ming is now just a stranger to me. But one day he will regret it. Shen Mingyao looked at her brother Shen Tunan and felt that he had completely changed into a different person. Before her rebirth, she remembered that after seeing this incident her brother had been very depressed. But his current reaction was completely off. She felt that her brother was now confident, sunny, and cheerful. He had truly moved on from the previous relationship without any lingering attachments. After finishing their meal, the family sat on the sofa and chatted. After some casual talk, they moved on to more serious matters. Zikong, Mingyao, both of you must cultivate diligently and become martial artists as soon as possible. Don't disappoint my expectations for you. Shen Tunan could see that his younger brother and sister had talents higher than his own. Even without level 1 potions, they could definitely break through to become martial artists. Now that he had given them level 1 potions, it would only speed up the process. We will. Both nodded in unison. Shen Mingyao thought to herself. Even without this potion, I could enter the martial artist realm within a week. With it, I'll step into that realm today. After all, she was a reborn person, and her cultivation speed was extremely fast. To deal with the disasters that would come later, she had to become strong quickly. I'll go back to my room first. Shen Mingyao, thinking about the disasters she would face in the future, was eager to refine the potion and become stronger. Seeing his sister leave, Shen Zikong also got up and returned to his room. He also wanted to become strong and not let down his parents and older brother. Shen's father and mother, seeing this scene, had eyes full of gratification. They thought Shen Tunan was a good older brother, making them worry-free, and he also encouraged his younger siblings. Brother, once I become strong in the future, I'll buy you many potions. As Shen Zikong was about to return to his room, he suddenly stopped and turned around to say this. Shen Tunan smiled. Haha, that might depend on you becoming a grandmaster first. Shen Zikong held his head high and said, I am destined to become a grandmaster. Seeing his younger brother so full of vigor, Shen's father and mother couldn't help but laugh. They thought it was impossible, but didn't want to dampen their son's confidence. Then I look forward to that day. Shen Tunan responded. Shen Zikong walked into his room and closed the door. Then he opened his computer, preparing to look up the precautions for taking potions. At that moment, the watch on his wrist, similar to a Casio, suddenly ticked. The lights around him began to flicker. The computer also started to flicker. Moonlight streamed through the window and fell beside him, with the glow of the computer screen illuminating Shen Zikong's face. Young man, do you want to become strong? A voice came from within the watch. What is that? Shen Zikong's scalp went numb with fear as he tried to shake off the watch on his wrist. The voice emanating from the watch was so eerie that it was impossible to tell whether it belonged to a man or a woman. It was as if he had encountered a ghost. Do not be afraid. I am not your enemy. I am the one who can change your destiny. A beam of white light emerged from the watch and slowly took the form of an elderly man. The old man had white hair and a white beard, yet his facial skin was as smooth as that of an infant. His attire was not the garb of ancient times, but modern clothing. Hearing the words, change your destiny, Shen Zikong calmed down. He indeed wished to alter his fate, even though he had only boasted about becoming a grandmaster in the living room earlier. But he knew his chances were slim. In watching, those who could attain the rank of Grandmaster were as rare as phoenix feathers. Zikong, are you all right? Apparently, having heard Shen Zikong's earlier cry, his mother knocked on the door with concern. I'm fine, Shen Zikong replied. Soon after, he heard footsteps fading away as his mother left. Tell me, how can I change my destiny? And who exactly are you? Now calmer, Shen Zikong recalled the novels he had read, where a grandpa-like figure would emerge from a ring. It suddenly didn't seem so strange for a grandpa to appear from a watch instead. Perhaps he truly was a child of fate, destined to change his own destiny. But what puzzled him was that his watch had been purchased at a second-hand market for less than 200 yuan, and he had worn it for over a year without noticing anything unusual. I am a new human. You may call me Xinqing. I do not belong to this era nor to ancient times. I am a person from the future. The old man spoke in a measured tone, introducing himself. New human. Xinqing. What a peculiar title, and an equally strange name. Shen Zikong remarked sarcastically. The old man did not take offense and said, It is only natural that you cannot comprehend. Know this, I come from 1,000 years into the future. Shen Zikong asked curiously, 1,000 years from now, has humanity completely driven out the ferocious beasts? Upon hearing this, Xinqing fell silent, then replied grimly, No. The new humans of the future face even greater hardships. Civilization has suffered collapse and severance. A new civilization has risen. The environment has undergone drastic changes, spiritual energy has faded. All of this makes it even harder for gods to be born in the future. Shen Zikong sensed something amiss upon hearing these words. Civilization collapse and severance. It sounded as though the world had been destroyed once. Young man, I endured untold hardships to return from the future to this present moment solely to rewrite the ending. I intend to forge you into the deity of this era to rewrite every ending to change the future. Are you willing? Xinqing asked with a grave expression, not in the least jesting. Hearing such weighty and solemn words, Shen Zikong's eyes showed no hesitation as he replied, I only wish to become stronger. Good. Xinqing smiled. I will teach you martial arts and techniques from the future. You must reach the martial master realm as soon as possible to qualify for searching for the medicines and materials needed to alter your aptitude. With that, Xinqing began instructing Shen Zikong in second-rate future martial arts and techniques. He merely tapped his finger and countless characters floated into Shen Zikong's mind. Following the instructions, Shen Zikong discovered that these second-rate future martial arts were far easier to cultivate than their modern counterparts. They seemed more refined, with the difficulty of cultivation significantly reduced. Moreover, these second-rate techniques possessed an additional effect. Upon reaching perfection, they would grant a doubling of power. Could it mean that at the same realm he would be twice as strong as his opponents? He had been skeptical of Xinqing's claims, but now he believed everything the old man said was true. After all, he had never heard of modern second-rate martial arts possessing such amplification effects. It was simply unbelievable. In less than an hour, he successfully cultivated the future martial arts to the introductory level. His ability to draw in spiritual energy had multiplied several times over. This is far too simple, even easier than first-rate martial arts. Shen Zikong opened his eyes, a look of astonishment on his face. Xinqing smiled and said, Future martial arts have undergone numerous improvements, so of course they are easier to cultivate. However, your aptitude is merely average. You must change it. Shen Zikong nodded. Though he did not know what realm Xinqing referred to as deity, it sounded impressively powerful, certainly surpassing that of a grandmaster. It seems I must advance to the martial master realm as quickly as possible. Saying this, he picked up the first-level potion, and without checking the usage instructions again, swallowed it in one gulp. He was confident he could fully refine and convert it into his own blood and chi energy. This confidence came from the second-rate future martial art. At the same time, in Shen Tunan's room, he sat on his bed holding a third-level potion, spiritual liquid, for the first time. He opened the bottle and swallowed the potion in one gulp. Let me see exactly what difference exists between a third-level potion and a third-level spiritual herb. As soon as he swallowed it, Shen Tunan activated the heavenly furnace once more, and a surge of intense heat flowed through his limbs and bones. In that moment, he felt as though his entire body was about to catch fire. Terrifying power was continuously reshaping his physique and amplifying his aura. His strength surged rapidly. The temperature in the room rose sharply, and with every breath he exhaled, trails of hot steam struck the glass, creating clouds of mist. As each second ticked by, Shen Tunan's aura grew increasingly formidable. A terrifying spiritual energy vortex formed around him, voraciously drawn into his body. Martial Master 2nd star. Martial Master 3rd star. Martial Master 4th star. Having advanced 3 minor realms consecutively, Shen Tunan finally fully digested the potion's effects. He abruptly opened his eyes, sharp brilliance radiating from his pupils, sharper than any blade, his aura overwhelmingly imposing. However, this breakthrough left him drenched in sweat, and he expelled some black impurities, causing his body to emit an unpleasant odor. As long as one consumed the 5 grains of mortal life, impurities within the body were unavoidable. But raising one's realm could eliminate these impurities. Shen Tunan took a bath towel, gathered some clean clothes, and stepped into the bathroom to wash. After bathing, Shen Tunan looked at his reflection in the bathroom mirror and found his muscles had become more even and perfect, exhibiting extraordinarily fluid beauty. His physique now surpassed that of even the most dedicated fitness enthusiasts, and his body harbored explosive power. At Martial Master 4th star with full exertion, I can generate 200,000 gene of force. If I apply the tenfold amplification, wouldn't I be able to contend with a Grandmaster? Brilliant light erupted from Shen Tunan's eyes, his expression a mixture of awe and delight barely containable. Admittedly, the effects of this third-level spiritual liquid far exceeded his expectations, surpassing even the efficacy of spiritual herbs. He felt it was worth every penny and finally understood why spirit potions commanded such exorbitant prices. But more importantly, his strength had reached such a terrifying level. His original goal had been to become a Grandmaster, yet his current power, though not yet at that rank, rivaled one. He could unleash up to 2 million gene of tremendous force. If he incorporated sword techniques, his power would increase by another 100,000 gene or so. With such strength, he could roam freely throughout Luoqing, fearing no opponent whatsoever. After all, even a Grandmaster at the 1st star could only muster 1 million gene of force. His current strength had already surpassed a Grandmaster 1st star, rivaling that of a Grandmaster 2nd star. Ha ha ha! Shen Tunan could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter, his aura spreading recklessly. Then he returned to his room. In Shen Mingyao's room, she had just finished refining the potion, and her cultivation had now entered the martial warrior realm. The blood and chi energy flowing through her body was twice as strong as before her breakthrough. The martial arts of the ancient sacred land are indeed extraordinary. My cultivation speed is more than thrice that of ordinary people. Shen Mingyao was highly satisfied with her martial arts. With the inheritance of the ancient sacred land, she no longer needed to exhaust herself searching for martial arts and techniques. But to advance her cultivation quickly, she still needed to earn money for potions and other resources to grow stronger rapidly. However, she recalled sensing a terrifying aura earlier, feeling the spiritual energy in the air, flowing at a remarkably rapid surging pace. When did a Grandmaster-level expert appear near my home? Shen Mingyao was somewhat puzzled. That aura had come and gone quickly. She had been refining the potion at the time and failed to notice the direction in which the spiritual energy was flowing, wondering where it was converging. In Shen Zikong's room, 20 minutes earlier, Xinxing had been guiding Shen Zikong in his cultivation, instructing him on the key points of martial arts practice so that he could digest the potion's power more quickly. But at that moment, Xinxing too had sensed that the speed of the surrounding spiritual energy flow was somewhat abnormal. Someone is devouring spiritual energy in massive quantities to replenish their blood and qi. Xinxing immediately discerned the cause. Only a Grandmaster could create such a phenomenon in spiritual energy flow. I didn't expect that boy to have a Grandmaster in his family. He could perceive that this spiritual energy continuously flowed toward the neighboring room. That boy probably has no idea his own relative is a Grandmaster. I will keep this to myself for now, lest he grow complacent in his cultivation relying on his background. Though somewhat startled, Xinxing quickly composed himself. Moonlight cascaded like silk through the window, pooling upon the floor. Shen Mingyao stood before the window, gazing at the luminous moon in the sky, her heart filled with profound tranquility. So what if they are a Grandmaster? I will inevitably reach that realm. Though Shen Mingyao was startled to discover a Grandmaster in the vicinity of her residential complex, she felt an even greater confidence in herself. In Luo City, a Grandmaster was an untouchable titan, but across the entire world they amounted to no more than a single grain of sand in the vast ocean, utterly insignificant. During that great catastrophe, even a Grandmaster was nothing more than cannon fodder crushed beneath the relentless tide with no means of resistance. Shen Mingyao withdrew her gaze, composed her thoughts, and began her meditation with closed eyes. After breaking through to the martial artist realm, she could go days and nights, without sleep, ever vigorous and never succumbing to drowsiness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Tunan was equally sleepless. Upon breaking through his realm, as he gently circulated his qi and blood, his body emitted a crackling sound like firecrackers. When it surged through him rapidly, the sounds within would transform into thunderous roars. If I were to break through to Grandmaster and gain tenfold amplification, how formidable would I become? Shen Tunan's eyes flickered with anticipation as he looked forward to the day he would enter the Grandmaster realm. After the breakthrough, Shen Tunan began to examine his panel. He silently chanted, and a deep azure panel materialized before him. Host Shen Tunan. Talent Heaven and Earth Furnace. Martial Arts Level 2 Pure Yang Technique perfected. 7-fold cultivation speed. Combat Techniques Taishian Sword Art Undetermined Level 2 Sky Cleaving Fist perfected. 7-fold Attack Amplification. Phantom Sword Art perfected. 10-fold Attack Amplification. Gazing at the information on the panel, Shen Tunan fell into thought. If his combat prowess advanced, but his martial arts and weapons remained at outdated levels, the amplification bonuses would diminish accordingly. No wonder when refining the potion earlier the process felt longer than before. His cultivation speed had likely slowed as a result of the breakthrough. I suppose I still need to obtain new level 3 martial arts. Shen Tunan understood each time he advanced a major realm, he must replace all his combat techniques and martial arts. Otherwise, he would not achieve the maximum tenfold amplification. But this matter was not urgent. He would deal with it after completing his current task. Besides, he had no new potions available anyway. A slightly slower cultivation pace was acceptable. Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering fortune's favor. You have earned one lottery opportunity. And the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Shen Tunan was utterly bewildered. Hadn't the agreement been one talent awakening per month? What on earth was this fortune's favor? As if sensing his confusion, the system spoke again. Fortune's favor randomly triggers when the host's fortune reaches a certain threshold. Current detection: host's fortune is extraordinarily potent, therefore it has triggered. Shen Tunan's expression grew even more puzzled. The concept of fortune was intangible and elusive. He had no idea how to judge whether his own fortune was high or low. Nevertheless, Shen Tunan chose not to overthink it. Since he was receiving a free lottery opportunity, why not take it? Lottery, Shen Tunan silently commanded in his heart. In the next moment, the spinning wheel reappeared in his consciousness, rotating rapidly before the pointer finally settled upon a pool of purple radiance. As the purple light expanded, the system's announcement chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the talent Source of Life. Source of Life, LV. One upgradable, capable of instantly restoring injuries. Even catastrophic wounds can be healed to full condition in an instant. Can be used once per day. Upon seeing this talent, a look of astonishment crossed Shen Tunan's face. On the surface, it seemed inferior to the heaven and earth furnace. Yet it could be upgraded, and even at its current level, its effect was already terrifying. A faint smile graced his lips. What would happen if its level were raised to the maximum? Could it bring the dead back to life? Shen Tunan was unsure, but he felt that such a possibility might one day become reality. With Source of Life available once per day, it meant he now possessed an extra life beyond others. As long as he did not die, he could mount a counterattack, catching his opponents completely off guard. Shen Tunan was deeply satisfied with this new talent. Having obtained it, he felt no sleepiness that night and waited until the following dawn. Birds chirped from the branches outside, and a ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, falling upon Shen Tunan. He appeared even more youthful now, and beneath the golden light, there was an undeniable air of striking handsomeness. He rose slowly and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. His mother had already risen and prepared breakfast. Seeing Shen Tunan emerge, she greeted him warmly. Tunan, did you sleep well last night? His mother asked. Shen Tunan nodded. Very soundly. After brushing his teeth and washing up, he sat at the dining table to begin breakfast. Breakfast was simple, millet porridge with 2 boiled eggs, plain yet nourishing. After finishing, Shen Tunan bid his mother farewell. Mom, I'm going out to find a job today. Please tell Dad not to worry. Aren't you going to rest for a few more days? Shen's mother asked, her heart aching for her son. She felt he need not rush to find a new position. He deserved some time to relax. Traveling to unwind would also be fine. Let me apply at companies first. Getting hired won't happen overnight. Shen Tunan lied smoothly. He intended to complete his quest at Lingwu High School today. But he had no intention of telling his family. Sharing the truth would only bring them unnecessary worry. After all, going to work was entirely different from completing missions. Missions carried real danger to his life. Tunan, are you planning to go on any blind dates in the future? His mother's question nearly made Shen Tunan spit out his millet porridge. He had just suffered a heartbreak, and now he was expected to join the matchmaking ranks. Mom, let's not discuss this. I have no interest right now. Shen Tunan hurriedly refused. Had he not awakened his talent, he might have compromised and settled for a mundane life with someone. But fate was often so extraordinary, it could shift in an instant. Shen Tunan quickly left home, breathing in the fresh morning air. After cultivating the floating light step, he felt his legs brimming with strength and his body growing remarkably lighter. He walked significantly faster than ordinary people. Nevertheless, he chose to take the bus to Lingwu High School. Although his full-speed bursts would far exceed the vehicle's pace, doing so in public would be far too alarming. It would also drain his stamina considerably. To track down those cult members, he needed to conserve his energy and physical strength. After all, eliminating them was not difficult, but locating them was the real challenge. As for his younger brother and sister, they would be heading to school shortly and staying in their classrooms, so there was little chance of running into them. Shen Tunan soon arrived at the bus stop and waited for the earliest bus. Before long, he boarded the bus, opened his phone, and dialed a number. The quest to eliminate cult members allowed him to first contact the person in charge, who would provide certain leads. Hello, this is the one who accepted the cultist assassination quest. Where shall we meet? Oh, it's you. Let's meet at the Happiness Restaurant to the right of Lingwu High School. Very well. After a brief exchange, Shen Tunan hung up the phone and gazed out the window at the passing buildings and pedestrians. Xingfu Restaurant. A middle-aged man sat at a table devouring his noodles with visible satisfaction. This was his favorite dish here, served in the most authentic style. After he finished his noodles, a figure appeared at the doorway. A man who looked about 23 years old, walking directly toward him. However, the middle-aged man paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the street outside, as though waiting for someone. Hello, are you the person in charge? The young man asked. The middle-aged man paused then replied, "You're a powerhouse here to take on the task." He was somewhat surprised, for as the coordinator he knew that only those at the half-step grandmaster level or above could accept missions. Yet this young man before him didn't look like a half-step grandmaster by any measure. "Yes, my name is Shen Tunan," Shen Tunan said with a smile, extending his hand. The middle-aged man immediately rose to his feet and grasped Shen Tunan's hand. Lumu. Let me contact the others now." Others? Wasn't this supposed to be a solo mission? Shen Tunan had only briefly glanced at the mission details, which hadn't mentioned it being a group assignment. Lumu hurried to explain, "It was originally designated as solo, but my investigation over the past few days has revealed quite a number of cult members. I also sensed an aura that appeared to belong to a half-step grandmaster, so I requested to upgrade this to a team mission. However, please rest assured, even if it's a group mission, everyone will receive their reward upon completion." Hearing this, Shen Tunan pulled out his phone to review the mission. The original danger rating had been marked as high, but it had now escalated to extreme, indicating the situation had grown even more perilous. Nevertheless, Shen Tunan was confident in his own strength and paid little mind to whether other powerhouses were involved. He would handle things either way. "I understand. Go ahead and make your calls." Shen Tunan found a stool and took a seat. Lumu quickly placed his call, and within moments 2 more men entered from outside. They were twin brothers dressed in black leisure wear, both standing well over 1.80 m with lean, wiry frames. A silver Martial Master badge hung from each man's chest, bearing 5 silver stars. Clearly both were level 5 Martial Masters, and they drew plenty of reverent glances as they walked. The twin brothers simply found seats without introducing themselves. "Is anyone else coming?" Shen Tunan asked. Lumu nodded. "There's one more. The new team leader is a half-step grandmaster. His own cultivation stood at merely 3 stars in the Martial Master realm, making him the weakest among them all." Shen Tunan's expression shifted to surprise. With his addition, there were now 2 half-step grandmasters in total. This mission was clearly more serious than he'd initially thought. 5 minutes later, a man with the commanding stride of a tiger and dragon entered the restaurant. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, and a green dragon coiled around his left arm, giving him a fearsome appearance. His burly frame added to the oppressive presence he radiated. "Hello everyone, I'm the new team leader Wang He, but I prefer you call me Captain Wang. For this new mission, our priority is to apprehend them alive. We must not cause any panic or disturb the students." Despite his menacing look, Wang He proved to be remarkably careful about following rules. This contrast struck Shen Tunan as noteworthy. It proved once again that appearances could be deceiving when judging whether someone was good or evil. Out of the corner of his eye, Shen Tunan noticed the twins, cold and indifferent upon entering, yet suddenly showing deference when they saw Wang He. They likely knew each other. Shen Tunan had no objection to Wang He leading the team. After all, the mission was what mattered, and the captain's identity was irrelevant. At the same time, in a rented house near Lingwu High School, over a dozen men stood in uniform black clothing, each bearing the character for demon on their garments. But 4 individuals were the exception. Shrouded in darkness, their clothing colors indistinguishable. Yet an overwhelmingly terrifying chi and blood energy radiated from them, like fierce beasts, sending shivers through anyone who felt their presence. "Honored ones, do you require anything from us?" one of the cultists asked obsequiously. These 4 had been sent by the Wan family sect, of which their demon cult was merely a branch. The Wan family sect served as their headquarters, and anyone dispatched from there was a person of importance, let alone 4 sent simultaneously. "Go forth and wreak havoc. You need no longer conceal yourselves." From the darkness, one of the elites spoke, his voice thundering like striking lightning that made eardrums ache. "Yes." The demon cult member nodded silently. Even the one who had asked was a high-ranking cultist at the Martial Master level, yet in the presence of such elites, he felt utterly outmatched. These were truly great figures, likely all 4 half-step grandmasters. The sheer scale of this operation excited him. Against whom could such force be directed? "Begone," came the voice from darkness once more. The demon cult members quickly bowed and withdrew. Only after they had left did 4 middle-aged men in black robes emerge from the shadows. Unlike the others, their black robes bore the characters for one family rather than demon. To them, the demon cult members were merely expendable pawns, lives to be sacrificed at any moment. "Brother, why has the sect dispatched all 4 of us?" one asked. Though they shared the same half-step grandmaster cultivation, only their eldest brother, known as Bloodhand, knew the full details. He was a middle-aged man with blood-red pupils and dark circles beneath his eyes, suggesting prolonged sleeplessness. Most striking was his left hand stained in intense crimson. That was how he earned his epithet. "We have informants within Thunder Martial Hall. Intelligence suggests a genius on the verge of breaking through to grandmaster rank. One we must eliminate before he rises." Bloodhand's voice was cold as ancient ice, devoid of any warmth. "I see." The other 3 half-step grandmasters nodded, their killing intent radiating outward. The gap between half-step grandmaster and true grandmaster might seem small, yet only 1 in 20 could ever make that final breakthrough. Eliminating a potential grandmaster warranted the deployment of all 4 of them. It was far from an overreaction. I can hardly wait to taste the blood of such a genius. One sneered, his eyes gleaming with greed as he ran his tongue along his lips. Consuming the blood of powerful opponents was his particular vice. Very well, that concludes my instructions. Wang He's gaze swept over the group before settling on Lu Mu. Your turn to lead the way. Lu Mu stepped forward from the crowd, ready to take point. Having worked this case for several days, he knew the area intimately, gathering crucial leads and tracking the cult's movements, though he'd been cautious enough to avoid rash actions. Obey my commands without question, Wang He stated sternly. The group had no objections. As they exited the restaurant and passed the school, the last student was seen hurrying through the gates. The students radiated the vibrant energy of youth. Lingwu High School. I've heard that several years ago someone from here was admitted to Ziyang Prefecture's Martial University. I wonder if we'll see another this year. Lu Mu mentioned this as they passed. The others couldn't help but glance at Lingwu High School's plaque, astonished that such an institution could produce a talent of that caliber. Ziyang Prefecture was far vaster than Changhe City, a massive metropolis home to tens of millions. Its concentration of grandmasters vastly exceeded that of their own Luoqing. Admission to Ziyang Martial University virtually guaranteed the resources needed to reach grandmaster status. Unlike Luoqing, where opportunities were scarce and grandmasters were few. Shen Tunan also looked up at Lingwu High School, hoping one of his younger siblings might someday be admitted to Ziyang Martial University. But that depended entirely on individual talent. Success would bring honor to the entire family. Once I earn enough, I can buy more medicinal pills for my younger siblings. Shen Tunan thought to himself. He wanted to nurture his siblings' abilities as much as possible, ensuring they could perform at their best on the entrance examination, even if Ziyang Martial University remained out of reach. Enough. Continue leading us. Don't alert any students, Wang He instructed. The group moved forward again, approaching the rental house beside the school. Right ahead, that's the one. Lu Mu gestured while walking. After days of observation, the occupants of that rental house are the most suspicious. Then we'll surround the building. If we confirm cult members, apprehend them alive if possible, or kill them on the spot if not. Do not hesitate. Wang He warned the group. Cult members were ruthless and carelessness could cost them their lives. Everyone nodded in agreement. Inside the rental apartment, a dozen or so cult members stood on the upper floor. Their rented building was a 6-story structure. From here, looking down through the window, one could see the people below. Lord Bai, I have seen that person. He has been sneaking around and tailing me for days. A cult member pointed downward with his finger, indicating Li Mu, who was approaching from below. The cult member known as Lord Bai was a senior adherent at the 6th star of Martial Master, appearing to be around 35 years old with a stout build. It seems we have been exposed, but it does not matter now. Let us go on a killing spree. The man called Lord Bai sneered. His gaze shifted toward the sports field of Lingwu High School, not far away. Let us kill some students while we are at it. This was his hobby, his dark obsession. He loved most the sound of students screaming. Such sounds filled him with ecstasy, sending waves of pleasure through his entire body. Furthermore, he had investigated these past few days and discovered there was a genius among these students. Just one, but killing this genius would earn him commendation. However, this genius would certainly have to be killed by his own hand. Yes. The cult members behind him nodded in unison, their eyes revealing murderous intent. Let us go downstairs first. With those 4 lords present, anyone who comes will die. The true name of Lord Bai was Bai Mo. At this moment, he was surging with killing intent throughout his entire body, craving to slaughter to his heart's content. Then, leading a group of people, he headed downstairs. While in the stairwell, a man carrying breakfast and wearing slippers, also a resident of this building, was preparing to return to his room. Suddenly seeing a group of people approaching from ahead, he did not pay much mind. Just as he took out his keys, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck, followed by a sharp crack as his breakfast fell to the ground. Bayamo retracted his palm and sneered. Finally, I can stop hiding and suppressing myself. He glanced at the man lying in a pool of blood, completely indifferent. Just then someone else passed by this place, saw the corpse and screamed. But before he took a few steps, he was caught up by a cult member, struck through the heart, with one blow, dying on the spot. They felt that since they had been completely exposed, there was absolutely no need to hide anymore. Moreover, the order from the higher-ups was to not conceal their identities, but to cause destruction and slaughter. That meant they could completely let themselves go. With 2 people dead in succession and the scent of blood permeating the air, some people staying in the rental rooms opened their doors with confusion. But the moment they opened their doors, it was their death sentence. They saw grimacing faces. Before they could even reach for their phones, blood splattered everywhere, and they fell into pools of blood, becoming corpses bereft of all warmth. And some clever tenants, hearing the commotion, kept their doors tightly shut, daring not to open them at all. But this group did not care, roughly smashing open doors and killing their way down to the floors below. Their hands were stained with fresh blood. Almost all the residents of the building had been slaughtered by them. When Shen Tunan and the others arrived at the bottom of the rental building, they could already smell the heavy scent of blood. It seems the cultists inside have already discovered us. Now they are killing innocents like cornered dogs. Wang He, with a green dragon tattoo winding around his arm, spoke with a grave expression. What should we do now? Lu Mu asked. If they continued to delay, more innocent people would likely perish for nothing. Charge and directly. Wang He decided on the spot. The others nodded in agreement. Then Wang He kicked open the main door with one strike. Being a half-step grandmaster, he sent the door flying and charged inside. Everyone followed close behind. Soon they discovered several corpses lying in pools of blood nearby, along with a few cult members whose expressions were ferocious like demons. Kill. Wang He had originally intended to capture them alive, but now he felt these people deserved to die. Existing in this world, they were merely wasting air. He charged forward first with the speed of thunder. One hand grabbed a cult member's neck, and with a slight squeeze he snapped it on the spot. The others were all martial masters, naturally not idling either, each displaying their skills. The twin brothers, skilled in movement techniques, when rushing upstairs in just a few leaps, arrived before two cult members. Then brutally each threw a punch, striking the cult members in the face, making them spew blood. Their teeth were knocked flying, and their nasal bones were shattered. Their bodies crashed heavily against the walls, cracking them, and producing tremendous crashing sounds. At the sports field of Lingwu High School, thousands of students were doing exercises there. And in the crowd, there was a tall young woman, none other than Shen Tuanan's younger sister Shen Mingyao. Shen Mingyao had inherited excellent genes. Her appearance was outstanding. She was at the level of school beauty. When doing radio exercises, she easily attracted the attention of the opposite sex. After finishing a set of radio exercises, Shen Mingyao suddenly felt a vague unease in her heart. She always sensed danger lurking around her. She was originally a female emperor, and her ability to sense crises far surpassed that of ordinary people. She had just felt an inexplicable killing intent. Although she could not pinpoint where it was emanating from, things were already somewhat unsafe here now. Even as a martial artist in her current state, she felt extreme peril. Teacher. Shen Mingyao raised her hand. What is it? A female teacher wearing glasses walked over. I feel like someone is watching us, Shen Mingyao said. The female teacher smiled and said, You do not mean those other male students, do you? The boys around heard this, and quickly looked away, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shen Mingyao shook her head. I sense killing intent. Perhaps there are cult members hidden nearby. The female teacher looked at Shen Mingyao and said, Do not be afraid. Even if there are cult members, our teachers will protect your safety. Besides, the principal is also here. Cult members cannot cause any trouble. You should not be so sensitive. Perhaps it is merely some male students looking at you. Hearing the teacher say this, Shen Mingyao knew the teacher had not taken it to heart. Saying more would be pointless. She could only sigh inwardly, hoping nothing major would occur. I wish it were just my imagination. Shen Mingyao looked around, still unable to determine where the killing intent was coming from. After all, she was only a martial artist, now lacking the immense power she had possessed before her rebirth. All right, continue with the radio exercises. The female teacher left without giving it another thought. At the same time, Shen Tunan and his four companions had already fought from the first floor to the fourth floor, each having eliminated nearly 2 cult members. However, anger still burned fiercely within their hearts. Because along the way they had witnessed too many innocent people perishing horribly, all victims of these fanatical cult members. There may be experts upstairs. Be careful, Wang He warned everyone. The twin brothers nodded on the surface, but their expressions revealed indifference. Shen Tuanan also did not take these words to heart. After all, his strength was evident, and with the source of life, he could instantly recover from any injuries. He was not afraid of ambushes. It was Lu Mu who grew somewhat nervous, vigilantly guarding himself. Lu Mu's strength was the weakest among them. Without such a sense of crisis, he would have perished long ago. Everyone slowly ascended to the 5th floor. It was remarkably quiet up there with almost no sound, yet they could still smell a thick, pervasive scent of blood. The few stepped forward and saw several corpses lying on the ground, but they did not linger on them, beginning to explore the surroundings. On the 5th floor, 2 room doors were tightly shut. I will push open the door ahead. You two handle the door on the right, Wang He instructed. Since the twins were walking in front, it was not Shen Tuanan's turn. The twins nodded. The two walked toward the door, just about to push it open. Suddenly a lethal killing intent struck them. The door swung open on its own, and a short blade stabbed out from within. Careful! Shen Tuanan's reaction was astonishingly swift. One step forward, he pulled one twin behind him, his body retreating violently. But the other twin was already beyond saving. A single slash had sealed his throat. A torrent of blood gushed from his neck. He pressed desperately against his wound, trying in vain to slow the flow. However, it was still too late. The moment that ambush attacker withdrew the short blade, the twin fell into the pool of blood. Brother! The surviving twin Huashui wept bitterly, letting out a heart-rending wail. Biamo retracted his short blade, a sinister smile upon his face. What a pity! I could not send you brothers together to hell. And in front of another door, several cult members also ambushed Wang He. But a half-step grandmaster was no match for mere lowly minions. They were dispatched in a few rounds, unable to harm him in the slightest. Shen Tuanan regarded the grinning Biamo blade in hand with a cold expression. A surge of fury rose within his heart. He hated these cult members above all else. They treated human life as worthless weeds, finding delight in slaughter. Phantom sword art triple enhancement. Shen Tuanan simultaneously employed his movement technique. Floating light appeared beneath his feet, and like a phantom, he swiftly brought his hand down like a blade, creating countless afterimages. Biamo only had time to raise his short blade to block. But as a streak of white light flashed across his vision, his blade shattered on the spot. A clean level bloodline appeared between his eyebrows, extending all the way from his face down to his feet. Boom! The ground erupted, leaving a fissure several meters long. Biamo's smile froze upon his face, his eyes still carrying terror and utter disbelief. Facing Shen Tuanan's attack, he had not a single chance to counter. He was slain instantaneously. Shen Tunan instantly dealt with an expert martial artist from the cult. This left everyone present in stunned silence. Especially Hua Shui, who had assumed there was only one powerful opponent within the mission. But unexpectedly, another half-step grandmaster lay hidden. The terrifying power and aura that had just been unleashed raised goosebumps all over his body. Even though it was not aimed at him, he could sense the danger lurking. "Thank you for saving my life." Hua Shui offered a respectful salute. Though his heart ached with the loss of his brother, without Shen Tunan's intervention, he would surely be dead as well. No need for such courtesy. Shen Tunan did not place much importance on the other's gratitude. He simply felt that these cult members lacked all humanity. He would have saved anyone in their position, and he would have eliminated any cult follower without hesitation. Wang He, who had already taken care of the other cult members, looked at Shen Tunan with no small amount of astonishment. He had only known this was a team mission and had paid no attention to others' abilities, nor had he noticed the badge Shen Tunan wore, so he had no idea of the man's true strength. "Brother, I was blind earlier." Wang He approached and said, "What is your name?" "Shen Tunan." "So you are the half-step grandmaster who achieved that title at the age of 30. Just yesterday, a half-step grandmaster joined Lei Ting Martial Hall. He is remarkably young, only 30 years old. I had heard about it from friends, but I never expected to see him with my own eyes. It is truly hard to believe." Shen Tunan looked far younger than 30, appearing no older than a man in his early 20s, yet his strength was so formidable. If he continued on this path, reaching the grandmaster realm would surely be within his grasp. By contrast, Wang He was nearly 50 years old, and the prospect of breaking through to the grandmaster realm had all but vanished. Hua Shui was once again stunned, his pupils quivering as he thought to himself, "I never expected our team to harbor someone who conceals their strength like this." Throughout the entire encounter, Shen Tunan had remained so low-key that he was easy to overlook. Lu Mu was equally shocked, murmuring in disbelief, a half-step grandmaster at 30. He had not visited Lei Ting Martial Hall these past few days, and was completely unaware of this news. Now that he heard it, he could hardly believe it was true. He had assumed Shen Tunan merely looked young, but he had been wrong. This was a future grandmaster, a figure of great prominence. He might only get to witness this once in his lifetime, and perhaps never again. Shen Tunan could feel the shift in everyone's attitude. All of them now regarded him with a measure of reverence, even Wang He, who had proudly called himself the team leader. "If I had known it was Brother Tunan leading the way, I should have stepped down as captain," Wang He said with a grin, careful not to offend. After all, once Shen Tunan reached the grandmaster realm, taking revenge would be trivial for him. In truth, he was already somewhat apprehensive. If he had known beforehand, he would never have insisted on being the team leader. He might have unwittingly offended Shen Tunan by doing so. "Captain Wang speaks too modestly. I have no interest in the captain's position," Shen Tunan replied calmly. He could sense a hint of probing and caution in those words. "As long as we can complete the mission, that is all that matters." The title of captain was flattering, but in practice it meant constantly reminding teammates and enduring endless trivialities. Shen Tunan had no such desire. He only wanted to finish the mission. Wang He sensed that Shen Tunan bore no resentment, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Just then applause echoed from the 6th floor. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone looked up. The first thing they saw was a pair of black leather shoes, followed by a blood-red palm. That hand was an abnormal shade of crimson, giving off a deeply unsettling aura. The moment Wang He caught sight of that blood-red palm, his face contorted in terror. His pupils contracted violently, and he stumbled backward 2 steps. Bloodhand. Ordinary experts he could face without fear, but Bloodhand was different. He was a truly terrifying half-step grandmaster. Ruthless and merciless, it was said he had personally slain another half-step grandmaster. A genuine monster. Big brother, what a splendid show. From the darkness on the 6th floor, another figure emerged, a smile playing on his lips. But his grin sent shivers down everyone's spines. Smiling Tiger. Wang Yi's throat went dry. This mission had not one but 2 hidden half-step grandmasters from the Myriad Races cult, and both were merciless killers. He had seen both of them on the wanted posters. They were murderers without equal. Even before reaching the half-step grandmaster realm, they had already achieved astonishing feats. He could not guarantee his own survival against even one of them, let alone both. But the next moment matters grew even worse. Footsteps rang out once more from the 6th floor. 2 more figures appeared, their expressions utterly emotionless, joining Bloodhand and Smiling Tiger. Though they did not release their auras, it was clear they were equally formidable. "Big brother, I heard there's a 30-year-old half-step grandmaster among them. I'm rather excited. Big brother, leave that genius to me. I'll make sure he suffers before he dies." The 2 newly arrived half-step grandmasters fixed their gazes upon Shen Tunan, regarding him clearly as prey. 4 half-step grandmasters. Hua Shui had intended to carry his brother's body away for burial, but now his limbs went rigid and his knees trembled uncontrollably. It felt as though the sky itself were collapsing. This mission had zero chance of survival. 4 half-step grandmasters. Unless a true grandmaster were present, there was absolutely no hope. A mission like this should not be rated F. It should be upgraded to E. Lu Mu's face had drained of color. He clutched the stair railing and glanced behind him, clearly weighing his options for escape. Retreat. Run. Wang He shouted a warning. He had no intention of standing and fighting. Staying here meant certain death. Hua Shui and Lu Mu did not hesitate, turning to flee downstairs. But terror had made their legs stiff, and every step felt as though death might claim them at any moment. Wanna run? One of the myriad race's cult's half-step grandmasters sneered. Too late. He too had cultivated a movement technique and shot forward like an arrow, his figure nearly impossible to track, heading straight for Lu Mu. Wang He did not attempt to intervene. He was in no condition to fight himself. Smiling Tiger watched him with a pleasant smile, and the moment he made a move he would be met with devastating retaliation. Worse still, Bloodhand sat motionless on the upper floor, watching the scene below with an expressionless face. That cold, detached gaze made them feel no different from fish laid out on a cutting board awaiting the knife. Lu Mu sensed a gust of wind behind him, accompanied by the faint sound of air being torn apart. It sounded like a wail of anguish, a cry of despair. Facing this fatal strike, Lu Mu turned his head. In his pupils a palm surged toward him like a bolt of lightning. The enemy's fist was bearing down on his face, and he could see the cruel smile etched upon that murderous visage. You are my 16920 victim. I will remember you. Closing his eyes in utter despair, Lu Mu thought, it's over. No one could save him now. He could only rely on himself, but against a half-step grandmaster there was no possible way. Yet after what felt like an eternity, no pain came. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw the half-step grandmaster who had been aiming for his death, his pupils rolling white, his face contorted in unimaginable agony. And in that instant Shen Tunan stood before him, holding in his hand a jagged shard of broken blade, blood dripping steadily from its edge. You? The half-step grandmaster turned his head to look at Shen Tunan. Gazing into that utterly calm expression, his body split clean in two at the waist. He tumbled down the stairs. Silence fell like a shroud over the entire space. All eyes were fixed upon Shen Tunan in utter disbelief. Just moments ago, Wang He had witnessed Shen Tunan deliver a single downward slash against the cult's half-step grandmaster. He had expected the enemy to at least attempt to defend himself, but instead he was killed in one strike. Wang He couldn't help but wonder if the cult's half-step grandmaster had simply been foolish. Shen Tunan's attack had been accompanied by a loud whoosh of wind, a sound any normal expert would have detected in time to react. Fourth brother was overconfident. Bloodhand spoke, breaking the silence. Smiling Tiger kept his gaze locked on Shen Tunan, his ever-present smile unmoving. Confidence is a death sentence, but I will avenge him. Crack. The short blade in Shen Tunan's hand shattered completely, scattering into countless fragments across the floor. Stairwell. Shen Tunan gazed at the shattered remnants of his short blade, his longing for alloy weapons growing ever stronger within. Not even possessing a proper weapon was unbearable. Just moments ago he had unleashed a fourfold amplification, instantly dispatching a half-step grandmaster. 800,000 caddies of power. Few could withstand it except a true grandmaster. A pity the fourth brother won't get to taste your blood then. A half-step grandmaster of the myriad race's cult remarked, watching Shen Tunan kill his companion, yet showing no sign of panic. Instead he continued to fixate on Shen Tunan like prey, for he still had 2 companions, both stronger than himself. The 3 of them combined could even dare to face a grandmaster. Yet upon encountering a true grandmaster their first instinct would still be to flee, for even if they could fight, they would surely perish. The gap between a grandmaster and a half-step grandmaster was immense. The grandmaster, true chi born from a grandmaster, was an extraordinarily overbearing force, nearly impossible to resist. Even blood and chi as thick as liquid would be shattered in an instant. Otherwise grandmasters would not hold themselves so aloft. Combine our forces and kill him. Bloodhand spoke up. He stamped his foot upon the ground, and within him his blood and chi surged violently, flowing along his crimson-red arm. A half-step grandmaster striking at full power wielded terrifying might. One could almost hear the surging of blood and chi alongside the constant screaming of air being torn apart. He darted toward Shen Tunan, first displaying an appalling dominance at that moment, like a ferocious beast suddenly erupting in rage. Those nearby felt a creeping chill of dread in that instant. But this was not all. Smiling Tiger and the other cult grandmaster also began mobilizing the blood and chi power within their bodies. The surging sounds of blood and chi from the 3 half-step grandmasters filled the area with an oppressive atmosphere, causing everyone present to involuntarily bend their bodies slightly. They felt they could not bear it any longer. Lu Mu and Hua Shui each let out a muffled groan, blood escaping from their mouths. For the suppressive pressure present was simply too terrifying for them to withstand. The cement and stone blocks upon the ground could not endure the power of a half-step grandmaster, either beginning to crack like spider webs. Boom. Smiling Tiger exerted his strength, and a tiger's roar echoed through the air. A martial skill he had cultivated, designed to shake the heart and quell the will. The ground also shattered with a thunderous crash, and everyone nearly lost their footing and fell. Shen Tunan faced the pressure of 3 half-step grandmasters with serene composure, his expression calm. He glanced at his companion beside him, and said to Wang He, "This place will collapse shortly. Take them out first." After all, this was the 5th floor. If it collapsed, even a martial master would be in danger of severe injury. All right. Wang Yi did not hesitate, grabbing his 2 companions and sprinting downstairs, but on his way down, he could not help but turn back to cast a worried glance at Shen Tunan. At this moment, Smiling Tiger had already approached Shen Tunan, his palm shaped like a tiger's claw, his pupils scarlet, emitting a mad laugh. "Ha ha ha, die." Shen Tunan clenched his fist, tightly gathering power within it, as his blood and chi surged like a rapidly flowing river. He gripped his palm, producing a cracking sound. Sky-rending fist, 3-fold amplification. His fist collided fiercely with the opponent's tiger claw, producing an earth-shattering sound, as an invisible wave of chi radiated outward in all directions. And at the moment of contact, Smiling Tiger's pupils trembled violently, his body flying backward at incredible speed like a tattered rag. Finally, he crashed forcefully into the wall, shattering it with his terrifying impact, and fell straight down from the 5th floor. The cult's half-step grandmasters, who had seemed sure of victory, all showed expressions of shock upon seeing one of their own instantly blasted away. Rift-splitting palm. But at this point the arrow had already left the string. There was no turning back. A cult half-step grandmaster roared, his palm flowing with scalding blood and chi power, as hot as a branding iron, coming down toward Shen Tunan's head. Shen Tunan cast a cold glance and activated his body movement technique, Phantom Light, manifesting beneath his feet, effortlessly dodging the strike. Boom! The palm struck the wall with tremendous force, leaving a massive palm-shaped impression, after which the wall shattered into stones and fell from the 5th floor. This was the power of a half-step grandmaster. Bloodhand also seized the moment to press his advantage, a blood-red palm surging forward with rolling heat like a volcanic eruption. The power upon this palm was even more terrifying, reaching the level of Shen Tunan's 3-fold amplification. There were differences among half-step grandmasters. Clearly, Bloodhand's strength had reached 600,000 caddies. However, this was merely a trivial matter for Shen Tunan. He raised his hand, his palm like a sword held high, then struck down fiercely. At that moment, Bloodhand seemed to see 9 sword shadows appear before him, indistinguishable from reality. 9 shadows, sword, art, 4-fold amplification. And terrifying 800,000 caddies of power erupted once more, its momentum and pressure surpassing Bloodhand's, splitting his palm clean in 2 with devastating force. "Oh!" Bloodhand screamed violently, watching helplessly as a sword chi sliced through, severing his crimson-red arm. His body leaped upward like a rabbit retreating to the shattered wall, his expression filled with terror as he looked at Shen Tunan. All 3 of them half-step grandmasters combined still could not defeat their opponent. He had nearly been killed himself. If not for decisively abandoning an arm, he would already be dead. Third brother, run quickly. This person cannot be fought head-on. Having lost an arm, Bloodhand's bright red blood dripped steadily, yet even so he hurriedly warned his companion. Third brother looked at his eldest brother's wretched state, terror filling his pupils. Because he knew his eldest brother's strength. Once he had killed a half-step grandmaster, so, in terms of the half-step grandmaster realm, he should have been invincible. Except for a grandmaster's true chi, he could not imagine anyone capable of so easily severing his eldest brother's arm. Could this person be a grandmaster? The moment this thought arose, his expression changed drastically. Crack! Crack! At this moment, countless cracks appeared upon the ground, and the building began to collapse and crumble. This was the devastating power of Shen Tunan's sword chi, which had split the floor of the entire building apart. Jump! Bloodhand and third brother jumped from the 5th floor without the slightest hesitation. Before jumping, Bloodhand waved a medicine bottle in his hand, scattering some powder toward Shen Tunan's direction. Shen Tunan covered his mouth and nose, releasing true chi to form a gust of wind that dispersed the powder. The ground shook violently, yet Shen Tunan, standing on the upper floor, maintained his balance effortlessly. As for the 2 cult half-step grandmasters, they had already fled. His gaze sharp as lightning, he spoke in a chilling tone, "Do you think you can escape?" With that he pursued them. At this moment, Bloodhand and his companion had already landed on the ground, smashing 2 large pits. "Eldest brother, your arm." Though Smiling Tiger had been blasted away by Shen Tunan, he had not suffered fatal injuries. Only a few broken ribs. Seeing Bloodhand's severed arm, he wore an expression of utter disbelief. He could not believe his invincible eldest brother could look so wretched. "Run quickly. I just used poison powder to delay him for a while, but he will catch up soon. We must hurry to the school and take hostages. Moreover, we may have fallen into a trap. This person has likely already broken through to Grandmaster." Bloodhand spoke with a grave expression. Hearing these words, Smiling Tiger was startled, and without hesitation, he bolted toward the school. The school's iron gate posed no obstacle at all to 3 half-step grandmasters. The 3 half-step grandmasters forced their way through the iron gate and charged inside, intent on taking hostages. Boom! As Shen Tunan landed, dust and smoke billowed behind him, and the building collapsed at an astonishing speed. Wang He and the others stood not far from the building watching the three half-master cultivators flee. His mind struggled to comprehend the situation. Logically speaking, Shen Tunan had just risked his life to save them. But now everything seemed completely reversed. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. Three half-master cultivators were being hunted down and killed by a single person like Shen Tunan. What kind of formidable warrior was this? Wang He felt he was probably encountering a truly terrifying genius. His two companions beside him stood like statues frozen as they watched Shen Tunan's retreating figure utterly incredulous. They had originally thought Shen Tunan's slaying of one half-master was merely luck, but now it was clear this was sheer skill. They're fleeing toward the school. They could harm the students. Lu Mu looked at the three half-master cultivators as they crashed through the school's iron gates, and quickly reminded Shen Tunan. The others heard this, and their expressions grew grave. Wang He stepped forward proactively, and said, "We can't let them harm the students." Having spoken, he was about to charge into the school. Shen Tunan said, "With me here, no one among them will lay a finger on anyone." Then he activated his movement technique and rushed toward the school as well. Meanwhile, the students who had just finished doing calisthenics were preparing to return to their classrooms for class. Suddenly, they saw three figures charging toward them from afar. One of them had blood dripping from his arm, looking fierce and terrifying. "Odd." A student who saw this scene screamed first. "Run!" Someone else shouted, and the scene instantly descended into chaos. Countless students screamed and scattered in all directions. Even the teachers could not stop them, for the teachers themselves were panicked. At that moment, the principal stood on the elevated platform, his expression extremely grave. He said to the teacher beside him, "Go evacuate the students immediately." The teachers nearby heard the order and quickly descended from the platform. "You experts of the 10,000 races cult, I wonder if this old bone of mine can stop you." The principal was an elderly man appearing to be nearly 60 years old, with his blood chi only at the 3rd star level of a martial artist. He jumped down from the several-meter-high platform, wanting to block those three menacing figures charging over. Scram! Among them, the hot-tempered third brother saw someone daring to block their path, an old man on the verge of death. He let out a fierce roar, his blood chi exploding outward, and the oppressive aura of a half-master cultivator crashed toward them. The principal trembled all over at that moment, and immediately realized this was not someone he could handle. His body grew somewhat stiff, but he still activated a martial skill in an attempt to resist. Bang! One of the cult masters sneered, and with merely a casual palm strike, sent the principal flying. He crashed directly into the wall, tearing it apart. The principal rose from within the rubble of the wall, feeling as though his entire body was falling apart. A piercing, bone-deep pain coursed through him, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Then the three of them sprinted forward like wolves, kicking up waves of fierce momentum as they pounced upon the students like ravenous beasts. "Don't kill me." A female student was seized by third brother and let out a piercing scream. Hearing this scream, third brother instinctively opened his mouth wide and bit down hard, then began to greedily suck. The student's body trembled once and then collapsed to the ground. On her neck was a blood-red bite mark, but she had not died. She had simply fainted from terror. "Third brother, is this any time to be sucking blood?" Laughing Tiger could not help but reprimand him. Third brother awkwardly scratched his head. I heard the scream, and it triggered my instincts." "Sorry, second brother." Bloodhand remained silent, his gaze fixed on a beautiful female student. And that student was none other than Shen Mingyao. "You'll do." He pushed off the ground with explosive force, shattering the playground surface, and then pounced towards Shen Mingyao like a cheetah. In desperation, Shen Mingyao unleashed her blood chi and rapidly retreated, moving with remarkable agility as she dodged his grasp. "Sister." From nearby came Shen Zikong's urgent shout. His voice was filled with anxiety and worry. "New student, is there any way to save my sister?" Shen Zikong picked up his wrist device and asked. A helpless voice quickly responded from the device. "You're far too weak. There's nothing I can do." Upon hearing this, Shen Zikong's eyes filled with even deeper worry as he looked towards Shen Mingyao's direction. That was his own sister. He could not stand by and watch her come to harm. Shen Mingyao herself was drenched in cold sweat. If she had not cultivated movement techniques, she would certainly have been caught in that instant. Damn cultists of the 10,000 races. Shen Mingyao had also recognized these cult members. These cultists were cruel and bloodthirsty, none of them worth anything. 10 years later, when the 10,000 races breached the city walls, these cultists had played their part as well. They worked in collusion with the 10,000 races from within and outside, an utter disgrace to the human race. "You actually managed to dodge my attack. It seems you are a genius." Bloodhand's face showed a surprised expression, then he emitted a creepy laugh. "Hee, if I capture you as a hostage, I'm sure that person won't dare to make a move." Having said this, Bloodhand fixed his bloodshot eyes once more on Shen Mingyao. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan, who was not far away, possessed extraordinary eyesight and immediately recognized her as his younger sister. A tide of boundless fury surged within Shen Tunan's heart. If anything happened to his sister, how could he face their parents? Moreover, he would never be able to forgive himself. "You're asking for death." Shen Tunan watched as several security guards grabbed iron bars. His palm flexed slightly. One of the security guard's iron bars automatically flew into Shen Tunan's hand, which he grasped tightly. Let me borrow your iron bar. Shen Tunan's blood chi began to boil violently within him. White mist started to rise from his body, shrouding him completely and making his figure somewhat indistinct. His arms began to turn red, and the blood chi within his body vibrated wildly. An astonishing surge of thermal energy radiated from every part of him. At this moment it felt as though shackles within his body had been broken. He gripped the iron bar tightly in his hand and recited silently in his mouth, Taishian Sword Art Dragon Roar Stance, tenfold amplification. At that moment Shen Tunan swung forth his most powerful strike. The iron bar in his hand traced a beautiful arc, and the blood chi within him erupted like a volcanic eruption, roaring thunderously. An unimaginable pressure exploded outward from his body. And then, immediately afterward, everyone heard a dragon's roar echoing in their ears. They also witnessed a streak of white light wrapped in surging sword energy pressing down, with domineering and unrivaled ferocity, hurtling toward the three cult half-master cultivators at extreme speed. The first to suffer was Third Brother. He barely had time to raise his finger before his body was sliced through by the dazzling white light. The next was Laughing Tiger. Just as he was about to reach out and grab someone, the white light struck his body. He was pushed back dozens of steps, his body cracking like porcelain, and then he exploded on the spot, like a blooming firework. The last one was Bloodhand. He could only watch as the white light approached, passing through his body. He did not even attempt to resist, for he could sense that breathless power that could pierce through anything. Even if he had resisted, it would have been futile, and he would still have died. A master. I die without grievance. Then the ground shattered open, and the white light, after severing all three in succession, shot straight toward the heavens. Roar. Another dragon's roar resounded through the clouds. On the ground below, a crack over 100 meters long had appeared, and the playground looked as though it had been split in two. The security guards stared dumbfounded at this scene, feeling as though they were watching a special effects blockbuster. What kind of attack could a normal person unleash like this? Ordinary people generally had no opportunity to witness a master-level expert in action, so this shock was beyond compare. Wang He and the others, unable to help themselves, straightened their bodies, and their pupils expanded. Hiss! They all simultaneously sucked in cold air, not daring to breathe, heavily terrified by the power of that single sword strike. Students and teachers stood frozen, staring at the 100-meter crack in the ground, too terrified to move. All of them turned their reverent gazes toward the one who had struck. However, that area was now shrouded in white mist, with only a pair of red glowing pupils visible through the haze. Shen Tunan, worried about his sister's safety, had bloodshot eyes, and his veins even bulged at that moment. He unleashed his most devastating sword strike, his vital energy surging wildly. However, a tenfold amplification was not easy to explode. After this single strike, Shen Tunan felt a wave of weakness, and his entire body ached. It felt as though his muscles were being torn apart. My body is overloading. Shen Tunan moved slightly, and the pain felt like tearing, perhaps a mild strain. The iron rod in his hand shattered into fragments at that moment, scattering across the ground. Rumble. The buildings outside the school also collapsed completely, sending up thick clouds of dust with a deafening roar. Seizing this opportunity, glowing light flared beneath Shen Tunan's feet, and like lightning, he departed from the area. Source of Life. Shen Tunan activated his second innate ability without hesitation. Since it could only be used once per day, it was not a waste. Upon activating this ability, Shen Tunan felt a refreshing coolness spreading through his body. The pain from his strained muscles dissipated rapidly, and all traces of fatigue vanished. I see. I cannot easily unleash the tenfold amplification from now on. Shen Tunan thought to himself. He felt that his Taishian sword art was truly monstrous in power, terrifyingly magnificent. The explosive power he unleashed made him suspect it exceeded mere tenfold amplification. The sword art itself might also possess amplification effects. That was why, when pushed to full capacity, it caused such tearing pain in his muscles. However, this was also a result of his own impatience. Phantom sword art with tenfold amplification. My body should be completely fine. Shen Tunan pondered as he walked. During his assessment at Thunder Martial Hall, he had generated power equivalent to a half-step grandmaster using tenfold amplification, and his body had borne it. Having identified the cause of his muscular strain, Shen Tunan decided that he would never use Taishian sword art unless absolutely necessary. Everyone watched Shen Tunan vanish from sight, still unable to fully recover from their shock. The principal wiped blood from the corner of his mouth, stood straight with reverence in his eyes, and then bowed toward the direction Shen Tunan had departed. Thank you, sir, for protecting Lingwu High School. Even though the other could not hear him, he still offered a solemn bow. That was a grandmaster just now, wasn't it? Could it be the city lord? Impossible. The city lord does not practice sword arts. His swordsmanship cannot be this terrifying. This must be a grandmaster from some great place. The teachers chattered among themselves, all speculating about this important figure's identity. Meanwhile, Shun Mingyao gazed at the direction where Shen Tunan had left. Though white mist had filled the area just now, she couldn't shake the feeling that the figure seemed strangely familiar, almost like her brother's silhouette. The moment this thought arose in Shun Mingyao's mind, she deemed it utterly absurd. As a reincarnator, she knew that in her previous life her brother had never become a martial artist, let alone a grandmaster. She believed she must be missing her brother too much, which is why she was mistaking others for him. A gentle breeze swept through, lifting her delicate hair and revealing her crystalline ears. Standing in the sunlight, even in her school uniform, she exuded a natural grace. Shen Zikong stood frozen for a long time, his gaze blankly fixed on the crack in the ground, his body trembling slightly, his heart unable to settle. This is a grandmaster. One sword strike capable of destroying heaven and earth, swordsmanship reaching divine perfection. Shen Zikong searched for every adjective he could think of, his eyes filled with yearning. He had never witnessed a grandmaster's combat before, only hearing tales of their supreme power. But seeing it with his own eyes now made the experience entirely different. The shock it brought quickened his heartbeat. Excitement. Thrill. Xiaokong, no need to envy. I will guide your cultivation, and you will become someone far stronger than him. A voice emerged from the watch, but only Shen Zikong could hear it. No one else reacted. They were all discussing the grandmaster from just now. Shen Zikong also gazed at the direction where Shen Tunan had departed, whispering softly, "Can I truly surpass that person?" Other students chatted animatedly, and their longing for the martial path now had a clear goal. I want to become as strong as that lord in the future. I want to master swordsmanship to the point of divinity and slay the wicked with a single strike. The students were thrilled, practically buzzing with energy. Meanwhile, after their shock subsided, the teachers rushed to handle the cultists' corpses on the ground. However, those bodies were unrecognizable. Struck by such sword energy, not even complete remains were left, only scattered fragments. These damned myriad races cultists actually hid near the school. It seems we need stricter patrols around the school from now on. After questioning the security guard, one teacher learned that the cultists had burst from the nearby rental building, and he could not help but voice his frustration. The other teachers also broke into cold sweats, agreeing that stricter inspections were necessary. Student safety came first. Minutes earlier, City Lord's mansion. Lord Luo, he dressed in a suit and radiating authority, without saying a word, was reviewing documents. Hearing a dragon's roar from the sky, he involuntarily looked up. Confusion flashed across his eyes as he set down his documents and gazed at the sky. Has this powerhouse, who comprehended the power of intent, not yet left? Luo, he had initially assumed the cultivator was merely passing through, but now his assumption was shattered. Such a figure should theoretically be courted and favored, yet he did not know the other's temperament. If the person had a volatile disposition, attempting to curry favor might provoke them. Therefore, the safest approach was to pretend nothing had happened. He sat back down and continued reviewing documents. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan returned to the collapsed rental building. The entire structure had turned to ruins, and the surrounding residents had already fled in terror, daring not approach. Glancing at the debris, Shen Tunan suddenly noticed something reflecting light, piercing under the sunlight. He took a step forward and retrieved a strange statue from the rubble. The statue depicted a bizarre humanoid figure with 6 wings sprouting from its back and a diamond-shaped gem embedded between its brows. The figure's eyes were closed, with only the gem between its brows radiating a brilliant, yet eerie gleam. Shen Tunan held it in his hand, and immediately felt a bone-chilling coldness emanating from the statue. Considering it was summer, yet the statue was colder than ice, it was extraordinarily strange. I'll keep this for now, and take it to Thunder Martial Hall to ask around. Shen Tunan stored the statue. After all, it was discovered at a hideout of the Myriad Races cult. His mission was now complete, and he should head to Thunder Martial Hall to report. He had originally intended to go directly to the ferocious beast forest, but he felt this peculiar statue should be delivered to Thunder Martial Hall as soon as possible. Inside a private car, Shen Tunan sat in the front seat with Wang, He, and Lu Mu behind him. They had witnessed his sword strike firsthand, and awe filled their hearts. Now they even hesitated before speaking. The man before them was not merely their savior, but likely an invincible grandmaster. Hua Shui was driving as they hurried toward Thunder Martial Arts Gym. No one spoke, the car fell silent. Shen Tunan could sense Wang He and the others' reverence deepening by the moment. Perhaps it was because he had displayed such overwhelming strength that they felt the vast gap between them. Yet there was no other choice. Could he really have stood by while his younger sister was taken? Grandmaster Shen, thank you for saving our lives. Lu Mu broke the silence first. As the original team leader, and the one who had spoken with Shen Tunan the most, he felt deeply fortunate now. I haven't yet passed the Grandmaster certification. I am not a Grandmaster. Shen Tunan said this calmly. Hearing these words, Lu Mu became even more convinced that Shen Tunan was indeed a Grandmaster. Though he could not sense true chi, only a Grandmaster could unleash such a terrifying sword strike. Grandmaster Shen, I am truly fortunate to have completed this mission alongside you. Wang He also grew exceedingly respectful, no longer daring to call Shen Tunan brother. Even Wang He, a half-step Grandmaster himself, felt an unbridgeable gap in status. The burly man with the green dragon tattoo now sat meekly like a child. Shen Tunan glanced at the blue-green dragon tattoo on his arm and asked curiously, your dragon tattoo, does it carry any special meaning? Wang He replied bashfully, actually this isn't a real tattoo. It's applied and can be washed off. I've loved dragons since childhood, but I fear pain, so I never got one. Hearing this, everyone in the car looked at him strangely. Who would have guessed that the fearsome-looking Captain Wang had such a soft side? Captain Wang, you're afraid of pain. Hua Shui wore a puzzled expression. I heard you've completed 100 missions in 10 years. You're a fierce veteran. Missions were always dangerous, often leaving injuries. If he wasn't afraid of missions, what pain could possibly frighten him? I do these missions for my wife and children. I have 7 kids. The expenses are enormous. I must earn money to give my children a good life. Even if missions are dangerous and I get hurt, I would do them for my family. As Wang he spoke, a smile graced his face. He no longer looked fearsome, but rather like a happy father. Shen Tunan felt a touch of emotion within. A man afraid of pain, yet willing to become a mission fanatic for his family, was truly a half-step grandmaster worth respecting. Speaking of family, I remember my father is already 90 years old. I should spend more time with him, Lu Mu said. Tears welled in Hua Shui's eyes as he said, my older brother is dead. I don't know how to explain this to my parents. His voice gradually choked with sobs. Shen Tunan handed him a packet of tissues and said, wipe your tears. He offered no hollow condolences, yet at their age one had to process such things alone. In that critical moment, he too had wanted to save the Hua siblings, only to arrive a step too late. The atmosphere in the car grew heavy, and no one spoke further throughout the journey. After over an hour of driving, they arrived at Thunder Martial Arts Gym. Since the private car did not need to stop along the way, it was far faster than the bus. They stepped out and walked toward the gym. As Shen Tunan's group entered the lobby, all eyes turned to them. Although Shen Tunan had no badge pinned to his chest, Wang he and the others did. 1 half-step grandmaster and 2 martial masters. They were notable figures to ordinary people. We're here to submit a mission report on eliminated cult members. Wang he leaned against the counter and spoke to the front desk clerk. After glancing at the group and asking a few questions, the clerk submitted the report, but they still had to wait. Just as the front desk clerk was processing it, footsteps approached from behind. Director Long strode toward them with long, purposeful steps. Upon seeing Shen Tunan, he hurried over at once. Brother Tunan, who would have thought we'd meet again? Director Long was exceedingly warm. Witnessing this, Wang he and the others were further convinced Shen Tunan was indeed a grandmaster. Even without formal certification, his ability was undeniable. Director Long enthusiastically pulled Shen Tunan to his seat for chat. This is a statue I obtained while eliminating a cult member. I wonder what it is, eh? Shen Tunan placed the statue on a table. Director Long examined it, his expression growing grave. This thing. Your elder mentioned it before. Wait a moment. He left briefly and returned with a tablet. On the screen was an image identical to the statue Shen Tunan had produced. It's this, an idol of the deity worshipped by the myriad races cult. Orders have explicitly stated that anyone who encounters such a statue must not leave it in the hands of myriad races members. Although we haven't yet determined its use, if you hand it in, it's worth 3 million yuan. Hearing this figure, Shen Tunan's eyes brightened. Such an useless trinket was worth so much. If it was free money, he certainly wouldn't refuse. It was a profit indeed. Then I'll hand it in. Without hesitation, Shen Tunan handed the statue over. There was no use keeping it. If the experts at Thunder Gym couldn't figure it out, neither could he. Better to earn some money. Director Long instructed someone to store the statue and told Shen Tunan the funds would be transferred to his card shortly. The reputation of Thunder Gym needed no concerns. Shen Tunan nodded slightly. At that moment, Wang he approached and said, the mission submission is complete. Your contribution is the highest, earning you 200 points. Shen Tunan nodded. He remembered the original mission reward was only 100 points, but now it had doubled. He felt it was well worth it. Wang he then exchanged greetings with Director Long, and the two shared a few casual words. Shen Tunan simply checked his points. Points could be exchanged for currency at a rate of 110000. That meant 200 points equaled 2 million yuan. Adding the 3 million from the statue, he now had 5 million in hand. A considerable sum. Yet even purchasing the cheapest tier 3 alloy weapon with the discount still left him short by 3 million. Moreover, as his strength grew, tier 3 alloy weapons would become obsolete, so he had to set that aside for now. For some reason, Shen Tunan felt an obsession with weapons, constantly desiring a high-grade alloy weapon. But after calculating, the money was insufficient. For now, he would exchange for potions and martial arts instead, focusing on boosting his strength first. It's time to replace pure yang technique. Then I'll buy a tier 3 potion and purchase potions for my family. Shen Tunan suddenly recalled that he had once seen his younger sister, Shen Mingyao, unleash a powerful force of blood qi. That blood qi was certainly beyond what a martial initiates could achieve. It seems my sister's talent is stronger than I imagined. After all, she was still in high school, yet already a martial master. A prodigy with a brilliant future ahead. Her potion naturally needed to be upgraded to tier 2. Shen Tunan informed Director Long, hoping to borrow a computer for purchases. Without hesitation, Director Long led Shen Tunan to the 3rd floor and arranged a computer for him. Shen Tunan began browsing the items. His gaze quickly locked onto a tier 3 martial art. Tier 3 martial art, dominate body technique. First 3 layers, price 200 yuan. Dominate body technique consists of 6 layers. Enhances one's willpower, increases the probability of comprehending elemental power, and boosts blood chi. The complete version is a Tier 6 martial art. Seeing such an introduction, Shen Tunan was tempted. He also understood why this martial art was so expensive. The complete version was indeed a Tier 6 martial art. This meant that after mastering this technique, he would only need to pay for subsequent layers in the future without ever worrying about switching to other martial arts. For someone with decision paralysis like Shen Tunan, he unhesitatingly clicked to order. After a 30% discount, it cost only 140 yuan. He then continued browsing for potions. Martial arts were important, but potions were equally crucial. The dominant body art could even allow one to generate true chi prematurely before reaching the Grandmaster stage. So, I need to choose the potion with the most concentrated energy. I hope it's effective yet affordable. Shen Tunan pondered in his heart. With a clear goal in mind, he began searching for potions on his computer. Soon his gaze stopped. Level 3 potion named Crane Potion. Its medicinal effect rivals spirit liquid crafted by blending 3 spiritual herbs. Please choose with caution. It may cause dizziness, bodily weakness, and other side effects. Selling price 80000. The price was far cheaper than his previous spirit liquid potion. Seeing Shen Tunan select this potion, Manager Long cautioned him. This is a newly developed formula, but the side effects are severe. Moreover, many of the side effects remain unknown. A martial artist purchased this potion and reportedly ended up bedridden for 3 months. Shen Tunan heard this and thought of his own talent. He should be able to ignore such side effects. He would buy 1 vial and give it a try. There was nothing to lose. Even if he ended up paralyzed, the source of life could restore his body. I'll take this one, Shen Tunan said, clicking purchase without hesitation. Manager Long said nothing upon seeing this, since it was ultimately Shen Tunan's own decision. However, at that moment, a martial artist hurried over. Upon seeing Shen Tunan, reverence flashed in his eyes. Grandmaster Shen. He bowed respectfully to Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan glanced at him. He didn't recognize the man, but still nodded in acknowledgement. Manager Long didn't think much of it. Half-step grandmasters were often addressed as grandmaster, with the half-step omitted. Of course, only in Luocheng would someone dare speak so boldly, elsewhere such familiarity would bring ridicule. The martial artist recounted the entire incident of the cultist slaying mission to Manager Long. Manager Long's pupils trembled violently. His gaze shifted to Shen Tunan, filled with disbelief. Slaying 4 half-step grandmaster cultists like uprooting dry weeds, delivering a single sword strike that carved a 100-meter crack. Congratulations, Grandmaster Shen, on successfully stepping into the Grandmaster realm. Manager Long bowed with congratulatory hands. He had known this day would come for Shen Tunan, but never imagined it would arrive so soon. A Grandmaster at 30 hailing from their own Luocheng. The other 2 martial arts halls would surely be consumed with envy. And once this was reported upward, he himself would receive commendation from above. Shen Tunan noticed Manager Long bowing to him, and waved his hand saying, I hope you too shall one day reach the Grandmaster realm. Manager Long forced a bitter smile. Grandmaster. If reaching it were that easy, Luocheng would not have only one true invincible Grandmaster. And you are Luocheng's 2nd Grandmaster. Even the City Lord would afford you a measure of respect. Shen Tunan asked, can one test for Grandmaster status and obtain a badge here? Manager Long shook his head helplessly. Our small locale simply has no equipment to test Grandmaster level combat power. If you wish to take the assessment, you could visit the Thunder Martial Hall in Chang'e City. I can report it upward in advance. When you're ready to go, I will personally escort you. Manager Long no longer dared address Shen Tunan as a brother. He now used the honorific sir. A clear benefit of gaining such strength. Then please report it, Shen Tunan said, returning to his online search. He selected 2 potions without side effects, each priced at 3,000. He then picked several level 1 potions for his younger brother and parents. After discounts, the total came to roughly 7,000. Adding the dominant body art and the level 3 potion, he had already purchased nearly 2.7 million was spent in one go. But this was entirely normal. The path of martial arts demanded considerable wealth. Sir, I notice you practice sword techniques, yet you carry no weapon. Would you like to select a suitable one? Manager Long inquired. Shen Tunan replied bluntly, I did notice the alloy weapons, but I don't have enough funds. Manager Long smiled and said, Sir, the 4 half-step Grandmaster cultists you eliminated were all wanted criminals. You should receive an extra reward of 500 contribution points. If Sir is short on funds, you may borrow in advance and take the alloy weapon immediately. Hearing this, Shen Tunan finally realized how enormous the privileges of revealing one's Grandmaster strength truly were. Very well then, let me take a look. A level 3 alloy weapon had previously been far beyond his budget, but now with 500 points earned for free, equivalent to 5 million, he only needed to pay another 3 million to purchase one. Shen Tunan valued durability above all else, so he directly selected the most affordable option. Level 3 alloy weapon, Sword of Severance. Traits extremely hard, indestructible, and extraordinarily heavy. Selling price 1,000. As an alloy weapon buyer with special privileges, Shen Tunan received a 20% discount, saving 2 million. Seeing Shen Tunan's choice, Manager Long immediately instructed someone to fetch the weapon. After a short wait, an exquisite box was presented before him. The box was roughly the size of 2 palms. Shen Tunan was somewhat curious about how an alloy weapon could fit inside. When he opened it, he found something resembling a pokeball with a button on top. "Sir, for the alloy weapon you requested, simply press this button, and it will appear," Manager Long reminded him. Shen Tunan instantly felt a sense of premium sophistication. No wonder it commanded such a high price. He had never encountered anything like this before. He hadn't realized technology had advanced this far. As his finger pressed the button, the device opened like a pokeball, and a sword approximately 1 meter long materialized before him. The sword appeared plain and unadorned, its blade entirely black with a round bead-like object at the center of the hilt. Shen Tunan gripped the sword of severance and immediately felt its profound weight, a sensation he had never experienced with any other weapon. Fine sword. Shen Tunan swung it several times and felt confident it could withstand repeated tenfold power amplifications without issue. The level 3 alloy weapon had solved his weapon problem. "Since Sir favors this weapon, I will cover the remaining 3 million on my end," Manager Long suddenly offered. Shen Tunan was caught off guard. "That would be most kind of you," he said, feeling slightly embarrassed to accept such a generous gift. "Please do not refuse, sir. Should you pass the Grandmaster assessment, the rewards I receive will far exceed the value of 3 million. Consider this a gesture from me to you." Manager Long harbored no doubts about Shen Tunan's strength. Only a true Grandmaster could produce a 100-meter sword mark. Seeing his persistence, Shen Tunan nodded. "Then I thank you. If there is ever anything I can help with in the future, please do not hesitate to ask." This counted as a favor owed, one he would certainly repay later. Shen Tunan placed the sword of severance back into the pokeball-like device and stored it away. Remarkably, once inside the weapon sphere, the sword's immense weight disappeared entirely. Truly cutting-edge technology. He still had a balance of 2.8 million remaining, including the leftover funds from his previous transaction. Soon the techniques and potions were delivered, all packed together. Shen Tunan did not cultivate on the spot. There was no rush. He would practice them slowly at home, since his progress relied on talent rather than immediate effort. Both parties left the transaction satisfied. Shen Tunan gained practical benefits while Manager Long secured a genuine favor, a tangible investment in goodwill. Manager Long understood very clearly that a Grandmaster at such a young age had an even higher probability of breaking through to the innate realm. If Shen Tunan truly reached innate, not 3 million, but 30 million, even 300 million, might prove insufficient to secure his favor. Shen Tunan waved farewell to Manager Long and boarded the car driven by Hua Shui. The man had been waiting outside the entire time and had not left early. "Grandmaster Shen, where would you like to go?" Hua Shui asked. The other companions who had undertaken missions together were also in the car, but they deferred to Shen Tunan's preference first. "Just call me by my name," Shen Tunan said. He felt no need to put on airs in front of his companions. "You jest, sir. I would never dare," Hua Shui replied with deep reverence. In his eyes, a Grandmaster was an exalted figure comparable in status to the city lord. How could he possibly address him by his given name? Shen Tunan observed his expression, remained silent for a moment, and did not insist further. Perhaps this was a drawback brought about by overwhelming strength. Having completed missions together, Shen Tunan considered the man a friend, yet there was an enormous gap between them. He couldn't help but recall a story. A young master and a servant's son grew up playing together, but when they met again as adults, the servant's son still addressed him with respect and dared not consider him an equal friend. It was the gap in status and position. Yet putting himself in the other's shoes, Shen Tunan felt the man was not wrong. "Take me to Luoqing Street," he said. That was Luoqing's most prosperous high-end commercial district. He wanted to browse and purchase a few outfits as well as some premium goods for his family. In the past, he would never have dared to go there, having heard that prices were astronomical, a single suit easily costing hundreds of thousands. But now he wished to stroll through and buy quality items. He was doing better for himself now and should not neglect his family either. Buying them nice things would surely make them happy, for they had likely never worn such garments in their lives. Neither had he, so he wanted to try them as well. All right. Hua Shui stepped on the accelerator. The SUV surged forward with a noticeable pushback force. Due to the hot weather, the windows were rolled down, and the sound of rushing wind filled the cabin, bringing refreshing coolness. Shen Tunan fastened his seatbelt and could feel the engine's robust horsepower, quite powerful. The car quickly entered the highway, the windows closed, and the air conditioning turned on. Shen Tunan looked at his reflection in the rearview mirror. His nose seemed more defined, and his face carried an aura of quiet authority. With no traffic congestion, they arrived at Luoqing Street after just over an hour. Shen Tunan stepped out of the car and waved farewell to Hua Shui and the others. "Take care." Watching the car gradually disappear from his sight, Shen Tunan began walking into Luoqing Street. This was the most upscale shopping district, home to numerous luxury brands. Shen Tunan was visiting such a place for the first time. Soon he spotted a men's suit shop with extremely luxurious decor and stepped inside. The sales associate was a young and attractive woman who began explaining her brand's long and prestigious history. She spoke in great detail, subtly probing to gauge Shen Tunan's purchasing power. Shen Tunan did not mind this approach. He selected 2 suits and 1 sportswear outfit. The suits for himself and his father, and the sportswear for his younger brother. He also chose some women's clothing for his mother and younger sister. A casual spending spree here cost him 7,000. Such consumption would have been unthinkable to him before, but now it felt perfectly normal. Moreover, the stronger one's abilities, the easier it became to earn money. Mr. Shen, may I have your address? We will arrange home delivery, the sales associate said. Shen Tunan only learned after purchasing these clothes that such garments were normally packed in boxes to prevent wrinkling. The associate explained that the box served to protect the clothing. It was undeniable that luxury brands offered exceptional service. Shen Tunan filled in his address, completed the payment, and prepared to head home. As he exited the store, a couple passed by. It was He Tao and Lu Meng. How can it be him? Lu Meng looked utterly astonished watching Shen Tunan's departing figure, and then glancing at the shop's name, wondering how someone like him could afford to shop here. A year's salary would barely cover a single outfit at most. Impossible. He never came to Luoqing Street when we were together, Lu Meng said. He Tao sneered. Look at him. Does he have anything in his hands? He clearly bought nothing. He paid it no mind, for he was never short of money, and led Lu Meng into the shop. Out of curiosity, He Tao still asked the sales associate, did the person who just leave make a purchase here? The sales associate smiled politely and replied, that gentleman spent 7,000. Hearing that figure, Lu Meng's cherry-like lips parted slightly, clearly taken aback. He Tao felt his pride wounded. His expression darkened, and he sneered again. So what if he has some money? Without martial strength, he's still nothing but a waste. Pick whatever you like here, and I'll pay when we're done, He Tao told Lu Meng. Lu Meng was delighted. She could never afford such clothes in everyday life, but now she could choose freely. Overjoyed, she began selecting items enthusiastically. She pushed the sight of Shen Tunan from her mind entirely. Shen Tunan took a taxi and returned home. Not long after he entered, several men dressed in black suits resembling security guards carried a few boxes inside. Mr. Shen Tunan, these are the clothes you purchased. Please sign for them. One of the men in black produced a receipt and handed it to Shen Tunan to sign. Shen Tunan signed his name, and then these men withdrew. His family members had not yet returned. He began to cultivate the overlord body art, but with his heavenly talent furnace, he bypassed the cultivation process entirely. The characters in his mind quickly transformed into personal power. His vital energy began to surge violently within him, turning his body red. He faintly felt that some inexplicable power was about to be born inside him. That power was a higher tier than vital energy. True Qi. The thought flashed through Shen Tunan's mind, and a wave of excitement rose within him. If he could generate Grandmaster True Qi earlier, his strength would surge again. Even without breaking through his realm, his power would still increase. Shen Tunan began to carefully sense the new power about to emerge within him. Just when he felt it was on the verge of being born, the power suddenly dissipated, causing his body to tremble. So close. Shen Tunan felt that only a step away from condensing it, but unfortunately his current realm was too low and the concentration of his vital energy was insufficient, preventing him from completing the final step. It seems I must first consume potions to boost my strength, then try again to see if I can generate True Qi early, Shen Tunan thought, not disheartened. Even without True Qi, his combat effectiveness remained at the Grandmaster level. Its birth would merely add brilliance to splendor if not, yet he would wait patiently. Tunan, you're back. His mother entered from outside. She usually finished work early. Mom, I have a gift for you. Do you like it? Shen Tunan handed over the clothes he had bought. His mother looked at the exquisitely packaged garments in the box and said, didn't you go looking for a job? Why did you buy clothes instead? You currently have no job, so you need to spend money sparingly. Shen Tunan smiled and replied, Mom, don't worry, I have money. Mother Shen still had some concerns and decided to wait for her husband to return before speaking to Shen Tunan. She even made a phone call directly. Not long after Father Shen came back, he had taken leave from work straight away. What's wrong? He had just received a call from his wife. His wife said their son hadn't found a job, but instead spent money buying some fine clothes. Dad, this is a gift for you. Happy Father's Day in advance. Shen Tunan handed over a suit. Father Shen examined the suit, touched the fabric, and felt its excellent texture. This must not be cheap. Although he had never worn luxury brands and didn't know much about them, the craftsmanship and fabric alone indicated its high price. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I found a new job, Shen Tunan comforted them. Both parents were half doubting, but still put the gifts away, for it was their son's heartfelt gesture. At dinner time, his younger brother and sister also returned. Shen Tunan directly gave them the clothes he had bought. His younger brother Shen Zikong was very happy because he hadn't bought new clothes in a long time, and any he bought himself were quite inexpensive. Seeing such exquisite and comfortable clothing made him joyful. He had no knowledge of luxury brands, only feeling they were good to wear and comfortable. Shen Mingyao, however, recognized it at a glance as a luxury brand garment, since she was a reincarnator and had bought such clothes before. Brother, where did you get the money? Shen Mingyao asked in a low voice. Don't worry about these things. I have another gift for you. Shen Tunan took out 2 level 2 potions and placed them in his sister's hands. Shen Mingyao paused for a moment as she naturally knew the price of the potions in her hands. She couldn't help but ask, Brother, did you win the lottery? Besides that explanation, she had no idea why her brother suddenly became so wealthy. Neither the level 2 potions nor the luxury clothes had been bought by her brother before his reincarnation simply because they were far beyond his financial reach. Now after his reincarnation, he understood his brother less and less, as if a layer of mist shrouded him. "I'll stop pretending. I'm a grandmaster," Shen Tunan said. There was a long silence in the room. Father and Mother Shen looked at him with worry, not understanding why their son would talk nonsense like this. A figure like a grandmaster could never emerge from a family like theirs. Such great people were only seen on television. "Haha, brother, haven't you passed puberty yet?" laughed Shen Zikong. He thought his brother was even more chinibu than him. Shen Mingyao also couldn't help but smile and said, "Brother, that joke isn't very funny." Shen Tunan was at a loss for words. He had revealed his strength, yet not a single family member believed him. However, he had anticipated this all along, for it was indeed quite outrageous. Recently, he had still been struggling at the martial entry stage, and suddenly became a grandmaster. The leap was indeed too large. At this moment, the old man in Shen Zikong's watch shook his head. This foolish boy doesn't even know his own brother is a grandmaster. Shen Tunan glared at his younger siblings and said, "I give these to you, so just take them. Don't ask so many questions. I'm telling the truth, and you still don't believe me." Shen Mingyao and Shen Zikong were immediately suppressed by bloodline ties, closing their mouths and daring not to laugh again. "Just pretend I won the lottery, otherwise I wouldn't rob a bank, right?" Shen Tunan said. Seeing this, Father and Mother Shen also stopped questioning him, feeling their son's sincere intention. They truly should not have doubted. Meanwhile, his younger brother and sister were obediently holding chopsticks and eating their meal. Shen Tunan then distributed the level 1 potions he had bought to his parents and younger brother. He knew that his parents and younger brother might not refine the potions he gave yesterday so quickly, but the shelf life of these items was long, and more was better. "Zikong Mingyao, with these cultivation resources you must work even harder. I believe that with your abilities you can get into a top martial university." Shen Tunan encouraged his younger siblings. Shen Zikong and Shen Mingyao listened, attentively nodding occasionally. Shen Zikong held the potion in his hand, feeling a mix of excitement and thrill. Yesterday's potion had already been refined by him thanks to the old man's guidance and that powerful future martial art. With the new potion, I can try to break through to a martial artist. Shen Zikong felt inner excitement. Moreover, hearing his brother Shen Tunan's words, he also felt that some things didn't need to be asked repeatedly. If his brother didn't want to say, then just treat it as winning the lottery. Anyway, once he became stronger, he could buy good things and repay his brother. Shen Mingyao looked at the level 2 potion in her hand and also felt it could help her advance her realm faster. She thought to herself, "Brother, although I don't know where your money comes from, perhaps you paid a great price, or maybe you really won the lottery. But none of that matters now. I will take your cultivation resources and become stronger. I will definitely protect you and all our family." Soon the whole family finished their meal. Shen Tunan helped his parents clear the table, then returned to his room. He had delivered everything to his family. Next, he needed to become stronger. Shen Tunan checked his balance. Over 2 million yuan remained. With this money, he could still buy new level 3 potions. However, if potions were consumed consecutively in one day, their effects would diminish significantly. That's why he hadn't bought 2 level 3 potions. Delivering such items to the home was also fast. As long as orders were placed online, it wouldn't take long. Now what he needed to do was earn money, then go complete his missions. After he became a grandmaster, his martial arts, martial skills, and potions would certainly need to be upgraded to higher tiers. So he should earn more money. But now was not the time to think about these matters. Shen Tunan took out the newly bought potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and activated his heaven-graded talent furnace to refine it. Immediately after, veins bulged on his body as a massive amount of energy fed back into him. As Shen Tunan had expected, he felt no side effects. He only sensed that this energy was too surging and needed time to refine. Shen Tunan circulated the Overlord body art, and that surging energy began to transform into his own strength. The Overlord body art, worthy of being a level 3 martial art, allowed him to fully refine the potion's effects within just a few minutes. This process was shorter than last time, with no energy leaking out at all. Even the activity of absorbing spiritual energy was quieter, undetectable to ordinary people. It was like a car engine with stronger power, yet less noise. Shen Tunan felt that purchasing the Overlord body art was truly the right choice. Martial Master 7th grade. Now if I unleash my full power, can I kill a Grandmaster? Shen Tunan had confidence in this. After all, his basic power burst could now reach 3500 gene, with a 10-fold increase that would be 3.5 million. Such strength, even if a Grandmaster used true Qi, would likely not withstand it. Just as this thought arose in Shen Tunan's mind, his vital energy surged rapidly inside him again. That feeling of true Qi about to be born appeared once more. A sharp light flashed in Shen Tunan's eyes. He hurriedly sat down, began circulating the Overlord body art, carefully sensing his vital energy, feeling that power about to be born. Grandmaster True Qi was when a person's vital energy reached a certain threshold, allowing them to sense Grandmaster True Qi break through their own shackles and experience a massive surge of power stepping into the Grandmaster realm. But now relying on the overlord body art, Shen Tunan was sensing this power in advance, on the verge of bringing it forth. Blood and chi surged violently within Shen Tunan's body. He felt as though he had become a burning entity, endlessly consuming himself in flame. An unbearable dry heat coursed through his frame, growing hotter with each passing moment. The temperature around him began to rise in tandem with his increasing body heat. The lights in the house began to flicker and dim, pulsing erratically. Break through the shackles and be born, true chi. Shen Tunan roared inwardly, unleashing an utterly terrifying pressure in that instant. Layer upon layer of invisible heat waves radiated outward in all directions. Next door, Shen Mingyao, who was devouring the elixir to cultivate, suddenly felt the house tremble. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, a look of surprise flashing across her face. This is the aura of a grandmaster's true chi. Could my brother truly be a grandmaster? Shen Mingyao harbored some doubt, but she herself had been reborn. Perhaps her brother's fate had also changed this time. With suspicion weighing on her mind, Shen Mingyao stepped out of her room and walked to the door of Shen Tunan's room. Knock knock. She rapped lightly on the door. Inside there was only silence. Brother, are you asleep? Shen Mingyao asked. I just fell asleep. What's wrong? A voice came from within the room. Shen Mingyao quickly replied, nothing. I just felt the house shake suddenly. I thought it might be an earthquake. I was terrified. It did shake a bit just now, but we're in a coastal area. Occasional tremors are unavoidable. Shen Tunan's voice came from inside the room again. He didn't open the door. Shen Mingyao peered through the crack beneath the door, but saw no light at all, concluding that her brother must have fallen back asleep. She was disturbing her brother's rest after all. You're right, Shen Mingyao said, turning away from Shen Tunan's door. Then I won't disturb your rest. She soon returned to her room, thinking it must have been her overthinking. If there were a grandmaster in their residential compound, that might be plausible. But for her brother to reach grandmaster at such a young age, and in so short a time, even she couldn't achieve that. Before her rebirth, she had been the empress, one of the pinnacle combatants of the human race. If her brother were a martial artist, she would have sensed him long ago. There would surely be some trace left behind. I'd best focus on improving my own strength. She tucked away her stray thoughts and resumed consuming the elixir to cultivate. Inside Shen Zikong's room. At this moment he was deaf to the world around him, devoting himself entirely to cultivation, hoping to step into the martial artist realm today through the elixir. Even when he felt the commotion, he paid it no mind. Xinqing had told him that to become a true powerhouse, one must remain focused and never let other matters distract him. His goal was to become a supreme grandmaster and even transcend into a god of the human race. He had to become stronger, and at that moment the white-haired old man Xinqing sat at the computer desk. Gazing out the window, he said, the aura has grown even stronger. It seems Zikong's older brother must be a genius. However, he didn't dwell on it. So what if he was a genius? In the future, geniuses would be plentiful. But to step into the realm of a god, even geniuses could not accomplish that. Since he had chosen Shen Zikong, this was fate. He would not easily choose another. A few minutes earlier, inside the room of Shen's father and mother, the couple had not fallen asleep. They were also consuming elixirs, seeking to elevate their blood and chi. Though they were of an older age and refined these elixirs much more slowly than the youth. All of it could be done gradually. Boosting their blood and chi was undeniably beneficial to them. Enhancing blood and chi not only strengthened their physical power, but also slowed the aging process. The two of them had also felt the house tremble violently. When they opened their eyes, the trembling had ceased. Now, outside, the bright moon hung high in the sky. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, scattered like fragments of lingering snow. Shen's father gazed out the window and instinctively reached into his chest pocket for a cigarette. But suddenly a bone-chilling coldness pierced him, meeting a pair of icy eyes. Smoking again. Can't you ever kick that habit? Shen's mother spoke. She detested the smell of smoke above all else and had told Shen's father countless times, but he refused to listen, claiming he couldn't quit. They had since made a rule, no more than 3 cigarettes per day. And Shen's father had already exceeded that limit today. It's just a habit. Shen's father offered an awkward smile. Shen's mother sighed and said, don't you care about Tunan at all? He's all alone out there. It isn't easy for him. I know. Shen's father looked outside at the swaying branches. But Tunan has always had such strong pride since he was a child. I still don't understand how he managed to obtain those expensive elixirs and that suit. Shen's father still felt stunned thinking about the suit. He had looked up the brand online. The cheapest suit set cost at least 100,000 yuan, a staggering sum. But he knew his son. What Shen Tunan gave he would never take back, nor would he listen to their advice. Their son was too decisive and too stubborn. That temperament came from him. Tunan must have suffered greatly. Shen's mother felt a pang of heartache for her son. Shen's father pulled up a chair and sat down. Yes, he must have endured tremendous hardship. But since the child won't speak of it, we shouldn't press him. He understood his son's nature. Pressing further would yield nothing. What they should do was simply avoid adding to their son's troubles. Inside Shen Tunan's room, the surging heat waves had already dissipated. The terrifying pressure had long since receded. Flowing within Shen Tunan's body was a power far more advanced than mere blood and chi. Grandmaster True Chi. and his cultivation realm had simultaneously broken through to the 8th star of the martial master level. With the birth of Grandmaster True Chi, his strength had undergone a tremendous surge. Previously, a martial master at the 8th star should have possessed strength of around 400,000 caddies. But now Shen Tunan felt his power had undoubtedly exceeded that number, reaching approximately 500,000 caddies. This was the advantage of being born with Grandmaster True Chi ahead of schedule. Shen Tunan sensed that this Grandmaster True Chi could flow freely within his body and be mobilized at will. However, he did not test it inside the room. If he had unleashed Grandmaster True Chi, the entire room would likely have collapsed. This kind of power was no laughing matter. In the past, there had been news reports of a Grandmaster Major City who, while sleeping at home, dreamt of a ferocious beast. In his sleep, he unleashed Grandmaster True Chi and punched his own house apart. His neighbors called the police in the middle of the night. Though he had not yet truly become a Grandmaster, he now commanded the power that only a Grandmaster could wield. Shen Tunan picked up the remote control and turned on the air conditioner, intending to dissipate all the residual heat in the room. Though the heat waves were gone, it was midsummer, and the nights were inherently hot. On top of that, his breakthrough had raised the room's temperature, making the air stiflingly stuffy. After turning on the air conditioner with the influx of cool air, the temperature dropped rapidly. 10 minutes later, the room had become refreshingly cool. Shen Tunan, in high spirits, laid down on the bed and slept. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window. The dappled light danced and shimmered, compelling Shen Tunan to open his eyes. He had slept well the previous night. Shen Tunan dressed and glanced at the suit on the desk. After a moment's thought, he decided not to wear it. After all, it was rather expensive, something to reserve for casual occasions. But today he was heading to the Ferocious Beast Forest to complete his second mission. In the past, he had considered the Ferocious Beast Forest incredibly perilous. But now, with his strengthened abilities, it seemed nothing more than a walk in the park. After brushing his teeth, washing his face, and finishing breakfast, Shen Tunan left home early in the morning, boarding a nearly empty morning bus bound for the Ferocious Beast Forest. 2 hours later, Shen Tunan successfully disembarked and arrived outside a massive city wall. Along the wall stood soldiers as fierce as tigers and wolves, their spines rigid, guarding their posts. Shen Tunan walked forward. He had heard that entering the Ferocious Beast Forest required presenting a reservation code. However, he was a half-step Grandmaster. He simply displayed his insignia. Upon seeing the insignia, the two soldiers immediately grew respectful. "Sir, please proceed." The soldiers opened the checkpoint, allowing Shen Tunan to enter. This made Shen Tunan realize how genuinely useful the half-step Grandmaster insignia was. And such was the world. The powerful enjoyed countless privileges. However, the reservation requirement for entering the Ferocious Beast Forest also served as protection for the weak. Shen Tunan passed through the checkpoint at the city gate and raised his gaze. Not far away lay a clear lake where fish could even be seen swimming within its waters. Beyond the lake stretched a dense forest, thick and unbroken. Some of the trees were bathed in sunlight, their colors vivid and distinct. Other trees remained hidden within endless shadow, never touched by sunlight. Shen Tunan. Suddenly, from somewhere not far away across the surface of the lake, someone on a small boat waved and called out to Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan followed the sound and spotted a man happily stepping off a small boat, making his way toward him. Zhang Ming. Upon seeing him, Shen Tunan hurried over as well. This was an old classmate of his. They had been in the same class since elementary school all the way through high school. Originally, he had been a neighbor. Later, after word spread that his father had struck it rich, the family moved away. The two of them occasionally chatted on messaging apps and exchanged messages from time to time. Sometimes they would chat throughout the night. In one's contact list, there are people you can talk to at any moment or simply ignore without a word. One could say this person was both an old classmate and a childhood friend. "Long time no see. You haven't changed a bit," Zhang Ming said as he embraced Shen Tunan and then stepped back. "Long time no see." Shen Tunan was equally excited. It's been 8 years since we last met. He remembered it clearly. After they had that meal together 8 years ago, they rarely crossed paths in reality anymore. One was busy with work while the other was devoted to cultivating his martial arts. Moreover, their families lived far apart. Even during the New Year greetings, they merely exchanged video calls. As people grow older, it seems they naturally drift apart. No matter how close the friendship, once life circles diverge, meetings become rare indeed. Indeed, it's been so many years. I was planning to track you down for a meal once this mission was done. Zhang Ming smiled. Who would have thought we'd run into each other here? What a coincidence. Slap slap. As the two were chatting, several more people stepped off the small boat, both men and women. They all shared one common trait, powerful chi and blood energy flowing within them. Only martial artists could enter this place. "Shen Tunan, I didn't expect you to become a martial artist too," said one of the individuals with an expression of surprise. Shen Tunan took a glance and recognized him as a high school classmate. Although they had been classmates, he felt nothing but indifference toward this person. "Lu Hai." Shen Tunan offered a perfunctory greeting. Lu Hai was startled, but had little inclination to continue the conversation. That was because most of his companions had already reached the late stage of martial artist possessing strength beyond the 7th star. "Shen Tunan, what mission did you take on? The Fierce Beast Forest is far too treacherous. How about joining our team?" Zhang Ming invited. In his impression, his friend had always been at the entry into martial arts stage. Even if, by sheer fortune, he had broken through to become a martial artist, completing missions would still be quite difficult. By directly inviting Shen Tunan, he was essentially helping him complete the task. Zhang Ming, thank you, but I'm used to working alone. Shen Tunan politely declined. He could sense that Zhang Ming had not yet become a martial master, and the same was true for his companions. If he were to team up with them, it would only endanger them. After all, he was hunting a third-tier fierce beast, the demon flame wolf. Such a ferocious creature could tear apart even a martial master. It was extremely vicious. All right. Zhang Ming showed no surprise upon being rejected. He understood his friend's personality well enough. Zhang Ming, we should go, one of his companions urged. Zhang Ming then bid farewell to Shen Tunan, saying, let's get together again sometime. Shen Tunan waved back and watched as the small boat slowly glided across the lake to the opposite shore. Shen Tunan then boarded another small boat. A boatman, upon seeing him, said, please sit properly. The boatman did not collect any payment. Instead, he began to row, and the boat drifted slowly toward the far side of the lake. Seated on the boat, feeling the cool breeze blowing against his face, Shen Tunan felt extraordinarily comfortable. Despite heading into the peril-laden fierce beast forest, Shen Tunan felt as though he were a traveler in ancient times out for leisure. This lake was not particularly large. Less than 10 minutes later, the boat reached the shore. Shen Tunan stepped off and asked, do I not need to pay? The boatman smiled. No need. Someone gives us wages. If we accepted money, we might get reported instead. Shen Tunan nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. The boatman did not leave immediately, but waited instead. Not long after, Shen Tunan saw a group of martial artists covered in blood arrive. Their expressions were grave, and 3 of them carried their injured companions on their backs. Their companions were covered in wounds. From the looks of it, they had suffered severe injuries, and it was unclear whether they could survive. Only after these people boarded did the boatman return along the same route. Any ordinary martial artist witnessing the earlier scene would have been deeply shaken and filled with apprehension. But Shen Tunan felt no worry whatsoever. Calm and collected, he walked into the dense forest. The mission briefing had outlined the possible locations of the demon flame wolf. He only needed to go and search for them. At the same time, Zhang Ming and his party were walking along the path. They were making their way toward a destination. Above them, the lush canopy of trees blocked most of the sunlight, with only scattered rays of light filtering through. This gave the forest an eerie chill. Moreover, with the dense foliage and occasional gusts of wind producing a whistling sound, it felt as though someone were weeping. Zhang Ming, how strong is your classmate? Why did you invite him to join our team? Someone asked. She was a tall woman, standing around 175 meters, wearing a black dress with an ordinary face. Her name was Gao Qing. Before Zhang Ming could respond, Lu Hai burst out laughing. That's my high school classmate. His talent in martial arts is utterly mediocre. From what I've heard, he's nearly 30 and still only at the entry into martial arts stage. Who knows what luck he had to barely become a martial artist. But his talent is just SOSO. Thank goodness he didn't join us. Otherwise, he'd be nothing but a burden. He wore a sneering expression, looking down on Shen Tunan with utter disdain. Zhang Ming, however, was somewhat displeased. After all, he and Shen Tunan had been good friends for many years. Lu Hai, I know your mouth runs sharp, but don't speak ill of my friend in front of me, or don't blame me for turning hostile. Upon hearing this, Lu Hai scoffed. Your father is a powerful martial master. You two will become one in the future. Why associate with a good-for-nothing like him? Shen Tunan only performed well in his studies. His martial arts talent is terrible. Making friends with him is simply dragging yourself down. Hearing this, Zhang Ming's eyebrows rose, his voice angry. That's enough. Who I choose to befriend is none of your concern. You have no right to lecture me. His teammates, seeing the two on the verge of conflict, quickly intervened. Stop arguing. We're here to complete a mission, not to fight. Besides, this is the fierce beast forest. If you raise your voices any louder and attract some vicious beasts, do you want to throw your lives away? Heated by their companions' words, the two temporarily set aside their grievances, though neither was willing to look at the other. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan passed through a narrow path in the dense forest and arrived at a clearing. There were no trees, only peculiarly shaped rocks. Farther ahead stood a cliff shrouded in swirling mist. This must be the place. Shen Tunan began scanning the surroundings, looking for any traces of the demon flame wolf. Just then a rustling sound came from the open ground nearby. Though faint, Shen Tunan still detected it. His gaze shifted toward a blue stone not far away. Slowly emerging from atop the stone was a pitch-black python. The serpent appeared to be over 8 meters long, its eyes cold and emotionless. The python had a triangular head, its tongue flicking in and out continuously, its body slightly upright. A second-tier fierce beast, the black-headed snake. Shen Tunan identified the beast at a glance. This type of creature, once fully grown, could hunt late-stage martial artists. Judging by its size, the snake in front of him was already an adult. Demon beast. Shen Tunan glanced coldly at it. Clearly the black-headed snake regarded him as prey. A wisp of true energy condensed at the tip of his finger, and he flicked it forward lightly. It was an opportunity to test his true energy using this snake right before him. Shen Tunan did not employ any martial techniques. He simply unleashed his Grandmaster True Energy. Splat. The next moment, an invisible wave of true energy pierced straight through the python's head. Black blood sprayed everywhere, and with a thud, it collapsed onto the bluestone. A second-tier fierce beast had been slain so effortlessly by Shen Tunan. Hiss! Suddenly a sound of sharply drawing breath came from behind Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan turned and saw two men and a woman all appearing to be in their 30s staring at the scene with utter astonishment. They were obviously martial artists newly entering the fierce beast forest. The three martial artists froze in terror too, paralyzed to move a muscle. The moment they caught sight of Shen Tunan's gaze, a shiver ran through their bodies. Their vital energies churned chaotically within them, as if beyond their own control. "And Master, we didn't mean to disturb you. We were merely passing through," one of the men hastily explained, terrified of offending such a fearsome figure. If he could dispatch a formidable beast like the black-headed serpent with but a flick of his finger, eliminating them would be equally effortless. They knew full well that even combining their efforts, slaying a black-headed serpent would be an immensely daunting task. They had long heard tales of encountering truly extraordinary figures within the beast forest. For the beast forest occasionally yielded exceedingly precious spiritual herbs, which could be refined into elixirs to elevate one's martial cultivation. Evidently the young man before them was a grand figure from another city. Otherwise, how could he have dispatched such a terrifying beast with merely a flick of his finger, as effortlessly as crushing an ant? Moreover, this formidable presence was remarkably youthful, appearing no older than 20. He must be a top-tier prodigy akin to those from Ziyang Martial University. Either way, they could ill afford to offend him. Shen Tunan withdrew his gaze, harboring no intention to reprimand. After all, the beast forest was vast, encounters were inevitable. Shen Tunan approached the black-headed serpent and drew his weapon, a cleaving sword, slicing through the beast's carcass in a single stroke. Within its body lay a gem-like substance radiating brilliant light under the sunlight. He retrieved the object known as a beast crystal, the concentrated essence of a beast's entire being. In cultivation novels, this would be termed a core pill. In the high martial world of Earth, however, it bore a different name. The crystal was spherical, resembling a glass marble, and weighed roughly the same as a few marbles in the palm. Shen Tunan could sense the energy swirling within the beast crystal. He immediately began the refining process, but deliberately abstained from employing his innate talent, wishing instead to test his own refining speed. Within less than a minute, the crystal's energy had been entirely absorbed. His strength increased by barely 3,000 gene, a marginal but welcome gain. After all, at his current cultivation level, such a second-grade beast crystal offered little substantial improvement. "Do you happen to have any wine?" Shen Tunan called out to those behind him. "We have some." One of the men hurriedly presented a wine flask. Shen Tunan nodded in thanks. "Appreciate it." He then extracted the snake gallbladder, ventured into the forest, and retrieved a section of bamboo. Splitting it open, he thoroughly cleaned both the bamboo and the gallbladder before placing it inside. He then built a fire to cook the gallbladder before swallowing it. As a beast of the wild, its gallbladder was a prized commodity alongside the crystal. Consuming it bolstered resistance to cold and offered numerous health benefits with none to harm. Alas, he lacked an iron wok, otherwise stewing the serpent meat would have yielded a fine meal. After steaming for some time, deeming the gallbladder sufficiently cooked, he swallowed it whole. The substance tasted unremarkable, leaving only a faint warmth that quickly dissipated. This was to be expected given the sheer potency of his chi blood vitality. "Thank you for the wine. You may take this serpent if you wish." The black-headed serpent's most valuable parts were its gallbladder and crystal. The remainder held little worth beyond perhaps some meat. However, the serpent's carcass was far too massive to carry about. His mission was to slay the demonic flame wolf, not to haul snake flesh. "Thank you, my lord." The two men and one woman bowed respectfully. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan's gaze drifted deeper into the beast forest. Had he not relied on his innate talent, a single beast crystal had already augmented his combat prowess by thousands. Though seemingly modest, if he employed the heavenly furnace, the results would multiply exponentially. By slaying more beasts and refining their crystals, he might yet attain the peak of the martial master realm. At that stage, his strength could surge to an astonishing 600,000 gene, rendering him even more formidable. This was truly a cultivation paradise. Nay, perhaps I could achieve Grandmaster status. A spark ignited in Shen Tunan's eyes. The beast population within the forest was countless beyond reckoning. Indeed, mastery over the Grandmaster realm might be within reach. With sufficient beasts, there is every possibility. Shen Tunan's gaze blazed with intensity. Though his combat prowess equaled that of a Grandmaster, he had not truly stepped into that realm. An insatiable longing lingered within his heart. After all, his original aspiration had been to become a Grandmaster. It remained an unwavering obsession. Treading upon fallen leaves, Shen Tunan ventured deeper into the beast forest, his strides consuming the distance until he vanished from the other's sight. Who would have imagined encountering such a towering figure in the outer reaches? True, the aura he exuded earlier made me feel as though I would collapse on the spot. Do you think he might be a Grandmaster? Absolutely. Didn't you see the power he unleashed with a mere flick? That wasn't chi blood. It was surely the true energy of a Grandmaster. The martial artists watched Shen Tunan's departing figure conversing in hushed tones. Their eyes brimmed with reverence. After their discussion, they carved portions of the black-headed serpent's meat, and following Shen Tunan's method began to cook and consume it. Venturing into the beast forest was no trivial undertaking, nor could they simply turn back. Yet letting the serpent meat spoil would be a waste. Thus they resolved to partake of the meal before continuing their journey to hunt for desired beasts. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan had now penetrated the deep reaches of the beast forest. Here, much like the outer region's dense forests sprawled across the landscape, with towering cliff faces ahead blocking the sunlight. The interior was darker and chillier than the outskirts. Relentless gusts of icy wind swept through, biting at the bone. Crack! Upon entering, Shen Tunan heard the sound of something crushing branches beneath its feet. Then from the darkness a pair of luminescent green eyes ignited, radiating a frigid glint. Roar! A thunderous howl erupted, shaking the very ground, and enough to stir the vital energies of lesser martial artists. From the darkness emerged a colossal entity. It was a massive black wolf standing 2 meters tall and over 3 meters long as it emerged from the timber. Its girth surpassed that of ordinary tigers. The black wolf clearly regarded Shen Tunan as a ready prey. A third-grade beast. Shen Tunan could sense from the aura of its chi blood that this monster was categorically stronger than the black-headed serpent. The massive black wolf let out another devastating roar. Then it transformed into a dark shadow, lunging toward Shen Tunan with a foul, blood-soaked wind. Shen Tunan had no intention of dodging. He condensed true chi within his fist, releasing a sharp crack through the air as he charged forward to meet the beast head-on. The black wolf was instantly sent flying, crashing into the nearby mountainside and fracturing the solid rock face. Insane fool. Shen Tunan made no further move. Instead, he walked directly toward the immense black wolf, whose eyes still shimmered with an emerald glow, brimming with towering hatred and profound unwillingness to accept defeat. However, no matter how it struggled, this black wolf had already lost any chance of survival. In that previous strike, he had unleashed true chi, the explosive force shattering every rib within the wolf's body and crushing its skull until half its face was destroyed. Fresh crimson fluid began streaming from the black wolf's ears, nose, and mouth before it ultimately perished. A third-rate ferocious beast had fallen to Shen Tunan's hand. This black wolf could unleash approximately 150 gene of force comparable to a martial master at the 3rd star. Meeting me was his misfortune. Shen Tunan drew his blade sword, cut open the black wolf's body, and extracted a 3rd-rank ferocious beast crystal. This 3rd-rank crystal was twice the size of the 2nd-rank crystals he had previously obtained. Shen Tunan immediately activated the heavenly earth furnace to refine it, his vital blood energy continuing to surge stronger. After several breaths, he broke through another minor realm, reaching the 9th star of martial master. His physical strength had even risen to 550 gene, achieved without employing any augmentations. The pelts of such ferocious beasts were also worth a considerable sum and could be crafted into garments. Shen Tunan directly skinned it and thoroughly cleaned the hide. Such materials must never be wasted, and Shen Tunan possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. Even when encountering a martial ancestor-level ferocious beast, he could slay it. Now that I am in Luo City, I should count among the most powerful beings here. I merely wonder what realm the city lord has attained. How many stars within the martial ancestor level? Shen Tunan felt confident that if the city lord had not yet reached the later stage of martial ancestor, meaning beyond the 7th star, he had absolutely nothing to fear. Still, he could not help but feel moved. Just a few days ago, his strength had been so frail, yet within such a brief span his combat power had skyrocketed to this extraordinary level. At this moment, Shen Tunan suddenly thought of an enemy, He Tao, who had forced him to lose his job and sought to toy with him like a plaything in the palm of his hand. When he passed the martial ancestor certification, he would deal with him. By then, even the people of the Xinghe group would be unable to protect him. Shen Tunan took out his phone to check, but within this remote mountain forest the SIM card had no signal. The screen only displayed the time and date. Shen Tunan put the phone away and continued deeper. However, the ferocious beasts he encountered afterward were mostly 2nd-rank ones. That 3rd-rank ferocious beast seemed to be the overlord of this region. Although he refined several more ferocious beast crystals, the improvements they brought were not particularly significant. He had gathered quite a number of ferocious beast pelts, but the corpses were impossible to carry away. These beasts were far too large to lug around. If only there existed a storage artifact capable of holding ferocious beast corpses. Shen Tunan pondered within his heart. Before, he had not paid such matters much attention, but now that he had entered the ferocious beast forest, he truly understood their value. It should not be far now. Shen Tunan had already passed through several locations where the demon flame wolf might appear. This was the final place. It was a cave entrance roughly 3 people tall, surrounded by dense weeds and shrubs. Without close inspection, most people would not notice the opening at all. Roar! Just then a fierce and violent roaring sound suddenly erupted from within the cave. However, it seemed distant, and the sound upon reaching him faded quickly into echoes. Shen Tunan saw over 10 people fleeing frantically, their faces twisted in terror, as as though they had beheld something horrifying beyond description. Run! This is the demon flame wolf's nesting ground. I saw some people enter ahead of us. No wonder they didn't come back. It seems they are mostly dead. We're lucky to have escaped with our lives. They pushed through the shrubbery, escaping from inside, and paused briefly upon seeing Shen Tunan standing at the cave entrance. They then casually glanced away and sidestepped him to leave. At that moment, one considerate person warned him, "Hurry and go, brother. The demon flame wolf inside has gone berserk again." He thought that mentioning the name demon flame wolf would be enough for Shen Tunan to understand and flee. But Shen Tunan's eyes brightened, filled with excitement and anticipation. He had finally found the demon flame wolf and could complete the mission. His long journey had not been in vain. "Thank you for the information. I came specifically to deal with this demon flame wolf," Shen Tunan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the person replied, "That demon flame wolf has already broken through its own boundaries. Its strength is likely at the half-step martial ancestor level. I advise you to abandon this mission. I have already witnessed no fewer than 100 people perish at the hands of that demon flame wolf, including several martial masters of great renown." Upon hearing these words, a look of astonishment crossed Shen Tunan's face. He had originally estimated the demon flame wolf's strength to be around the 7th star of martial master, never expecting it to reach half-step martial ancestor in so short a time. What kind of opportunity had this demon flame wolf obtained? This piqued Shen Tunan's curiosity. They say that in places where ferocious beasts reside, spiritual herbs may also be found. Could this demon flame wolf be guarding some spiritual herb? Shen Tunan pondered within his heart. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain why the demon flame wolf had advanced its realm so rapidly. However, this was only one possibility. Perhaps the spiritual herb had already been devoured by the demon flame wolf. But regardless, eliminating the demon flame wolf was something he had to do. "Thank you. Even if the demon flame wolf is at the half-step martial ancestor level, it will die by my hand." Shen Tunan spoke with confidence, his tone clearly not a joke. Seeing that he could not dissuade Shen Tunan, the person only sighed and chose not to say more. After all, he had already spoken clearly enough. If this person possessed half-step martial ancestor strength, he could go try. Without such strength, he would simply be throwing his life away. "I have said all I need to say. Best of luck to you." The person walked toward the outer edge of the ferocious beast forest. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan pushed aside the shrubbery and entered the cave. With his current strength, not only would a half-step martial ancestor demon flame wolf fall, but even a 4th-rank ferocious beast reaching the martial ancestor level would perish upon encountering him. After walking several hundred meters into the cave dwelling, he saw a ferocious beast over 3 meters tall, its fur gleaming, standing beside a pool of water, baring its fangs and gnashing its teeth. The most striking feature of this demon flame wolf was the single sharp horn protruding from its head, pitch black in color. Surrounding it were numerous corpses and piles of white bones, making it resemble a necropolis. Not far from the demon flame wolf, there were 6 men, all covered in blood and bearing wounds of varying sizes. The leader radiated exceptionally powerful vital energy, suggesting he was at least a martial master at the 10th stage. His companions were all martial masters as well, facing off against the demon flame wolf. "Brothers, you have worked hard. I will hold the rear. You should leave first. This demon flame wolf is beyond our capabilities." The strongest martial master, Healy, spoke, clearly unwilling to continue dragging this out. They had originally arrived in a group of 12, but now only 6 remained, all wounded. Continuing to fight held no hope, and he had already abandoned the idea of hunting this demon flame wolf. The others nodded in agreement without objection. However, at that very moment, the demon flame wolf suddenly turned its head and fixed its dead stare on another direction. From there emerged a young man, radiating terrifying vital energy, as though a furnace were perpetually burning within him. Half-step martial ancestor. Healy's pupils contracted. He could clearly sense the terror radiating from that person's vital energy. It surpassed even his own 10th-star martial master realm. Only those at half-step martial ancestor or above could match it. "Demon flame wolf, I have finally found you." Shen Tunan smiled, faintly, paying no mind to the others mistaking him for a half-step martial ancestor. After all his vital energy truly had reached that realm, it was only his cultivation boundary that fell slightly short. To be continued. The demonic flame wolf fixed its crimson eyes upon Shen Tunan, a cold gleam emanating from its gaze. This was a top-tier 3rd-grade ferocious beast, the most formidable one Shen Tunan had ever encountered. The ferocious beast struck without warning. A luminescence flared upon its frontal horn, then a bolt of dark lightning, swift and lethal, arced toward Shen Tunan's position. "Beware," Healy called out urgently. "Do not let that black ray strike you. It carries poison." Upon hearing this warning, Shen Tunan's vigilance intensified. Employing his footwork technique, luminous light flared beneath his feet as he vanished from his original position, in an instant reappearing 10 paces away. Boom! The black radiance struck the ground, erupting in an explosion accompanied by a hissing sound. Shen Tunan focused his gaze upon the ground, discovering a crater over a meter across. White smoke continuously billowed from the pit, the surrounding terrain visibly corroded. This demonic flame wolf bore no resemblance to its ordinary counterparts. Regular variants possessed no toxicity whatsoever, suggesting this creature had undergone a mutation. Had that black ray struck him, the consequences would have been severe. His flesh would have been corroded, and the venom would have invaded his body. Friend, this demonic flame wolf has already claimed several of my companions. Perhaps we should join forces to slay it. Healy's voice carried from a short distance away. He reasoned that a half-step Grandmaster might not succeed against such a formidable beast alone, but together they stood a much better chance. His original plan had been to flee this area, seek reinforcements, and then confront the ferocious beast. But with a potential ally appearing right before him, he naturally decided to propose cooperation. No need. Shen Tunan shook his head, then drew his slaying sword, gripping the alloy weapon firmly in hand. Shen Tunan's entire demeanor shifted. An extraordinarily dangerous aura radiated from him, much like a sharp, battle-hardened sword, exuding an aggressive and domineering presence. Healy had intended to speak further, but sensing that overwhelming presence, he fell silent. Shen Tunan raised his long sword and brought his foot down heavily upon the ground, causing the earth to crack and splinter into a small depression. Luminous light flared once more beneath his feet as he darted forward like a dancing dragon, closing the distance to the demonic flame wolf in an instant. The beast's pupils strained to track his movements, but failed to register his position. This proved the advantage of his footwork technique. The demonic flame wolf grew extremely wary, bracing itself for defense. Nine Shadows Sword, Art Double Amplification. Shen Tunan chanted the technique in silence, and 9 sword shadows materialized above, their appearances shifting between reality and illusion. The demonic flame wolf was left dazzled, unable to determine which strike was genuine and which was false. Before the beast could react, the 9 shadows merged into one and descended with devastating speed. The demonic flame wolf was cleaved in two, blood splattering the ground as its massive body crashed down. With the beast defeated, Shen Tunan sheathed his sword. Witnessing this display, Li and the others shuddered violently, their eyes filled with profound awe as they regarded him. Only a true Grandmaster could slay a demonic flame wolf in a single strike. A half-step Grandmaster simply lacked that power. The youthful man before them was undoubtedly a genuine Grandmaster. Brother, he is that person a Grandmaster? Someone beside him asked. The other companions had already deduced the same conclusion. This was undoubtedly Grandmaster-level strength. Li slowly nodded and offered a respectful fist and palm salute toward Shen Tunan. We pay our respects, Grandmaster. The others followed suit, bowing in unison. We pay our respects, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster, for saving our lives. Every one of them wore expressions of reverence and deep respect. Anyone who reached the Grandmaster realm was an esteemed figure in their eyes, deserving of unquestioning respect. As for the demonic flame wolf's carcass, they had completely abandoned any thoughts of claiming it. You need not be so formal. Shen Tunan waved his hand dismissively. You may leave whenever you wish. Observing his calm and composed demeanor, the group couldn't help but feel admiration, for this was truly the bearing of a Grandmaster. Furthermore, he was such a young Grandmaster, likely a prodigy from one of the great families in a major city with millions of inhabitants. Bearing their fallen comrades' bodies, the group bowed deeply to Shen Tunan before departing. Shen Tunan approached the demonic flame wolf and retrieved the ferocious beast crystal from within its body. The hide had been severed and shredded during the battle, rendering it nearly worthless. However, the black horn held great value, second only to the beast crystal itself. That was precisely why he had carefully controlled his strikes to preserve it intact. He extracted the complete black horn and stowed it away, then began refining the ferocious beast crystal in his possession, hoping to advance to the 10th level of Martial Master. He believed himself different from others, for his strength had long since reached the half-step Grandmaster threshold. He suspected he might bypass the half-step Grandmaster stage entirely. If he could reach the 10th level of Martial Master, he should be able to advance directly into the Grandmaster realm. The mere thought of that realm brought a smile to Shen Tunan's face. It was what he yearned for most. Once he attained Grandmaster status, he would truly become the #1 figure in Luocheng. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Closing his eyes, Shen Tunan activated his innate ability to refine the ferocious beast crystal, channeling its power to strengthen his chi and blood. Meanwhile, in a darkened section of the ferocious beast forest, a group of approximately 5 individuals appeared. Leading the group was a man around 25 years old, dressed in an expensive black suit with a tie. His handsome features and glossy black hair gave him the appearance of someone more suited to a countryside excursion than hunting ferocious beasts. He looked less like a hunter on a mission and more like someone enjoying an outing in the wilderness. Beside him walked an elderly man with silver-streaked hair, clad in black martial arts attire. His expressionless face carried an air of sternness. The remaining men wore matching black martial arts uniforms, moving with the confident stride of seasoned warriors. Their tall, imposing figures and disciplined bearings suggested they were trained protectors. Elder Bai, do you really believe there are mutated demonic flame wolves in a place like this? The young man asked the elder beside him. Elder Bai smiled and replied, Young Master Wang, is this not the information you had someone investigate? Wherever a mutated demonic flame wolf exists, there must be a 4th-grade spiritual herb. Combined with additional materials to refine a 4th grade pill, it will surely allow you to reach the Grandmaster realm before you turn 28. Upon hearing the word Grandmaster, young Master Wang's lips curved into a smile. As a member of the Wang clan from a truly prominent family, he had traveled thousands of miles to reach this place. Father always claims I lack ambition. This time I will obtain a 4th grade spiritual herb myself and refine it into a pill to boost my cultivation. Young Master Wang's real name was Wang Kong. Despite his family's ability to secure 4th grade spiritual herbs and even pills on his behalf, he wanted to prove himself, demonstrating that he could achieve greatness without relying on his family's influence. Thus he had taken on the mission to slay a demonic flame wolf, leading him to this ferocious beast forest. I hope the 4th grade spiritual herb guarded by this mutated demonic flame wolf is the one I'm looking for. Wang Kong continued forward. Elder Bai and the martial artists behind him followed closely. Wherever the group passed, no ferocious beast survived. Elder Bai himself was hardly needed, as those behind him were all martial masters capable of dispatching beasts with ease. Just then a heavy breathing sound erupted from the darkness, followed by a massive creature charging forward. It was a massive elephant nearly 10 meters tall, its pupils blood red, its footsteps causing the ground to tremble. It's a 3rd grade ferocious beast, the red-eyed elephant. We've likely wandered into this beast's territory, a martial artist stated gravely. Adult specimens of this species possessed cultivation equivalent to the 10th level of martial master. Moreover, these beasts possessed unnatural strength. In raw power alone, even a half-step grandmaster would need to hold back. Young master stepped back. Elder Bai, standing about 1.7 meters tall and somewhat gaunt, spoke with what seemed like a frail voice. Yet young Master Wang obeyed him, completely retreating several steps without hesitation. Elder Bai suddenly erupted with astonishing chi and blood energy, releasing a torrent of Grandmaster true energy. With a powerful stomp, he drove his foot into the ground, creating a deep crater with devastating force. Using the recoil force, he launched himself high into the air. Though his frame remained thin, his fist carried terrifying power. Boom! As his fist struck the massive red-eyed elephant, the ferocious beast let out a blood-curdling scream. Blood sprayed outward, and the sound of shattering bones rang clearly through the air. Its massive body tumbled uncontrollably, bouncing like a ball before crashing into a nearby cliff face, sending clouds of dust billowing outward. Then silence fell. Elder Bai landed gracefully and remarked, "Young master, that red-eyed elephant has been killed by my punch. We may proceed." The seemingly unremarkable old man spoke cheerfully. No one could have guessed that he was in fact a grandmaster. Consequently, no one doubted his words. They trusted him unconditionally. Young Master Wang nodded and exchanged a glance with one of his guards, who then went to retrieve the red-eyed elephant's ferocious beast crystal. The crystal was soon placed in young Master Wang's hands. He stored it away and continued forward. In the cave dwelling, Shen Tunan exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The chi and blood energy surging within him had nearly doubled, enhanced by the Grandmaster level true energy. The improvement was immediately apparent. He had broken through to the 10th level of martial master, his strength surging to approximately 800 gene, an increase of 200 gene. This power was now extraordinarily close to that of a true grandmaster. Yet Shen Tunan felt there was still room for further growth. Perhaps my foundations are too profound, preventing me from bypassing the half-step grandmaster stage, Shen Tunan mused inwardly. He sensed that to truly break through to the grandmaster realm, he would likely need to reach a strength of 1 million gene. At that point, even without enhancement, he would be closer to a grandmaster than not. I grow increasingly eager to see how much power I'll possess upon reaching the grandmaster realm. Shen Tunan thought, his body resonating with surging chi and blood energy. Grandmaster true energy radiated from his body, circulating just beyond his skin. Rising to his feet, Shen Tunan turned his gaze toward the pool within the cave. Upon entering, he had noticed the demonic flame wolf consistently positioned near the pool, launching attacks from a distance, clearly trying to prevent anyone from accessing the area behind it. Perhaps a spiritual herb lies there. After examining the area, Shen Tunan found nothing in the water itself. Behind the pool, a wall was covered in dense vines that concealed an opening. Shen Tunan drew his sword and severed all the vines, revealing the cave entrance. Stepping inside, he found himself enveloped in profound darkness, unable to discern a single ray of light. It was so dark he could barely see his own hand. But possessing both skill and courage, Shen Tunan pressed onward through the unknown passage until suddenly a faint light appeared. There, swaying gently, was a flower entirely crimson, its petals and leaves radiating a red glow that pierced the darkness like a beacon. This is a 4th grade spiritual herb, the red leaf spirit flower. Excitement stirred within Shen Tunan. Worth over 15 million, this rare herb exceeded even the value of his slaying sword. Moreover, this 4th grade herb possessed unique properties that significantly boosted one's chances of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, making any pill refined from it far more precious than standard 4th grade remedies. Such herbs were typically purchased instantly, often at inflated prices. Shen Tunan recalled seeing a video where a wealthy collector bid as high as 30 million for a fourth-grade herb at auction. Even if he chose not to use it himself, selling it would yield enormous profit. My luck truly is exceptional. Overjoyed, Shen Tunan approached quickly. However, he noticed the herb originally possessed 12 petals. 2 were missing, likely consumed by the demonic flame wolf. Those consumed petals were what allowed the wolf to mutate and break through to the half-step grandmaster level. Though somewhat regrettable, the herb remained extraordinarily valuable even with 2 petals missing. The herb did not require completeness. 10 petals could still be refined into a pill or consumed directly. While the price might drop by a few million, it was hardly a significant loss. After plucking the red leaf spirit flower, Shen Tunan retraced his steps back to the light. He preferred to refine the spiritual herb where he could see. Soon he reached the exit, using his footwork to easily clear the small pool spanning about 5 meters and landing steadily on solid ground. But as soon as he landed, footsteps echoed ahead. Looking forward, he spotted a youth in a black suit, his demeanor exuding confidence, the unmistakable bearing of a wealthy young master. His presence bore some resemblance to Hitao's. Behind him followed several individuals radiating powerful qi and blood energy, particularly the unassuming elderly man whose every step carried the commanding grace of a dragon or tiger. The red leaf spirit flower. The youth in the black suit's eyes brightened as he spotted the herb in Shen Tunan's hand, his expression showing clear excitement. The elderly man glanced at the demonic flame wolf's corpse nearby and remarked, "No wonder it mutated and grew those horns. It consumed the petals of this spirit herb. A pity it wasted some." Then Elder Bai turned his attention to Shen Tunan and said, "Young man, my young master desires the red leaf spirit flower in your possession. Would you consider selling it?" Noting Shen Tunan's youth and extraordinary bearing, Elder Bai suspected he might also be a scion of a prominent family and wished to avoid unnecessary enmity. Wang Kong, however, showed no such restraint. "Why bother talking?" he told Elder Bai beside him. "Just seize it. Leaving such a treasure in his hands would be wasteful." Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flashed in Shen Tunan's eyes. He had originally considered negotiating peacefully since the elder's tone had been courteous enough. But this well-dressed youth actually intended to plunder his property outright. Did he mistake him for someone to be easily manipulated? "Young master," Elder Bai sighed upon hearing his master's words. "You should have kept such thoughts to yourself rather than speaking them aloud. This person here just defeated a mutated demonic flame wolf, proving his strength is considerable. Given his youth, he could very well be a prodigy from a martial university or prominent family. We must not create powerful enemies without reason." But young Master Wang had lost patience. "Who he is matters not. I will have that red leaf spirit flower." If the heavens were to fall, his father would bear the burden. He feared nothing. Elder Bai, though somewhat exasperated, accepted his role as guardian assigned by the Wang family patriarch to accompany this young master. His status was inferior to that of young Master Wang. "Young man, you've heard what my master says. Surrender the spirit herb." Elder Bai spoke calmly, yet danger flashed in his eyes. Young Master Wang smirked arrogantly. "I am of the Wang family of Xiang Prefecture, and my father is the patriarch. Hand over what you have if you know what's good for you. Otherwise you won't leave this place unscathed." Revealing his identity was a deliberate move to pressure Shen Tunan. After all, if they shared the same noble background or were equally talented, they would certainly know the Wang family and feel intimidated. Shen Tunan responded coldly, "Get lost." He didn't care whether they were from the Wang family or the Li family. Anyone who dared seize his belongings would face death. In his past life, when his strength was insufficient, opportunities that rightfully belonged to him had been stolen by others. His girlfriend had been taken from him along with everything he desired. Having lived such a diminished existence before 30 and now awakened with such overwhelming power, would he truly endure further humiliation? Even if he had to turn the world upside down, he would not back down. Within the cave-dwelling, Elder Bai's eyes narrowed slightly, an alarming killing intent radiating from his body, causing those around him to instinctively sense a palpable danger. Just as a frog sensing its natural predator, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. It seemed Elder Bai was truly angered. This person was in deep trouble. One of the martial artists who had accompanied young Master Wang whispered softly. Elder Bai was a genuine grandmaster, not merely someone who had recently entered that realm. Having built his reputation over many years, he was a true veteran grandmaster. His strength had surpassed the 3rd star of the grandmaster realm, and ordinary grandmasters would show him a measure of respect. Yet this fool before them dared to reprimand young Master Wang directly, completely disregarding Elder Bai's warnings. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Young Master Wang stepped forward, a trace of anger crossing his face. "You truly don't recognize me?" he demanded. "By all rights, who wouldn't know his name? Unless this person wasn't from Xiang Prefecture." Shen Tunan glanced at him coldly and replied, "Am I supposed to know you? Why should I?" He felt utterly baffled. Young Master Wang gave a cold smile and said, "Since you don't know me, I can understand why you dare to speak to me this way. However, I'm quite looking forward to seeing you kneel and beg for mercy. That should be entertaining." Upon hearing this, Shen Tunan could only think that whoever this fellow was, he'd lost his mind. Young Master Wang continued, "My Wang family has an innate expert protecting us." He said only these words, then looked at Shen Tunan triumphantly. At the mention of innate expert, Shen Tunan's expression shifted slightly. He had read about this realm on online forums, that above the Grandmaster level lay the innate stage. Those at this level were truly overlords of their region. If they were to wrath, rivers would run with blood and the mountains would tremble. A single such expert could quell a great rebellion with mere presence. It was said that in a city of millions a shocking conspiracy once unfolded. Followers of the Wanzhou Jiao had colluded with several grandmasters in rebellion, plotting to ambush and eliminate the innate expert. That battle saw the sect deploy over 1,000 fighters, including several grandmasters. Yet such overwhelming force was turned against them by that terrifying innate expert. The innate expert was wreathed in surging flames, elemental power rolling around him as fire engulfed heaven and earth. Not one of the 10 grandmasters who attacked survived, and thousands from the Wanzhou Jiao perished in the inferno. Those who reached the innate realm could command elemental forces. The flame wielder could burn all things with overwhelming majesty, while the thunder master could judge all living beings and terrify demonic spirits. The wind element allowed one to hear all things free as the breeze. Of course, elemental forces extended beyond these types, but only those who attained the innate realm could comprehend them. This was why innate experts stood above all else like deities. Even grandmasters viewed them with reverence, just as ordinary martial artists revered their own masters. Online forums described these experts as possessing powers beyond mortal comprehension. Whether exaggerated or not, there was no denying that innate experts were invincible forces of nature, revered like towering mountains and guiding stars. A single one could quell uprisings and intimidate countless villains, guarding cities of millions like an impregnable fortress, the very pillar that steadied the seas. In a modest city like watching the birth of even a single innate expert would spark 3 days and nights of celebration, with drums and gongs, perhaps even monuments and banners erected in honor. This alone demonstrated that innate experts were indeed elevated above all, inspiring profound reverence. This explained young Master Wang's arrogance. If his family boasted such power, no wonder he dared to act with such domineering recklessness. Elder Bai's gaze pierced like a blade as he fixed upon Shen Tunan. Young man, surrender it now. The Wang family is beyond what you can afford to provoke. Even if you had a powerful clan behind you, they likely wouldn't defend you. Shen Tunan remained silent, offering no response to young Master Wang or his companions. Hearing those words about an innate expert, reverence stirred within Shen Tunan's heart. Such experts possessed not only immense power, but also made tremendous contributions to the human race. They guarded cities and protected all living beings. No, Shen Tunan's gaze suddenly hardened. I have a system and peerless talent. I will surely reach the innate stage and transcend it. A single innate expert was hardly enough to inspire my reverence. At this moment, Shen Tunan shattered his former limitations, his mental cultivation advancing immeasurably. What was an innate expert to him? Merely someone he would surpass in the future. Meanwhile, young Master Wang, observing Shen Tunan's vacant expression, mistook his resolve for fear. After all, few dared resist when the name of an innate expert was mentioned. One had to carefully weigh the consequences of provoking such power. You go take that spirit herb from his hand. Young Master Wang ordered one of the martial artists behind him. The martial artist nodded respectfully and strode toward Shen Tunan, ready to seize the spirit herb. Handle it gently, don't damage the spirit herb. Young Master Wang called out from behind. The martial artist nodded again and reached out to take the spirit herb from Shen Tunan's hand. But in the next instant, a chilling dread seized him, like falling into an endless abyss. Everything around him receded, leaving only darkness before his eyes. Through that darkness, 2 pupils sharp as swords pierced through, radiating endless chill. If you seek death, I'll grant it to you. Shen Tunan couldn't be bothered to look at the martial artist trembling on the ground. He set his gaze upon young Master Wang instead. His aura erupted as Grandmaster Qi surged from within his body, flowing along his exterior. The surrounding air grew heavy with oppressive force, as though a great mountain pressed upon everyone's chest, making it difficult to breathe. Shen Tunan unleashed his pressure without reservation. With strength rivaling 18 gene, he could contend with grandmasters even without augmentation, marking him as a true powerhouse. His overwhelming aura swept across everything, dominating all with merciless ferocity. Young Master Wang instinctively recoiled several steps, his legs trembling with weakness. He turned urgently to the elder beside him. Elder Bai stood frozen in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from sheer astonishment. Grandmaster. This person is actually a grandmaster. The hallmark of reaching grandmaster was the emergence of Grandmaster Qi. In 10,000 people, nearly all followed this path. To generate Grandmaster Qi prematurely was virtually impossible. Countless had attempted it, but failures vastly outnumbered successes, with barely anyone achieving it. Those who succeeded would have already made a name for themselves as supreme prodigies. He concluded that Shen Tunan was simply a grandmaster, not one of those rare talents who had achieved the realm prematurely. Yet this was terrifying enough. Shen Tunan appeared no older than his early 20s. If that was his true age, his talent was monstrous, and sooner or later he would surpass even this old man. Elder Bai, strike now and kill him. Young Master Wang's voice trembled, his entire body racked with unbearable discomfort under that Grandmaster-level pressure. He felt as though his bones were about to scatter. A wave of unprecedented agony surged through his entire body. Elder Bai finally snapped back to his senses and hastily unleashed a shocking pressure of his own, clashing violently with Shen Tunan's aura. Boom. In that instant, a thunderous roar echoed in everyone's ears, sending shocks of numbness through their scalps and leaving their minds in stunned silence. Though the collision of their power was invisible, everyone could still feel the unimaginable oppressive weight and the deafening resonance. How can he be a Grandmaster? A Grandmaster this young? This is terrifying. The martial artists who had accompanied young Master Wang were now wide-eyed with terror, utterly shaken. Every one of them was older than Shen Tunan, and though they might be regarded as martial arts experts in their remote regions, their ultimate ambition was still to reach the Grandmaster realm and change their fate. It was the same as Elder Bai. He too had once been an ordinary guard just like them. But upon becoming a Grandmaster, his status and standing instantly leaped several tiers. If a martial artist could be casually discarded, killed without the family sparing a second thought, then a Grandmaster was on another level entirely. Should one fall, the Wang family would surely erupt in fury. Grandmaster-level experts were exceedingly rare, serving as the pillars of even the most powerful families and entrusted with the heaviest responsibilities. Such was the chasm between a Grandmaster and a mere martial artist. Young man, I truly had no intention of killing you. Elder Bai's vital energy now surged forth openly, his Grandmaster Qi displayed without hesitation. His Qi and vital force far exceeded Shen Tunan's nearly by several folds. Yet you refuse to show any sense, refusing to bow your head. Then I shall teach you a lesson you will never forget, sending you straight to hell at no charge. Elder Bai grinned, his Grandmaster Qi erupting madly as the surrounding air currents twisted and warped. The ground trembled faintly, as if it might tear apart at any moment. At this moment, Elder Bai no longer resembled a human. He looked more like a frenzied beast, his vital energy terrifyingly dense. This vital energy was like living flame, radiating astonishing heat. The temperature within the entire cave mansion rose rapidly, instantly climbing past 40 degrees. It was an unbearable, suffocating heat. This was a Grandmaster. When a Grandmaster turns, wrathful blood flows for 100 miles. There have been instances where a Grandmaster from the 10,000 Races sect went on a mad rampage, slaughtering thousands until rivers of blood ran red. Few could withstand the fury of a Grandmaster. The flying insects and beasts around the cave mansion, sensing this aura and pressure, fled in frantic chaos, clearly terrified. Elder Bai, how dare he treat me this way? I must tear him apart limb from limb to satisfy my rage. Shielded by Elder Bai, Shen Tunan no longer felt the oppressive pressure weighing him down. He grew arrogant again, shouting his demands. He was confident Elder Bai could handle his opponent, as had always been the case in the past. He trusted Elder Bai's strength implicitly. Once a Grandmaster had attempted to assassinate him, only to be ruthlessly repelled by Elder Bai. Compared to that, what chance did this Shen Tunan have? After all, Shen Tunan appeared even younger than him. Even as a Grandmaster, how formidable could he really be? For there were differences between Grandmasters. The gap between a veteran Grandmaster and a newly promoted one was not slight. It was a chasm. For every minor realm a Grandmaster ascended, their strength multiplied by 1,000,000 Jin. A single realm difference meant the gap in combat power was absolute. Upon hearing this, Shen Tunan offered a faint smile, though it carried a chilling edge. I am like the morning sun, bright, radiant, with a vast future ahead. You, on the other hand, are an old man nearing his end. If anyone goes to hell, it will be you first. Why don't I send you down first, and then dispatch your precious young master to keep you company? That way you won't feel so alone. When it came to sharp tongues, Shen Tunan had never feared anyone. Seeing his words fall on deaf ears, Elder Bai snorted coldly. Then let our fists settle this. He was already impatient to tear Shen Tunan to shreds. The thought of killing a genius like this would bring him immense satisfaction. Shen Tunan retorted, actually, I've yet to slay a Grandmaster. Today I'll make you my first. Hearing such arrogant words, a suppressed fury boiled within Elder Bai. He realized he should have wasted no more breath on this youth. The youth showed not an ounce of reverence for a veteran Grandmaster like him. Instead, his words were laced with provocation and mockery. It felt like a grave insult. Seeking death. Elder Bai stomped his foot upon the ground, winding his Grandmaster Qi around his left leg. A fierce gale erupted from beneath, bolstered by his unleashed power. The force of that kick was overwhelmingly domineering, accompanied by a violent sound of bursting air, its momentum surging forward. Fourth-tier martial art, cloud-splitting leg. He had practiced this move for countless years, missing only the final step toward perfection, yet its power was already terrifyingly immense. With millions of pounds of force behind it, he could shatter a mountain peak, let alone Shen Tunan. Those who witnessed this assumed Shen Tunan was as good as dead. But in the very next instant, he vanished from his original position, and everyone noticed shimmering afterimages trailing across the ground. Elder Bai landed precisely where Shen Tunan had been, the terrifying impact driving into the earth and carving out a 6-meter-wide pit. Shards of stone sprayed outward in every direction, kicking up a vortex of wind. Elder Bai frowned slightly, sensing trouble. To his astonishment he murmured, "A perfect grade movement technique." Movement techniques were notoriously difficult to cultivate, and those reaching perfection were as rare as a thousand-li steed. Elder Bai's eyes darted, and a plan formed. Have the courage to stop hiding like a frightened rat. Surrender the red leaf spirit flower, and I will spare your life. With such a technique, if the youth chose to flee, Elder Bai knew he couldn't catch him. Thus he could only try to provoke him further. Yet Shen Tunan's face remained utterly expressionless, betraying neither joy nor anger. So a grandmaster is nothing more than this. I was too cautious. Shen Tunan pressed a button and drew the weapon in his hand, a severing sword. Running 2 fingers slowly along the blade of this alloy weapon, he said, "Today you shall taste the blood of a grandmaster." He then pointed the sword directly at Elder Bai. Seeing Shen Tunan walk so easily into his trap, contempt flickered across Elder Bai's mind. He was certain Shen Tunan's strength was far inferior to his own. As long as the youth dared to meet him head-on, one blow would suffice to end this menace. He would snatch the spirit herb from his grasp. "Then let us see how you intend to drink my grandmaster's blood." Even wielding an alloy weapon, Elder Bai held no fear. After all, an alloy weapon was only as formidable as the hand wielding it. Having seen Shen Tunan avoid direct confrontation, he had already suspected the youth was a fake grandmaster. His strength didn't seem to have reached the million-gene threshold. He likely belonged to the category of grandmasters with unsteady vital energy, and chi possibly having forced their way into this realm through some spirit herb or potion without properly consolidating it. Against such a grandmaster, Elder Bai felt he could crush him with a single hand. He gathered his chi once more, slowly condensing it around his legs, preparing to launch a sudden fatal strike to end it all. Phantom Sword Art, 10-fold amplification. Shen Tunan raised his severing sword and slashed downward. The strike was like a mirage. Countless waves of sword chi rolled outward, condensing densely around the blade, its power absolutely terrifying. "What? You?" Faced with this strike, Elder Bai's expression abruptly changed. A wave of unprecedented pressure slammed into him. Even his body stiffened and tensed in that moment. He realized he had become prey locked onto by an apex predator. Yet his body's instinct compelled him to deliver his kick, driving forward, with rolling surges of air, thousands of stones rotating and tumbling in his wake, all wrapped in Grandmaster Chi. Shua! But the moment that kick left his leg, his life drew to its end. The brilliant, dazzling arc of sword light cleaved through his Grandmaster, Chi rolling forward unimpeded. The phantom-like blade severed Elder Bai's leg without losing an ounce of its force, then sliced cleanly across his torso. A thin crimson line appeared across his body before he collapsed to the ground with a dull thud, his pupils constricting to pinpricks, filled with disbelief and terror. A generation's Grandmaster had fallen. Around them silence reigned like the grave, not a single sound stirring. Young Master Wang and his men felt as though the sky itself were collapsing upon them. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, unable to reconcile what they had just witnessed with reality. Elder Bite. A hoarse scream from young Master Wang shattered the deathly quiet. Young Master Wang Kong, the Wang family's heir, found his legs give way, and he fell to his knees. He crawled toward Elder by inch, heedless of the filthy ground or the tears shredding his suit. The young master trembled as he cradled Elder Bai's broken form, his teeth chattering and palms shaking uncontrollably. Elder Bai had raised him since childhood, staying by his side longer than his own parents. To Wang Kong, he was already family. It was Elder Bai who had guided him into cultivation, paving his path along the martial way. It was Elder Bai who had guarded him tirelessly. And now, because of him, Elder Bai had died. His eyes red in tears, and snot streaming down his face, completely abandoning any shred of noble dignity. The arrogance he had shown earlier vanished, replaced by the helpless sobbing of a child. "If you're grief-stricken enough to weep like this, why don't I send you down to keep him company?" Shen Tunan said, his sword tip dripping with blood as he looked down upon young Master Wang from above. Shen Tunan gripped his alloy weapon, having just slain a grandmaster. A terrifying killing intent radiated from his body, enough to strike fear into any who faced him. "Young master." The guards rushed to Wang Xiao's side, their eyes tense as they fixed upon Shen Tunan. Though they could flee, they dared not. If they fled, they would not survive either. Should anything happen to Wang Kong, the Wang family patriarch would spare none of them, and their families would be implicated as well. The Wang family was so domineering that with the innate expert protecting them, the laws held no deterrent power. They surrounded Wang Xiao tightly. One of them spoke up. "Young master, you must go quickly. We shall hold them off." Even knowing death awaited them, at least their families would be spared. But Wang Xiao paid no heed to his guards' pleas. His pupils swam with red veins, tears streaming uncontrollably. His eyes burned with an unbearable ache. Inside him, a beast roared in silence, trapped behind his throat. At that moment, Wang Xiao suffered beyond measure, his hatred for Shen Tunan reaching its zenith. "What is your name?" Wang Xiao steadied himself, at last, the words rasping from his throat. Swish. The moment the question left his lips, a sword energy flashed. A guard who had thrown himself before Wang Xiao was cleaved in two, his body split open as he fell crying upon the ground. Crimson blood splattered across the floor, the metallic stench thickening in the air. "Young master, now is no time for this. You must flee." One guard roared, feeling his sanity fraying. They were sacrificing their lives to hold back this young grandmaster, yet their young master refused to escape, instead asking pointless questions. It was beyond foolish. When Wang Xiao saw another guard fall, his eyes held no grief whatsoever. He cared only for Old Bai. The other guards meant nothing to him. Do you truly think I could escape? His movements, even Old Bai could not keep pace. If I flee now, I shall be the next to die. Though Wang Xiao had always appeared arrogant and reckless, something seemed to awaken within him after Old Bai's death. The guards guarding him paused, considering his words. They found his reasoning sound. Yet if their young master perished here, they too would meet their end, so they could not leave either. 9 Shadows Sword Technique. Shen Tunan perceived the guards' resolve, and as 9 sword shadows descended, their pupils reflected the gleaming blades. None could withstand even a single strike from him now. The gulf between them was simply too vast. Even without invoking any power augmentation, slaughtering them was as effortless as culling chickens. The young master remained utterly unmoved, as though the dead were not his guards at all. Whoever you are, if you kill me, my father will uncover the truth, and you will surely perish. Wang Xiao pushed himself up with trembling hands, managing to stand on unsteady legs. He seemed to foresee his own death, speaking his final words. Too bad. You won't live to see it. Shen Tunan swung his execution blade. A flash of white light sheared across Wang Xiao's neck. All was settled. Thud. Wang Xiao's body crashed to the ground, marking the fall of a young master from a prestigious family. Shen Tunan's gaze remained cold. Though he knew his opponent possessed an innate level backer, he had struck without a moment's hesitation. No one who dared snatch his opportunities and threaten his life would receive mercy. After enduring such humiliation for so long, this was his release. However, I will inevitably face an innate realm expert one day. I must prepare myself as soon as possible. Shen Tunan understood that such experts operated beyond mortal comprehension. To challenge beings of that caliber, he first needed to break through to the Grandmaster realm himself. Only then could he hope to stand against them. Moreover, once he reached Grandmaster, he would need to upgrade his martial techniques immediately. Without at least a tenfold power increase, confronting an innate expert would prove exceedingly difficult. Most crucially, he had never truly battled an expert of that caliber and could not fathom the earth-shattering power such beings possessed. He should check the forums again when he returned. He needed to research this thoroughly, lest he find himself helpless when truly facing an innate expert. Based on what he had gathered so far, he only knew that innate experts could command elemental forces. He knew little else. For instance, how much physical strength could an innate expert muster? He was entirely in the dark. Shen Tunan scanned the corpses on the ground, and suddenly noticed a ring on Wang Xiao's finger. The ring was exquisitely crafted, bearing a lion motif, and inscribed with the characters for Lion Emperor. A small button rested upon the ring's surface. When Shen Tunan pressed it, the ring emitted a sound, as though something inside had suddenly awakened. Before him materialized a display of countless digital figures radiating blue light like a virtual space. The compartment measured roughly 30 cubic meters, each section marked and labeled. A spatial ring. Shen Tunan recognized it immediately. This was the cutting-edge technology developed in the advanced martial world of Southern Star. He could see crystals within the virtual space. He simply tapped the interface button. Retrieve item. A prompt appeared on the screen. Without hesitation, Shen Tunan confirmed, and a third-grade ferocious beast crystal materialized in his hand. With this, everything became infinitely convenient. Shen Tunan immediately deposited all his recent acquisitions into the spatial ring. By simply tapping to store, the items entered the virtual space and were quietly placed in their designated corners within the ring. Retrieving items through the panel was equally effortless, as expected of a young master from a prominent family, truly wealthy indeed. Shen Tunan saw several third-grade ferocious beast crystals within, along with numerous second-grade ones. There were also gold bars weighing approximately 45 kilograms, valued at around 10 million. Gold was universally accepted and easily liquidated. Martial arts academies would exchange it for cash on the spot. Of course, the most valuable item was the spatial ring itself. Shen Tunan knew that a 30 cubic meter spatial ring qualified as a 4th-tier artifact. These typically commanded prices exceeding 100 million and were usually acquired through connections alone. Ordinary channels rarely stocked them, and even when available, they came at a premium. Beyond mere convenience, such rings served as symbols of status and prestige. That was why they sold for more than some alloy weapons, and were practically priceless. Since it bears the inscription, Lion Emperor, I shall call it the Lion Emperor ring. Having obtained the spatial ring, Shen Tunan felt exceedingly pleased. He hummed a tune, cleaned his execution blade, and departed the scene. He intended to find a quiet place to consume spiritual medicines and absorb the crystals to break through, hoping to step into the Grandmaster realm. He arrived at the cave entrance. Shen Tunan condensed his Grandmaster True Chi into his fist and swung fiercely. Boom! It was like a furious dragon roaring, releasing a thunderous explosion. The entire cave collapsed in an instant, with rolling rubble crashing down from the sky. Countless clouds of dust billowed up. Shen Tunan broke through the dust and left the area. His intention was to make the Wang family take longer to discover that he had personally dealt with their young master. He wanted to buy himself time to grow stronger. Shen Tunan came to an uninhabited place which was very desolate, and here was also a cave. However, it was obviously much smaller than the cave where the magic flame wolves were. There should have been ferocious beasts inside as well, but their whereabouts were unknown. Shen Tunan found a spot, and sat down, then began his cultivation. First he devoured the 4th grade spiritual herb in his hand. Heaven and Earth Furnace. Shen Tunan activated his innate ability, and a massive furnace appeared within his body to smelt everything. Refining spiritual herbs of this level, a large amount of medicinal effects fed back into his body. Shen Tunan once again felt the sensation of his physical body being torn apart. That terrifying medicinal effect surged through his body like a tide. He quickly activated his dominant body technique to begin refining the medicinal effects and enhance his strength. His vital energy was strengthening, and his Grandmaster True Chi became even more profound. At this moment Shen Tunan forgot the passage of time, dedicating himself completely to refining this power. Boom. Suddenly a thunderous sound erupted from within his body, and terrifying heat spread everywhere. His aura reached its peak at this moment. The ground collapsed directly, forming cracks like a spider web, unable to bear the power of Shen Tunan at this moment. Terrifying Grandmaster True Chi flowed around Shen Tunan. He looked at his hand where a large amount of Grandmaster True Chi was concentrated. This made Shen Tunan feel that this power needed to be released, otherwise his heart felt as if something was blocking it. Go! He punched fiercely, unleashing the martial skill void-piercing fist. The fist light shone like the sun, surging toward the sky like a streak of flowing light tearing through the darkness. Then a huge sound exploded in the sky, echoing through the forest. The terrifying noise made countless people's eardrums buzz. At this moment countless people looked up at the sky. That's a Grandmaster's aura. Has a Grandmaster come to the ferocious beast forest? Which Grandmaster is it? Countless people were shocked, finding it hard to believe. After all, it was rare to encounter a Grandmaster in the ferocious beast forest of Luo City. Many people even wanted to rush toward that direction, but after thinking about it they hesitated. After all, they couldn't gauge a Grandmaster's temperament. If this Grandmaster had a bad temper they might get scolded. At this time Shen Tunan restrained his Grandmaster True Chi. Now he already relied on the most basic cultivation without needing any augmentation, possessing combat power at the Grandmaster level. The power of that punch should have reached 1.2 million gene, a full increase of 4.0 gene of power. However, what gave Shen Tunan a headache was that he didn't feel the pleasure of breaking through. It was said that when breaking through to Grandmaster 1 would feel like water overflowing from a full vessel, and only then would they naturally step into the Grandmaster realm. But he hadn't reached this limit at all, so now he could only be considered at the half-step Grandmaster level. But he had all the means of a Grandmaster, both the Grandmaster True Chi and the Grandmaster level power, all meeting the standards. I should be called the most terrifying half-step Grandmaster. Shen Tunan originally thought he could skip this transitional realm, but he found that his accumulation was too profound, making him different from other Grandmasters. Even reaching a power of 1 million gene still couldn't allow him to step into the Grandmaster realm. I still have ferocious beast crystals. If I refine them all, I should be able to increase my power. Shen Tunan took out all the ferocious beast crystals from his spatial ring. He refined them all using his innate ability, feeding back to himself to increase his power. But after 5 minutes Shen Tunan opened his eyes with a disappointed expression. After his power exceeded 1 million gene, the increase these 3rd tier and 2nd tier ferocious beast crystals brought him was too small. After refining them all, it only increased his power by 1.0 gene. Compared to the effect of 4th grade spiritual herbs, it was worlds apart. My current power is probably around 1.3 million gene, Shen Tunan estimated. Then he checked the panel in his body. Host Shen Tunan innate ability Heaven and Earth Furnace Source of Life LV1 Upgradable Martial Arts Dominant Body Technique 3rd Level Martial Skills Tai Xian Sword Method Dragon's Roar Style Inherent 2x Boost First Form is a 4th grade martial skill, can continue to create techniques and improve level 10x boost. 3rd grade Phantom Sword Method Perfection 7x Boost. 2nd grade 9 Shadows Sword Method Perfection 3x Boost. Among martial arts, the domineering dominant body technique had already overwritten the others. As for martial skills, when his power broke through 1 million, the Phantom Sword Method, as expected, no longer had a 10x boost. As for the 9 Shadows Sword Method, the boost was even lower, as well as Void-Piercing Fist, and so on. However, there was also a benefit. The Tai Xian Sword Method's level finally manifested. With the inherent boost plus the 10x boost, it was a full 12x boost. No wonder when he fully activated the boost at that time, he felt like his meridians and physical body were being torn apart. At that time his physical body should have reached its limit. If he had swung a second sword, his body might have exploded. As for this source of life, why did it suddenly have the word upgradable? Shen Tunan remembered that he hadn't seen it last time. With curiosity, Shen Tunan tried clicking it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading the source of life. Source of life LV7 can instantly heal injuries, and even after severe trauma the body will be restored to perfect condition. Can be used once a day, gaining the special effect Step on Empty. It suddenly increased by 6 minor levels, which made Shen Tunan wonder if the improvement of this source of life was related to his own cultivation realm. He had also just risen from 4-star Martial Master to the current Half-Step Grandmaster. Half-Step Grandmaster could not really be considered a realm, but rather a transitional state, so it was not recognized by the system. In other words, he had exactly increased by 6 minor realms in the Martial Master stage. Everything matched up perfectly. However, the general effect of the source of life had not changed much, only gaining an additional special effect. Step on empty. Shen Tunan was somewhat surprised internally, even a bit excited. This step on empty had no restrictions. But he had heard that even Grandmaster experts, although they could create a pseudo-suspended animation, ultimately still needed to rely on external forces and could not walk on empty air relying solely on their own power. To achieve this, one would likely need to be a powerhouse above the Grandmaster level. But now, having obtained this special effect, it meant he could walk on empty air at will. Shen Tunan could not wait to activate it. His Grandmaster true chi circulated within his body, and then, like stepping on stairs, he walked step by step into the empty air. Finally, he reached a place over 10 meters above the ground. Without relying on any object at all, he stood in midair, relying solely on his profound Grandmaster true chi. Looking down from here, the perspective was completely different. However, this step on empty consumed Grandmaster true chi at a somewhat terrifying rate. He estimated he would have to exhaust it completely within half an hour. Divine light surged in Shen Tunan's eyes as he drew his slashing sword, channeling his Grandmaster true chi into it. He then unleashed the Phantom Sword method. Countless phantom images layered upon each other, incredibly mesmerizing and dazzling, easily confusing his opponent. Under the sevenfold boost, the terrifying sword shadow eventually transformed into a single sword chi slicing through the air. Rolling waves of energy surged forward, striking a distant mountain peak. Boom! A sword mark appeared on the mountain peak, smooth as a mirror, before it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The massive peak plummeted toward the ground, causing the earth to shake violently upon impact, like an earthquake. It was worth noting that the distance between here and that mountain peak was hundreds of meters, yet he still managed to sever it completely with a single strike of the Phantom Sword method. In other words, with this single sword strike, he could slay a Grandmaster from hundreds of meters away. Shen Tunan was quite satisfied with his strength and sheathed his alloy weapon. However, he had a premonition that his slashing sword might not accompany him for much longer. He seemed to have sensed that the sword was nearing its limit of endurance. If he were to unleash the Dragon's Roar technique, this alloy weapon would likely shatter. Shen Tunan estimated that the maximum durability of a third-grade alloy weapon should be 10 million gene of force. It's really a bit hard to part with it. Shen Tunan looked at the long sword in his hand. Although this alloy weapon hadn't been in his possession for long, it was still his first suitable weapon, carrying a special emotional attachment. When I turn in the mission later, I'll ask at the Thunder Martial Hall to see if they can upgrade the slashing sword into a 4th-grade alloy weapon. Shen Tunan thought to himself. Then he slowly descended from the sky. However, this scene was witnessed by martial artists not far away. These martial artists had originally been hunting ferocious beasts near this area. As a result, they saw that earth-shattering sword strike, and that figure walking on empty air like a deity. They all felt as if they were dreaming. I didn't go blind just now, did I? Walking on empty air, shouldn't only those at the innate realm be able to do this? That's a Grandmaster's aura. Has a Grandmaster come to the ferocious beast forest? Which Grandmaster is it? These martial artists were from Changha City, having also come to complete their missions, but they ended up witnessing this terrifying scene. Mistaking Shen Tunan for an innate powerhouse and fearing something major might happen here, they discussed among themselves and hurriedly prepared to leave. As for the failed mission, so what? They could just take another one. They were already like birds startled by the mere creak of a bowstring, their hearts filled with unease and dread. Deep within the fierce beast forest, Shen Tunan headed toward the outer perimeter, but as he moved through the woods, he found everything eerily silent. Not a single fierce beast could be seen. Moreover, this path was deliberately chosen to be entirely opposite to the direction he had come. He had originally been hoping to find a Grandmaster-level fierce beast. He had heard that level 4 fierce beasts could occasionally appear in the fierce beast forest. Unfortunately, he couldn't even see a level 1 fierce beast. Shen Tunan looked up at an ancient tree not far away, towering over 100 meters. Its lush canopy blotted out the sky. Some vines wound around the tree trunk, growing wildly. 2 or 3 adults with arms fully spread might have been needed to embrace the ancient tree. Shen Tunan activated the floating light step and began climbing toward the upper reaches of the tree, wanting to see what the reason was. After all, from a high vantage point, the view was expansive, and he might be able to ascertain the cause. Upon reaching the very top of the ancient tree, Shen Tunan gazed around and discovered that it was not just here. Even the distant areas were utterly silent. The fierce beast forest was teeming with fierce beasts. It was impossible for it to be this quiet, as if not a single beast existed. Just as Shen Tunan was puzzled, his gaze suddenly shot toward the distance. He felt the earth trembling and sensed a breath of danger that even he could detect. Could it be? A guess was already forming in Shen Tunan's mind. This could be an event that occurred once every decade or so. A harbinger of the beast tide. On the other side, Zhang Ming and the others were having a bountiful harvest. A group had joined forces to slay a fierce beast. That fierce beast was a level 2, but several martial artists had teamed up to defeat it with ease. It resembled a bear, and its fur was worth quite a sum. Zhang Ming began skinning the beast with his knife, while his companions assisted nearby. Only Lu Hai, due to a disagreement with Zhang Ming, stood with his arms folded watching the spectacle. "This is the final mission. Once we complete it, we should head back," said a female companion. The others wore smiles on their faces as this mission had been exceptionally smooth with no casualties. Indeed, sometimes teaming up was the fastest and safest way to complete missions. "By the way, do any of you feel something's off out here?" A cautious companion suddenly spoke. Lu Hai sneered from the side. Lu Shan, with such a massive build yet as timid and cautious as a woman. Hearing this, one of the female companions grew displeased. She shot Lu Hai a withering glare and retorted sharply, "What's wrong with being a woman? Lu Hai, that mouth of yours, I'd love to rip it off." Realizing he had offended two companions with a single careless remark, Lu Hai quickly fell silent. After all, they would need to team up again in the future. One shouldn't make enemies for life. Zhang Ming had now skinned the fierce beast and removed its crystal. Having completed everything, a smile played on his lips as he prepared to treat Shen Tunan to a meal after turning in the mission. They hadn't shared a meal together in quite some time. "What is it?" Suddenly Lu Hai cried out, for he sensed an extremely perilous aura. He was highly attuned to such presences. "What's happening?" someone asked. "I feel a chill down my spine. There may be a large group of fierce beasts approaching." Lu Hai's gaze fixed on a spot, his hairs standing on end, looking extremely tense. The others carefully perceived as well, and then realized that not even an ant could be seen around them. It was too quiet, too eerie. Could the beast tide be coming? Upon hearing those two words, everyone's expressions grew grave. Some even felt their teeth chattering faintly. Each outbreak of the beast tide in the fierce beast forest claimed the lives of countless martial artists. It was extremely perilous. After all, with waves of fierce beasts surging forward like a tide, even a half-step grandmaster might not withstand it and would be torn to pieces. Much less ordinary warriors like them. "Surely our luck isn't this bad, is it?" Zhang Ming's expression gradually turned serious. If the beast tide truly descended, they would be in grave danger. "Let's leave first," someone suggested uneasily. Everyone felt the atmosphere was somewhat uncanny and nodded in agreement. Anyway, the mission was already complete. After discussing it, everyone prepared to return the same way. Rumble. But the ground suddenly trembled violently. Two companions lost their balance and nearly fell to the ground. At that moment, they were terrified and all sharply turned toward a certain direction. Their clouds of dust billowed, accompanied by countless footfalls. The tremors were emanating from that spot. "Run!" At this moment, Zhang Ming shouted loudly and burst into his fastest sprint. There was no longer any need to guess. The beast tide had indeed arrived. If they didn't flee now, they were dead. His companions, hearing the cry, also reacted immediately and rushed over to escape. But just then the sky above suddenly filled with ferocious winds, and continuous roaring sounds echoed. More than a dozen fierce beasts with wingspans of 6 meters and resembling crows swooped down upon them with formidable momentum. One of his companions was caught off guard and was seized by the nape of the neck by the fierce beast, then snatched into the sky. Witnessing this scene, his companions were greatly frightened at that moment. "Save me!" That companion cried for help, but at that moment no one dared to look back, for doing so would certainly mean death. These fierce beasts were merely the vanguard of the beast tide. Further ahead there were many more, easily numbering in the thousands. Such fierce beasts could trample them to death without even noticing. "Oh!" A scream rang out from the sky. One of their companions was torn apart midair by a terrifying beast with blood raining down from the heavens. This was an exceedingly bloody scene. But the tragedy was not confined to this place alone. The beast tide's coverage was too vast. Some martial artists deeper within the fierce beast forest had no time to flee and were simply trampled to death by wave after wave of fierce beasts. Under that overwhelming tide of fierce beasts, all lives appeared extraordinarily fragile. Even martial artists and grandmasters, if they fled even slightly slower, would surely perish. Zhang Ming was filled with dread, his heart pounding in his throat. He didn't know if he would have any hope of leaving here alive. Hiss! From above the sky came a ferocious beast's cry, steeped in hostility, riding on fierce winds. Zhang Ming felt a chill run down his spine, for this time the beast was coming directly for him. Facing this deadly crisis, he suddenly rolled and dashed into a nearby forest. Blocked by trees, the beast's strike slammed into a massive ancient tree, shredding it and even uprooting it. Then the beast shot straight into the sky, circling and continuing to search for prey. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan suddenly perked his ears. He seemed to hear the voice of an old classmate. Judging by the sound, they must be not far from me. If I fly over, it should still be in time. Thinking of Zhang Ming, Shen Tunan felt he ought to rescue this friend. He leaped down from the tree and landed in midair. His Grandmaster true energy erupted, and his blood and chi power surged. When he unleashed his full power, the surrounding air subtly distorted, and the temperature rose at an astonishing rate. His features became somewhat blurred, impossible for ordinary people to discern. Swish! Shen Tunan walked on air, tearing through the vast sky, transforming into a streak of light, as he rushed toward his old classmate's direction. Zhang Ming landed in the forest and barely escaped with his life. Earlier they had been in open areas making them easy targets, but once they hid within the trees those flying ferocious beasts found it far more difficult to kill them. Zhang Ming's face was somewhat pale with fright. After all, those ferocious beasts were exceedingly cruel. Moreover, this was only the vanguard of the beast tide. If they did not hurry away now, when the full tide descended, none would escape. Near the forest there was a pool. One of Zhang Ming's companions suddenly emerged from the water, watching him from a short distance, preparing to rendezvous. Zhang Ming. The companion was indeed the tall and broad-shouldered Lu Shan. His burly frame climbed out of the water and stepped onto the bank, shouting from afar. Zhang Ming also waved to him, intending to regroup and flee together. Their earlier separation had been forced upon them. If the two stayed together and departed as companions, their chances of survival would be greatly increased. But as he stepped forward, a colossal entity suddenly erupted from the water. A gigantic snake's head appeared, its cranium over 3 meters long, and its maw opened wide, swallowing Lu Shan in a single bite. This horrifying scene sent chills down Zhang Ming's spine. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. The surrounding stillness that had seemed peaceful was merely the calm before the storm. Now the beast tide had arrived, countless ferocious beasts rampaging and converging from all directions. It was an apocalyptic scene, terrifying beyond imagination. Zhang Ming. On his way fleeing, he heard someone call his name again. It was a man missing an arm, his hair disheveled, his body drenched in blood. At first glance, Zhang Ming did not recognize who it was. He watched the man warily. Then the man pushed back his hair, and Zhang Ming paused. Because not long ago the two had disagreed and had a fierce quarrel, ignoring each other since. Lu Hai, how did you end up like this? I encountered a ferocious beast and almost lost my life, Lu Hai replied. Another companion who was escaping with me was gutted alive by that beast. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow and pain flashed across Lu Hai's eyes. A good person could vanish in an instant. One moment still lively, and jumping the next silently lying there being devoured by those ferocious beasts. Sigh. Zhang Ming did not know how to comfort anyone, but their prior grievances were temporarily set aside. We must flee quickly. This place is growing increasingly unsafe. We have to leave the ferocious beast forest before the beast tide fully descends. Lu Hai nodded. The two began to rush together toward the outer reaches of the ferocious beast forest, seeking to escape this dreadful place. But the slaughter had not ended. Deep within the ferocious beast forest, several martial artists traveling together were covered in blood, each in wretched condition. Their leader was a powerful martial master, yet even his pupils now reflected only fear. Suddenly a fierce wind swept up from the sky. One of them saw a pair of cold eyes. Those eyes emitted a chilling glare that oppressed the heart, sending shivers down spines. It's a third-tier ferocious beast, a tiger-headed eagle. Everyone looked up and spotted a beast with a tiger-like head, yet possessing wings spanning over 10 meters wide. When it spread its wings, it blotted out the sky and sun like dark clouds pressing down. The terrifying shadow made every heart palpitate. The leading martial master's pupils contracted with fear. For a beast of this tier, it was virtually impossible to slay unless several martial masters were present. They watched as the tiger-headed eagle flapped its wings and descended swiftly. Everyone scrambled to find hiding places. But they had underestimated this terrifying third-tier beast. When its sharp claws struck, a massive bluish-gray boulder shattered completely, and the martial artist hiding behind it was torn into fragments. Then the tiger-headed eagle soared into the high sky, circled once, and continued to stalk its next prey. Its talons were incredibly sharp, like divine weapons, invincible and gleaming with cold light under the sun. Not far away, deafening footsteps echoed, filling the air with dust and smoke. That was a true army of ferocious beasts, a genuinely terrifying beast tide. Although the tiger-headed eagle before them was extremely dangerous, compared to the beast tide behind it was as a lesser mage versus a greater one. Run quickly. Do not resist. The leading martial master quickly warned everyone. Even a single tiger-headed eagle was difficult to handle, let alone the beast tide behind. Every second wasted here increased the danger. Yes, they disregarded their fallen companion and hurried to flee in all directions. Yet all their flight paths led to one direction, the outer edges of the ferocious beast forest. They had to leave this place immediately. Otherwise death was certain. Just then the tiger-headed eagle in the sky did not pursue them. Instead it beat its wings and fled in the opposite direction. It seemed to sense the arrival of some dangerous presence. The leading martial master was somewhat astonished, for he knew that such a tiger-headed eagle would never leave its prey alive. While he was puzzled, a streak of light appeared in the sky. Faintly, they could see a true powerhouse walking on empty air. He held a weapon, an alloy longsword. Wicked beast. Shen Tunan had seen this ferocious beast killing from afar, so he had rushed over at once. His hand rose, and the sword fell. A sword ray slashed through the vast sky. The tiger-headed eagle's talons flashed with cold light, attempting to block. But he had underestimated this strike. His talons were severed on the spot. Its massive body split in two. Shen Tunan landed on the ground, retrieved the ferocious beast crystal, and continued deeper. He had not yet found Zhang Ming. Slaying this tiger-headed eagle was merely on his way. The martial masters and martial artists he had saved were rubbing their eyes, convinced they had imagined it. What's happening? Why did I just see someone walking on empty air? What level of powerhouse is this? Is this a supreme grandmaster? The crowd discussed eagerly. They were local martial artists believing the strongest were merely grandmasters. As for innate powerhouses, that was too distant. They only knew such experts were extremely strong. But only that martial master knew that even a grandmaster could not walk on empty air as if on solid ground. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. He bowed with fists clasped, paying respects toward the direction Shen Tunan had departed, then turned and fled. Such a powerhouse might enter and exit the beast tide 7 times unscathed, but he certainly could not. Preserving his life was paramount. In the dense forest, Zhang Ming led Lu Hai, and they kept watch over each other. Some ferocious beasts that attempted to ambush them were killed together. At that moment, Zhang Ming suddenly thought of Shen Tunan and felt somewhat emotional. He said, "Fortunately, my old classmate did not come with me. Otherwise, under these circumstances, I do not know if I could have protected him." No one could have predicted the beast tide outbreak. Lu Hai remained completely silent. He had lost an arm, meaning his path of martial cultivation was essentially hopeless, and he could hardly advance further in this lifetime. Now he only wanted to survive and get out. Boom. Yet at that exact moment, a terrifying aura erupted not far from them. Even hundreds of meters away, they could faintly make out a human figure. That figure rapidly cut through the sky, charging directly toward the beast tide. The flying ferocious beasts in the sky fell like rain, continuously plummeting from above. Zhang Ming and Lu Hai were dumbstruck witnessing this. They could hardly imagine what a terrifying existence a powerhouse capable of flying in the sky truly was. And that powerhouse seemed to pause briefly as he passed near Zhang Ming's direction. Shen Tunan saw his old classmate Zhang Ming. He only glanced, ensured the other was safe, and gave a slight smile. Then he continued at great speed toward the beast tide. Wielding his severing sword, he watched the beast tide surge forward, raising endless dust. With no fear on his face, he struck directly with one sword slash. Phantom Sword Art, 7-fold amplification. Countless sword shadows emerged, ultimately converging into a sword chi. It generated a shockwave, a white sword light that slashed directly into the beast tide. Boom. A single strike, heaven collapsed, and earth cracked like a deity's wrath, majestic and overwhelming. The sword chi flowed like a tide, invincible, appearing within the beast tide and slaughtering massive numbers of ferocious beasts. His sword chi became like a meat grinder. One by one, ferocious beasts exploded into blood mist, their bodies torn apart. In an instant, the beast tide began to collapse. When the sword light dissipated, a hundreds of meters long sword scar appeared on the ground. One strike had slain hundreds of ferocious beasts, and fragments of beasts lay everywhere. The terrifying beast tide was stunned by a single sword strike from Shen Tunan. Countless ferocious beasts fell into chaos, no longer gathering to launch coordinated attacks. Far within the beast forest, those who witnessed this scene stood frozen like sculptures, utterly paralyzed. Clearly frightened by what they had seen, such devastating power could only belong to a grandmaster. "We are saved. A grandmaster has arrived," someone shouted with excitement. Though he did not know which sect this grandmaster hailed from, he could be certain she was of the human race. Fools. A grandmaster can only tread upon empty space by borrowing power. That presence far transcends even a grandmaster. Some who had come from other cities mistook Shen Tunan for someone at the innate realm. After all, some people had indeed studied innate experts and knew that walking on empty air was a hallmark of that realm. But he could never have imagined this was merely one of Shen Tunan's innate abilities. Regardless of this lord's cultivation realm, he is our savior. Many surviving warriors from the beast forest were filled with gratitude towards Shen Tunan. Though they did not know the name of the man before them, the mere fact that he had saved their lives was a kindness worthy of a lifetime's remembrance. Meanwhile, deep within the beast forest, Zhang Ming and Lu Hai stood frozen for a long while, listening to the sound of mountains crumbling and earth splitting. From afar, they watched as a sword strike akin to that of a celestial deity descended, their faces etched with utter amazement. That formidable expert had actually passed right before their eyes. At that moment, their scattered companions happened to converge upon them. Of their companions, only a woman remained. She was covered in blood-bearing wounds of varying sizes across her body, clearly having fought her way through with great difficulty. Zhang Ming, Lu Hai. The woman's eyes lit up with surprise as she spotted them, quickly closing the distance. Only then did Zhang Ming and the others snap back to reality, though beyond their astonishment, a deep longing now stirred within them. They yearned to possess that invincible power like that mighty expert whose sword intent surged like a celestial sword god. One day I too shall reach the pinnacle of Grandmaster. Zhang Ming clenched his fists, his resolve hardening as his desire peaked. He knew without hesitation that he must enter that mysterious and unfathomable realm no matter what. Hearing this, the woman chuckled softly and said, "The Grandmaster realm is not so easily attained. Though your ambition is noble, becoming a Grandmaster is far too difficult. Moreover, that expert I just witnessed doesn't seem to be merely a Grandmaster." These words sent a chill through Lu Hai. To him, a Grandmaster was already an exalted, godlike figure, beyond any slander. How is that possible? Could he truly not be a grandmaster? Lu Hai asked in bewilderment. He certainly might not be. He could be something far beyond a grandmaster, the far more terrifying innate realm. When the woman spoke those 3 words, her eyes carried reverence and awe. While a grandmaster was undoubtedly a power in their own right, the gap between them and the innate realm was simply insurmountable. As the 3 conversed, from afar, roar. A sudden roar erupted, echoing over a kilometer away. The sound sent shivers down their spines. Before them stood a massive golden lion, its fur gleaming, radiating light like the scorching sun. This terrifying golden lion towered 7 meters high and stretched 10 meters in length, an absolutely monstrous beast. It now stood atop a mountain peak, directing the beast tide rather than joining it. A 4th-grade ferocious beast, golden lion. Shen Tunan narrowed his eyes, recognizing this creature as likely the source of the beast tide's chaos. At its roar, the previously scattered beasts regrouped with purpose, their eyes burning red once more. They converged in dense ranks, ready to massacre everything, slaughtering every martial artist training within the beast forest. On the distant peak, the golden lion watched Shen Tunan with open provocation, as if daring him to stop them. Countless beasts swept across the land in madness, trampling the earth to harvest lives. They would turn the beast forest into a mass grave for countless warriors. Behind each warrior stood a family, each death meant a home shattered. Shen Tunan gripped his heavy blade tightly and raised it high once more. Slash! His second strike unleashed the phantom sword technique again, generating another 7-fold amplification. A blade of light slashed downward, carving a bottomless fissure into the earth. The sword energy surged forward, shattering every obstacle in its path. Mountains crumbled, beasts wailed in agony, and mist of blood filled the air. Shen Tunan slaughtered hundreds more, yet the devastation seemed unstoppable, because the beast numbers barely diminished. Originally numbering in the thousands, new beasts continuously joined the horde to replace those fallen. They appeared to obey the golden lion's commands without question. As the absolute ruler of this beast forest, no creature dared resist. Roar, roar. The golden lion let out another terrible sound wave that shook heaven and earth, making the entire area tremble as though on the verge of collapse. A 4th-grade ferocious beast matched the power of a grandmaster, and with its ability to command the beast tide, it was essentially invincible in the innate realm. Against such a beast tide, even a grandmaster might be powerless to stop it, forced to watch helplessly as the beast trampled and destroyed everything. The golden lion's gaze carried a hint of human-like disdain and mockery. Having reached the 4th grade, these beasts possessed intelligence comparable to normal humans, far surpassing ordinary ferocious beasts. This golden lion was even smarter than Shen Tunan had anticipated, aware that a human expert might appear. So it commanded the horde from a distance, never personally entering the fray, instead treating other beasts as mere pieces on its chessboard. In that case, Shen Tunan's anger finally ignited. True Chi swirled frantically into his blade. Tai Xian sword, art dragon's cry form. 6-fold amplification. He held back his full power using only the 6-fold amplification. Since this technique inherently doubled its own force, it could reach 8-fold amplification. The power had now broken through 10 million. Shen Tunan could feel his long sword vibrating constantly, as if struggling to contain such overwhelming force. Roar! This blade energy surged forth like an enraged dragon, its piercing cry sending all the ferocious beasts trembling in terror. Even the golden lion standing not far away recoiled in fear, its pupils contracting in horror. This strike differed from the previous 2. It didn't explode immediately, but instead sliced through the beasts before dissipating into nothingness. Rumble! After a moment, the true devastation erupted. Over 1,000 beasts detonated like fireworks, their bodies shattering into crimson mist. A dragon's roar echoed relentlessly through the horde, driving the remaining beasts into a panicked frenzy. Even the distant golden lion had fled somewhere, clearly terrified. If this beast hid among the vast mountains, finding it would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. Yet it was precisely this caution that had kept it alive thus far. Had it not been so careful, it would have been slain long ago by a human expert. The beast tide was finally quelled. Shen Tunan gazed at his blade, noticing a fresh crack along its surface, and felt a pang of sorrow. It had ultimately reached the limit of what a 3rd-grade alloy weapon could withstand. After pacifying the chaos, Shen Tunan began collecting beast crystal cores on the battlefield. Every ferocious beast he had slain dropped a crystal core, and Shen Tunan gathered over 100 of them. The rest unfortunately had been shattered by his sword intent, with only these 100-plus cores remaining intact. Among them were those from 3rd-rate ferocious beasts as well as 2nd-rate ones representing a considerable fortune. Shen Tunan stored all the beast crystal cores within his Lion Emperor ring and prepared to depart. Leveraging his Grandmaster Chi and innate abilities, he walked upon the air itself, transforming into a streak of light as he calmly made his exit. Before leaving, Shen Tunan still made certain about the safety of his old classmate Zhang Ming. He noticed Zhang Ming watching him, though. When he unleashed his Grandmaster Chi, the figure became somewhat indistinct. Shen Tunan, is it really you? Zhang Ming felt somewhat frantic, beginning to question whether he had misidentified him after all. Meanwhile on the other side, that person likely wouldn't recognize him. With a swift movement he transformed into a streak of light and departed across the void, vanishing from everyone's sight. Was it merely my imagination? I couldn't shake the feeling that the powerhouse was looking in our direction just now. Lu Hai gazed thoughtfully after Shen Tunan's retreating figure, sensing a familiarity in that person's appearance. Shen Tunan, Zhang Ming suddenly exclaimed, Lu Hai, don't you think that figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Shen Tunan? Even though I couldn't clearly see that person's face, I have this strong feeling it was him. Lu Hai heard this and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Zhang Ming, are you running a fever? Why would you say such absurd things? Shen Tunan was also his old classmate, and if he truly were such an invincible powerhouse, he would have already made a name for himself in Luo City long ago. How could someone so extraordinary remain unknown? The tall and graceful Gao Qing also felt that her companion was being a bit foolish. Chill. Zhang Ming, don't speak nonsense. If that important figure were to hear you talking like that, they might hold it against you. Gao Qing warned Zhang Ming. Originally Zhang Ming could have been certain it was his old classmate, but seeing that no one believed him, he began to doubt himself. Xiang Prefecture. In an office building in the city center, a middle-aged man in a crisp black suit was reviewing documents. This man bore a slight resemblance to the Wang family young master whom Shen Tunan had slain, his expression carrying an air of authority. As a prominent family, they maintained their own enterprises that generated steady income to fund the cultivation resources for their members. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly felt a flutter in his heart, as though something important had slipped away from him. He immediately set down his documents and unleashed a terrifying grandmaster chi that swept through the entire building. All who felt this aura couldn't help but shudder involuntarily. Could it be that Conner has come to harm? The Wang family patriarch grew visibly panicked and rushed to call Elder Bai, but there was no answer. He also tried calling Wang Kong, but received the same silence. Setting down his phone, he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outward, his eyes filled with sorrow. He remembered that both the phone he gave to Elder Bai and the one for his son were the latest models with satellite-grade signal coverage. Even in remote mountain forests, they should have been reachable. Yet now neither phone had been answered. There was only one possibility, that they had been killed. Though he didn't want to believe it, chances were high that his suspicion was correct. After all, he had complete confidence in Elder Bai. No matter when or where he called, the response would always be immediate. With a thunderous boom, the Grandmaster Chi erupting from his body slammed against the glass. Crack, crack. The floor-to-ceiling windows began to shatter, spiderweb fractures spreading across the surface before the glass exploded outward, raining down across the floor. Someone come. The Wang family patriarch called out. Immediately a secretary in a suit entered and asked, Patriarch, what are your orders? My son Wang Kong and White River may have been killed. Send someone to investigate the last places they were seen. If you confirm they've been killed, inform me immediately. And you must find that murderer. I want them to pay with blood for blood. The Wang family patriarch appeared most formidable at this moment, his expression stern. Though his voice was low, it sent shivers through the secretary's pupils. The young master has been killed. The secretary understood the urgency and importance of this matter and immediately nodded, ordering people to investigate. Ferocious beast forest. Above the lake. Shen Tunan followed the crowd onto a small boat, taking in the surrounding scenery as it slowly made its way across. The boat had nearly reached capacity, but fortunately Shen Tunan arrived in time, otherwise he would have had to wait for the next departure. After reaching the opposite shore, Shen Tunan passed through the city walls and entered a bustling area. Eventually a fragrant aroma reached his nose. It was the scent of stewed chicken. His appetite immediately stirred, so he walked directly into a restaurant to enjoy a hearty meal before returning to submit his mission report. When it comes to matters of heaven and earth, eating comes first. Ordering several dishes, he favored Shen Tunan, devoured them all in one sitting, consuming as much as several people, yet still not satisfied. However, the restaurant owner showed no surprise, for many martial artists possessed enormous appetites. After paying, Shen Tunan boarded the last bus, heading to the Thunder Martial Hall. Still seated on the bus, Shen Tunan began browsing forums to look up information about experts at the innate realm. However, opinions on the forum varied widely, as most people had never encountered a genuine innate realm expert, leaving him unsure whose account was accurate. Yet among the forums, one post by a prominent figure had garnered significant attention. The most obvious characteristic of an innate realm expert is the ability to walk upon empty air and soar freely through the sky. They are like birds without any restraints. The innate realm can generate elemental power, which forms an elemental barrier. As long as the barrier remains unbroken, the practitioner cannot be harmed, standing in an invincible position. That is the origin of the term innate realm. Every expert at the innate realm possesses no less than 20 million gene of strength-wielding power, capable of destroying cities, inspiring awe and reverence. Their elemental barrier can only be shattered by elemental power or intent force, otherwise breaking it requires at least double the force. This forum thread had over 100,000 replies, all praising the authoritative figure with expressions of admiration and devotion. Clearly, this influential poster held a special status, lending credibility to their claims. This gave Shen Tunan pause, making him realize he had underestimated the innate realm. Even after breaking through to Grandmaster, he doubted he could match such invincible beings. He might not even be able to crack their protective barrier. It seemed he needed to lie low for now and grow stronger quickly, at least reaching power comparable to the innate realm. After a long journey, the bus finally arrived at its destination. Shen Tunan stepped off the bus and headed straight for the Thunder Marshal Hall. Upon hearing the words Grandmaster, badge, a light ignited in Shen Tunan's eyes. He had finally awaited this news. It meant he could head to Changha City for the assessment at any moment. He had finally reached this point. Yet when the opportunity truly arrived, Shen Tunan pondered and decided there was no rush. He wished to break through to the true Grandmaster realm first before taking the assessment. At that time, he could directly take the assessment for a higher-tier Grandmaster badge. When do you plan to go for the assessment, my lord? Master Long asked with a broad smile, clearly unable to contain his eagerness. After all, Shen Tunan hailed from Luocheng and had been recommended by him. Should he pass the assessment, Master Long would also receive rewards and opportunities for advancement. If Shen Tunan were to reach the innate realm in the future, that would be even more advantageous, granting him the chance to step into the Grandmaster tier. Shen Tunan shook his head and replied, not yet. I will inform you when I depart. Master Long nodded and made no further push. Shen Tunan could go whenever he pleased, it was his choice. Master Long did not wish to leave a poor impression by pressuring him. Lord Shen. Just then the voice of the receptionist girl drifted over. Shen Tunan rose and walked toward her. Hello, your task has been completed upon verification. If you do not wish to take on more assignments this year, you may rest. As for that severed horn, the price is 1 million. Would you like to sell it? Shen Tunan nodded without hesitation. Naturally. Very well, the 1 million will be deposited into your account shortly. Wishing you all the best. The receptionist smiled sweetly, her dimples appearing, lifting his spirits considerably. Shen Tunan returned to his seat, considering that the mission itself earned 100 points plus the value of the severed horn. Combined, the two came to 2 million, a remarkably easy sum. Back when he first desired that amount, it would have taken years of grueling labor to accumulate. Lord Shen, when you ventured into the Beast Forest, did you encounter that mysterious powerhouse? Master Long suddenly recalled recent rumors and asked. A peculiar expression crossed Shen Tunan's face as he hesitated to respond immediately. He had already pieced together whom Master Long was referring to. It is said that mysterious expert can walk upon empty air and with 3 sword strikes could quell the beast tide, truly admirable. However, from what I gather, that expert likely is not at the innate realm, but rather a seasoned Grandmaster. Pity it is probably not one of our Luocheng Grandmasters. It is so rare for our city to produce even a single one. Master Long continued prattling on, launching into further analysis. On what grounds do you say that? Shen Tunan asked. Master Long explained innate powerhouses typically rely on elemental forces in combat. The destructive power of elements needs barely a single strike to quell a beast tide, no need for 3 sword blows. Though some speculate they are innate realm, most people fail to grasp how terrifying that realm truly is. They are genuinely invincible. The gap between them and Grandmasters is like an impassable chasm. While walking on air is indeed a hallmark of innate powerhouses, those below that realm can achieve brief aerial movement through specialized movement techniques and martial arts. Moreover, why would an innate powerhouse suddenly appear in the Beast Forest? That defies all logic. If Luocheng truly harbored someone of that caliber, the city lord would have personally come out to greet them long ago. Shen Tunan found the analysis quite reasonable, since he himself was not at the innate realm. As expected, those who rise to become hall masters are sharp-minded. That makes sense. Shen Tunan nodded in agreement. Master Long pondered for a moment before sighing. It is a pity I will never have the chance to forge a connection with such a presence. It is said this person also practices sword cultivation. If you could invite them to offer some guidance, you would benefit enormously. Hearing this, Shen Tunan's expression grew increasingly odd. He was essentially being told to seek his own counsel. This Master Long certainly is an interesting character. Lord Long, I have a question. Can my cleaving sword be upgraded to a grade 4 alloy weapon? His cleaving sword was nearing its limits, and once he broke through to Grandmaster realm, he would not be able to push it to its maximum enhancement anymore. If it shattered, he would be left without a suitable weapon. Otherwise, should it shatter, you would have no proper weapon. Master Long found himself at a loss for words, saying a grade 3 alloy weapon like yours can still be wielded by those at the later stages of Grandmaster realm. You do not really need to upgrade it now, do you? Reluctantly, Shen Tunan produced his weapon sphere and pressed the button, causing his cleaving sword to materialize in his hand, already bearing a faint crack. It truly is not enough. Shen Tunan sighed. If it can be upgraded, that would be ideal. Tell me the price. Master Long stood frozen, his expression growing increasingly complex as he stared directly into Shen Tunan's eyes, as though trying to pierce through to see something hidden within. That mysterious powerhouse, could it possibly be you? The head of Luocheng Thunder Marshal Hall felt his heart churn with overwhelming shock. It seemed absurd, yet his intuition told him he was right. Only someone wielding power beyond the limits of a grade 3 alloy weapon could create such a fracture. I am indeed that person who quelled the beast tide with 3 sword strikes. Shen Tunan admitted openly. His words sent countless gazes converging on him throughout the hall. Realizing they should not discuss this in public, Master Long hurriedly led Shen Tunan to the rooftop of the Thunder Martial Hall via elevator, his thoughts still in turmoil. Lord Shen, might I ask what level of strength you have achieved? Master Long inquired solemnly. Shen Tunan replied calmly, I should have no trouble passing the Grandmaster assessment. Then please take a test. Master Long gestured toward a machine nearby. This newly arrived machine could withstand up to 1 million gene of force. However, even if one met the standard here, obtaining the Grandmaster badge still required traveling to Chang'e City. Shen Tunan examined the machine, drew his cleaving sword, and struck with precise, fluid motion without employing any enhancement. Boom. The blade slammed into the machine, its numbers fluctuating wildly before settling on 1 million. Red lights flashed continuously as smoke began rising from around the machine. It had clearly exceeded its limits and broken down. Hiss. Master Long, standing nearby, sucked in his breath at the sight. Shen Tunan's previous strike had not even used full force, yet it generated such terrifying power to destroy the machine. His capabilities were truly unfathomable. Combined with his feat of quelling the beast tide, his future prospects were limitless. Lord Shen, I now believe you were indeed the one who quelled the beast tide. You are eligible for a reward of 1,000 points, or you may choose any grade 4 martial art technique, plus an additional bottle of grade 4 potion. Master Long informed Shen Tunan. Upon hearing this, Shen Tunan's expression shifted to surprise. He had only sought to save lives when quelling the beast tide, never expecting such generous compensation. On the top floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, Shen Tunan thought to himself that some merits still needed to be spoken openly. If he kept quiet, all those rewards would be lost. It would be an unbearable loss. However, the pavilion master took a seat and composed himself. I will report this matter to the higher-ups, and they will send investigators. If it is discovered to be impersonation, you will be expelled from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and directly sent to the myriad races battlefield for 100 years of service. He made it clear to Shen Tunan that he must not lie about this matter or no one could protect him. Serving 100 years on the myriad races front was extremely perilous. Even grandmasters rarely survived. Countless fierce beasts besieged the city every day, and every martial artist walked with their life hanging by a thread. Shen Tunan smiled. I would never demean myself to such deception. He did not care how the higher-ups investigated, for it truly was his own action and he had told no lies. Take me to choose martial arts techniques, Shen Tunan said. He was already growing impatient to cultivate level 4 techniques. Very well, the pavilion master led the way. As they walked, Shen Tunan asked, is there any way to upgrade the executioner's sword? The pavilion master shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately not. The cost of upgrading is exorbitant. It would be wiser to simply purchase a new level 4 alloy weapon. However, such weapons cost at least 100 million, and they can only be purchased in Chang'e City. Shen Tunan glanced at his executioner's sword and stowed it away, resolving to make do with it for now. From the pavilion master's tone, the repair costs would approach those of a brand new weapon. Upgrading would undoubtedly be a poor investment. Moreover, new purchases came with discounts, so there was truly no need to upgrade. Shen Tunan approached a computer desk and logged into the martial arts network to browse available techniques. At this level, prices varied widely, from affordable to extraordinarily expensive. The cheapest option was merely 2 million, but those were mass-produced techniques suitable only for those with little hope of ever reaching Grandmaster status. After careful consideration, Shen Tunan's gaze settled on a technique that satisfied him. Level 4 technique, Piercing Cloud Sword Art. Price 13.22 million. Piercing Cloud Sword Art. Upon reaching perfection, it grants the power to cleave through clouds and shatter the sky, with a single strike forming an overwhelming sword pressure. There is a minuscule probability of comprehending sword intent. Sword intent was the so-called force of profound understanding. If he could truly comprehend it, he would finally possess the means to contend with innate realm experts. This one, Shen Tunan chose without hesitation. The pavilion master nodded and ordered someone to bring the technique. It was a hand-copied manuscript stored in a wooden case, not the original. Lord Shen, once you have learned a level 4 technique, you must not disseminate it to others. Violators will face severe consequences. The pavilion master warned solemnly, as this was a rule established by the higher authorities. Understood, Shen Tunan agreed, and carefully stored the Piercing Cloud Sword Art. The final reward was a level 4 elixir, a fixed bonus with no choice involved. The reward was a spirit wood elixir, a vibrant green liquid brimming with life force. Shen Tunan set it aside, planning to consume it the day after tomorrow. Since he had recently taken a level 4 spiritual medicine, it would be best to wait a day before using the elixir to maximize its effects. With this level 4 elixir, his breakthrough to Grandmaster was practically assured. After all, he still possessed numerous beast cores. Once he broke through to Grandmaster and took the examination, the higher his Grandmaster badge ranked, the greater the rewards. By the way, do you have anything for personal protection? Shen Tunan asked. He thought of his family. Though he grew stronger every moment, he could not remain by their side constantly. Moreover, he had offended a family tied to an innate realm powerhouse. He worried they might seek revenge. If they could not find him, they might target his family instead, and he would never forgive himself. We have grade 3 protective jade bracelets, a type of defensive artifact. However, they are quite expensive. Even a half-step grandmaster could withstand at least 3 strikes with them. If you prefer something more affordable. Before the pavilion master could finish, Shen Tunan interrupted. I will take the protective jade bracelets. Anything for his family deserved only the finest. With these he could train with peace of mind, no longer worrying about their safety. Shen Tunan exchanged gold for 10 million and purchased 4 protective jade bracelets. However, these bracelets had a drawback. They would shatter after absorbing 3 full strikes. Otherwise, even with the discount, 2 million each would be far too reasonable. The market price would likely soar to absurd heights. With the remaining 2 million, he spent another million on potions, both level 1 and level 2. These had long shelf lives and could be taken regularly by his family. Anything stored at home would remain stable. Purchasing such items was never a bad investment. If in use, the martial arts hall would buy them back, resulting in minimal loss. Including his points, Shen Tunan now had 1 million. At that moment, Shen Tunan remembered he had not yet sold his beast materials. After negotiating with the pavilion master, the final price came to approximately 2 million. In the past, earning such a sum would have thrilled him for days. But now Shen Tunan felt only calm. His total deposits reached 3 million. Shen Tunan checked the price of the 4th volume of the martial body cultivation art. It was listed at 10 million. Clearly he still lacked sufficient funds and would have to abandon that purchase for now. After purchasing everything he needed, the sky had grown dark. It was too late to return home that evening. Shen Tunan made a phone call to let his family know he was safe, then found a hotel to rest. Using the heaven and earth furnace, he began cultivating the piercing cloud sword art. Within 10 minutes, Shen Tunan opened his eyes, and a terrifying razor-sharp aura radiated from his body. The surrounding lights flickered and died instantly, every bulb shattering. After reaching perfection in the piercing cloud sword art, an oppressive pressure emanated from him, far more fearsome than that of ordinary grandmasters. This was one of the effects of the piercing cloud sword art, sword intent pressure. The advantage of this pressure was that against opponents of lower cultivation, it could shatter their fighting spirit. Even a single glance could frighten them to their knees. Unfortunately, Shen Tunan had not yet comprehended sword intent. The profound force was indeed not easily grasped. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he collapsed into sleep, resting until dawn. He checked out of the hotel, compensated for the broken lamps, and returned home. Meanwhile, in Luocheng, within an opulent villa. This area belonged to the Starry Sky Group, which handled its development and sales. Secretary Zhao, have you gathered all the information? He Tao wore a white shirt with the top 2 buttons undone, revealing his collarbone. In his long fingers he held a crystal glass, slowly savoring the red wine within. I have Lord He. Shen Tunan's father Shen Yu is an accountant at one of our partner companies, reported Secretary Zhao in his tailored suit. Then this is straightforward. He Tao swirled his glass. Prepare the framing so that he goes to prison. I want to see how Shen Tunan plans to save his father. A cold smirk curled his lips. Last time Shen Tunan had humiliated him in front of others, he would surely reclaim his dignity. He would make Shen Tunan come crawling on his knees begging for mercy. Yes. Secretary Zhao bowed and withdrew to arrange the matter. The door creaked open. Shen Tunan stepped inside, finding the house eerily quiet. He settled onto the sofa and reclined into a comfortable position. This outing had been exceedingly fruitful. He was on the verge of touching the Grandmaster realm. His heart swelled with emotion. After decades of striving, without ever reaching that peak, how long had it truly taken? He was about to become a Grandmaster. Still, it wouldn't hurt to rest for a day before the breakthrough to unburden his mind. After all, he had pushed himself far too hard for so long. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted from somewhere in the house. It sounded as though something had been hurled to the ground, and Shen Tunan was startled. His gaze shifted toward his younger brother's room. Could that lad be skipping classes again? Shen Tunan had assumed no one else was home. He rose from the sofa and opened the door, only to find his younger brother Shen Zikong awkwardly scratching his head. Not far away, a desk lay shattered in two as though cleaved by a single palm strike. Brother, Shen Zikong called out guiltily. He had just broken through to become a martial artist, and was so overjoyed that one careless strike had destroyed the desk. Shen Tunan sensed the chi and blood energy flowing through his brother's body. It had reached the level of a martial artist, though still unsteady from the recent breakthrough. Well, I'll be damned. Shen Tunan was taken aback. First his sister broke through, and now his brother too. Was their family's talent really that extraordinary? Then why had he spent decades without making any progress? Admittedly, the potions had helped, but they were merely supplements. Without sufficient innate talent, how could one break through so easily? It was simply impossible. That was precisely why geniuses were not commonplace. Get rid of this wrecked desk, and I'll pick out a new one for you. With nothing else to do that day, Shen Tunan decided to take his brother to the mall to find a replacement. All right. Relieved that his elder brother was not angry, Shen Zikong easily lifted the shattered desk, and together they went downstairs to dispose of it. At the mall, they selected a new desk which was delivered straight to their door and professionally installed. Shen Tunan handed his younger brother a crystal-clear jade bracelet. This is a gift for you. Wear it at all times, never remove it. Hearing that it was a gift from his brother, Shen Zikong accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, brother. He slipped it onto his wrist, a bright smile spreading across his face. You've broken through to martial artist, haven't you? Shen Tunan asked. Shen Zikong's expression shifted to surprise. He had not revealed his breakthrough at all. Here are second-tier potions. I thought you'd need them sooner, but it seems I overestimated how quickly you'd advance. Shen Tunan handed over the 2 bottles. Shen Zikong felt deeply moved, touched by how his brother always provided for him without hesitation. With these, his breakthrough would come even faster. Don't overthink it. Focus on your cultivation and strive to make our family proud. Shen Tunan patted his brother's shoulder. Hearing these words, Shen Zikong no longer feigned modesty and nodded firmly. Meanwhile, at Lingwu High School, on the school sports field, beneath the shade of a tree, Shen Mingyao sat upon the grass, her qi and blood energy circulating within her. Her skin flushed slightly from the vigorous flow. Mingyao, the school heartthrob from the neighboring class, is playing basketball. He's incredible. Let's go watch. A bright-eyed girl in a school uniform approached them. Shen Mingyao did not even open her eyes. No, she wanted nothing more than to grow stronger. How could she resist the coming catastrophe if she remained weak? Romance was a luxury she could ill afford. Mingyao, you've changed. The girl stomped her foot in indignation and walked away. They had promised to be best friends forever, yet now her closest companion would not even accompany her. But the current Shen Mingyao had no time to consider her best friend's feelings. Ding ding. The school bell rang sharply. Shen Mingyao opened her eyes and exhaled slowly, feeling her qi and blood energy grow substantially once more. I've finally broken through to the 3rd star of martial artist, but this is far from enough. Shen Mingyao gazed toward the sky, something troubling surfacing in her mind as she furrowed her brows. The skies ahead would not remain this clear. They would be shrouded in oppressive clouds and crimson mist choking the city. Time passed. Shen Tunan lounged on the sofa watching a comedy series when his parents finally stepped through the door. His mother busied herself preparing dinner while his father lent a hand in the kitchen. Not long after his sister Shen Mingyao returned home, her demeanor carefree and casual. Yet Shen Tunan could not shake the feeling that his sister had shifted somehow in recent days. He could not quite put his finger on what had changed. She seemed to have grown remarkably mature overnight, as if she had matured all at once. The family gathered around the dinner table, once more sharing their meal in comfortable silence. After dinner, Shen Tunan distributed the protective jade bracelets to everyone. His family seemed long accustomed to his gestures and accepted the gifts without question. Shen Tunan urged them repeatedly to keep the bracelets on at all times and never remove them. His parents nodded in agreement. Only his sister Shen Mingyao wore a peculiar expression as though she recognized what those objects truly were. After the meal, Shen Mingyao pulled him into her room for a private question. Brother, where did you get those? Shen Tunan chuckled and replied, I bought them, of course. Unless you think I found them lying around. Focus on your studies instead. This is a 2nd-tier potion I bought for you. Shen Tunan set a bottle on her desk and walked out. Shen Mingyao stared at the potion on her desk and ultimately decided not to press the matter further. Her brother had become increasingly enigmatic. She could barely fathom him anymore. Could it be because I was reborn and history has already changed drastically? Rather than exhausting herself over such questions, she resolved to dedicate herself to cultivation instead. After all, Shen Tunan was her brother. He would never deliberately harm her. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in her mind, Shen Mingyao prepared to continue her cultivation and strengthen herself. Martial arts advancement remained her highest priority, everything else was secondary. Moonlight flowed like water. A gentle breeze brushed against him. Shen Tunan stood on the balcony listening to the chirping of insects and birds, feeling an unprecedented serenity within his heart. Tomorrow he would step into the Grandmaster realm. Shen Tunan was confident about this. However, this breakthrough could not be undertaken at home. He could not afford to destroy his own house. To break through to Grandmaster, he had to choose a suitable location. Shen Tunan took out his phone and checked the nearest scenic area, which lay approximately 30 kilometers from his home. Suddenly an image caught his eye. A picturesque place with clear streams and lush forests where white clouds drifted and hovered around the mountain peak. Chaoyan Mountain. This is actually a fine spot. Although it was technically a scenic area, very few people ever visited. With little investment and no significant fame, most visitors who came were merely hikers. The roads in that area were unfinished. He had once been there. The path resembled an ancient primitive trail. Climbing to the summit left him gasping for breath, in terrible condition, his feet blistered and raw. But now he believed it would be an ideal location for his breakthrough. After enjoying the breeze on the balcony for a while, Shen Tunan returned to his room, tossed his phone aside, and fell asleep. That night, he slept soundly. By dawn the next day, before the sky had fully brightened, Shen Tunan was already fully prepared. He skipped breakfast, intending to break through to Grandmaster first and eat afterward. At this hour, hailing a taxi was difficult, so Shen Tunan prepared to use his movement technique to reach the destination. A luminous glow appeared beneath his feet as he sped toward Chaoyan Mountain at an astonishing pace. At the foot of Chaoyan Mountain, a youthful figure materialized suddenly like a phantom. Any ordinary person would have been startled upon seeing such an apparition. Shen Tunan stood at the mountain's base, his gaze scanning the path ahead. The area neglected and uncleaned was overrun with weeds, and the trail bore almost no footprints. Clearly this place had been abandoned. It was a forsaken scenic area, but that suited him perfectly. No one was around allowing him to break through in peace. Shen Tunan began to mobilize the chi and blood energy within his body, then erupted forward like a flash of lightning sprinting toward the mountain peak. Within minutes Shen Tunan had firmly established himself at the summit. Standing there and gazing downward, everything below appeared infinitesimally small. Shen Tunan immediately sat cross-legged and activated his innate talent to begin refining the ferocious beast crystals. Over 100 crystals were continuously devoured and refined by him. However, for his current state, the power boost from these crystals was negligible. If not for the tenfold enhancement provided by the Heaven and Earth Furnace, he would likely have sold them all. After some time had passed upon refining them all, Shen Tunan's strength had increased by approximately 200,000 caddies. This left him somewhat speechless, as the improvement was truly insignificant. Over 100 ferocious beast crystals, and this was the result. Compared to the effects of spiritual herbs, they were utterly inferior. Perhaps only grade 4, Grandmaster level ferocious beast crystals could rival spiritual medicines in potency. Thinking of this, he recalled the golden lion from the ferocious beast forest. What a pity that it had managed to escape. Had he captured it, that lion's ferocious beast crystal would have yielded far greater results. Fortunately, he still had the reward, a vial of grade 4 elixir. Shen Tunan retrieved the green potion from his lion emperor ring and swallowed it in one go. A colossal furnace materialized within his body, devouring the entire elixir before rotating several times. The energy released from the furnace surged rapidly into Shen Tunan's limbs and meridians. In that moment, Shen Tunan felt his body burning, his chi and blood seething as though roasted over an open fire. This energy assaulted his body with wild force, causing his vitality to strengthen at a visibly accelerating pace. Even his Grandmaster true chi grew increasingly profound, erupting outward and forming devastating waves of heat that continuously radiated in all directions. The ground atop the mountain peak struck by this aura began to crack. Shen Tunan channeled the dominant body technique to rapidly digest this energy, and with each increment absorbed, his presence grew even more formidable. At this moment, Shen Tunan perceived the path leading to Grandmaster. He felt as though a massive gate had appeared within his body. One mere push away, and he could enter the Grandmaster realm. Shatter for me. Shen Tunan roared with the force of thunder, shaking the very heavens. His chi and blood energy exploded with frenzied power, generating invisible shockwaves. His Grandmaster true chi also erupted at that moment, releasing a terrifying pressure. Upon the mountain peak, countless birds and beasts trembled in fear, overwhelmed with dread. Boom! Finally Shen Tunan broke through. The door within his body vanished. It had merely been an illusion conjured during the breakthrough. Once he fully stepped into the Grandmaster realm, everything dissipated. When water reaches its limit, it overflows. Shen Tunan had completely entered the Grandmaster realm, and the Grandmaster true chi flowing within him was twice as profound as that of his peers. His eyes sparkled with divine radiance as though light emanated from within, and his gaze alone could make others shudder. Having crossed into this realm, Shen Tunan exhaled a cloud of turbid air. Then with eyes sharp as lightning, he casually picked up a nearby branch and slashed it toward the horizon. Rumble! The clouds above suddenly split apart, streaming to both sides as though the sky itself had been parted down the middle. The sky directly overhead became incredibly clear. The branch in his hand naturally shattered into fragments. What he had just unleashed was the cloud-piercing sword technique, whose power had already approached that of his first form of the Taishan sword art. A grade 4 martial art was indeed far superior to a grade 3 technique, and its power greatly satisfied Shen Tunan. Back at the Shen residence, Shen Mingyao had been sleeping when she was suddenly startled by an aura, her eyes snapping open as she gazed toward the distance. She witnessed the clouds in the distance parting on their own, along with an overwhelmingly terrifying sword intent emanating from that direction, leaving her expression one of astonishment. A sword Grandmaster. Besides surprise, confusion weighed heavier on her mind. She wondered whether this Grandmaster was the same mysterious figure from their residential compound. Or perhaps it was the Grandmaster who had once saved her. Otherwise, why would such a modest city like Luo Cheng keep producing Grandmasters in succession? Inside Shen Zikong's room, the young man stood by the window, gazing toward the horizon as he watched the clouds split on both sides, his heart overflowing with longing. He had also been asleep when awakened by a staggering aura, as though someone had swept a sword past him. Even from such a great distance, he could still sense an absolutely peerless sword intent, one capable of cleaving the heavens with a single strike. This must be the Grandmaster who rescued my sister last time. Has he broken through again? Shen Zikong mused, stroking his chin, his desire for this realm growing ever stronger. Someday he too would become a Grandmaster, an invincible powerhouse like this. Nearby martial artists around Chaoyan Mountain were likewise jolted awake from their sleep, some breaking into cold sweats from fright. Some caught in pleasant dreams suddenly felt a sword thrusting toward their faces, nearly convincing themselves they were about to die. Which martial arts master is this? What terrifying sword technique, what dreadful pressure. When did Luo Qing gain another sword grandmaster? Countless people whispered among themselves, raising their gazes toward the direction of Chaoyan Mountain. The splitting clouds made it clear to all that a sword grandmaster resided there, one capable of commanding an entire city. At the city lord's mansion, clad in black, the city lord sensed that heaven-cleaving aura, yet he remained composed. He had felt it before, but this time he clearly perceived that the powerhouse had grown even stronger, his aura more domineering and refined. This sword grandmaster improves at an astonishing rate. I wonder which prefecture-level city's invincible prodigy he hails from. The hierarchy was clear: county, city, and prefecture. A prefecture-level city boasted tens of millions of inhabitants and abundant cultivation resources, attracting geniuses by the hundreds. Typically, prodigies from county-level cities faded into mediocrity once they reached city-level ones. Similarly, city-level talents paled in comparison when measured against prefecture-level prodigies. Thus, such cities produced geniuses beyond ordinary comprehension. They also birthed invincible beings who far surpassed the Grandmaster realm. Just like this one who had cleaved the heavens with a single sword strike. He could now confirm the individual was undoubtedly an invincible prodigy. Otherwise, there was no way his strength could have advanced so rapidly. Shen Tunan descended Chaoyan Mountain, preparing to take a bath and change clothes. After breakfast, he would head to Changha City for his Grandmaster badge assessment. Mom, I'm heading out. I probably won't be back today. After washing up and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Shen Tunan finished his breakfast and prepared to leave home for the Grandmaster badge examination. Before leaving, he greeted his family first. Although his mother had no idea what her son had been up to lately, she still chose to trust him. Be careful on the road and rest early tonight, his mother reminded him. Shen Tunan nodded and left home. The first thing he did after leaving was call Director Long. Hello, this is Shen Tunan. I'd like to take the examination in Changha City today. Please make the arrangements. All right. The conversation ended shortly afterward. From the other end of the line, Shen Tunan could sense the joy in Director Long's voice. Almost a touch of excitement and agitation. He himself was equally eager to receive the rewards that would come with Grandmaster certification. Shen Tunan rode the bus to Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Director Long was already waiting at the entrance and personally escorted him to the airport. It was a private airfield belonging to Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Master Shen, I wish you success in your examination. Director Long personally saw Shen Tunan onto the helicopter and waved goodbye. Seated inside the helicopter, Shen Tunan waved back. Full of confidence for this examination, he closed his eyes and rested. He was not sure how long the flight lasted until the helicopter finally landed. Shen Tunan slowly opened his eyes and stepped down from the aircraft. He hailed a taxi and headed directly for Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Changha City. The three great martial arts halls were extremely renowned. Any taxi driver would know them. Soon he arrived at a towering skyscraper. Emblazoned on the building were four large characters. Thunder Martial Arts Hall, a 40-story edifice. Its floor area was several times larger than the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Luoqing, located in the city center of Changha. After paying the taxi fare, Shen Tunan walked straight into the hall. He displayed his badge upon entering. Half-step Grandmaster. Seeing the badge, some people examined Shen Tunan, finding him rather too young. How could such a young half-step Grandmaster appear in Changha City? Having broken through to Grandmaster, Shen Tunan now appeared like a man in his early 20s, his skin remarkably smooth and delicate, his figure lean and slender. Standing there, he carried a unique aura, straight and poised as a drawn sword, drawing involuntary glances from onlookers. Shen Tunan approached the front desk, where a beautiful young woman with shoulder-length hair turned and offered him a sweet smile. Hello, may I help you? Shen Tunan replied. I'm here for the examination. I have an appointment. The receptionist glanced at his badge, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes before she quickly composed herself. She then asked him to present his appointment number. Shen Tunan pulled out his phone and showed the number. Director Long had arranged everything for him. He only needed to take the examination. After checking the number, the receptionist's eyes flashed with astonishment once more. A half-step Grandmaster at 30 years old applying for the Grandmaster examination. A half-step Grandmaster at that age was conceivable, but proceeding directly to the Grandmaster exam was almost inconceivable. In her understanding, someone who achieved Grandmaster status at 30 could be called a genius anywhere someone looked up to with awe. Let me guide you to the testing area right away, the girl said, setting aside her current tasks and leading the way. She then took Shen Tunan into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. Meanwhile, on the 40th floor lobby, several examiners sat around a table sipping tea in a thoroughly leisurely manner. They were all half-step Grandmasters, and with their influential backgrounds they had secured these tranquil positions. Only those reaching at least 6-star Martial Master could be tested here. If no one came, they could simply rest. Truly, it was a very relaxed job. At that moment, one examiner, a man in his 40s with a handlebar mustache, heard his phone ring. Reading the message, he smiled. Interesting. Luoqing says a 30-year-old Grandmaster is coming for the examination. Hearing this, the other examiners couldn't help but laugh. Haha, could such a remote place produce a Grandmaster that young? I seem to recall the Lord of Luoqing himself only became a Grandmaster when he was nearly 50. Why bother worrying about it? If he wants to embarrass himself, let him come. None of the examiners believed a minor region could produce such a young grandmaster. They all knew that Director Long of Luocheng had good relations with the director of their Changha City branch. They suspected Shen Tunan had used connections to pull strings and was being inserted for the test. As for whether he would pass, that was another matter entirely. After all, the grandmaster examination was extremely strict. There could be no fraud. Ding dong. The elevator chimed, and a man and a woman stepped out. Leading the way was the receptionist, with Shen Tunan closely following behind. His eyes immediately fell upon a machine situated some distance away in the lobby. On that machine, it was written that the maximum measurable strength was 10 million. The receptionist guided Shen Tunan to the spot and said, "The examiners are near that machine over there. Once you pass their examination, you will receive your Grandmaster badge. I won't disturb you further. Goodbye." Having completed her task, the girl returned to the elevator, her figure disappearing from view. Shen Tunan strode purposefully toward the machine, his eyes fixed on its exquisite craftsmanship, desperate to test his strength immediately. After all, since breaking through to Grandmaster, he was unsure of the exact extent of his power. "Are you Shen Tunan?" Among the group of examiners, an older man with a handlebar mustache spoke up. Shen Tunan nodded. "My name is Chu Feng. You may address me as Master Chu. These companions beside me are also your examiners for the Grandmaster test. However, you need not concern yourself with knowing them. Your only task now is to pass the examination. If you fail, you should return home." On Master Chu's chest hung a silver badge with 11 stars, indicating he too was a half-step Grandmaster. Not sure if it was merely his impression, but Shen Tunan found this man to be exceptionally cold and somewhat prejudiced. It seemed that simply because Shen Tunan came from Luocheng, he was already dismissed as someone who would fail the examination. "I understand," Shen Tunan said, paying no mind to their attitude. He had come only to obtain the badge, not to read their expressions. "Now let me explain the rules. You have 3 attempts and I will record your highest score. Anything short of 1 million will not qualify as Grandmaster level." Master Chu droned on at great length as though reciting from a script. Shen Tunan found himself growing annoyed by the lengthy explanation. Only when the man finally finished did Shen Tunan sigh with relief. Truthfully, there was far too much unnecessary talk wasting his time. "Very well, you may begin your test now." Master Chu stood aside, allowing Shen Tunan to proceed, though he held little hope that he would pass the Grandmaster examination. His companions shared the same thoughts. Shen Tunan took a deep breath, setting aside his weapon to fight with bare hands. His chi and blood erupted with Grandmaster true energy, surging upon his fists, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a fierce beast. The examination officials around them widened their eyes at this sight. Without even testing, they knew this was a true Grandmaster. For Grandmaster, true energy could never be feigned. Boom! Shen Tunan's fist light clashed against the machine, erupting with a deafening sound. The machine trembled slightly, even shaking a few times. Then the screen above it began to display a dazzling number. 2000000. 2 million. Without activating any amplification at all, merely employing his basic fist techniques. If he had used sword techniques instead, the power would have been even more terrifying. Upon seeing this number, the examination officials collectively gasped. "Hiss! Luocheng has truly produced such a young Grandmaster. It is simply unbelievable. Could it be that Luocheng will birth a conception stage expert one day?" They began murmuring amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Chu Feng's attitude shifted from initial disdain to respectful deference. He dared not offend a Grandmaster with such boundless prospects. Yet the test was not over. They had 2 more attempts remaining. Shen Tunan then drew his saber, the alloy blade gleaming coldly under the lights. Cloud-piercing sword, art, triple amplification. The alloy weapon in Shen Tunan's hand descended with blinding speed, too fast for the naked eye to follow. Everyone sensed something slicing through the air before the strike connected with the machine. 6670069. Nearly 7 million in combat power appeared before their eyes. The examination officials were thoroughly startled, their gazes locked onto the screen as though witnessing a miracle unfold. A Grandmaster at 30 was already terrifying enough, but reaching nearly the 7th star of Grandmaster at this age. This was an unimaginable genius. Not enough. Shen Tunan sighed. He had only employed triple amplification to reach this level. With full 10-fold amplification, he would undoubtedly breach the conception stage. This machine simply could not measure such power. "Do you have a better testing device here?" Shen Tunan asked, turning around. Chu Shi replied cautiously, "This is already the finest testing machine in Changha City." He found the young Grandmaster before him utterly unfathomable. He had foolishly suspected the man had relied on connections for this assessment. Now he deeply regretted it, wanting nothing more than to slap himself awake. He resolved never to entertain such baseless suspicions again. It was like slapping his own face. Still, what unfolded before his eyes remained almost impossible to believe. "Then I suppose I will have to make do." Shen Tunan's saber swung once more. Terrible sword intent erupted, and the surrounding air seemed to slow its flow. A dazzling blade of light descended upon the machine with lightning speed. Boom. Then on the machine screen, a staggering number flickered wildly before settling completely still, as if frozen in place. 10 million. This figure left every examination official stunned and motionless, their eyes glazed as if struck by an acupoint technique. They had not understood Shen Tunan's words initially, but now they did. This was truly peak Grandmaster combat power. No, rather half-step conception. For even the finest Grandmasters could not shatter a machine and lock its reading at this number. One would need strength surpassing 10 million caddies to achieve such a feat. Nearly all the examination officials wondered if they were hallucinating, for this should be impossible. After all, Shen Tunan's age spoke for itself. 30 years old. When they were 30, they had barely broken through to Martial Master with only slim hopes of reaching Grandmaster. Yet this man before them had already reached the half-step conception level. How terrifying was that? He was a true super genius, the kind so rare that even in Xiang Prefecture such talents were pitifully few. Any who emerged would undoubtedly dominate their peers as an invincible force. Yet such a person now hailed from Lo Cheng, which they found difficult to accept. Wait, the machine must be broken. Let me inspect it. One examination official's gaze sharpened like a falcon's. He absolutely refused to believe Shen Tunan could have damaged the machine. It was simply absurd. If such a terrifying super genius truly existed, why would he remain hidden until achieving half-step conception? This defied all logic and was utterly preposterous. Right, let me check the machine first. Another examination official began inspecting the device. Shen Tunan lovingly traced the cracks on his saber rueful that his 100 million caddy strike had pushed the blade to its limits once more. A few more uses and this alloy weapon would surely shatter, requiring another replacement. Money was still tight. He hoped this certification would reward him with something valuable. After thorough inspection, the officials found the machine itself unharmed. It had merely overheated from Shen Tunan's excessive force. It needed repair. At this point, the officials stared at Shen Tunan in utter astonishment, daring not utter another word of doubt. How could they afford to offend a half-step conception expert so young? Such a person was destined for greatness, capable of stripping their positions with a single word in the future. They knew their own Changha City Thunder Martial Hall's master was only a half-step conception expert and nearing 50 years of age. There was no comparison with the super genius before them. Their future achievements would be worlds apart. Lord Shen, I apologize for any slight earlier. Please forgive me. Chu Shi hastily bowed his hands in apology. To show deference to a half-step conception expert was nothing. Refusing to do so would have been foolish. Shen Tunan asked calmly, has my examination concluded? It is complete. I shall prepare your half-step conception badge. Please wait a moment. Chu Shi hurried to a computer terminal, inputting Shen Tunan's latest information. His companions quickly assisted, and after several minutes of operation they completed the process. Chu Shi then approached with a golden badge. Though called the half-step conception realm, it was merely a transitional stage, much like half-step Grandmaster. Strictly speaking, half-step conception still belonged to the Grandmaster tier. The golden badge bore the character for Grandmaster and featured 11 golden stars shimmering brilliantly under the lights. His former silver badge would be collected by the Thunder Martial Hall and no longer worn. Having finally passed the examination, Shen Tunan now looked forward to the rewards that awaited. Master Chu reverently handed the half-step innate badge to Shen Tunan, then began to explain, saying, "Congratulations on becoming a half-step innate cultivator at our Thunder Martial Hall. You will receive the following privileges. First, you have the authority to mobilize portions of the armed forces in Changha City and its jurisdictional area. Simply present your badge. Second, you will receive an annual subsidy of 10 million. Third, alloy weapons purchased at our establishment will be discounted to 70%. Fourth, you may choose any fourth-grade martial art or technique as a reward. Fifth, you are granted law enforcement authority within the Changha City Market's jurisdiction, allowing you to execute offenders before reporting the matter." Only upon hearing these terms did Shen Tunan fully grasp the extent of power vested in a half-step innate cultivator. With such authority, he could essentially dominate Changha City at will. The subsidy had skyrocketed to an astonishing 10 million, and alloy weapons came with an additional discount, a prospect that had caught Shen Tunan entirely off guard. Fourth-grade alloy weapons above that tier all carried price tags exceeding 100 million. Such figures were truly staggering. That single discount point alone amounted to tens of millions in savings, demonstrating that the Thunder Martial Hall possessed considerable financial might. The reward of fourth-grade martial arts and techniques available for unrestricted selection would naturally include those valued in the tens of millions. Even the law enforcement authority felt like an extraordinary privilege being granted. Still, this made sense when he considered it. The vast city of Changha had only a handful of half-step innate cultivators, and those who did exist were all figures of immense influence and power. "Take me to select a martial art," Shen Tunan requested. Master Chu promptly led the way, guiding Shen Tunan to an office. A powered computer sat nearby, and Shen Tunan navigated through the website, browsing through available options. Initially, he had considered the fourth level of the Overlord body technique, but upon further reflection, he realized that would be a poor choice. Given that technique only cost 10 million, he could afford to select a far more powerful skill instead. With the sky-piercing sword technique already at his disposal, his offensive needs were covered for now, so he should focus on choosing a movement technique instead. After breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, his current floating light step technique would no longer suffice. His speed advantage would vanish. Once he had selected a new movement technique, he needed to return to Luoqing. By then I should settle accounts with He Tao. Shen Tunan's eyes flashed with cold fury. He had not forgotten how He Tao had orchestrated a false accusation against him, attempting to force him out of his position and nearly sending him to prison. This grievance demanded vengeance. With law enforcement authority and the power to mobilize local forces at his disposal, he saw no way He Tao could escape justice. Even with the support of the Starfall group behind him, Shen Tunan wondered if they would dare provoke a half-step innate powerhouse like himself on He Tao's behalf. Meanwhile, on the 30th floor of the Thunder Martial Hall, several testing machines stood ready, each capable of measuring combat strength up to 600,000. This was where martial warriors and grandmasters typically underwent their assessments, with a line of cultivators waiting patiently for their turns. But suddenly a commotion erupted from behind the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. They saw a young man with slicked back hair striding confidently forward in a burgundy suit, his arrogant bearing and imperious demeanor cutting through the crowd. Several expressionless bodyguards followed close behind him, accompanied by a group of colorfully haired acolytes who trailed in his wake. The young man exuded the aura of a spoiled heir, regarding others with utter disdain. Witnessing this imposing entourage, the crowd quickly parted to let them pass, though a few dared to remain in their path. "You've got some nerve," the young man sneered, fixing his gaze on a burly figure blocking their way. A man with the sturdy build of a brown bear and still bearing the reek of blood on his frame. He had clearly just returned from hunting ferocious beasts and had yet to cleanse the killing aura from his person. Waiting in line for testing, shouldn't everyone follow the rules? The burly man's eyes blazed with sharp intensity as a terrifying aura radiated from his body, his voice carrying the weight of his defiance. "I'm Wang Fong." The young man's gaze hardened, growing increasingly cold, a reminder that no one who spoke to him with such insolence ever escaped unscathed. At those words, the burly man's pupils contracted, recognition dawning as he stammered, "Wang family. Wang Fong." "So you've heard my name," Wang Fong replied with a twisted smile that sent an involuntary chill through those who witnessed it. Zhao Kuo took a step back, fear evident in his eyes. Wang Fong was known throughout the area as a spoiled heir backed by the innate Wang family. His father was a renowned grandmaster, which explained his brazen arrogance. He looked down on everyone around him. Though this man bore a reputation for bullying and oppressing others, his powerful backing ensured that most complaints were quietly dismissed. "Young Master Wang, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. It was my mistake, please forgive me." Zhao Kuo quickly offered his apology, knowing that beneath someone's roof, one must bow if he hoped to leave unharmed. "Your apology came too slowly," Wang Fong said, shaking his head with a look of disappointment crossing his features. He gestured behind him, and two Grandmaster-level bodyguards stepped forward, their killing intent unmistakable. They were veterans of countless battles. Zhao Kuo's expression darkened as he retreated several steps. He genuinely did not want to fight, but his opponent's arrogance left him no choice if he hoped to survive this encounter. A sudden whoosh echoed as his opponent vanished from sight, then a fierce gust of wind screamed past his ear. He raised his arm to block, but a sickening crack split the air as bone shattered. The devastating force of that kick was truly terrifying. Grandmaster's 7th stage. Zhao Kuo staggered backward dozens of paces from the impact, his waist slamming violently against the testing machine as pain contorted his features. The examiners stationed beside the machine were startled, but no one dared intervene. Wang Fong was infamous for his madness and arrogance. Only a half-step grandmaster or higher could hope to stop him. Otherwise he ruled like a petty tyrant, and anyone who crossed him faced brutal retaliation. Some unlucky souls even had their tendons severed. The two examiners here, both at the later stage of grandmaster cultivation, exchanged wary glances toward the middle-aged man standing beside Wang Fong. Standing about 6 feet tall in a black suit, the man gave off no aura of terror. Yet even without any outward display of power, the examiners from Thunder Martial Hall refrained from interfering. They recognized him immediately. Wang Fong, known as the Heartless Hand. A half-step grandmaster infamous for his ruthlessness, he had once been wanted by the authorities. After joining the Wang family, he had received their protection, and his wanted status was lifted, becoming little more than a pawn for them. Now two grandmaster bodyguards battered Zhao Kuo relentlessly, driving him backward as terror spread across his face. "You two incompetents. Your cultivation realm overwhelms him, yet after all this time you still have not captured him." Wang Fong snarled in disgust at their failure. Turning to Long Fong beside him, Wang Fong requested, "Master Long, I will trouble you to end this farce." Long Fong nodded and stepped forward, his movements too swift for onlookers to track. Zhao Kuo, who had been evading desperately, was suddenly hoisted into the air by a single hand. This Grandmaster 5th stage warrior's face turned ashen with agony. A grim smile crossed Long Feng's face as he formed his free hand into a fist and drove it into Zhao Kuo's abdomen, the devastating force beginning to destroy his meridians from within. With that, he hurled Zhao Kuo's body to the ground, and in a blur of motion returned to Wang Fong's side. "Young Master Wang," the man refused to show proper respect. "I have martial cultivation. He will be a cripple for life, a fate worse than death. The voice of Absolute Hard Hand was cold as ice, devoid of any warmth. The martial artists gathered for testing around them all wore expressions of fear in their eyes. They found him far too cruel, crippling another man's martial cultivation on the slightest provocation. What difference was there between that and taking a life? Yet no one dared speak out at this moment, for in this world strength was the ultimate authority. The fact that Absolute Hard Hand dared act this way meant he certainly had someone protecting him, which was why he feared nothing. I should call Master Chu and the others. The two examiners from the 30th floor exchanged glances, and one of them spoke in a low voice. This matter had spiraled beyond control and required a powerful figure to resolve it. Otherwise, this would reflect badly upon the Thunder Martial Hall. Young Master Wang dared to command such actions, and the Thunder Martial Hall owed an explanation at the very least. However, only a powerhouse at the half-step Grandmaster level could demand accountability from young Master Wang. They, as mere martial artists, certainly did not dare to confront him directly. 40th floor. Shen Tunan had finally selected a movement technique to his satisfaction. 4th grade martial art movement cloud crane step priced at 14.6 million. This martial art would allow him to reach speeds 3 times faster than floating light step, striking with formlessness akin to a wraith. Even at the perfect realm, it granted brief moments of mid-air suspension, enabling one to tread upon empty air as if they were an innate powerhouse. Though he did not particularly value the hovering effect, the speed improvement was significant. Merely reaching the minor accomplishment stage was equivalent to his previous floating light step at its perfect realm. Otherwise, the price would never have been so exorbitant. Most grandmasters practicing movement martial arts paid around 5 million for theirs, while this one was nearly 3 times that price. If it had not been free to choose, Shen Tunan would have hesitated to purchase it. I'll take this one. Shen Tunan pointed at the computer screen. Very well, I will send someone to fetch it at once. Chu Feng immediately ordered his subordinate to retrieve the movement technique. After completing his selection, the remaining time passed in waiting. And at that moment, Master Chu's mobile phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, his expression turned grave. What is it? Shen Tunan asked casually. There is something I need to handle. Master Chu's face was visibly troubled, clearly finding this situation difficult to manage. Shen Tunan had no desire to meddle in others' affairs and did not press further. After all this, Master Chu had never shown him any courtesy during the initial testing. It was only after witnessing his formidable strength that Master Chu's attitude had completely changed. What exactly happened? Why do you look so troubled? One of his companions asked. This was a lean half-step grandmaster clad in a martial uniform with the characters Thunder embroidered on the left side of his chest in threadwork. Master Hua is young Master Wang from the Wang family, causing trouble. He publicly crippled a martial artist who was undergoing testing at our Thunder Martial Hall. Master Chu rubbed his forehead in frustration, sensing this matter would be extremely difficult to handle. Even if that young master from the Wang family were apprehended, he could not be punished, otherwise the Wang family would never let it go. After all, even their hall master had to show some deference toward the Wang family. After all, the Wang family's headquarters were located in Xiang Prefecture, where a terrifying innate powerhouse resided. Handling this Wang family young master at present was like holding a burning coal. But if he ignored it altogether, the prestige of the Thunder Martial Hall would be utterly ruined, and the matter would become a laughingstock. Thus he found himself caught in a dilemma. Shen Tunan, who had originally wished to stay out of this, rose from his seat upon hearing the name Wang family. He walked over to Chu Feng and asked, "Is this the Wang family from Xiang Prefecture?" Shen Tunan's voice was gentle, yet for some reason Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine. "Yes," he nodded instinctively. "Lead the way. I will handle this matter." Shen Tunan spoke calmly, his face betraying no emotion. But in his heart he could not help but recall that Wang family young master from the cave dwelling who had coveted his spirit herbs. That person had used his influence to bully others. If Shen Tunan had not been strong enough, he would certainly have been slain by the expert at that young master's side. Meeting another member of the Wang family now was quite a coincidence. If Shen Tunan had not yet broken through to Grandmaster, he might not have intervened. Without sufficient strength, facing a colossal entity like the Wang family would have offered almost no chance of survival. But now he was a true Grandmaster, and with only 5-fold amplification, he could obtain the half-step innate badge. He estimated that at full power he could certainly rival an innate powerhouse. Such tremendous strength naturally bestowed upon him unparalleled confidence. So what if they were the Wang family? Always bullying others with their influence, harassing people, without reason snatching things at will, and crippling others' martial cultivation. Truly disgusting. Chu Feng paused for a moment before realizing what was happening, and hurriedly led the way ahead. Indeed, he himself could not resolve this, but the person before him was a half-step innate powerhouse still so young, with a boundless future ahead. If Shen Tunan thoroughly alienated the Wang family, they would have to carefully consider whether seeking revenge was worth the risk. When one possessed sufficient strength, even a giant like the Wang family would need to tread cautiously and would not easily make an enemy. The two of them entered the elevator and quickly arrived at the 30th floor. The elevator doors opened. Shen Tunan caught a whiff of blood. A group of thugs with rainbow-colored hair, blonde, green, and otherwise, were beating a man. The man made no attempt to defend himself, lying on the ground with an expression of utter despair, as though he had lost all will to live. Who do you think you are speaking to, young Master Wang, that way? Know your place properly, and never be so blind again. You foolish creature, you should never have been born. This gang of dyed-haired delinquents resembled nothing more than street ruffians. Their leader was a young man with green hair, the fiercest fighter and the loudest abuser among them. Nearby, Wang Fong watched the scene with great interest. He enjoyed nothing more than seeing that expression of despair on others' faces. The look of someone who had lost all hope for life. Stop it! Chu Feng bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the entire 30th floor. The thug youths who had been attacking stopped their movements and quietly stepped back a few paces. What do you take the Thunder Marshal Hall for? Chu Feng strode forward with long strides, his cold gaze sweeping over the thugs, radiating an icy chill. Truly enormous arrogance. Wang Fong chuckled from a distance, paying no mind to the half-step grandmaster who had arrived. After all, standing beside him was Absolute Hard Hand, a notorious figure even among half-step grandmasters. He had once killed a half-step grandmaster. Young Master Wang, this has gone far too far. Do you really treat the Thunder Marshal Hall as your own home? Chu Feng demanded. Wang Fong smiled, his gaze shifting between Chu Feng and Shen Tunan before he said, I haven't treated this place as my own home. Otherwise, those who offended me would long be dead. I am still letting this one keep his wretched life. He ought to weep with gratitude. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Kuo's temples throbbed with bulging veins, his teeth grinding audibly. Fury surged within his heart, yet he lacked the power to retaliate. Oh! Shen Tunan stepped forward slowly. If his life is so wretched, then surely you yourself are even less than a wretch. Upon hearing this, Wang Fong's eyes turned ferocious at once, and he shot a glance toward Absolute Hard Hand beside him. Anyone who dared contradict him had always met the same fate, being crippled. Absolute Hard Hand activated his movement technique and swiftly closed the distance toward Shen Tunan, radiating overwhelming menace. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Wang Fong's lips, as though he had already imagined Shen Tunan kneeling and begging for mercy. The next moment, Wang Fong's pupils contracted violently, his face contorting in incomprehension. Because the scene unfolding before him was beyond understanding. Absolute Hard Hand, who had never known defeat, now stood rooted to the spot, unable to move a single muscle, as though some binding spell had been cast upon him. Shen Tunan merely raised his palm slightly, and despair flickered across Absolute Hard Hand's eyes. Then that palm struck the man's shoulder, and Grandmaster Qi erupted, surging into his body. Absolute Hard Hand felt an unimaginable force crashing upon him. His knees slammed into the ground, flesh and blood shattering. His breathing grew ragged and irregular. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed from within Absolute Hard Hand's body, as though a sword were slashing chaotically through his insides, bringing a pain and despair he had never before experienced. This sword intent pressure works quite well, Shen Tunan murmured softly. He had employed this pressure just now, imposing an incomprehensible oppression upon the half-step grandmaster before him, rendering him completely immobilized and combat ineffective. Next, it is your turn. Shen Tunan turned his gaze toward that Wang family young master. Wang Fong felt a chill run down his spine under Shen Tunan's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade. Only someone capable of suppressing the unfeeling palm so effortlessly was a grandmaster. Grandmasters were rare even within their Wang family. Only his younger brother enjoyed the protection of a grandmaster guardian, a privilege Wang Fong could never aspire to given his considerably inferior talent. Yet Wang Fong remained inwardly composed and slowly spoke. So you are a grandmaster. My apologies for my poor judgment. But even as a grandmaster, you will not lay a hand on me today. At Wang Fong's arrogant tone, Shen Tunan showed no anger, merely offering a cold sneer. Is it because you belong to the Wang family? Wang Fong stood with his hands clasped behind his back and declared, My Wang family commands 2 grandmasters in Changhe City. What does it matter if you are one? The grandmasters stationed in Changhe City, their family stronghold, were no ordinary masters. They were veteran grandmasters of 5-star rank or higher, capable of suppressing any threat. Furthermore, his father had arrived in Changhe City for a certain matter. In other words, they had no fewer than 3 grandmasters in Changhe City. Unless Shen Tunan had grown tired of living, he would be kneeling before them if he dared harm Wang Fong now. Smack! A sharp slap echoed suddenly, and Wang Fong's face swelled instantly. His mind went completely blank, stunned by the sheer audacity of the blow. He could not comprehend why this man would dare strike him. He had insulted the Wang family's grandmaster. Onlookers watched the scene with satisfaction, yet they still held deep reverence for grandmasters. It was likely only a grandmaster who would dare reprimand someone so brazenly. Any ordinary person attempting such a thing would have lost their head long ago. Yet even a Wang family heir would have to endure such treatment from a grandmaster. You dare strike me? On what grounds do you dare hit me? Regaining his composure, Wang Fong snarled like a cat, with its tail stepped on, his eyes brimming with venomous hatred. In that moment, he wished to tear Shen Tunan apart limb from limb. Within the entire Wang family, aside from his father, no one had ever dared lay a hand on him. and now an outsider grandmaster had publicly humiliated him before so many witnesses. This was no longer about striking him personally. It was about slapping the entire Wang family's face. Even a grandmaster would pay dearly in blood. You are finished. Even if it means provoking a grandmaster war, the Wang family will spare no expense. Wang Fong roared in fury. If Shen Tunan had merely struck down the unfeeling palm, even the Wang family would not have sought retribution. After all, offending a grandmaster brought such misfortune upon oneself. But striking a direct heir of the Wang family was a transgression that could never be so easily resolved. Chu Feng, standing nearby, wiped cold sweat from his brow. Although he knew Shen Tunan had reached the half-step innate stage, the Wang family was no pushover and might send several grandmasters to besiege him. A half-step innate cultivator had not yet fully transformed and remained within the grandmaster realm. With sufficient numbers, there was still a chance to defeat or injure him. On what grounds? Shen Tunan paid no mind to Wang Feng's threats. Since the Wang family preferred to resolve matters with force, he was by no means intimidated. Because I am a grandmaster. Smack! Another slap flew across with added force, sending Wang Feng's body spinning through the air before he crashed violently into a machine. Agony contorted his face. As a pampered Wang family young master, when had he ever been humiliated so publicly? Shen Tunan watched the scene calmly. Regardless of the existing grudge between his family and the Wangs, the young man's earlier signals to coordinate with that half-step grandmaster to cripple him proved he was no decent person. Grandmaster. The injured Zhao Kuo suddenly spoke. Shen Tunan turned his gaze toward him. The Wang family patriarch is due to arrive in Changhe City recently to investigate a matter. It is said that his son disappeared in the Beast Taint Forest near Luoqing, and Wang Feng is now the patriarch's sole heir. This martial artist delivered extremely important information to Shen Tunan. Upon hearing this, Shen Tunan found the coincidence remarkable. This man and the very person he had slain in the Beast Taint Forest were biological brothers. As expected, the blood ran thick. Shen Tunan had long noticed the flicker of madness and hatred in Wang Feng's eyes. Even aware that he faced a grandmaster, that resentment remained unchecked like a venomous serpent poised to strike at any moment. Chu Feng advised, "Sir, there is no need to irreconcilably antagonize the Wang family. Perhaps you should let this matter rest." Having already vented his frustration, he believed Shen Tunan would be satisfied. The other onlookers shared this sentiment. After all, it was entirely unnecessary for a grandmaster to provoke the Wang family to such extremes. At this moment, a group of young hooligans with multicolored hair hurried to Wang Feng's side and helped him up. However, consumed by fury, Wang Feng looked at his followers who had come to support him. In his rage, he kicked them all away with a single sweep. "You useless fools. None of you stepped in to shield me. What good are I to you, worthless incompetents? And you bodyguards, just what exactly are you paid for? The Wang family spends so much to maintain you, and you simply stand here watching the show." He berated his personal guards mercilessly as well. They dared not retaliate, only bowing their heads and enduring the Wang young master's wrath. Those guards had their own unspoken grievances. After all, they faced a grandmaster. Daring to charge forward meant only inviting humiliation upon themselves. With bad fortune, they might be reduced to cripples with a single palm strike from a grandmaster. Moreover, they believed Shen Tunan would not dare to go too far. At least Wang Xiao would not face mortal danger. That is why they had remained bystanders. At this point, Shen Tunan had not struck again, and everyone felt the matter should end here. However, Shen Tunan suddenly took a single step forward and released his sword intent pressure. In that instant, everyone felt as though a sword hung suspended above their heads, ready to fall at any moment. Countless people broke into cold sweats. The Wang family young master's face twisted in sheer terror. He had merely glanced at Shen Tunan again with resentment, vowing silently to take revenge. He would surely make his father sever this grandmaster's cultivation path, break his limbs, reduce him to begging, and subject him to endless humiliation. But he never expected Shen Tunan to dare act directly, disregarding all others' pleas. This was far too domineering and reckless. "I do not appreciate that look in your eyes." Shen Tunan gathered his grandmaster true qi between his fingers and then casually flicked. A streak of white light tore through the air. Everyone was suppressed by the sword intent pressure and dared not move. Those bodyguards could only watch helplessly as the white light descended upon the Wang family young master. "Oh!" Wang Feng let out a piercing scream of agony as he felt his martial cultivation destroyed. His vital energy rapidly deteriorated, and he soon became no different from an ordinary person. The sword intent pressure receded like a withdrawing tide. Yet those around him gazed at the scene with disbelief, their expressions stunned. Chu Feng's face twitched several times as he said, "It's over. The heavens are falling. The Wang family will never let this go." Jueqing Shou, kneeling at a distance on Longfeng Peak, saw this scene and suddenly spat a mouthful of blood. He never expected that the Wang family young master he had been guarding would end up suffering the same fate as him. His martial arts cultivation was crippled. However, if only he were crippled, at most he would be driven out of the Wang family. But for that Wang family young master, being crippled meant he would not survive. Everyone rumored him as the ruthless Jueqing Shou, but he knew the Wang family's methods were far more vicious and domineering. In the past, an ancestor failed to protect a direct descendant of the Wang family fled in desperation, and in retaliation, the Wang family slaughtered his entire household. The fleeing ancestor was eventually tracked down and killed alive by the Wang family. Though ancestors stood above ordinary martial artists in the eyes of most practitioners, their authority was not without limits. Yet against the Wang family, even an ancestor had to pay with blood. Jiueqing Shou suddenly burst into laughter, though he knew he would not survive. The ancestor who crippled him would surely follow the same path. Let's all go to hell together. Jiueqing Shou's laughter faded into icy eyes. The bodyguards immediately administered a pill to the Wang family young master and checked his condition, their expressions turning grim as they assessed the damage. His hands trembled slightly. Call the family head, one of the guards said, taking out the young master's phone and dialing. Having failed to protect the young master, they likely wouldn't survive either. Best case, their martial cultivation would be crippled, leaving them as burdens. Yet if they fled now, their families would suffer too. The thugs looked pale with fear. Though resentment burned in their eyes, none dared look at Shen Tunan. The moment the Wang young master was crippled, their fate was sealed. The Wang family's tyrannical reputation was well known. All they could do now was pray for a few more moments of life. At the same time, in a room in downtown Changhai City, 3 men in suits sat in their chairs, each radiating formidable presence. Especially the central figure. Simply sitting there, he exuded an aura of unspoken authority, as though born to command. This was Wang Ba, head of the Wang family. Third brother, fourth brother, I need your help investigating my son's disappearance. The family head spoke. His tone carried the weight of command. The 2 other ancestors immediately nodded and assured him. Rest assured, elder brother, we will find the murderer. This person is bold enough to harm our Wang family. I will crush his bones to dust. These 2 ancestors were Wang Ba's half-brothers. They knew how terrifying their elder brother could be when angered, as if he could overturn the heavens themselves. Moreover, this incident occurred in the ferocious beast forest of Luoqing, which falls under Changhai City's jurisdiction, meaning both of them would bear some responsibility. Suddenly Wang Ba's phone rang. The Wang family head pulled out his phone and frowned at the caller's name. That was his other worthless son, the last one remaining. Has this kid caused trouble again? Wang Ba answered directly. But it wasn't his son's voice. It was a bodyguard who concisely explained what had happened. The Wang family head's expression immediately turned grim, his ancestor pressure spreading like fire through the room, suffocating the air around them. How dare he dare to cripple Fonger, this fool who doesn't know death? Fire burned within him, his eyes sharp with murderous intent. The 2 ancestor strongmen's eyes grew serious as they heard these words. Who dares to challenge the dignity of our Wang family? Even if it's an ancestor, I'll make him wish he were dead. The 2 immediately declared their support. Fong being crippled was an insult to the Wang family's honor. Did the Wang family truly have no one left? Go to Thunder Martial Arts Gym. With just these words, the 2 ancestors followed closely behind and stormed out. They got into a private car and sped toward the Thunder Martial Arts Gym at full speed. The Wang family had never faced such a severe provocation in recent years. Thunder Martial Arts Gym, 30th floor. After crippling Wang Fong, Shen Tunan had no intention of leaving. He found a chair nearby and sat down. He noticed some grapes on the table and casually peeled a few, eating them calmly. Meanwhile, Wang Fong slowly regained consciousness. The intense pain had knocked him unconscious earlier, and now as he woke and felt his cultivation destroyed, his face contorted into something ghastly. I am a cripple. Wang Fong's eyes burned with hatred as he fixed his gaze on Shen Tunan, who sat nearby eating grapes with calm detachment. Damn you, I'll call my father. Have him come and tear you apart piece by piece. Wang Fong reached for his phone. A bodyguard nearby informed him that the call had already been made and the family head was en route. Hearing this, Wang Fong's face lit up with a venomous smile despite the agony coursing through him. As long as he lived, his status as a direct heir to the Wang family meant he could still command ancestors to serve him, ensuring a prosperous future despite his crippled state. Shen Tunan, on the other hand, would suffer a far worse fate once his father arrived, living worse than a dog. He would personally carve through the ancestor who dared to cripple him blade after blade, making him beg for death. Time dragged on. The scene grew quiet, no one daring to speak loudly. As Shen Tunan ate, he noticed the grape bunch had vanished and asked Chu Shi beside him whether there was more food. Chu Feng was at a loss for words. Lord Shen, perhaps you should leave first. I'll report this to the gym master and let him handle it, Chu Feng suggested after some thought. Shen Tunan was after all a half-step heavenly realm expert of their Thunder Martial Gym with an endless future ahead. Despite the trouble he had brought, Chu Feng believed they should protect him. Hearing this, Shen Tunan's star-bright eyes turned toward the elevator. No need. The Wang family has arrived. He could sense several ancestor-level presences approaching. Who else but the Wang family could muster such a display? The elevator doors slowly opened. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in a sharp black suit, his eyes radiating killing intent. His terrifying ancestor aura spread through the entire floor. Father, kill him. Wang Feng's face lit up with joy as he pointed at Shen Tunan and shouted. Wang Ba felt a pang of pain seeing his son's condition. In an instant, he used his movement technique to reach his side and administered the finest level 4 life elixir. He then locked onto Shen Tunan with a cold gaze, his killing intent unrestrained. Those who harm my Wang family, I will kill you today. The Wang family had advanced with overwhelming momentum and fierce killing intent. His ancestor-level pressure surged wildly, making everyone feel as though an insurmountable mountain pressed down upon them. Terrifying ancestor true energy flowed around his body. He held a weapon sphere in his hand, pressing it directly. A dark golden long blade materialized in his grasp, the level 4 alloy weapon Azura blade. The Grandmaster was enraged. A murderous aura filled the scene as violent Grandmaster-level true chi poured forth recklessly, visibly warping the surrounding air. Brother, have you reached half-step of the innate realm? One of the Wang family Grandmasters, sensing the Patriarch's profound Grandmaster-level true chi, wore a surprised expression. He had assumed it would still take several more years for his half-blood elder brother to break through to that realm, never expecting it to happen so much sooner. This suppressed any restless ambition within him. Though he desired the Patriarch's position, he lacked sufficient strength, and the ancestral elder could crush any uprising. That was why he dared not make a move. Your brother conceals his strength remarkably well, remarked another Grandmaster. The fourth in the Wang family, an invincible powerhouse at the 8th star of Grandmaster cultivation. Yet once one attains the Grandmaster realm, advancing even a minor stage becomes extraordinarily difficult, requiring an unfathomable amount of cultivation resources. Talent also played a crucial role. Without it, one could squander enormous resources, yet still fail to break through. Wang Ba, the Patriarch of the Wang family, paid no heed to his brother's thoughts. His only thought now was to slay the scoundrel who had crippled his son. Thousand Traces blade technique. He gripped the Azura blade, tightly channeling Grandmaster true chi into the alloy weapon. His eyes closed slowly, then snapped open in a sudden flash as violent Grandmaster true chi surged between his palms. All terrifying power condensed into this single strike. At the moment when power reached its absolute peak, whoosh! The long blade split through the air, a sharp crack echoing through the room as a dark golden light flashed in everyone's eyes. A resplendent blade light flashed, the trajectory too swift for mortal eyes to follow. This level 4 martial art Wang Ba's signature technique, honed to its ultimate perfection, carried such devastating power that even Grandmasters would pale in shock. This single strike was capable of slaying a Grandmaster. The violent blade light struck a chilling sense of oppression in everyone's hearts while the two other Wang family Grandmasters watched coldly. In their eyes, Shen Tunan was already a dead man. Facing that domineering and ferocious blade light, Shen Tunan showed no fear, only a faint smile. Your blade technique is decent, but unfortunately you have no idea what you're facing. At that moment, Shen Tunan's Grandmaster true chi erupted wildly, releasing terrifying high-temperature energy from his body. True chi surged rapidly through his body as he gripped the execution sword, a level 3 alloy weapon that trembled slightly, as if struggling to withstand the power Shen Tunan was unleashing. Cloud-piercing sword technique, sevenfold amplification. As his words faded, an endless sea of clouds rose before everyone's eyes, filling their vision. The ground silently cracked as countless stones were launched into the air, hovering in midair. His physical strength reached 2 million, combined with the sword technique's sevenfold amplification, his combat power exceeded 14 million. Even among half-step innate cultivators, this was absolutely terrifying. Facing anyone below the true innate realm required no fear whatsoever. Clang! The sword chi moved like lightning, vanishing from everyone's sight before violently colliding with the blade light. But to everyone's astonishment, the blade light and sword light clashed for barely 2 breaths before exploding violently and dissipating into the air. The sword light then surged forward like splitting bamboo, striking directly at Patriarch Wang. His face contorted in horror as he raised his alloy weapon defensively. In his pupils, the sword light expanded rapidly, and an unimaginable force crashed into him, numbing both his hands. His blade-wielding hands trembled violently. Boom! The overwhelming force sent him flying backward through the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, plummeting from the height above. His body rained down from the 30th floor, crashing onto a parked SUV below. The vehicle was crushed, instantly belching thick smoke before flames of crimson fire erupted. Rumble! The vehicle detonated in a massive explosion, sending waves of scorching heat rippling outward and flinging nearby cars into the air. Countless bystanders screamed in terror. People scattered in every direction, all thoroughly terrified. Meanwhile, inside Thunder Marshal Hall, Shen Tunan stood calm and composed as the execution sword in his hand shattered on impact, scattering into fragments across the floor. This level 3 alloy weapon had finally reached its limit, breaking apart into scattered fragments. The remaining 2 Wang family Grandmasters stood frozen, their eyes filled with shock and horror. To instantaneously kill the Patriarch, a half-step innate expert. Could this person be at the same level as their ancestor, an innate realm master? But they quickly dismissed this thought. Those in the innate realm typically awaken elemental powers, yet this person had displayed none. He must simply be an exceptionally powerful half-step innate cultivator who had traveled far along this path. Yet gazing at the youthful Shen Tunan, they felt their own years had been wasted. He appeared significantly younger than them, yet possessed such terrifying combat prowess. What manner of monster had the Wang family offended? Besides Shen Tunan, Xu Feng stood with his mouth slightly agape, unable to find words to express his awe. To eliminate a half-step innate expert in a single strike, what kind of terrifying combat power was this? Xu Feng even suspected that Shen Tunan's strength had drawn infinitely close to the innate realm, otherwise how could it possibly be so astonishing? Shen Tunan's icy gaze swept over the two Wang family grandmasters. Without hesitation, they leaped from the shattered floor-to-ceiling window. Their figures plummeted rapidly, using friction upon descent to briefly suspend in midair before landing gracefully on the ground. Elder brother. The third Wang uncle finally located Wang Ba, who lay like a worthless corpse. Both his arms were completely fractured, and his clothes were torn and shredded from the earlier explosion. Fortunately, his body was sufficiently robust, though the explosion had severely burned his skin, it hadn't claimed his life. Wang Lao San hastily produced a medicinal vial and helped the patriarch swallow it. Cough cough. Patriarch Wang coughed twice, his eyes still clouded with terror from the sword strike moments before. Go. The patriarch urged, his first instinct being to flee. His son was left to fate, for against such a powerful foe staying meant certain death for them all. Wang Lao San and Wang Lao Si exchanged glances, preparing to employ their movement techniques to escape. Just as they were about to depart, their pupils contracted violently. For soaring in midair, a figure walked upon the void, gazing down at them with cold indifference. You think you can simply walk away? You have no respect for me at all. Shen Tunan walked upon the empty air, looking down upon the three grandmasters of the Wang family, as if trampling them beneath his feet. At this moment, the faces of the three Wang family grandmasters were extremely grim, with visible fear etched upon them. Leave a path for others, and you may meet again in the future. Even if you are a monstrous genius, our Wang family has a pre-natural realm expert as our backing. Let this matter drop. The Wang family will no longer seek revenge. Let us leave. The Wang family's third young master stepped forward with a forced courage. Although he was also a grandmaster, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression before Shen Tunan. He could effortlessly kill Wang Ba, so eliminating him would be equally simple. Thus he did not dare to make a move, and could only try persuading the other party. Even if the Wang family lost all face, they would have to swallow this grievance for now. Wang Ba, the head of the Wang family, seethed with fury in his heart, but he dared not show it, and could only conceal himself. He lowered his head slightly, his face hidden in shadow, making it impossible for others to discern his thoughts. However, he secretly vowed that if he could leave alive today, he would definitely summon the family ancestor to slaughter this reckless fellow who knew neither heaven nor earth. So what if this person before him was a genius? As long as he had not reached the preternatural realm, he could never be a match for the ancestor. I heard your Wang family is investigating something. Young Master Wang Kong of your family, as well as the Grandmaster who was protecting him, have gone missing, correct? Shen Tunan asked calmly. Wang Ba suddenly raised his head, his eyes no longer able to hide his resentment. He had already realized that his other son was likely dead at the hands of this person before him. After all, he had only publicly claimed that his son Wang Kong had gone missing without revealing the Grandmaster's disappearance. Such matters were known only to the Wang family, no one else was aware. Did you kill Kong? Wang Ba asked, his fingers digging into his flesh as crimson blood streamed from between his palms. That is correct. Shen Tunan admitted directly. Your son deserved to die? He attempted to seize my spiritual herb and silence me, so I killed him in counterattack. Hearing these words, Wang Ba's face had completely become ferocious and twisted. His blood-red eyes stared unblinkingly at Shen Tunan, wishing to tear him apart. Both of his sons had fallen to this person's hands, and he himself had also been defeated. Enough! The Wang family's third young master roared. The Wang family accepts this loss. Please, sir, let us go. He was now lowering his posture as much as possible, with absolutely no intention of fighting, only desiring to leave safely. But I have never liked letting tigers return to the mountains. Shen Tunan's cold gaze swept over the two Wang family grandmasters. Although he held no sword in his hands at this moment, the sword aura condensed from Grandmaster True Energy was still more than enough to suppress two grandmasters. Third brother, let us fight him to the death. The Wang family's fourth young master could no longer bear it. He was a dignified grandmaster, when had he ever been so subservient? Yet this person before them still did not intend to let them go, truly wanting to wipe them out completely before resting. The Wang family's third young master sensed the killing intent radiating from Shen Tunan, and his eyes also turned ruthless. If it were not for his fear of Shen Tunan's strength, any ordinary grandmaster daring to speak to him, thus, would have already had their limbs broken. He had done such things before. After all, there were gaps, even among grandmasters. Do you truly not fear our Wang family's preternatural expert? Are you determined to offend our Wang family to death? The Wang family's third young master demanded. Shen Tunan was too lazy to waste any words on him. He activated his body technique and directly vanished from the spot, delivering a powerful kick toward his opponent. The Wang family's third young master caught sight of Shen Tunan's figure. His Grandmaster True Energy erupted, and he directly swung his fist, sending surging waves off-key crashing toward Shen Tunan. The two merely clashed once before separating. Shen Tunan felt his vital energy churn slightly, but it soon subsided. Previously, he had only employed a portion of his amplification, mainly wanting to test his third-level body technique. However, facing someone at the late stage of Grandmaster who had also cultivated body techniques, he gained absolutely no advantage. The opponent could easily detect the trajectory of his attacks. Nevertheless, this was a minor matter. After resolving this incident, he would cultivate the fourth-level body technique, Cloud Crane Step, to compensate for his shortcomings. Your strength does not seem that formidable. A hint of doubt appeared in the Wang family's third young master's eyes. Logically, someone capable of instantly killing his eldest brother could not possibly be this weak. Third brother, could it be that his sword technique can only be deployed once, which is why it intimidated us? The Wang family's fourth young master said. A bluffing fellow then. Killing intent flashed across the Wang family's third young master's eyes, daring to severely injure their Wang family head. If he was truly only bluffing and could strike that one sword, then he would not let Shen Tunan escape. Kill. The Wang family's fourth young master struck first, activating his body technique. His figure instantly vanished from the spot, and he continuously swung his fists, attacking Shen Tunan. Seeking death. Shen Tunan's grandmaster true energy exploded from within his body. Using his hand as a sword, countless afterimages materialized, and with a single decisive strike, beneath the powerful amplification, one force shattered all techniques. The Wang family's fourth young master heard the sound of bones fracturing, then collapsed to his knees, with a thud shattering the floor beneath him. His arms hung limply at his sides. Witnessing this scene, the killing intent in the Wang family's third young master's eyes retreated, leaving only terror. Then Shen Tunan's figure rapidly enlarged in his vision, and he seemed to see countless sword shadows striking toward him. He instinctively unleashed a martial skill to resist, but it proved utterly useless. He was instantly suppressed, falling to his knees on the ground, just like the Wang family's fourth young master, the sound of cracking bones ringing out. One person had suppressed 3 invincible grandmasters. At this moment, Shen Tunan's aura had reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Even a single glance could make one's heart tremble with unease. And at this moment, Chu Feng emerged from the elevator of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall and quickly ran towards Shen Tunan. 2 grandmasters knelt upon the ground, while the Wang family head lay on the floor like a lifeless dog. The Azura saber in his hand had also disappeared, presumably stored within his weapon sphere. Lord Shen, how about we let this matter rest? You have already disciplined these Wang family grandmasters. The Wang family has contributed to the human race. Show some respect to the Wang family ancestor, I beg of you. Chu Feng attempted to plead. After all, the Wang family possessed preternatural realm experts. If they truly offended them to death, that preternatural expert would not stand by idly. These people of the Wang family are nothing but a pack of parasites. If I lacked sufficient strength today, I would surely have been slaughtered by them. Moreover, countless warriors of our human race have advanced wave after wave, confronting all races and safeguarding humanity. Yet these parasites only bully from within their own nest. They casually strip others of their cultivation and pass arbitrary judgment on others. Their fate today is entirely deserved. Chu Feng's eyelids twitched as he watched, finding Shen Tunan far too domineering. However, considering that Shen Tunan was so young, yet possessed such terrifying strength, he could also understand. If he himself had such power, he might be even more arrogant than Shen Tunan. After saying these words, Shen Tunan approached the Wang family head and directly seized the weapon sphere from his hand. Since my weapon was shattered, you must compensate me with yours. That was a 4th-grade alloy weapon worth at least hundreds of millions. Shen Tunan would naturally not let such an opportunity pass. The Wang family head, severely injured at this moment, was powerless to stop him and could only watch helplessly. I do not accept this. I demand to see the Lord of Changha City and request him to uphold justice. The Wang family head roared. There was only one preternatural realm existence in all of Changha City, so he intended to invite that person to arbitrate. The patriarch of the Wang family made a loud proclamation, ensuring all onlookers could hear him clearly. If he could not win through force, he would have to resort to his connections. The mayor of Changha City, much like the Wang family's ancestor, was a practitioner at the innate realm. The mayor would surely show favoritism toward the Wang family rather than offend them, and would promptly convict Shen Tunan. Furthermore, there was another reason for his words. He had sensed the killing intent radiating from Shen Tunan. Although currently grievously injured, if he did not raise the alarm first, Shen Tunan might strike him down with a single sword thrust, leaving him completely exposed. Shen Tunan remained unfazed by these words and drew forth a dark golden broadsword from his weapon sphere. This grade 4 alloy blade, etched with intricate dark golden patterns, was league superior to his grade 3 sword. With an innate realm powerhouse guarding the Wang family, Shen Tunan mused that such a grade 4 alloy weapon could hardly be inexpensive. Though this blade served its purpose while he was fundamentally a swordsman, so exchanging it for a proper sword would be the wiser choice. He then leveled the Azura blade at the Wang patriarch, his eyes flashing like lightning as he declared, "You speak of justice. When you recklessly took lives, did it ever occur to you to seek fair judgment? Now that you have lost, you expect others to intervene on your behalf. What sort of unreasonable bargain is that?" Shen Tunan had no certainty whether the Changha City mayor would favor the Wang family. Regardless, his half-innate certification granted him enforcement authority, allowing him to act first and report later, with no recourse for his opponents to challenge him. As Shen Tunan moved to dispatch him, Chu Feng urgently intervened. "Please restrain yourself, sir. The Wang patriarch has already reached the half-innate stage and stands as the family's most promising candidate to break through to the innate realm. If he perishes here, the Wang ancestor will descend into madness. There is every chance he will storm straight from Xiang Manor. You must not strike directly, or the Wang family may use this as pretext for massacre." The warning was clear enough. The Wang patriarch's ancestor was a brutal warrior who had slaughtered countless enemies on the front lines. Now entrenched in Xiang Manor, he ruled with tyrannical ferocity, and discovering his 3 direct bloodline heirs slain by a single opponent would ignite his wrath. He would unleash merciless vengeance against Shen Tunan and his entire clan, possibly even exterminating 9 generations of his family. Provoking an innate realm expert to such an extreme was undeniably the worst course of action. "What of the innate realm? If he dares come, I shall fear him not," Shen Tunan retorted with fierce authority, entirely unmoved. At his current pace of cultivation advancement, the innate realm was merely a milestone, a temporary state he would inevitably transcend given sufficient time. Chu Feng gaped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for such defiant arrogance from someone who seemed entirely unafraid of even an innate realm expert. Had he not reviewed Shen Tunan's records, he would have assumed the man possessed backing from a clan far more formidable than any innate realm cultivator. But that was precisely the impossibility of it. Shen Tunan's background was remarkably unremarkable, nothing more than a prodigy, rising from a humble small town. Changha City. Within the magistrate's residence and office held a stern-faced, middle-aged man, whose brow furrowed as he read a message on his phone. "Wang Zhantian himself actually reached out asking me to look the other way regarding his son Wang Ba." The man set down his device. His familiarity with Patriarch Wang Zhantian ran shallow at best. They had crossed paths only a handful of times. The favor being requested was not to actively assist Wang Ba, but simply to step back and allow the investigation to proceed unchecked. News of a direct Wang family member's death had recently reached his ears, and the clan was hunting for the killer. Still, he owed Wang Zhantian this courtesy. At that moment, a woman in red-framed glasses entered the room. Her dark hair cascaded past her shoulders, her gaze clear and composed, framed by delicate gold-rimmed spectacles. She wore a tailored black business suit, sheer black stockings, and high heels that accentuated her long, elegant legs. "Mayor, an emergency has arisen." The woman served as his secretary, yet her composure had cracked, panic flickering in her eyes. Bai Guang, the mayor of Changha City, raised an eyebrow. "What could possibly distress you so?" His secretary was known for her methodical efficiency, yet today she bore an uncharacteristic agitation. Thunder Marshal Hall reports a master-level clash. 4 masters have engaged in battle, including Wang Ba, patriarch of the Wang family. Bai Guang processed this information with quiet composure, offering a measured nod. "I understand. Let them handle it." The Wang ancestors' request carried weight, and Bai Guang felt obligated to honor it. But then the secretary interrupted urgently. "However, all 3 Wang family masters have been defeated, and they are demanding you intervene to settle this." The revelation nearly sent Bai Guang's tea spraying from his mouth. 3 against 1 and still bested. He found the whole situation absurd. Nevertheless, he needed to address this matter personally, despite his reservations. "Who is this master that defeated the Wang family? Where are their records?" Bai Guang asked. The secretary promptly handed over a tablet. "We have verified the identity. It is a newly risen master from Thunder Marshal Hall. Here is the full profile." Bai Guang scanned the information, and his pupils dilated in shock. 30 years old and already at the half-innate stage. What manner of prodigy is this? He found himself stunned once more. Despite his own cultivation reaching the innate realm, the recent events seemed increasingly unbelievable. How could such extraordinary talent emerge from Luoqing? It defied all reason. On one side stood the Wang family, on the other a genius destined to break through to the innate realm himself. Neither side was safe to antagonize. Furthermore, Luoqing fell within Changha City's jurisdiction. Should a new innate realm cultivator emerge from his territory, Bai Guang would likely receive commendation and rewards for his stewardship. "Have you investigated the full circumstances?" Bai Guang asked. The secretary nodded. "Yes, the Wang family members were indeed killed by that master from Thunder Marshal Hall. We have verified this. After Master Shen emerged from the feral beast forest, he acquired a substantial amount of gold, which he converted entirely to Thunder Marshal Hall. He also obtained a valuable spatial ring. This paints a clear picture of the Wang family's recent conduct," Bai Guang remarked. "For years they have operated with impunity, each member complicit in bloodshed. Their patriarch's protection has kept them untouchable, until now. It seems they have finally encountered someone equally formidable. I cannot intervene directly lest I incur the Wang family's wrath. Then I must ask my master to handle this." His master had recently passed through Changha City and was staying at his residence. Under normal circumstances, Bai Guang would have spent more time with his mentor, but official duties had kept him occupied. Bai Guang immediately dialed a number and explained the full situation to his master. Understood. I will take care of this, came the lazy, unhurried voice from the other end. Once his master's assurance was secured, Bai Guang returned to his administrative duties and dismissed the secretary. His master was a true element venerable, an existence that transcended the innate realm. Even if the Wang family were wrong, their patriarch would never dare provoke his master. Within a villa, a man dressed in black casual attire stretched lazily, then drew open the curtains. Golden sunlight poured down, cascading over his body and illuminating his pale, handsome features. I cannot believe that even on my long-awaited vacation, I must still attend to these tedious matters. A wave of aura erupted from the man's body, and an invisible wind shoved the window open. The man stepped directly out through the window. Crackling. A peal of thunder rang out. Countless tiny arcs of lightning danced across the man's body, and he shone with countless white radiance like a white sun. The surrounding air distorted at that very moment. The aura irradiating from him was earth-shattering and incomprehensibly terrifying, giving the impression of a king of 10,000 thunders. Boom. A single footfall upon the empty air sent a clap of thunder splitting across the heavens. Fierce lightning streaked across the sky, shaking the earth. Vehicles on the ground honked incessantly. The man shot straight into the clouds, transforming into a streak of white lightning heading toward the Thunder Marshal Hall. Outside the Thunder Marshal Hall, Shen Tunan's killing intent was entirely unhidden. Chu Feng's words failed to stir the slightest emotion within him. Just then, not far away, several martial artists and bodyguards were helping Wang Feng exit the elevator. Wang Feng saw his uncle and father both grievously injured and felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. In his heart, his father had always been invincible, never once so utterly disheveled. Only now did he comprehend what kind of terrifying existence he had offended. Even his invincible father had been defeated. Worse, he might be killed right now. Deep terror surfaced in his pupils, and his face contorted with shock. He realized he had offended someone he should never have trifled with. Do not kill my father. I am willing to atone for his sins. Wang Feng suddenly shouted, loudly collapsing to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he kowtowed toward Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan paused momentarily but quickly composed himself. It was already too late for repentance. After all, Shen Tunan did not believe in crocodile tears. If he released the Wang family members now, they would surely take revenge against him and his family without hesitation. He was not so lenient. Suddenly, Shen Tunan felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. He raised his gaze to the sky and sensed an unimaginably terrifying presence. Unknown to when, the sky had become shrouded in dense fog, obscuring the sunlight and plunging the ground into darkness. Boom. Immediately, a brilliant white thunderbolt flashed across the horizon, rapidly approaching their location. Shen Tunan instinctively gripped his alloy weapon tightly, sensing extreme danger. The white lightning soon arrived above the Thunder Marshal Hall. The figure radiated a dazzling white brilliance like an eternal, imperishable, great sun. The mere pressure it casually emitted. Even a grandmaster could feel a sense of suffocation. The patriarch of the Wang family stared at the great sun in the sky, exclaiming in shock, an element venerable. His aura was even more terrifying than the Wang family's ancestral elder. Combined with such overwhelming pressure, one could immediately discern the visitor's identity. An element venerable was a terrifying existence transcending the innate realm. Such a powerhouse could guard a major city like Xiang Prefecture with its population of tens of millions. On the front lines, a strength like this could single-handedly defend an entire city, deter millions of ferocious beasts, and prevent them from stepping beyond their boundaries. Grandmaster-level existences generally had no qualification to even encounter someone like this. The Lord of Xiang Prefecture was at this realm, and he had met such an existence, but the element they controlled was not thunder. This element venerable before them was likely an invincible presence from another major city, perhaps even a guardian stationed at the front lines. The innate realm only represents an initial grasp of elemental power equivalent to understanding the surface. An element venerable, however, had thoroughly mastered elemental power. With a mere gesture, they could summon 10,000 bolts of lightning to annihilate enemies, or conjure endless flames to sear the earth and incinerate the sky. Any other elemental power could be unleashed with terror-inspiring force beyond mortal imagination. Countless people looked up at the sky in astonishment. Some were so frightened they collapsed to the ground. The figure in the sky appeared extraordinarily divine, with countless white lightning arcs dancing across their form. They merely stood there without uttering a word, yet gave the impression of a deity surveying the mortal realm. Chu Feng's scalp went numb, unable to comprehend why such a terrifying powerhouse had suddenly appeared. Even if the hall master of their Changhe City Thunder Marshal Hall were present, they would still show deference and bow respectfully to such an existence. Even innate realm experts would tremble in awe before someone like this. Young man, your killing intent is exceedingly heavy. The element venerable spoke, their voice not loud, yet filled with majesty that shook the soul. Shen Tunan felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He knew that even giving his all, he still stood no chance against such a supreme powerhouse. The casual arcs of lightning dancing around the other's body made him feel an extreme sense of danger. For such an existence, to wish him dead, a few bolts of lightning would reduce him to nothing with not even a grave to be found. But I appreciate your temperament. Should you go to the front lines, you would certainly become an existence feared by the fierce beasts of all races. The element Venerable, shining like a great sun, suddenly changed tone. Their terrifying pressure receded like a tide, and they even offered words of praise to Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan now realized this existence had not been summoned by the Wang family. Otherwise, he would have been slain long ago. Respected Venerable, you must uphold justice for our Wang family. The Wang family patriarch hurriedly kowtowed before them, deeply reverent. The mysterious element Venerable suddenly let out a cold snort. I am already aware of the Wang family's affairs. This was their own doing. However, considering Wang Zhantian's contribution in repelling the ferocious beasts, I shall not kill you. Death may be spared, but guilt cannot be escaped. Starting today, you shall be exiled to the frontline battlefield to defend against ferocious beasts for 30 years. Hearing these words, the Wang family patriarch and his two brothers turned ashen, their pupils filled with terror. They well knew how perilous the frontlines were. Not to mention them grandmasters, even those at the innate realm, faced the risk of perishing. Granted, going to the front lines could earn combat merits, provide valuable training experience, and yield numerous rewards. But all of this presupposed survival. If they did not go to the front lines, they could still enjoy luxury and boundless authority in the rear with no need to risk their lives earning combat merits. Venerable, I find this decision unjust to our Wang family. The Wang family's third elder first bowed respectfully, then voiced the thoughts in his heart. He certainly was unwilling to risk his life at the front lines. It was tantamount to a death sentence. But the moment his words left his lips, a bolt of lightning appeared in his pupils. White lightning struck at his feet. Boom! The ground erupted instantly, hurling him through the air. His body crashed through several walls, drenched in blood. Those who refuse to carry out orders shall be executed without mercy. The mysterious element Venerable radiated a chilling, killing aura. Everyone seemed to see phantom visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood flash before their eyes. The Wang family patriarch, witnessing his brother's gruesome fate, knew he had no choice. Accept it or not, he would accept it. Even his father, the Wang family ancestral elder, could not protect them. With resentment burning in his eyes, he cast a hateful glance at Shen Tunan, knowing personal revenge was now impossible. 30 years at the frontline battlefield, whether he returned alive was itself uncertain. Shen Tunan harbored no objection to the element Venerable's judgment. The Wang family members' exile to the front lines to battle ferocious beasts was in a sense atonement for their past transgressions. Just wait. The ancestral elder will not let this go. Although Wang Zhantian was their father, the name of the Wang family's ancestral elder was far more renowned. Thus, in front of outsiders, they would not call him father. They would refer to him as the ancestral elder. If he dares come troubling me, I shall cleave him in two. Shen Tunan replied coldly, paying no mind to the threat whatsoever. Arrogant. The Wang family patriarch was enraged, spitting a mouthful of blood. Shen Tunan did not even glance at him. His ambitions had shifted. He now aspired to break through to the element Venerable realm. Such existences possessed unmatched domineering prowess, commanding boundless elemental power, transforming into white great suns, illuminating the earth, majestic and awe-inspiring. If he possessed such strength, the Wang ancestral elder would have to bow and beg for forgiveness, never daring to pursue accountability. In this world, ultimately strength was paramount. The sun hung high in the sky. Lightning illuminated the earth, and everyone present breathed with cautious restraint. The invincible elemental Venerable in the sky bestowed upon all an almost unimaginable sense of oppression. It was as though the other party were a true deity, inspiring awe and reverence in all who beheld him. Wang family's third young master struggled to free himself from within the wall, his body drenched in blood, yet daring not harbor the slightest grudge. For he had sensed that if he dared show such an expression toward the elemental Venerable, the Venerable One would truly kill him. A power so exalted and lofty that even the family patriarch would need to smile ingratiatingly before him. What of an ordinary grandmaster? Swish! Suddenly an object from the sky came hurtling toward Shen Tunan. Shen Tunan was startled, thinking the elemental Venerable was about to strike at him, and instinctively unleashed his grandmaster chi, which surged rapidly through his meridians. His body radiated scorching heat, much like a red-hot branding iron, the temperature terrifying to behold. Yet as his grandmaster chi had just erupted, it was suppressed by a far stronger force forced back into his body against his will. Shen Tunan felt the weight of those cold, detached eyes. A gaze that looked down upon all living beings beneath the heavens. Even having reached the Grandmaster realm, Shen Tunan still felt as fragile and pitiful as an ant. In the past, he had believed a Grandmaster could stand supreme above all, facing 10,000 alone as a truly invincible powerhouse. But now he realized how profoundly mistaken he had been. In the presence of such a terrifying existence, a Grandmaster was insignificantly weak. Young one, there is no need for such killing intent. I am not your enemy. The mysterious elemental Venerable spoke in a gentle voice. Shen Tunan reached out and caught the object thrown to him. It was in fact a ferocious beast crystal. Moreover, this ferocious beast crystal contained far more magnificent energy than any he had absorbed before. A fourth-grade ferocious beast crystal. Shen Tunan's face lit up with joy. He never expected such a great figure to bestow such a gift upon him. He could only blame himself for being overly nervous, viewing every shadow as a threat. Thank you, my lord, for this generous gift. Shen Tunan cupped his fists in gratitude. No thanks are necessary. When you go to the front lines in the future, slay more ferocious beasts and contribute to our human race. With those words spoken, the elemental venerable transformed into a bolt of white lightning and vanished from sight, soaring into the distance. The sky cleared once more, the fog dissipating as golden sunlight poured down upon Shen Tunan. At that moment, Shen Tunan stood rooted to the spot, his spine straight and proud like a war sword piercing the heavens. His face was clean and composed, his eyes firm and resolute, revealing a man with clear purpose, someone willing to risk everything to achieve his goals. Make way. Soon a group of law enforcement officers approached, clad in uniform attire. Without hesitation, they detained the Wang family members, preparing to transport them directly to the battlefield front after treatment. The Grandmaster of the Wang family did not dare resist, for any defiance would surely bring about their utter destruction. Young Master Wang Fong of the Wang family, along with his followers and bodyguards, was escorted away in chains. For 30 years, the rest of their lives would essentially be spent on the front lines. Even after Wang Fong's cultivation was crippled, lacking the strength to slay ferocious beasts, he would still be required to serve in a logistical capacity there. Lord Shun. Chu Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The appearance of an elemental venerable had terrified him deeply, placing enormous pressure upon him. His gaze shifted to Shen Tunan, and he suddenly noticed the man sitting down right in front of him. Then, to his astonishment, Shen Tunan began refining the ferocious beast crystal openly, showing no concern for the onlookers around him. Witnessing this, Chu Feng hastily began dispersing the crowd and dispatched members of the martial arts hall to provide guard duty. Heavenly furnace refined for me. Shen Tunan started refining the ferocious beast crystal. Within his body appeared a phantom-like enormous furnace radiating endless scorching heat that melted and refined everything. At this moment, Shen Tunan's yearning for strength had reached its peak. His sole desire was to grow stronger, to become even stronger. He realized he had been nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well, and now he was finally opening his eyes to the world. This world was teeming with powers beyond measure. Even an elemental venerable was likely not the pinnacle. There surely existed even greater beings above. His goal was to raise his cultivation to its highest possible level in the shortest time. As the furnace activated, a massive surge of energy flooded back into Shen Tunan's body. Countless meridians within him carried warm currents, filling him with a cozy warmth. It was like a lazy spring afternoon when he lay peacefully in a rocking chair, basking in the sun, savoring the tranquil warmth of the moment. All this energy was converted into Grandmaster Qi, steadily augmenting his power. After reaching the Grandmaster realm, what mattered most was the quality of one's Grandmaster Qi. The richer and denser the Qi, the higher one's cultivation base. Furthermore, upon entering this realm, Shen Tunan clearly noticed his stamina had become remarkably, enduring his body almost perpetually in a peak state, as if fatigue would never touch him. Vast amounts of energy were refined by Shen Tunan, and his aura continued to climb, his oppressive pressure growing ever more terrifying. Countless threads of Grandmaster Qi poured from his body, swirling around him in a series of miniature vortexes. What a fierce cultivator! Could he possibly be attempting a breakthrough right here in public? Chu Feng watched Shen Tunan with an incredibly complex expression. Refining a fourth-grade ferocious beast crystal was theoretically risky, for the energy within such crystals was far less gentle than that of medicinal pills. Most people would seek out a quiet place to slowly absorb such crystals. Yet the man before him was like a mighty whale drawing in water, extracting all the energy from the fourth-grade crystal in one sweep, completely unafraid of backlash. He could only say this was incredibly audacious. The other members of Lightning Martial Arts Hall also broke into cold sweats for Shen Tunan, believing that for cultivation, he truly cared nothing for his life. No wonder he had become so powerful at such a young age. If it had been them, they would never have dared. Suddenly, a rumbling sound erupted here akin to a volcanic eruption. At that instant, Shen Tunan abruptly opened his eyes. His Grandmaster Qi surged violently throughout his body, and his breathing grew deep, slow, and endless. An astonishing momentum radiated from Shen Tunan's frame. At this moment, it was as though he had comprehended something. The light in his eyes shone with an almost blinding brilliance. I understand. So that is how it is. Shen Tunan murmured softly. His body was scalding, hot waves of searing thermal energy sweeping outward in all directions. The members of Lightning Martial Arts Hall nearby were forced back hundreds of meters by this torrent of heat, daring not approach. Shen Tunan had now entered the second-star Grandmaster realm. But what pleased him most was not this, but something else entirely. It was the power of artistic conception, the very thing he had always sought to comprehend. So before, I was only half a step away from breaking through. Shen Tunan held the dark gold Azura blade in his hand. At this moment, any weapon in his grasp could be wielded as a sword. Even a blade could unleash astonishing power. Shen Tunan slowly closed his eyes and raised the Azura blade high above his head. In that instant, those around him witnessed endless clouds of mist surge forth. Shen Tunan's figure was shrouded within these swirling mists, growing indistinct until he ultimately vanished from sight. Cloud-piercing sword intent. A dignified voice echoed from within the swirling mist. Then they saw a flash of dark gold light. The mist was torn asunder by that sword ray shooting straight toward the heavens. Boom! A thunderous earth-shattering roar erupted from the sky above, shaking heaven and earth. Countless fissures split open across the ground, and the entire lightning martial arts hall swayed violently on the verge of collapse. Terrifying echoes reverberated endlessly in everyone's ears. The carriage carrying the Wang family members jolted violently as well. The patriarch of the Wang family, feeling this aura, underwent a dramatic change of expression. His pupils dilated instantly, and he cried out, "This is sword intent." The patriarch of the Wang family wore an expression of unspeakable dread at this moment, his palm clenched tight, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. For he sensed that the sword intent radiating from this attack bore an uncanny resemblance. Indeed, was virtually identical to the sword technique that had defeated him. In other words, the person who had comprehended this sword intent was none other than the one who had bested him. Big brother were in serious trouble now. The Wang family's third son lay sprawled across his bed, yet terror still gripped his pupils. The adversary had grasped the power of artistic conception at precisely the wrong moment, catching them completely off guard. The fourth son of the Wang clan remained silent, though jealousy twisted his features. His reluctance festered. He couldn't accept that his opponent had achieved comprehension of the essence power. After all, even ordinary strength cultivators rarely attained this level of understanding. Only those who reached the realm of element venerable could be certain of such mastery. And once this power was grasped, even if Shen Tunan hadn't yet broken through to the strength realm, he would possess the capability to wound those who had. Normally, the elemental barrier surrounding a strength cultivator was impenetrable to anyone below that realm, unless they could unleash more than double their force. Yet such a feat remained impossible. Wang Ba, patriarch of the Wang family, scoffed. So what if that wretched boy has comprehended the essence power? Our ancestor is no novice to the strength realm. If the ancestor were to strike, there would be no escape for him. Only death. As the unwavering pillar of the Wang family, whenever Wang Zhantian, the clan ancestor, was mentioned, nearly everyone showed deference. Save for element venerables, of course. Wang Zhantian was a true veteran of the strength realm, having entered it long ago and cultivated his power in seclusion. So few understood the depth of his true strength. The Wang family knew only this: as long as the ancestor stood sentinel, their house would flourish without end. You speak truly. Wang Laosan jerked his head upward, gazing at the rent clouds overhead. We may never surpass this wretched spawn in this lifetime, but once our ancestor moves against him, he'll descend into hell long before we do. All three Wang clan grandmasters pinned their hopes upon the clan ancestor. Geniuses capable of comprehending the essence power were nothing short of monstrous prodigies, utterly beyond their capacity to challenge. Suffering defeat at such hands was to be expected. Oh, City Lord's mansion. Within an office, White Guang, the City Lord of Changhe, had silently moved to the window without notice. Sunlight streamed through the glass, settling evenly across his frame. Yet he didn't so much as blink, forcing his gaze against the piercing light to fix upon the rent clouds on the horizon. What formidable sword intent! When did Changhe produce another such prodigy? The powerful City Lord stared wide-eyed, his mind racing through possibilities. Who could wield such power? Could it be Zhang Liang of the Zhang clan? He's mastered the sword arts to such a degree, he's bordering on half-step to the strength realm. The most likely candidate to comprehend sword intent. Or perhaps Wu Yun from the Thunder Martial Hall. Though he serves as master, he's completely absorbed in cultivation. A martial fanatic who rarely concerns himself with the hall's affairs. He cycled through several names, yet each guess felt uncertain. Growing impatient, he summoned his secretary to investigate. He would determine whoever dared take this step. Inside the villa, a flash of lightning streaked past the window and condensed into a human figure. He opened the refrigerator, withdrew a bottle of milk, poured it into a glass, and drank deeply. This was the enigmatic element venerable known as Beiyu or Venerable Beiyu. At his cultivation level, milk held no nutritional value whatsoever, yet he maintained this habit from years of discipline. He had grown accustomed to the taste, drank it simply for the flavor. Boom! Suddenly a thunderous roar shattered the silence. The clouds overhead churned and surged, splitting apart on either side. A bone-chilling sword intent spread through the sky. Fascinating. That young one has actually comprehended the essence power. And not just any essence, but the deadliest of them all, the sword intent. It appears my gift of a fourth-tier ferocious beast crystal was not in vain. Venerable Beiyu regarded the spectacle with quiet satisfaction, feeling his involvement had borne fruit. That Changhe City should produce such a prodigy came as a surprise. To comprehend the essence power meant that in time he would surely reach the element venerable realm and stand as an equal. With one more powerhouse like him among humanity, the deterrent against ferocious beasts would strengthen considerably. Should he take to the front lines in the future, he would surely follow in Beiyu's footsteps, single-handedly suppressing millions of monsters to protect all living beings. The rent cloud sent shockwaves through every onlooker. As the mist around them vanished in an instant, countless people rubbed their eyes, certain they had witnessed something impossible. What had just unfolded defied comprehension. That single strike, even aimed at the heavens, carried such devastating force that if it had landed upon a skyscraper, the building would surely have split clean in two. This was true divine might that shook the soul. Shen Tunan slowly sheathed his Azura blade. After unleashing that strike, he felt a profound clarity permeate his entire being. Within him, his interface displayed a new update. Martial Art Sky-Piercing Sword Technique Perfection 1/10 of Sky-Piercing Sword Intent 10-fold increase. While this single tenth merely represented the threshold of sword intent comprehension, the enhancement it brought to Shen Tunan was staggering. The strike's power possessed terrifying penetrating force, capable of inflicting damage even against opponents clad in alloy battle armor. This was the terror of essence power. With my current abilities, I should be capable of slaying a first-star strength expert. Shen Tunan radiated immense confidence. Since breaking through to the second-star Grandmaster level, his strength had doubled again, reaching approximately 4 million. Combined with the tenfold increase and the explosive release of sword intent, a typical first-star strength expert's elemental shield would be rendered useless before him, pierced through in an instant. The notion that a Grandmaster could slay a strength powerhouse would be met with disbelief if spread abroad. Yet Shen Tunan was certain of his own capabilities. Sure. Shen Tunan suddenly thought of something, his figure flashing as he appeared beside Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained dazed, only snapping out of his stupor after Shen Tunan called out several times. "Lord Shen, how may I serve you?" Chu Feng's demeanor grew increasingly deferential. "Can I exchange this Azura blade for a sword?" Shen Tunan asked. Though the blade served him well, it never felt as natural as a sword would. Sword intent had to be channeled through a sword's edge. Attempting to wield it with a blade struck him as awkward and inconsistent even to his own sensibilities. "Certainly, my lord. Please follow me to select one." Chu Feng nodded in agreement and led Shen Tunan into the Thunder Martial Hall. After examining several options, Shen Tunan chose a fourth-tier Azura sword bearing the same dark golden patterns and forged from the same alloy. Yet the blade felt more refined, its form exuding a sleek, flowing elegance. The pricing was nearly identical, so Shen Tunan proceeded directly with the exchange, successfully converting his blade into a sword. Had he not qualified for the discount, he would have needed to cover the difference, since the buyback rate typically ran at 70% of retail value. Fortunately, he had recently passed the half-step strength certification, which granted him a discount on all alloy weapons, eliminating any need to pay the difference. After completing the weapon exchange, the Cloud Crane Step martial art technique was also delivered to him. Shen Tunan stowed it away, planning to cultivate it later that evening. He intended to explore Changha City today to unwind before returning home tomorrow. After all, he wasn't a frequent visitor to this place. As he crossed a bridge, the crystal-clear water below revealed the riverbed in full view, a sign that environmental conservation here was well maintained. Standing on the bridge, Shen Tunan studied his reflection in the water, knowing that upon his return tomorrow, he would finally confront He Tao and settle their decades-old grudge. Previously, He Tao's connection to the Starfall Corporation had kept him from acting, but that obstacle no longer existed. Now that he had broken through to the second-star Grandmaster realm, his combat power was terrifying. He could slay even strength experts, and within Luoqing no one remained capable of standing in his way. Night. A cool breeze rustled through the air. Father Shen stood on the balcony, letting the wind sweep over him. He pinched out the cigarette in his hand and exhaled a thin stream of white smoke, which was quickly scattered by the wind. For some reason, an unease settled deep within Father Shen's heart. It was as if something terrible was about to happen. "What's wrong?" Mother Shen suddenly appeared behind him and asked. Father Shen was startled, but upon seeing it was his wife, a helpless smile spread across his face. "Nothing. I just have a strange feeling about today." "Strange how?" Mother Shen pressed. Father Shen gazed up at the bright moon in the sky. Most of it was shrouded by dark clouds, with only faint silver light peeking through and casting a glow upon the earth below. "Today the director suddenly called me in and said he wants to promote me. But the more I think about it, the more uneasy I feel. Something seems off." Father Shen knew he was getting on in years. He was already in his 50s and retirement was only a few years away. For the director to suddenly offer him a promotion to management along with a salary raise at this stage of his career. Such a windfall would have thrilled him in years past. But now he couldn't shake the feeling that something was deeply wrong. Isn't that a good thing? Mother Shen seemed puzzled. To receive a promotion and a pay raise at their age was nothing short of remarkable fortune. "I hope it truly is," Father Shen murmured. He reached into his pocket for another cigarette, then paused, remembering his wife was present, and withdrew his hand. "Will Tunan be coming home today?" Father Shen asked. Mother Shen nodded. "He called me earlier. He says he'll be back tomorrow. He's still in Changha City tonight." "Why go all the way there?" Father Shen couldn't understand. There were plenty of opportunities in Luoqing. A metropolis like that might offer more prospects, but the competitive pressure was far greater. Who can read a son's mind? Mother Shen smiled gently. Father Shen clicked his tongue and decided not to press the matter further. The next day, after breakfast, Shen Mingyao and Shen Zikong headed off to school. The household fell into a brief commotion, then settled back into silence. Father Shen donned his suit preparing to head to work. His schedule allowed him to leave later than the children. Just as he slipped on his leather shoes, a knock echoed from outside the door. Bang! Bang! Who is it? Father Shen called out. But no one answered. Curious, he opened the door. He froze the moment he saw them. They wore uniforms and flashed their identification badges. Hello, we are the law enforcement squad. Shen Yu, you are under arrest for suspected embezzlement and bribery involving amounts exceeding 10 million. We are placing you under arrest in accordance with the law. Before he could react, handcuffs were locked around his wrists. I haven't committed embezzlement. Father Shen snapped back to reality and shouted in protest. If he were truly corrupt, would he still be living in a modest residential community like this? What are you doing? Do you have concrete evidence before just arresting people like this? Mother Shen emerged from the kitchen, her face burning with anger. She couldn't help but wonder if these so-called law enforcement officers were imposters. This is the arrest warrant. If you have any objections, you may file an appeal through proper channels. One of the officers handed her a document in a cold, emotionless tone. No, you are not leaving this house today. Mother Shen stepped directly in front of the door. She would not stand by and watch her husband being dragged away. Madam, you are obstructing law enforcement. We have every right to arrest and detain you as well. One of the officers barked sternly. His name was He Yun, a member of the He family. He Tao had instructed him beforehand, if anyone resisted during the arrest, detain them as well. After all, the procedures were technically legitimate. Before Mother Shen could say another word, He Yun lunged forward and slapped handcuffs onto her wrists. Since you're determined to obstruct justice, you'll come with us to the station. His partner's expression flickered with surprise, finding the action somewhat hasty. But He Yun offered no explanation. After all, he had the support of the Shinkong group backing him. If anything went wrong, He Tao would shield him. So he cared little for his companion's thoughts. Meanwhile, Changha City. Inside a hotel room, a figure suddenly vanished from where it stood. In the next instant, it reappeared at the doorway. The movement made barely a sound, ghostly and seamless. Impressive speed. This man possessed a high-nose bridge, pale skin, and sharp, luminous eyes. A faint yet palpable aura of authority radiated from him, giving him an air of nobility. This man was none other than Shen Tunan. He had mastered the cloud crane step to its perfection. After testing it, he discovered that cultivating this movement technique had produced a qualitative leap in his speed. Even someone at the half-step into the innate realm would struggle to track his movements. The cloud crane step minimized wind resistance to an absolute minimum, allowing the practitioner to move with truly formless grace. Paired with his swordsmanship, ordinary opponents would likely fall before they even realized what had happened. Now he possessed a movement technique, combat skills, and a weapon. The only thing missing was a grade 4 martial art. But that was not urgent. His current cultivation pace was already swift. With a grade 3 martial art and a 7-fold amplification, the rate at which he refined energy was remarkably fast. After finishing his test of the cloud crane step, Shen Tunan pushed open the door, stepped out, and headed to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Then he made his way toward the airport where a private jet awaited. He had contacted the pilot the day before. The man was also not returning to Luoqing. He had been told this trip was arranged specifically for Shen Tunan's service. Shen Tunan couldn't help but appreciate how thoughtful the Dragon Pavilion Master was. He always anticipated every detail and handled matters with excellent judgment. Boarding the private jet, the pilot took off into the sky. Shen Tunan gazed out at the white clouds drifting rapidly past the windows, his mind profoundly calm. Upon returning home, he would spend time with his family before dealing with He Tao and confronting the Shinkong group. Yet he felt no pressure whatsoever. This was the confidence granted by absolute strength. Several hours later, the plane landed. The Dragon Pavilion Master and a group of martial artists waited on the tarmac. As soon as Shen Tunan stepped off the aircraft, the Pavilion Master bowed respectfully. "Welcome back, Grandmaster Shen. Welcome back, Grandmaster. Welcome back, Grandmaster." The others followed suit, their faces filled with reverence and excitement. Shen Tunan was a Grandmaster who had emerged from their Luoqing Thunder Martial Arts Hall, and this filled them with immense pride. Pavilion Master, there was no need for such a grand welcome. Shen Tunan descended from the aircraft. Pinned to his chest was a golden emblem. Upon it shone 11 golden stars, dazzling brilliantly in the sunlight. Manager Long slowly raised his head at this moment. Then he stood frozen like a sculpture, for he had clearly seen the badge worn on Shen Tunan's body. He snapped back to his senses, quickly rubbing his eyes with his hands, and confirmed he had not misread what he saw. Those 11 dazzling stars and the remarkably prominent zone character were undeniable evidence that Shen Tunan had actually reached the formidable half-step innate realm. The half-step innate realm, also known as the Supreme Grandmaster realm, was not something commonly found even in Changha City. Such experts were rare, and all were distinguished figures of great renown. More importantly was the age of this half-step innate expert before him. Only 30 years old. Could he have been concealing his strength all along? Then why conceal his strength? Or perhaps he had not been hiding it at all, but simply cultivated at an extraordinarily rapid pace. At this moment Manager Long's mind was in utter disarray, his thoughts in turmoil, utterly unable to fathom the situation. He had personally witnessed Shen Tunan only recently passing the half-step Grandmaster assessment. Yet now in a sudden leap to half-step innate, the magnitude of this breakthrough was so terrifying that it was nearly incomprehensible. It was akin to a golden koi fish nurtured in a pond which needed to leap over the dragon gate before it could transform into a dragon. This was an exceedingly time-consuming and arduous process. Yet now this process seemed to have been entirely bypassed. The other party had directly transformed into a dragon. This left Manager Long utterly stunned. Even his accompanying martial artists behind him, upon beholding that brilliantly radiant Grandmaster badge, were rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. Among them the most profoundly shaken was Li Da, who had served as Shen Tunan's very first examiner. Like Manager Long, he had witnessed with his own eyes Shen Tunan claiming the half-step Grandmaster badge. Yet now in a single bound the other party had obtained the half-step innate badge, leaving him virtually overwhelmed with shock. He murmured inwardly, could that Grandmaster Elder have merely been jesting with me last time? He could not help but suspect that the previous half-step Grandmaster test might have been conducted half-heartedly without the other party exerting their full strength, perhaps out of fear of damaging the equipment. Manager Long, I shall forego our reunion for now and head home. He had not returned home the previous night, so he wished to go back and let his family know he was safe. Besides, during his phone conversation his mother had mentioned she had taken the day off to prepare braised pork ribs with corn for him. In his eyes his mother's cooking was the finest. The braised pork ribs with corn in particular were absolutely exquisite. Merely thinking about it sparked his appetite. As he departed, Shen Tunan tucked away his badge. Displaying it here was meant to let Manager Long know he had successfully passed the certification assessment. However, parading through the streets with such a Grandmaster badge might deter even vendors from accepting payment. It could even rouse the city lord's attention and summon a host of troublesome complications. Manager Long watched silently as Shen Tunan's figure disappeared from view, his heart still unsettled long after. He sensed that his fortunes might finally be turning for the better. Previously he had considered it plausible that Shen Tunan might become an innate powerhouse, but now he suspected the other might actually reach the realm of element venerable. Such a person would become a presence capable of sheltering millions within a major city, and such a future luminary unexpectedly owing Shen Tunan a favor. Given this connection, the Tianhe city lord upon assuming office would likely treat him with courtesy and deference, granting him a measure of respect. At the same moment, within the Shinkong group, in a villa, He Taoxian lounged with his legs crossed while beside him stood a tall, strikingly beautiful woman whose delicate features resembled a porcelain figurine. The woman carefully offered him grapes one by one from a plate she held. Suddenly the entrance door swung open and Secretary Zhao entered, sharply dressed in a suit. The matter has been resolved. Shen Tunan's parents have been apprehended. His father's embezzlement charges are inescapable. He faces a minimum of 10 years imprisonment plus restitution for damages. His mother will face at most 15 days of detention before being released. Secretary Zhao reported respectfully. This was hardly an operation requiring someone of his stature. Any subordinate could have handled it. But he was the young master of the Shinkong group after all. Fascinating. He Taoxian murmured, a smile spreading across his face as he consumed the peeled grape Lu Ming had offered him. Didn't Shen Tunan make quite a profit? Last time he was even shopping for luxury goods. This time I will ensure he loses everything, his entire fortune. I shall make him understand that one should know their place and never offend those who should not be offended. As he spoke these words, a glint of cold malice flashed through his eyes. These measures were merely the beginning. Once Shen Tunan had exhausted himself paying off debts, he would order someone to break his legs, compounding his suffering. This was the price he would exact for the humiliation inflicted upon him. Mengming, do you think I am right? He asked, gazing at Lu Ming's exquisite features. Lu Ming offered a gentle smile. Whatever you do is right. As for Shen Tunan, he brought this upon himself. Had he not gotten himself arrested last time, none of this would have happened. Now he drags his family into this mess too. Shen Tunan is nothing but a jinx. Hearing these words, He Taoxian felt deeply satisfied, taking Lu Ming's delicate hand in his. You are the only one who truly understands me. Though he had dated many women throughout the years, changing them as easily as changing clothes, none had captured his affection quite like Lu Ming. She possessed an admirable sense of propriety in both her words and actions, always hitting the perfect balance. Even aware that he maintained ambiguous relationships with other women, she accepted it with quiet composure rather than tears or outbursts. She understood her place and never pressed for more than what was hers. Typically his girlfriends fell into two categories: beautiful but disobedient, or obedient but unremarkable in appearance. Lu Ming was the rare exception, stunningly beautiful, compliant, and possessing an extraordinary sense of measure and restraint. Mom, I'm home. Shen Tunan pushed open the door but found the house eerily quiet. He furrowed his brow in puzzlement and placed some fresh meat he had purchased into the refrigerator. He stepped into the kitchen and noticed the dishes and chopsticks had not yet been washed, still soaking in water. He wore a bewildered expression, for he knew his mother had a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The dishes after a meal were always washed immediately. They were never left soaking. "Mom," Shen Tunan called out loudly, yet no one responded. At that moment, an older woman approaching 50 appeared from the hallway. She was his neighbor from directly across the corridor. "Aunt Zhao, do you know where my mother went?" Shen Tunan asked. The two families were on good terms. When either prepared extra food, they would share it with the other, and their neighborly relationship was warm. "Xiao Tua," Aunt Zhao sighed. "What I am about to tell you. You must not lose your temper. Stay calm." A sense of foreboding rose within Shen Tunan's heart. "This is how it happened. This morning I heard your family in an uproar, so I listened from the doorway. I overheard that your father seemed to have committed embezzlement, then the enforcement team came to arrest him, and your mother was taken away as well. Your father and mother are both good people. I refuse to believe your father would commit embezzlement." As Aunt Zhao spoke, she suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep past her, and then she realized that Shen Tunan, who had been standing before her, had suddenly vanished. The front door remained wide open. Aunt Zhao was startled, glancing around, but seeing no one. "Am I seeing ghosts?" Aunt Zhao shuddered all over. She distinctly remembered seeing Shen Tunan standing right in front of her moments ago. How could he have suddenly disappeared? With a whoosh on the roadway as the traffic lights had just changed, a ghostly figure instantly appeared on the zebra crossing like a bolt of lightning. In an instant it swept past the crowd, raising a gust of wind, and then disappeared from everyone's sight. It was the scorching heat of noon, yet the crowd felt a chilling fear rising from their hearts, as if they had truly seen a ghost. "Was there someone who passed by me just now?" asked a woman in a short skirt with a brown ponytail, her face full of bewilderment. Her best friend beside her was dressed in a white spaghetti-strap dress, paired with black cargo pants and round-toed black shoes. She too looked utterly bewildered, a tingling sensation crawling up her scalp. "It must have been. Perhaps we saw things wrong." The woman swallowed hard, yet her small hands trembled slightly. She could only feel a chill running down her spine, a coldness rushing straight to the top of her head. Her body erupted with countless goosebumps, a sense of crisis, as if she had been targeted by a natural predator. Because her perception was naturally stronger than her best friend's, the threat she sensed was extremely intense. "Someone really did pass by us just now. That noble presence must be a grandmaster. That person carried killing intent upon them. Something terrible was about to happen." A middle-aged man spoke up. His chi and blood were like liquid. He was a martial master. When he had sensed someone passing by just now, he instinctively drew upon his chi blood power, and his arms turned red. He had also sensed the killing intent, but fortunately it wasn't directed at him. Otherwise he would already be a corpse. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the two beautiful women's pupils rapidly expanded, their expressions showing utter disbelief. They had never expected that while simply out shopping they would encounter a grandmaster. The surrounding crowd was equally startled by these words. A grandmaster harboring such terrifying killing intent. Was he intending to turn the world upside down? Moreover, when had a second grandmaster appeared in Luo City? Could he have come from some major metropolitan area? Although doubts lingered in everyone's minds, they didn't dwell on it too much. After all, most of them were ordinary people. A grandmaster was far too distant from their world. Meanwhile, beneath Shen Tunan's residence, an exceptionally burly and robust man carrying numerous gifts wore a beaming smile. Behind him followed two men around 30 years of age. They wore casual clothes, not the martial arts uniforms of the Thunder Martial Hall. "You too, when you meet Grandmaster Shen and his family later, remember to greet them politely. Do not lose your manners," Director Long instructed. The two martial artists behind him nodded. This was already the 10th time the director had repeated these words, yet they didn't find him tedious. Instead, they felt it was an honor. With so many people in the Thunder Martial Hall, the director actually brought these two to personally visit that Grandmaster Shen. What an immense honor. Director Long looked up at the building ahead and said, "That person is indeed quite low-key, actually living in such an ordinary house." He was somewhat surprised in his heart. After all, someone like Shen Tunan had countless people eager to curry favor. If he wanted to, wealthy merchants would even offer sponsorship and directly gift villas to Shen Tunan. Of course, these sponsorships came with a price. You'd owe a favor that couldn't be shirked later and generally had to be repaid. Just like the Starry Sky Group, which sponsored many powerful individuals and accumulated numerous favors. These favors seemed useless in everyday life, but at critical moments they could produce miraculous effects. Director Long remembered that in the Starry Sky Group of Luo City, there had once been a powerhouse at the half-step Grandmaster realm who caused trouble, injured someone, and departed carelessly. But the next day, the Starry Sky Group actually used a favor to invite a Grandmaster from another city who with thunderous means crippled that half-step Grandmaster powerhouse. That half-step Grandmaster belonged to the Brightness Martial Hall, but since they had instigated the trouble first and felt morally in the wrong, the matter was eventually dropped. Director Long gathered his thoughts and, accompanied by the two Thunder Martial Hall practitioners, made his way upstairs. Following the address, he soon arrived outside Shen Tunan's home, only to discover the door was wide open. "Is anyone there?" Director Long stepped through the doorway with his gifts, yet no one responded, causing a hint of confusion to cross his face. He recalled that Grandmaster Shen had mentioned returning home, and given that person's speed, he should have arrived long ago. "Who are you?" Aunt Zhao asked, peering out from the doorway. Her eyes scrutinized the surroundings with caution, as though startled. Hello, I'm Li Dao, a friend of Shen Tunan's. Might I ask if you know where he is? The 30-something martial artist Li Dao inquired. This time Director Long had instructed them not to reveal their identity when visiting Grandmaster Shen, because he had noticed Shen Tunan remained consistently low-key, seemingly concealing his true identity. As a seasoned individual, Director Long naturally understood that if Shen Tunan didn't wish to expose himself, directly revealing it would likely offend him. So he had instructed his subordinates to think before speaking and not expose that person's identity. Upon hearing the three characters, Shen Tunan, Aunt Zhao's pupils trembled violently. I suspected I was seeing things just now. I saw someone disappear in a flash like lightning. But I've been neighbors with the Shen family for decades. Little Two grew up under my watch, so he surely doesn't possess such abilities. Director Long and the others looked at the middle-aged woman stating such things with a straight face, feeling rather speechless inside. They could sense that the woman before them had extremely weak chi and blood power, not even worthy of being called a martial artist. It was strange that someone like her could comprehend the speed at which a grandmaster moves. Oh my, blame me for being suspicious. Why am I telling you all this? My name is Zhao Jinhua, you can call me Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao told Director Long and the others what had happened here. After hearing these words, Director Long's complexion turned pale in an instant. He thought the enforcement team members were simply insane. Why grab whoever they wanted? How dare they arrest Grandmaster Shen's family members? Are they tired of living? Even the deeply rooted Starry Sky Group in Luo City would treat a half-step innate grandmaster the strongest type, with proper respect, offering money, beauties, and luxury cars. They would even curry favor with the other party's family members, giving the best treatment possible, trying to make such a powerful person owe them a favor. The enforcement team was a bunch of fools. Director Long could hardly find words to describe his feelings. Director Long led his two subordinates straight downstairs, then prepared to drive to the police station. In the car, he directly called his disciple Li Chang'an at the police station, wanting to ask whether the enforcement team members had brain problems. Without even investigating Grandmaster Shen's family background, they went straight to arrest people. With Grandmaster Shen's terrifying strength, let alone whether his father hadn't embezzled, if he had, they still needed to investigate carefully. After obtaining solid evidence before making an arrest, they should first consult Grandmaster Shen's opinion. However, in general, there was a high probability they wouldn't dare to ask. This matter would ultimately be minimized, turned from a big issue into nothing. In this world, strength reigns supreme. To a certain extent, one could rise above the rules. Master, how do you have time to call me? A deep, puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. The speaker was Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an was currently walking along a city street. The ground was scattered with emerald green fallen leaves, and the air was thick with fine dust. Several police cars were parked around an old building. Today he had located the hideout of the demon cult followers and was about to sweep them all up, eliminating these parasites. Are the enforcers at your bureau all useless? A bunch of idiots. Hearing the roar from the phone, Li Chang'an was utterly bewildered. He had expected his master to call and offer praise, only to be scolded instead, leaving him completely perplexed. Besides, the enforcement department took orders only from Director Zhang. It had nothing to do with him, he was merely a team captain. Why was he being reprimanded for no reason? What's wrong? Li Chang'an rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Moreover, the one scolding him was his revered master, so he dared not argue back. Master, if those young enforcers arrested the wrong people, I'll speak to Director Zhang and have them released. He should grant me that courtesy. Li Chang'an made his intentions clear. He was ready to help at any time. After all, he still held some weight with Director Zhang. Where are you right now? Asked Master Long from the other end of the line. Li Chang'an answered truthfully, explaining that he was on a mission and would not be returning anytime soon. Master Long sighed. By the time you return, the day will have passed. Your enforcers have gotten themselves into serious trouble. Blood may be spilled today. Upon hearing these words, confusion deepened in Li Chang'an's eyes. Though the enforcers made enemies wherever they went, they did possess such authority. Besides, they belonged to the police division. Who would dare lay a hand on them? The police division fell under the jurisdiction of City Lord Luo He. Attacking the police division meant slapping City Lord Luo's face. Only someone who had given up on living would dare do that. Master, I don't quite understand what you're saying. Could you explain further? Li Chang'an asked seriously. But by this time the other party had already hung up. Li Chang'an smiled helplessly and decided to deal with the demon cult members first. Still, a doubt lingered in his heart. Who could possibly hold such influence as to summon his master? If his master was personally involved, Director Zhang would certainly release the detainees, so there was no need for him to return to the police division just yet. Inside a moving SUV, Master Long threw his phone onto the seat, furious. Ingrate. All that wasted breath, and he's not even at the police division. Absolutely useless. The subordinate behind the wheel didn't dare utter a word. Meanwhile, Li Daru sat beside Master Long, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. Today those self-important enforcers at the police division were going to suffer badly. The police division. At the entrance, a figure suddenly appeared before the main gate. His expression was impassive, and the golden sunlight fell upon him, lending an unsettling chill rather than warmth. You're the hero who received the hero badge last time. One of the two guards at the post remembered Shen Tunan quite vividly. After all, when Shen Tunan had killed the demon cult members, his methods had been swift and ruthless. The guard hurried forward and said, "Hero, if you have any matters, we will prioritize resolving them for you." Shen Tunan cast a glance at the guard. Suddenly, an icy chill permeated the guard's entire body, as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon him. "Have the enforcers brought back a married couple today?" Shen Tunan asked. The guard, a young man of about 20, nodded eagerly. "Yes, they were just brought back a short while ago, and are being detained." "Take me to see them," Shen Tunan said. "Yes." The young guard Xiao Lu did not refuse, but instead led Shen Tunan inside the police division. He even forgot to greet his partner. The partner shook his head in exasperation. Xiao Lu has lost his wits. Director Zhang ordered him to stand guard, yet he dares to let someone inside. He'll surely be scolded later. As soon as they entered the police division, a group approached from the opposite direction. Leading them was a young man wearing a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. This was He Yun. He had already reached the martial artist realm, but due to his lack of seniority and merit, he had never been promoted to team captain. However, not long ago, he had called Secretary Zhao, who had praised him. Secretary Zhao had also told him that young Master He Tao was very satisfied, and once this matter was resolved, he would personally speak to Director Zhang, ensuring He Yun's immediate promotion to team captain. Once he became a team captain, his power would increase significantly, and countless people would fawn over him and offer him money. He would certainly not believe such promises from just anyone. But a promise from He Tao was guaranteed. After all, Director Zhang, when he was still insignificant, had received favors from the Starfall Group and owed them a debt. And He Tao was a person of noble status, whose words carried absolute weight. Promoting him to team captain would be as simple as eating and drinking. The two groups were about to pass each other. Suddenly, He Yun seemed to recall something. He blinked and tried hard to remember. Then he suddenly slapped his own forehead. "It's you. Your father was arrested for corruption and thrown into jail. Instead of raising money to pay off his debts, you come to the police division. What do you want? Perhaps to serve his sentence for him?" A mocking smile played on He Yun's lips. No wonder he felt the person before him was familiar. Wasn't this Shen Tunan? Secretary Zhao had sent him a photo telling him that delivering Shen Tunan to prison would be a tremendous favor in the eyes of young Master He Tao, bringing immeasurable wealth and privilege. "Are you an enforcer?" Shen Tunan looked down at him coldly. "Yes, I am an enforcer." "So what? Who are you trying to frighten? Take a good look at where you are." He Yun sneered. He did not believe Shen Tunan would dare to strike here. If he did, it would be an attack on an enforcer, and he would be thrown straight into prison to reunite with his father. Smack! He felt something flash before his eyes, and his left cheek swelled up almost instantly. "You dare!" Before He Yun could finish his sentence, another slap struck his right cheek, which also swelled rapidly. Before he could open his mouth again, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, and he collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in agony. "If so much as a hair on my parents' heads is harmed, I will take your life." Killing intent radiated from Shen Tunan's body, so thick it seemed almost tangible, striking terror into the hearts of all who felt it. "Bold! How dare you attack an enforcer? Seize him immediately and throw him into prison." Someone in the crowd shouted, and only then did everyone snap out of their daze. "What's all this noise? Has the sky fallen?" Just then a man in his early 40s emerged from an office. His martial energy had been tempered to perfection, profound and overwhelming. He had reached the limit of a martial master, standing on the threshold of Grandmaster. His mere presence imposed a tremendous sense of pressure upon everyone. "Director Zhang. This person caused trouble here and injured He Yun. Director Zhang, you must uphold justice. Arrest this cult member." A thin 30-something man stepped forward from the crowd and spoke with fervor. His name was He Fan, a member of the He family of the Starfall Group. However, his parents lacked significant power, so he could only serve as a low-ranking officer at the police division, working on behalf of the He family. He instantly branded Shen Tunan as a member of a cult, and once labeled as such, death was virtually certain. The police division would pursue him to the ends of the earth. That was a direct order from above. "Oh!" A scream suddenly rang out. He Fan, who had just stepped out from the crowd, collapsed as a fist imprint appeared on his chest, followed by the sound of shattering bones. His eyes stared fixedly toward Shen Tunan's direction before he fell powerless to the ground. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan stood where he was, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he slowly retracted his hand. He had employed the cloud crane step, vanishing from sight in an instant, delivering a blow that was invisible, yet overwhelmingly powerful, eliminating the instigator first. "Your footwork is exquisite, but slaughtering so recklessly is far too excessive." Anger flashed in Director Zhang's eyes, but before he could finish his sentence, his throat seemed suddenly constricted. He saw Shen Tunan take out a badge and calmly pin it to his chest. Upon the badge was inscribed the character Zone, accompanied by 11 golden stars. Under the gleaming light, they radiated a dazzling brilliance, nearly blinding to behold. "Zhang Danyu greets Grandmaster." The anger that had burned in the middle-aged man known as Director Zhang instantly dissipated, replaced by sheer shock and awe. A few minutes earlier, inside the detention room, after the law enforcement team had departed, two men in their 40s entered. One wore a blank expression, while a flicker of hesitation and inner turmoil crossed his eyes. The other's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had just thought of something pleasing, occasionally letting out laughs. Both men were dressed in police uniforms. After entering the detention room, they led Shen Yu out. Shen Yu was thoroughly bewildered, feeling completely wronged and incapable of understanding the situation. He had dedicated himself to his work for years without a single mistake. He strained his mind, trying to recall where things might have gone wrong. But before he could figure it out, he was taken to the interrogation room. The interrogation room was a dim, dark chamber with no light whatsoever. It only brightened when one of the expressionless interrogators switched on the lamp. Shen Yu sat opposite the two interrogators. Lao Wang, go turn off the camera. Tell them it's broken, ordered the interrogator wearing a sinister smile. The interrogator known as Lao Wang hesitated in his eyes, but ultimately shut off the camera on his own. Normally interrogations were required to be recorded on video. If he failed to do so, his career would likely be over. Yet his wife was ill, his children's grades were mediocre, and they could only attend an expensive private high school, and he simply did not have enough money. All the pressure rested solely on his shoulders. So when Secretary Zhao from Shinkong Group approached him offering to cover his wife's medical expenses and his children's education costs, he chose to risk his entire future career. In his youth, he had despised people like this, viewing them as spineless cowards. But now in middle age, he had become someone he once hated most, colluding with those very people. The other interrogator, whose face wore a cold smile, immediately tossed a contract onto the table in front of Shen Yu the moment the camera went dark. This shows you embezzled 10 million from your company with your signature as evidence. Do you confess? This interrogator was a member of the He family named He Yu. This time Secretary Zhao had instructed him to make Shen Yu confess and ensure he was imprisoned. Impossible. This is not my handwriting. Shen Yu glanced at the contract and quickly denied it. He would never recklessly sign such a document. This was a clear frame-up. Shen Yu, I advise you to frankly confess to your embezzlement and bribery and sign this. He Yu slammed his hand on the table, his expression fierce and fearsome. This was all done on behalf of young Master He Tao. If he pleased that person, his future would be limitless and his status could rise even higher. As for wrongful convictions, he had handled such cases before. The simplest and most direct method was forced confession. With torture applied, almost no one could endure it. Besides, he had always worked for the He family, and if anything went wrong, they would handle it for him. For instance, even if this was a wrongful case, the scapegoat would ultimately be old Wang, never him. I did not embezzle. Shen Yu's attitude was resolute. He would never admit to crimes he had not committed. Moreover, having lived an upright life, he could not bear such false accusations, his heart aching with distress. He had carefully examined the contract and remembered the director had shown it to him at the time, but he had never signed anything on it. He now suspected he had been set up, though he could not understand why the director would target him. Was it simply to use him as a scapegoat? Stubborn. He Yu snorted coldly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. If you refuse to confess, I will pull out your fingernails one by one. Shen Yu's expression shifted at such a vicious threat. You have no authority to do this. He Yu did not reply, simply leaving the interrogation room, first apparently to fetch some tool. Interrogator Old Wang, feeling some pity, said, You'd best confess later. Old He is ruthless and cruel. He does not jest when he speaks like that. Shen Yu ignored him, believing the two interrogators were merely acting. One deliberately turned off the camera, the other deliberately spoke harsh words. Their coordination was seamless. He firmly believed that justice still existed in the world. If they truly dared to do such a thing, he would report the interrogator and make them pay the price. Old Wang seemed to read Shen Yu's thoughts, and helplessly shook his head. He knew Old He well, from last time when he tortured a person during interrogation and received a major demerit from above. He should have been dismissed, but someone intervened to protect him. The person he had tortured was also preparing to sue him. Yet on the very day that person left the police station, a truck ran him over and killed him on the spot. Before any lawsuit could be filed, the matter was dropped. The driver who hit him voluntarily confessed and was sentenced to several years, claiming brake failure. It was highly likely the work of the He family. The He family had established factions within their police station. Those surnamed He were not to be trifled with. Not long after, He returned through the doorway, closing the door behind him. What a pity. I couldn't find wire cutters, only some silver needles. But if these needles were driven into the nail beds where every finger connects to the heart, the pain. Tisk, quite unbearable. He drew out a silver needle over 10 centimeters long, its blade gleaming white under the light. Shen Yu's face turned pale, but he was now shackled in chains and unable to resist. If after using this you still refuse to confess honestly, then I have an electric shock package next which will make your life worse than death. Although He Yu wore a uniform, he radiated a bone-chilling coldness from within, resembling nothing less than a demon. Meanwhile, in the police station lobby, Director Zhang was hastily bowing to Shen Tunan with an attitude of deep respect. As for the deceased He family member, he could only be considered to have died in vain. After all, a powerhouse at the half-step innate stage with law enforcement authority commanded respect, even from the city lord in Luo City. No one dared provoke such a figure. Step aside. I need to find my father. Shen Tunan had no time to waste on the police director. Upon hearing this, Director Zhang hastily cleared the path, forcing a smile, while thinking his subordinates were utterly foolish. Such a powerful expert dared to be provoked. Were they truly seeking a faster death? Please continue leading the way. Shen Tunan patted Officer Xiao Lu on the shoulder. Xiao Lu glanced at Director Zhang, seeking his opinion. Director Zhang spoke up, whatever the Grandmaster asks you to do, just do it. Xiao Lu nodded, and continued leading the way ahead. No one dared obstruct their path anymore. As for He Yun above ground, Director Zhang cast a cold glance at him, and said, incompetent fool daring to provoke anyone. Arrest this person immediately, and await further orders. Several officers promptly handcuffed He Yun. Director Wang hurriedly followed close behind, praying fervently that nothing would go wrong. Otherwise he, a mere low-ranking director, could never withstand the wrath of such a grandmaster. Interrogation room. Beneath the pure white light a shadow obscured the brightness. The man's face wore a sinister smile as he held a silver needle, grinning as he prepared to pierce it into Shen Yu's fingernail. What are you doing? This is a crime. Shen Yu shouted, fear surging through his heart. After all, he was just an ordinary person. Faced with such a situation, he was somewhat panicked. He struggled desperately, but could not stop the silver needle that grew ever closer. Don't blame me. He Yu's expression gradually turned hideous. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Oh, I misspoke. It wasn't you who offended them, but your precious son. That arrogant fool dared to challenge young Master He Tao and compete for that woman. And he didn't even realize what kind of person he was, or what weight he carried. Shen Yu listened with a confused expression. He simply could not believe his son would still pester that woman. You're talking nonsense. My son cut off all contact with that woman long ago. His son was such a proud man. How could he go back to her? He Yu sneered, foolish. Your son dated young Master He Tao's current girlfriend. That alone is his crime. And those who commit crimes must be punished. Shen Yu was speechless in his heart, feeling that the people of the He family were truly a bunch of lunatics. Even their pet dog was a mad dog. At this moment he finally understood why the director wanted to frame him. It must have been orchestrated by the He family. The people of the He family were all beasts. Old He. The interrogator Lao Wang still felt a pang of conscience, and said, why don't you use something else to interrogate? This silver needle is too cruel. Upon hearing this, Old He's eyes filled with viciousness. He had just begun to feel some interest, only to be interrupted, which ignited anger within him. He directly pointed at the interrogator behind him, poking his forehead and pushing him back repeatedly. Don't pretend to be a saint in front of me. You've taken the He family's benefits, yet still try to play the good guy here. Think about your bettered wife. Without $1 million can she be cured? And your children attending private high school. The annual tuition is a huge sum, right? Do you think this money is so easy to get? You fool. If you dare speak up when I interrogate him, your wife and children will be as good as dead. Breaking your word, Secretary, Zhao won't let you off, and young Master, he won't spare you either. Facing Old He's accusations, interrogator Lao Wang kept retreating until he hit the wall, daring not to resist, and his face grew increasingly pale. For he had also heard of the He family's ruthless methods. If he truly went back on his word, his family would very likely be implicated. Seeing his companion dare not speak up, Old He returned to Shen Yu's side with satisfaction, then plunged the silver needle down hard. Lingwu High School. Shen Mingyao, who was resting with her eyes closed in the classroom, suddenly opened them. A gentle breeze blew in from outside the window, stirring the hair at her temples. Why do I feel a sense of unease? Shen Mingyao looked out the window. Outside birds were singing and insects chirping, everything seemed peaceful. Could I be overthinking it? Shen Mingyao's beautiful eyes showed confusion. But such unease would not arise without reason. No. Could it be that something happened to my family? Shen Mingyao stood up from her seat and rushed out of the classroom to the next one. In the next room, Shen Zikong was rolling a fountain pen between his fingers, his brows furrowed tightly. He seemed to sense something as well, with a vague unease in his heart. Hearing the footsteps, Shen Zikong looked up and met his sister, Shen Mingyao's gaze. Sis. He put down the pen, rose from his seat, and approached his sister. Do you feel any unease? Shen Mingyao asked. Shen Zikong showed a curious expression and said, Sis, are you a roundworm in my stomach? Brat. Shen Mingyao directly slapped her younger brother. How dare you speak to your sister like that, showing no respect? Shen Zikong didn't dodge, for he knew his sister would never strike with too much force. Sis, do you think something might have happened at home? Shen Zikong hesitated before speaking. Shen Mingyao didn't answer immediately, for she couldn't be certain either. Moi. The sense of unease has disappeared. Shen Mingyao suddenly felt her mind become clear. Her younger brother Shen Zikong also relaxed his furrowed brows and said, Strange. Sis, just pretend I was talking nonsense earlier. He also felt the unease dissipating. Shen Mingyao watched her younger brother return to his seat and whispered softly, I was overthinking it. In my previous life, my family never had any issues before the beast's assault on the city. They shouldn't in this life either. The future should automatically correct itself, it won't change just because I was reborn. Although she had nearly faced danger at school last time, almost altering the course of events, ultimately those who had taken her hostage still perished. So the future wouldn't change. Shen Mingyao believed that under normal circumstances the future was difficult to alter. But if she achieved godhood before the beast's siege, then everything became possible. She had once heard that gods possessed the power to alter destiny, yet she always remained just short of reaching that state. Ordinary people couldn't change the future because they couldn't bear its karmic consequences, meaning their strength wasn't sufficient. When one's strength was sufficiently powerful, bearing all karmic consequences became possible, and the future could naturally be changed. In the interrogation room, a blinding white light suddenly flashed, followed by screams of agony. There lay Old He sprawled on the ground, the silver needle in his hand, broken, half of it embedded in his palm. His face was twisted from pain, his eyes filled with terror as he stared at Shen Yu. Shen Yu, confused about what had just occurred, wore a bewildered expression on his face. Old He, what's wrong? Interrogator Lao Wang rushed forward, watching as the other man pulled the silver needle from his palm and tossed it aside. Damn it, he has a protective weapon. Old He's eyes brimmed with ferocity as he fixed his stare on the jade bracelet in Shen Yu's hand. He had assumed it was merely an ordinary jade bracelet, but when he attempted to strike his target, the bracelet erupted with a sudden radiance that sent him flying backward. Upon hearing this, Interrogator Lao Wang's face showed shock. He knew well how expensive such protective weapons were. The cheapest ones were beyond what an ordinary family could afford. Could this person before him truly have embezzled funds? Had he not wronged him after all? Then what should we do? Lao Wang asked. Old He sneered. Naturally, we first need to retrieve whatever he's holding before we can continue tormenting him. Having suffered such a severe setback, he now wanted nothing more than to kill Shen Yu outright. But before he could finish his words, bang! The door was suddenly kicked open, shattering into splinters that flew through the air like wood chips. Then an oppressive aura filled the entire interrogation room, causing Old He to feel as though a primordial beast had targeted him, sending goosebumps across his body. You're asking for death. The interrogation room was suffused with murderous intent. Lao He's teeth chattered, uncontrollably certain that death was imminent. Then, reflected in his widening pupils, a palm descended like a collapsing pillar of heaven, radiating boundless power. Crack! Agony erupted in his chest as rib after rib shattered. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body flew backward like a tattered rag, crashing heavily against the wall. The wall cracked apart, spiderweb fissures spreading across its surface. Lao Wang watched in horror as the once arrogant Lao He was sent flying again, his heart trembling. He hurried over to Lao He's side to assess the injuries. PTH'd. The moment he approached, a spray of blood drenched him. Lao Wang paid it no mind and examined Lao He's wounds, only to discover something terrifying. The punch had nearly killed him. With even a fraction more force, Lao He would have been beaten to death. Who are you to assault a police officer? Lao Wang demanded sternly. This was an interrogation room after all. Though he harbored no fondness for Lao He, the newcomer's brazen audacity seemed to hold their police bureau in utter contempt. Tunan. At that moment, Shen Yu saw the person entering the room, disbelief flashing in his eyes. How could he fail to recognize his own son? But when had his son grown so formidable? Seeing his father unharmed, Shen Tunan exhaled with relief, then turned his gaze to Lao Wang. Hand over the keys, or I'll kill you right now. Shen Tunan radiated an icy aura, his killing intent so dense it seemed almost tangible, filling onlookers with dread. Lao Wang shuddered instinctively and extended the keys, yet a flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. Shen Tunan took the keys and unlocked his father's handcuffs. Shen Yu, too stunned to linger on his shock, said urgently, "You foolish boy, you shouldn't have come alone to rescue me. Attacking police officers leaves no room for explanation. You must leave immediately. Don't worry about me." Shen Yu pushed his son toward the door, well aware that regardless of martial prowess, assaulting an officer carried severe penalties. Even a martial artist would not be exempt, unless one was a grandmaster. But Luoqing had but one grandmaster. His son, for all his strength, could at most be a martial artist. Even a martial artist causing chaos within a police bureau would hardly survive intact. His only hope now was that his son flee quickly. Perhaps a sliver of chance remained. Yet Shen Tunan remained unmoved, almost resigned, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly Lao Wang shouted toward the officer outside the door, "Xiao Lu, go fetch Director Zhang at once. Someone has breached the bureau and is assaulting officers. Call for backup now." Xiao Lu, standing just outside the door, showed no reaction. A hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. He had overheard Lao He's words, and believed the man had brought this upon himself. Lao He had always been insufferably arrogant, ignoring ordinary officers without a second glance. Naturally, no bond of loyalty existed between them. Besides, the person he had provoked was a top-tier grandmaster, one whom even the director would bow before. Lao He's downfall was entirely deserved. Seeing Xiao Lu unresponsive, Lao Wang pulled out his phone and shouted into it, "This is the interrogation room. An intruder has breached the premises and injured officers. Send reinforcements immediately." He had taken money and tied his fate to the He family riding the same boat. Under no circumstances could he allow them to perish. Otherwise, he would have no excuse to offer Secretary Zhao. At that moment, his phone was snatched away by Lao He, whose mouth was filled with blood foam. His voice was hoarse and ragged. "I am the attacked officer. I feel I'm dying. Hurry. Send people. Quickly." With those words, his arm fell limply to his side, agony ravaging his entire body. His chest was particularly severe, all bones shattered. Without immediate treatment, death was certain. Dash dash dash. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. At their head was Director Zhang Daniu himself. Zhang Daniu burst in and immediately noticed Shen Tunan standing beside a middle-aged man. The resemblance was unmistakable. They were clearly father and son. Greetings, I am Zhang Daniu. It is an honor to meet you. We mistakenly arrested the wrong person this time. Please do not hold it against us. Director Zhang Daniu beamed with effusive warmth, eagerly stepping forward to grasp Shen Yu's hand. Shen Yu, still stunned, recognized the man instantly. The director's portrait hung prominently on the bureau's exterior wall, his image displayed at the very top, impossible to miss. Yet here he was, a man whose subordinate had been beaten, and instead of outrage, the director greeted him with overwhelming courtesy. Shen Yu found himself utterly bewildered. Not only was he confused, Lao Wang and Lao He were equally dumbfounded. Glancing at one another, they both read the same shock in each other's eyes. After greeting Shen Yu, the director's demeanor shifted instantly. His gaze turned icy as it landed on Lao Wang and Lao He. Who did you just say needed arresting? Lao Wang shivered, sensing that matters had taken a dire turn. Lao He struggled to speak. Director Zhang Yu, owe that person a great favor. Do you intend to deny it now? And this man assaulted me, a crime beyond forgiveness. Failing to arrest him would be dereliction of duty. Before he finished speaking, an explosion of rage flooded across Director Zhang's face, and a backhand swung toward him. Smack! The director struck with tremendous force, knocking Lao He's teeth clean out. You fool! Do you have any idea who you've offended? This person before you is a true grandmaster. You dare falsely accuse a grandmaster? I'd say you're tired of living. Director Zhang roared in fury. He rarely lost his composure, but he had to make his position unequivocally clear. If the grandmaster behind him mistook him for an ally of Lao He was finished. A top-tier grandmaster could end his life with a single strike, and such a master stood right behind him. Lao He's head swam from the blow. Hearing the director's words, his mind buzzed, as if on the verge of short-circuiting. Lao Wang's face turned ashen, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, his hands shaking violently. A grandmaster? How had he unwittingly offended one? Honestly, there's no need to waste breath on him. Shen Tunan's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Lao He and glared at him coldly. Lao He suddenly felt something inside him vibrate violently. His heart stopped instantly, and his pupils began to dilate. The moment Shen Tunan struck, he had driven a thread of Grandmaster Qi deep into the man's body. Though he appeared savable, he had been dead all along. Now tell me. Shen Tunan turned his gaze toward Lao Wang. Who was behind this plot to harm my father? Wang Lao watched with his own eyes as his companion beside him died right in front of him. His heart trembled with terror. Looking at this young man who appeared to be just over 20 years old, he felt as though he were gazing upon some demonic monster. He had no idea how Shen Tunan had killed Lao He. Was it merely with a single glance? In that instant, he comprehended the gravity of his mistake. He had angered someone he should never have provoked, and he might lose his life because of what he had done today. I'm not aware. Wang Lao shook his head. He would never betray the person behind him. If he betrayed that person, their family would certainly be doomed. He understood all too well the ruthlessness of that individual's methods. Lao Wang, you've lost your judgment. Director Zhang shook his head in disappointment. Though he hadn't been involved in this matter, it went without saying who stood behind Lao He. That party served only the He family of Shinkong Group, meaning the ones who struck this time were from the He family. The only question was which prominent member of the He family. Actually, I already know without your confession, Shen Tunan sneered. I was merely offering you a chance just now. But since you reject it, go join him in death. Wang Lao, illuminated by the overhead light, looked up and spotted the Grandmaster badge hanging on Shen Tunan's chest. His pupils contracted sharply. He knew all too well what that badge represented. He Tao. Shen Tunan suddenly spoke a name, and Wang Lao's expression shifted instantly. That single flicker was enough for Shen Tunan to catch it. As he had suspected, it was indeed that person. After all, he had limited dealings with anyone from the He family. He Tao was the sole connection. That person had framed him before, and now they were targeting his father. Was he really living too comfortably? He Tao, you've already sealed your own fate. Cold glints flashed in Shen Tunan's eyes. He had made his decision. Once he rescued his parents, he would hunt down and eliminate them to put an end to this once and for all. In the past, Shinkong Group had loomed like a colossus in his eyes. He hadn't even qualified to enter their company. But now, with his strength growing, that once mighty entity seemed to shrink. The former giant he could now crush beneath his feet. A burst of Grandmaster Qi shot forth from Shen Tunan's finger, tearing through Lao Wang's forehead and sending blood spraying. Wang Lao slumped against the wall, head lolling, eyes wide open, his breath gone. Director Zhang gently closed his eyes and sighed inwardly. Lao Wang had always been diligent and refused to collude with the clique surrounding the major corporations. Yet now he couldn't understand what had driven him to such recklessness. His life was wasted for nothing. It was senseless. Son, are you truly a grandmaster? Shen Yu overheard the director's words and stared in utter shock. How had his son become a grandmaster? This isn't the place to talk. Let's find mother first, Shen Tunan said. The group left the interrogation room and quickly found Mrs. Shen. Soon the family of three sat in the police station's lounge. Director Zhang poured them each a cup of tea himself. Take your time. Call me if you need anything. The half-step Grandmaster had lowered himself considerably, yet none of the officers found it strange. It seemed entirely fitting. Tunan, if there's nothing else, let's go home. What are we doing here? Mrs. Shen asked, feeling somewhat uneasy. After being led from the detention cell, she had been received hospitably here, but the formality made her uncomfortable. I have something important to tell you, mister, Shen said gravely to his wife. What is it? She asked in confusion. Tunan is a Grandmaster. Mister. Shen stated it plainly. Huh, Mrs. Shen looked bewildered, convinced her husband was jesting. She had watched her son grow up from childhood. When had he become a Grandmaster? Why had she never known? And if he were truly a Grandmaster, would he still be working menial jobs day after day, year after year? Everyone online was talking about the generous subsidies Grandmasters received annually. Would someone like that care about a mere salary? Mother, I was wrong to keep this from you. I am indeed a Grandmaster. Keep this. If you ever encounter a problem you cannot resolve, show it to them. Shen Tunan handed the Grandmaster badge directly to his mother. With this, anyone foolish enough to harm his family would learn exactly whom they were dealing with. Those who dared to lay a finger on his relatives would know at once. Only the closest kin of a Grandmaster could possess such a badge. Everyone would have to weigh whether they wanted to provoke them. Mrs. Shen held the golden badge in her hands, tracing the star embossed upon it, as though dreaming. No one could forge something like this. Within the police station, especially a counterfeit would mean immediate execution. This badge was a symbol of status itself. Son, so you're a Grandmaster. You told us you were looking for work, but you were actually on missions, didn't you? Accepting this reality, Mrs. Shen looked at her son with mixed feelings, both stranger and familiar all at once. But as she thought it through, she understood. Her son had likely kept quiet to spare them worry. Yes. Then remembering the medicinal concoctions, she said, no wonder you could afford those expensive potions and the costly clothes you bought us. Son, that you've become a Grandmaster surprises me, yet fills me with joy. Every parent hopes their child will achieve greatness, someone remarkable among men. But now that this day has come, everything feels like a dream. I'm afraid I'll wake from this dream. Listening to her sincere words, Shen Tunan placed his hand over hers. Mother, this is no dream. I won't let you suffer any more humiliation. Those who wronged you this time will pay the price. Mr. Shen watched from the side, recalling the ruthless expression his son had worn earlier, and knew his words were genuine. Grandmaster Shen, your parents have suffered unjustly. I guarantee such incidents will never occur under my watch again. And Mr. and Mrs. Shen, I offer my sincere apologies. This was my failure in oversight. Director Zhang bowed deeply to the Shen family. Since you mean what you say, I ask that you ensure my parents are protected. Though anger simmered within him, Shen Tunan knew the director was not complicit, only ignorant of the full scope. Agreed, Director Zhang nodded. Father, mother, rest here. I'll return after handling one matter. As Shen Tunan rose and turned away, his warmth vanished, replaced by an icy countenance. His pupils narrowed, radiating the sharp malice of drawn blades. It's time to settle all scores with He Tao, new grievances and old. He would topple the entire Shinkong group, if need be, just to find and kill He Tao. Tunan, be careful in all things. Shenmu seemed to sense the killing intent radiating from her son, a trace of worry flickering across her face. Though she knew her son had broken through to the Grandmaster realm, possessing power rivaling that of the city lord of Luoqing, a figure of great stature. Yet no matter how formidable Shen Tunan became in her parents' eyes, he would forever remain their child. Mother, there is no need to worry. This is merely a trivial matter. I shall be back shortly. Shen Tunan did not turn around, each step carrying him steadily toward the exit, his figure gradually fading from his mother's gaze. The moment Shen Tunan left the police station, he no longer restrained himself. He activated the cloud crane step technique, unleashing a ghost-like velocity that made him vanish from the spot in an instant. The people at the entrance of the station watched in disbelief as a living person simply disappeared before their eyes. Some were so frightened they questioned whether their own vision had deceived them. At the same time, Shinkong Group, within a magnificent skyscraper. The interior was exquisitely decorated, adorned with exquisite craftsmanship and expensive materials, leaning toward an elegant European style that exuded a sense of refined grandeur. In the grand hall, a crowd of well-dressed gentlemen in suits and ladies in elegant gowns held wine glasses, engaged in lively conversation. The hall was filled with sumptuous delicacies, an assortment of fine foods, fruits, and cakes, all meticulously arranged with waiters gracefully weaving between guests. Upstairs, melodious piano music drifted down, indicating a live performance, adding to the refined atmosphere. It was clear at first glance that the host of this banquet was undoubtedly a person of great importance. Amidst this grand gathering, a tall young man in an expensive suit stood on the second floor, He Tao. Opposite him were several distinguished middle-aged men, each radiating an air of prestige, engaged in animated conversation. Young Master He Tao, I would be most grateful if the Shinkong Group could continue to support my project. A middle-aged gentleman raised his glass in a toast. This man was a prominent figure in Luoqing's business circle. Upon receiving the invitation to this birthday banquet, he had arrived immediately. After all, He Tao's identity was special. If one incurred his enmity, life in Luoqing would become extraordinarily difficult. Naturally, He Tao casually lifted his glass and took a gentle sip. Beside He Tao stood a woman in a white evening gown adorned with white earrings. She was extraordinarily beautiful, wearing a warm and charming smile that gave off an innocent and romantic aura, evoking a desire to protect her. This woman was Lu Meng. It was her first time witnessing such a scene, surrounded by great figures she could never normally approach. These towering figures wielded immense power and influence. She had never possessed the privilege to interact with them, let alone command their attention. And yet now she could stand here. Your companion is quite lovely. Another middle-aged gentleman approached, raising his glass. He carried a peculiar, imposing presence, and one could observe that countless others around him regarded him with goodwill and respect. This man's identity was truly extraordinary. He was a native of Luoqing, and his younger brother none other than the supremely elevated city lord of Luoqing himself. Master Luo flatters me. Your presence at my birthday banquet is truly my honor. He Tao's expression grew slightly more serious. He well understood the close bond between this Master Luo and his younger brother since childhood. They were practically the city lord's voice in the outside world. Should anyone offend this Master Luo, they would first need to consider whether they could withstand the retaliation of a grandmaster. Moreover, as a grandmaster and the ruler of this very city, the reason Shinkong Group could flourish smoothly in Luoqing was precisely because of the city lord's generous support. Without such backing, Shinkong Group would find itself struggling to survive in Luoqing. Although Shinkong Group's headquarters was imposing, a mighty dragon cannot surpass the local serpent. This was ultimately Luoqing. After exchanging a few words over drinks, Master Luo departed to converse with representatives of other prominent families. Lu Meng, still somewhat nervous, murmured softly, "That Master Luo, just now." It was as though an overwhelming aura radiated from him. I've often seen his figure on television, but never imagined I would stand in his actual presence. The pressure is quite considerable. He Tao offered a faint smile and replied, "It is only natural that you feel pressured in his presence. In Luoqing, no one dares to disregard Master Luo, unless they wish to abandon their ambitions here entirely. Nevertheless, ordinary folks lack the qualification to even approach him. It is only because you accompany me that you have the opportunity to meet such distinguished individuals." Lu Meng quickly nodded and said, "Indeed. This is truly the upper echelon of society, a world utterly incomparable to anything I have ever encountered." Hearing these words, a hint of pride appeared on He Tao's face. He found that although this woman lacked sophistication, she was easy to manage, a desirable quality indeed. Furthermore, with her stunning beauty, she was the ideal candidate for a wife. Lost in thought, he took another sip of red wine and resumed conversing with the remaining guests. Those he had invited were either powerful or wealthy, members of the prominent families of Luoqing. Otherwise, they would not have been worthy of attending his birthday banquet. Of course, he needed to attend to these guests properly and maintain proper etiquette. As for Lu Meng, watching her current boyfriend, He Tao chat effortlessly with numerous distinguished figures, a look of adoration filled her eyes. She felt as though all of this were nothing short of a dream. Although He Tao had a reputation for indulging in fleeting romances, she did not mind, as long as she remained by his side. Those women he encountered outside meant nothing provided they were never brought home. She knew that despite her beauty advantage, a man like He Tao certainly did not lack beauties around him. If she were to act irrationally, she would undoubtedly be discarded. Therefore, she always maintained a gentle and understanding demeanor. Her family was far from impressive, just an ordinary household with her parents already divorced. To climb onto He Tao's branch was her only opportunity to rise above her station. I must marry into the He family and live this wonderful life every day, never again suffering the hardships of employment or bending to others' whims. As for that good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend of mine, I hope he never appears before me again. Compared to young Master He Tao, he is nothing but trash." Lu Meng recalled her past relationship with Shen Tunan, and a wave of disgust washed over her. It was all her mother's fault, constantly urging her to marry someone of equal status and background. At the time, she had blindly believed her mother's words, only to discover later that such a life was unbearable for her. Then she encountered He Tao, a truly distinguished man, and decisively ended that relationship. Only then did she gain the qualification to stand in places like this. Her gaze fell upon He Tao, who was laughing and conversing cheerfully, her eyes soft and warm. Having followed him and experienced this life, she now realized just how detestable his previous existence had been. He Tao had consumed much wine and was slightly intoxicated, now leaning back against a chair to compose himself. Lu Meng considerately sat beside him, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. "Mengming, tell me, if Shen Tunan were here, could I crush him to death with one hand?" He Tao asked with a grin. Lu Meng responded, "A poor man like him is undoubtedly drowning in worries over his parents' affairs right now. He is merely a cockroach beneath your feet, one that would be crushed to death if you slowed down even slightly." Ha ha ha. He Tao burst into laughter upon hearing her words. Outside the skyscraper, a young man suddenly appeared, his face sharp as if carved from stone, bearing an extraordinary aura. He looked up at a massive neon sign glowing above the building bearing 4 characters, Shinkong Mansion. This was the renowned domain of the Shinkong Group, said to be accessible only to elite socialites who received formal invitations. This person was Shen Tunan, who had rushed here at top speed in search of someone "Sir, may I see your invitation?" A tall, burly security guard in a suit blocked Shen Tunan's path. Shen Tunan glanced at him indifferently and asked, "Is someone hosting a banquet here?" The guard frowned upon hearing this and replied, "If you don't have an invitation, leave immediately. This is no place for someone like you." Many sought to infiltrate by sneaking and hoping to network after entering. But what manner of people gathered here? If petty commoners managed to slip inside, all the guards would face punishment. I simply wish to know which notable figure is within. Shen Tunan pressed further. The guard, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. "Young Master He Tao is hosting a birthday banquet. You would do well to cease your meddling here. Were it any other gathering, sneaking in might merely earn you a forceful escort out. This young master detests evil with particular fervor and holds contempt for petty thieves and intruders above all else. Should you dare to infiltrate, I could break your legs before you even realize what struck you." Believe it or not, He Tao was infamous for his volatile temper. Once a security officer had displeased the young master and was kicked to death before anyone could intervene. Yet young Master He Tao faced no consequences whatsoever, continuing to enjoy life exactly as before. "So it is him then." Shen Tunan's lips curled into a faint smile. He had originally prepared to expend considerable effort in his search, but never expected that after framing his parents the man would still dare to flaunt himself here, hosting a banquet to celebrate his birthday. This so-called notable figure remained comfortably idle with not a trace of guilt within him. Very well then. Let me present him with a birthday banquet he would never forget. A grand gift descending straight into the underworld. Boom. A terrifying surge of heat erupted from Shen Tunan's body, propelling the bodyguards backward several steps until they collapsed upon the ground. Even the arriving guests stared at Shen Tunan with expressions of sheer disbelief. They sensed the oppressive aura radiating from him, one that struck dread into their hearts. At that moment, he seemed like a deity elevated high above, all indifferent to everything around him. Shen Tunan's body slowly lifted into the air, and every pair of eyes widened in astonishment. The guard who had previously blocked Shen Tunan's path now stood pale as death, his voice trembling as he whispered, "A grandmaster." To walk upon empty air required at least the cultivation of a grandmaster, someone wielding a specialized martial technique. As for figures even more terrifying, he dared not entertain such thoughts. If the man were at the innate realm, that would be truly monstrous, far beyond what young Master He Tao could possibly summon. Where does this grandmaster come from, and why does he appear hostile? A male guest detected a subtle thread of killing intent. "You overthink things. In my view, this grandmaster has surely come to offer congratulations." The female guest spoke, draped in a dark crimson gown, wearing matching earrings, her tall figure and exquisite features complemented by an imposing presence. She was a formidable businesswoman. "President Chu, have you received certain information?" the male guest asked in surprise. President Chu offered a slight smile. "Indeed, I did receive word that a grandmaster would attend this birthday banquet. It must be this grandmaster before us." She had observed Shen Tunan being intercepted and likely grew annoyed at the guard's presumption, releasing his frustration accordingly. However, for a power of such stature, displaying occasional temper was entirely normal. "Then young Master He Tao truly possesses considerable influence." The male guest marveled, convinced that his prompt arrival upon receiving the invitation had been the correct decision. At the same time, inside the grand hall, a bodyguard hurried in panic etched across his face as he approached He Tao and reported, "Young Master He Tao, an individual outside appears to be a grandmaster." Upon hearing this, the entire room fell instantly silent. "How can you be certain he is a grandmaster?" one of the prominent figures asked. "Reports from outside confirmed they witnessed him walking upon the air," the male bodyguard stated. Hearing such accounts, the assembled dignitaries exchanged astonished glances. Only those who had reached the grandmaster realm, or even the more terrifying innate realm, could achieve such feats. Yet how could Luoqing possibly produce an innate level expert without warning? Therefore the bodyguard's assessment was likely accurate. This must be a grandmaster. But what purpose brought this grandmaster here? Were his intentions malicious? Uncertainty filled the crowd, breeding a sense of unease. After all, should a grandmaster cause trouble within these walls, every life present would be imperiled. Everyone remained calm. "The grandmaster outside is a guest we ourselves invited." At this moment, a dignified man stepped forward, appearing nearly 50 years of age, with piercing eyes and a composed smile that conveyed inherent authority without need for anger. This was He Mingchuan, chairman of the Luoqing Xingha group. "Ninth uncle, you invited a grandmaster?" He Tao asked, genuinely surprised. He Mingchuan nodded gently. "That grandmaster shares a connection with me, having traveled countless miles to reach this place. You must ensure he receives proper hospitality." In truth, the grandmaster was not his personal friend, but rather a close associate of He Tao's father. Since He Tao was born out of wedlock, certain relationships could not be openly acknowledged. "I understand." He Tao felt a surge of pride. A grandmaster personally attending his birthday banquet would ensure his name echoed throughout Luoqing from this day forward. Today's events would surely fill the newspapers, making him the most radiant star of the entire city. Lu Ming's beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. She had never imagined the Shinkong group's connections ran so deep. Although she had heard rumors today, she would witness a genuine grandmaster with her own eyes. An experience entirely different from mere hearsay. A quiet excitement stirred within her. In her perception, the grandmaster represented the absolute pinnacle of martial cultivation. Figures beyond that realm seemed impossibly distant, belonging to legends rather than reality. She increasingly believed that following He Tao would open doors to boundless prospects and broaden her horizons considerably. Thud, thud, thud. Footsteps echoed from outside the doors. Everyone turned to see a young man strides powerfully into the hall. Spotlights converged upon him. The man slowly raised his gaze toward the second floor and declared, "He Tao, for today's birthday celebration, I bring you a magnificent gift, a one-way ticket to the underworld. Remember to thank me upon your journey through the Yellow Springs." The speaker was none other than Shen Tunan. The moment his voice rang out, silence claimed the entire venue. Every face turned toward him, eyes wide with utter shock. In the grand hall, all eyes were fixed upon Shen Tunan, confusion etched across many faces, particularly among the powerful figures present. "Is this person truly a grandmaster?" a middle-aged man spoke up. He too was a distinguished guest wielding real authority. However, Shen Tunan looked nothing like the grandmaster he had envisioned. Far too young, resembling merely a greenhorn just embarking on his journey. In his understanding, if a grandmaster truly appeared to be in his 20s, how could such a person possibly be present here? President Wang jokes. "This is nothing more than a clown." He Tao gently swirled his wine glass. "He must be targeting me." Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent and stepped aside to watch how events would unfold. "Shen Tunan, is it? You should consider it an honor that someone like me remembers your name. Have you come seeking my favor? However, I greatly disapprove of your method of pleading." He Tao adopted an aloof demeanor, his eyes brimming with mockery and contempt. He held absolutely no regard for Shen Tunan. "Shen Tunan, how did you sneak in here? You dare speak so arrogantly? This is not a place you should even be entering." Lu Meng also began loudly reprimanding, somewhat losing her composure. Those around couldn't help but glance at her in astonishment. The original Lu Meng had always appeared gentle and sweet, but now she was shrieking, resembling nothing more than a shrill woman. Deep inside, Lu Meng felt uneasy, fearing that Shen Tunan might reveal their past relationship in front of the crowd. Although He Tao was already aware of some details, if Shen Tunan exposed more intimate matters before so many people, He Tao would undoubtedly develop reservations, and she risked losing his favor. She knew He Tao valued his reputation above all else, which is why she chose to strike first. "Xiao Tao, what's going on?" He Mingxuan inquired. At such an esteemed banquet, a nobody suddenly bursting in to cause trouble grated on his nerves. After all, a grandmaster was scheduled to arrive shortly. If that esteemed guest's mood were ruined, he alone would bear the blame. "Uncle Judy, it's merely a trivial matter. Leave this to me." He Tao did not take the incident seriously. He Mingxuan frowned and said sternly, "Handle this quickly. Do not let our guests laugh at us." He Tao nodded lightly, but remained unconcerned. In all of Luo City, who dared mock him? Anyone who dared to laugh at him would never leave this place alive. "I know your parents have been arrested. You're deeply worried and somehow managed to infiltrate this place, yet you still harbor insane notions of killing me. But you've come to the wrong location. This is not where you belong. Kneel right now and bow your head 3 times, then scram out like a dog and wait outside until my birthday banquet concludes. Only then will I deal with your parents' matter." He Tao drained his glass of red wine in one gulp, then waited expectantly for Shen Tunan to kowtow publicly. He understood exactly what kind of thinking prevailed in the minds of low-class people. He believed he could easily manipulate him. Once he finished those words, Shen Tunan would obediently crawl like a dog wagging his tail at his feet. A trace of contempt flickered in Lu Meng's eyes as she looked at her former boyfriend. He stood there alone, and no one around dared approach him, making Shen Tunan extraordinarily conspicuous, a true spectacle. Truly foolish. He has no idea of the enormous gap between himself and high society, yet he dares come here seeking justice. She thought her ex-boyfriend was beyond saving, rushing in single-handedly, without a shred of sense. How had she never noticed before just how incredibly stupid this ex-boyfriend was? He Tao. Shen Tunan appeared to have heard none of what everyone had said. "You sent people to frame my parents, attempting to send them to prison, and you cost me my job. I've endured enough. Therefore you shall descend to the underworld today, and no one can save you." Shen Tunan's gaze swept over He Tao, his killing intent utterly unrestrained. Hearing this, Lu Meng laughed first. "Ha ha ha, Shen Tunan, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you spouting?" Her earrings swayed gently as she laughed. Many guests around also chuckled, regarding him like a clown. Just then a woman in a dark crimson dress slowly walked in from outside. The moment she entered, she heard laughter filled with sarcasm. "What's happening here? Why is everyone laughing?" The woman in red was President Chu, who asked those beside her. A man beside her, upon seeing President Chu, explained, "Oh, it's President Chu. You see, some ignorant young man rushed in claiming he intends to kill young master, He Tao, confronting him right here. It's truly hilarious." Yet President Chu did not laugh. She looked at the man's back and remembered seeing him walking upon empty air outside just now. At least a grandmaster-level figure. And this fool was laughing at a grandmaster. She had originally thought this grandmaster was hired by the He family, only to realize she was mistaken. Perhaps the Grandmaster the He family had invited had not yet arrived. President Neo, you'd best stop laughing, or whether you can walk out of those doors alive will be in question, President Chu warned solemnly. The middle-aged man known as President Neo looked utterly bewildered, unsure how he had offended President Chu. Hadn't he merely mocked some arrogant young man? Why such an enormous reaction from President Chu? President Chu, does this person have some connection to you? President Neo asked cautiously. President Chu replied, I wish I had some connection to him. President Neo's face was covered in confusion. What did she mean? If there was no connection, why warn him? This President Chu was being overly meddlesome. Just at that moment, He Tao's expression shifted abruptly. He hurled his wineglass from the upper floor, and everyone quickly dispersed. Shen Tunan caught the wineglass steadily with his palm, then released it, watching it shatter on the ground with a sharp crack. Excellent. Simply excellent. You've successfully provoked me. From now on I will make you wish you were dead. Fire surged in He Tao's eyes, his murderous aura overwhelming. Lu Ming gazed at Shen Tunan with an expression bordering on recklessness, and said, You're truly an idiot. Isn't living better? Do you really think you're a Grandmaster? When the real Grandmaster arrives, you'll probably hide beneath a table too frightened to move. She suddenly felt it would be better if Shen Tunan died, here cutting all ties completely. Cousin, let me handle this reckless waste. On the first floor, a man appearing to be around 20 years old stepped out from the crowd. He was also a member of the He family, having reached the 4th star of martial cultivation. Seeing his cousin angered, he immediately stepped forward to demonstrate his loyalty, preparing to deal with Shen Tunan. After all, He Tao held an extremely high position within the Luoqing Starfall group. By acting now, he might secure a place by He Tao's side in the future. Following him would naturally elevate his own status as well. Healy, I'm giving you an opportunity to prove yourself. In 1 minute, I want him gone from this place. He Tao's voice came from the 2nd floor. Understood, brother. Healy smiled, knowing his chance for merit had arrived. Someone get rid of this foolish creature. If he refuses to leave, break a leg and throw him out. These bodyguards of yours were all hired at great expense by my He family, yet you allowed someone like him to sneak in. Are you trying to lose your jobs? Healy kicked the bodyguard beside him as he spoke. The bodyguards didn't dare to say anything, after all they were just doing their job for money. When the money was right, everything was fine. Yes, young master, Healy, we'll throw this person out right away. The bodyguards immediately turned fierce. But when they charged at Shen Tunan with fierce momentum, they suddenly felt a sharp jolt in their minds, their bodies lost control, and their legs went weak. In that instant when they drew near Shen Tunan, they sensed that the figure before them was not human, but an unfathomable abyss. 4 or 5 bodyguards stood half a meter away from Shen Tunan motionless, which puzzled the guests around. They couldn't understand what those bodyguards were doing. Fools. Seeing the incompetence of his bodyguards, Healy charged at Shen Tunan himself, ready to take matters into his own hands. However, just as he approached within half a meter and prepared to strike, he suddenly gasped in shock. A chilling sensation washed over him, as if something had locked onto him. The feeling was far worse than when a 3rd-level ferocious beast had targeted him back then. Zone. Before he could finish speaking, a bright, white light flashed in his pupils, enlarging rapidly. A bloody hole appeared on his forehead, and with everyone watching, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Blood slowly spread across the floor as the bodyguards fled in terror, rolling and crawling away, their faces pale with fear they couldn't conceal. Shen Tunan stood with his hands behind his back, coldly observing the He family member he had just killed. His heart remained perfectly calm. Killing this man was merely interest. If anyone from the He family dared to obstruct him again, they could join him on the road to the underworld. The crowd fell silent for a long time, no one daring to speak. Their faces showed shock and their eyes revealed astonishment. They had previously thought Shen Tunan was just a clown, but now they realized the truth might be far from that. Among the crowd, President Chu calmly said, provoking a Grandmaster deserves death. Meanwhile, President Lu next to him widened his eyes like an ox's. Shen Tunan, you lunatic, do you know who you've killed? You're finished, no one can save you today. Lu Ming shrieked. To kill someone from the Shinkong group's He family at the Shinkong group banquet was tantamount to slapping the Shinkong group's face. Even the city lord would never provoke the Shinkong group so grievously. Whatever the reason, Shen Tunan would not leave here alive today. He Mingchuan, with his authoritative face now covered in frost, said coldly, what kind of stray cat or dog dares to provoke the dignity of our He family? His eyes even carried killing intent. Just then a bodyguard beside him leaned in and whispered something that made He Mingchuan's expression darken instantly. He suspects. Grandmaster Qi. He Mingchuan gazed at Shen Tunan downstairs, then looked at the blood hole on the corpse. The anger in his heart suddenly cooled. If the opponent was truly a Grandmaster, then killing one member of the He family would hardly matter, and he could only watch helplessly as the other departed. After all, they had no Grandmaster in Luoqing. It was impossible for them to detain a Grandmaster on their own. But if it wasn't a Grandmaster, then death awaited, and there would be no way to leave unscathed. He Mingchuan decided to observe the situation calmly. He Tao's face first showed astonishment, clearly not expecting Shen Tunan to have killed his cousin. That cousin, while not a prominent figure in the He family, was still a member of it. Excellent. You've indiscriminately killed innocents today, and everyone here has witnessed it. If you're executed on the spot, you deserve it. May your parents witness their child's death before theirs. He Tao's pupils swirled with killing intent, but he didn't need to act personally against someone like Shen Tunan. His father had arranged several powerful bodyguards for him. You two go break his arms and legs, render him unable to care for himself. I want him to wish he were dead. He Tao commanded viciously. Two figures dressed in black suits emerged from behind him. Towering men whose muscular frames couldn't be concealed even by their suits. Both stood over 2 meters tall, and even in black suits their massive musculature was impossible to hide. Both were 8th-level martial masters with extremely potent chi and blood energy, standing like two blazing furnaces radiating intense heat that forced bystanders to retreat involuntarily. Shen Tunan's gaze remained fixed solely on He Tao, completely ignoring the two bodyguards, as if everyone beneath his notice. He Tao, your first crime, orchestrating schemes against me, forcing me to resign. Your second crime, framing my parents, causing them to suffer unjust calamity, and ordering their brutal interrogation. Your third crime, viewing others as ants, daring to provoke this grandmaster. Multiple crimes compounded. Today you deserve 10,000 deaths. As Shen Tunan spoke these words righteously, the two bodyguards leaped down from upstairs. Like two iron towers, they unleashed their chi and shui energy, causing the surrounding temperature to rise. Attacking from both sides with murderous intent, they charged forward. But Shen Tunan merely cast a glance, and the oppressive pressure of sword Dao erupted. The two powerful bodyguards froze mid-motion, their bodies shuddering uncontrollably as goosebumps rose across their skin. A wave of terror surged through their hearts, as though an executioner's sword hung suspended above them, ready to fall at any moment and claim their lives. That brief hesitation proved fatal. Shen Tunan concealed nothing as terrifying grandmaster chi condensed upon his fingertips. It shot forth like a bullet. Two thumb-sized blood holes appeared in the chests of the 8th-level martial masters. Both collapsed with thunderous crashes, their lives extinguished forever. Grandmaster. That person is a grandmaster. Countless voices screamed in panic. Initially they had assumed Shen Tunan had merely employed some martial technique to kill one warrior, nothing remarkable. But now, with two powerful martial masters falling so swiftly, it was undoubtedly grandmaster chi at work. The man before them was genuinely a grandmaster. Terror gripped countless onlookers, sending shivers down their spines. The mere thought that they had once dared to mock a grandmaster made their backs crawl with regret. Lu Ming suddenly found her vision blurring. Her expression grew dazed and blank. Shen Tunan is a grandmaster. How? How is this possible? The man who had been a good-for-nothing by her side for so many years had become a grandmaster the moment he left her. She couldn't believe it. Such absurdity was too outrageous, too preposterous. Swish. Suddenly people's gazes lost track of Shen Tunan, and when they found him again, Shen Tunan had already soared into the air, appearing before He Tao. Grasping He Tao's head, he hurled him downward from the upper floor. Beside him, He Ming Xuan and his bodyguards dared not move a muscle, forced to watch helplessly. The grandmaster before them was far too bloody-minded. Any attempt to resist would surely cost them their lives. With a heavy thud, He Tao lay sprawled across the first-floor ground, though he had escaped any fatal injuries. After all, he was a martial artist with a powerful physique. Shen Tunan. He Tao sprang to his feet, his face contorted with boundless fury, feeling utterly humiliated before everyone. But as soon as he remembered his opponent was a grandmaster, that flame of rage quickly extinguished. What do you want to say? Shen Tunan stood suspended in midair, his gaze cold and piercing, as though capable of seeing through one's very soul. He Tao looked around at the onlookers and seemed to read mockery upon every face. He hesitated within himself, then said, "You cannot kill me. Even if I fall today, I will have people sent to release your parents, and we shall end this matter right here." He Tao figured that since Shen Tunan had already killed two of his bodyguards, the man should be satisfied by now. At the very least, he ought to grant the He family some face, for behind them stood the Starry Sky Group. Although there were no grandmasters in Luoqing, practitioners at the innate realm existed in other places. By bowing his head today, he believed that if Shen Tunan were sensible enough, the matter would be let go. Oh! Shen Tunan's expression shifted to surprise, finding this young master of the He family so spoiled as to utter such foolish words. "Should I not thank you for your great kindness?" Shen Tunan asked. "Gratitude is unnecessary. Simply apologize to me in front of everyone." He Tao suddenly felt there was hope, for Shen Tunan's attitude had shifted so drastically, likely out of deference to the Starry Sky Group behind him. Upon further reflection, however, such caution from the other party was only natural. Shen Tunan suddenly smiled, finding He Tao remarkably naive for speaking so blithely without a moment's hesitation. "In that case, I shall give you your apology." The very next moment, the Grandmaster aura erupted from Shen Tunan's body, its terrifying pressure locking onto He Tao. At that instant, He Tao's entire body shook uncontrollably, as though an enormous mountain had been placed upon his shoulders. His knees bent involuntarily, and with a crashing thud, he collapsed onto the floor, shattering the floor tiles beneath him. Shards pierced his skin, and bright red blood mingled with broken ceramic, filling the air with the stench of carnage. Shen Tunan descended to the ground and casually settled into a nearby chair. The onlookers, terrified, instinctively stepped away from him, fear rippling through their hearts. "Esteemed Grandmaster, could you do me the favor of sparing the members of my He family?" From the second floor, He Mingchuan spoke, through gritted teeth. He naturally could not stand idle and watch He Tao be humiliated. Shen Tunan glanced at the pastries on the table, casually picking up a piece of cake and taking a bite, finding it quite pleasing to the palate. "Your face. Who are you?" Shen Tunan set down the cake and wiped his mouth with a napkin. He Mingchuan froze in astonishment. He was a familiar face on television. How could this person not know who he was? Nevertheless, being a grandmaster explained the disregard. "My name is He Mingchuan, chairman of the Starry Sky Group in Luoqing." He descended the stairs alongside his guards and openly declared his identity. Slap. The moment he finished speaking, a crimson palm mark appeared on his face. His adjacent bodyguard bristled with rage, his chi surging rapidly, yet he forcefully suppressed his wrath and dared not strike. Shen Tunan withdrew his hand and said, "Since you failed to discipline him, I shall discipline you instead. Do you have any objection?" Publicly humiliated, He Mingchuan clenched his fists, a flash of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes, yet he ultimately released his grip. He dared not openly defy the Grandmaster. This grievance he would have to swallow. Meanwhile, up on the second floor, Lu Meng watched in disbelief as the big shot she had once revered was now being lectured and humiliated like a stray dog by her ex-boyfriend, utterly unable to resist. The entire scene shattered her understanding of the world. Why is Shen Tunan a Grandmaster? Lu Meng's fair and beautiful face was now painted entirely with regret. If she had known earlier that Shen Tunan was a Grandmaster, she would never have abandoned him for He Tao. The other banquet guests witnessing this spectacle could not help but flinch. Clearly all present were deeply shaken by what had unfolded. It seems the He family has kicked an iron plate this time. On the second floor, a middle-aged man with a formidable presence watched the scene with cold detachment. "President Luo, shall we intervene?" someone beside him asked. President Luo, after all, had a Grandmaster younger brother and served as the city lord, wielding immense authority. If he stepped forward, all would yield, even Grandmasters included. President Luo bore a solemn expression, slowly sipping his wine before saying, "This matter is beyond my control. Let He Mingchuan trouble himself. He certainly will not wipe another's mess." Seeing even President Luo decline to intervene, the other distinguished guests likewise waved their hands and chose to watch the spectacle, unwilling to meddle. He Mingchuan's face was swollen and red, yet he forced a thin smile and pleaded, "The Grandmaster's reproof is just. Might you show mercy and spare this nephew of mine?" His abject humility caused the surrounding guests to exchange surprised glances. This celebrated figure of Luoqing, it seemed, possessed remarkable flexibility in bending and stretching. Shen Tunan fell silent for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In truth, he had been waiting for a counterattack. Anyone who dared to strike would be eliminated on the spot. Yet this man's capacity for endurance far exceeded his expectations. "I will answer you clearly, no." Shen Tunan rose from his chair and strode toward He Tao, delivering a vicious kick that sent the man sprawling across the floor. "He Tao, did you ever imagine you would end up like this? Back then you sat aloft, arrogant and untouchable. You harmed me and dragged my parents into your schemes. Today, no matter who pleads on your behalf, you will pay for everything you have done." Shen Tunan's voice was calm, yet everyone around felt a chilling wave wash over them. He Mingchuan's face turned grim. He had lowered himself so thoroughly, yet the Grandmaster showed him no mercy whatsoever. He also came to realize how utterly foolish He Tao was, provoking a Grandmaster of all people. There was nothing left to do. "Oh!" A shrill scream of agony suddenly erupted through the grand hall. He Tao's body was spilling copious amounts of crimson blood, his face twisted in torment, his noble young master demeanor completely shattered. His black suit was soaked through with blood, and those who witnessed it could scarcely bear to look. You dare destroy my martial cultivation." He Tao's voice was wretched and piercing. Then from within the crowd someone shouted loudly, "A Grandmaster bullying people. Does this world have no justice anymore?" Shen Tunan followed the voice and instantly locked onto a man with dyed red hair. A creature serving under He Tao, nothing more. With a flick of his finger, a gust of wind erupted, and a scream rang out from the crowd. The red-haired youth was struck dead on the spot, his chest pierced through by the Grandmaster's true energy, eyes bulging as he collapsed with a thud among the throng. The onlookers were so terrified they nearly jumped out of their skins, gazing at Shen Tunan as though looking upon a living god of slaughter. After slaying the red-haired youth, Shen Tunan glanced around. "If any of He Tao's accomplices are here, come forward and speak now. There is no need to hide among the crowd." The aura emanating from Shen Tunan instantly terrified everyone present. Some in the crowd had wanted to defend He Tao, but now they shrank back, hastily closing their mouths. They certainly did not wish to end up lying motionless on the ground like that red-haired youth. Upstairs, President Luo observed Shen Tunan's deadly intensity and asked, "Does anyone know the identity of this Grandmaster?" He suspected Shen Tunan had returned from the front lines, for only a Grandmaster emerging from such battles would carry such killing intent. There were precedents, though not in Luo City, but in other cities. Some martial artists in pursuit of breaking through their limits walk the razor's edge between life and death, heading to the front lines to slaughter ferocious beasts recklessly, ultimately achieving a breakthrough. Yet this was extremely perilous. Perhaps only 1 out of 10 martial artists would return alive. But success brought a dramatic transformation in status and standing. Those around shook their heads, clearly unfamiliar with Shen Tunan. After all, the original Shen Tunan had merely been an ordinary person. Shen Tunan, don't go too far. The sound of clicking heels echoed as Lu Meng, dressed in a white evening gown, descended directly from the second floor. Shen Tunan looked at the woman who had once given him her all, gazing at her beautiful face with not a trace of emotion stirring within him. I understand He Tao may have wronged you, but you've vented your anger now. Can't you show some mercy? Lu Meng knew there was no future between her and Shen Tunan. If she wanted to live the life of high society, she had to marry He Tao. If He Tao died, all her plans would crumble. That's right. Dream is correct, let me go. Though in agony, He Tao desperately clung to life. Behind me stands the Starry Sky Group. Luo City is merely one of its branches. Our group has numerous grandmasters, and even innate experts. If you spare me now, I'll pretend none of this happened. I won't seek revenge against you. But if you kill me now, you'll face the Starry Sky Group's retaliation. Even as a grandmaster, you won't survive. Shen Tunan watched the seemingly devoted couple before him, both pleading for mercy, begging him to spare their lives. Ha! Shen Tunan burst into laughter, his voice booming like thunder, causing everyone nearby to feel their eardrums ringing and their scalps tingling. Shen Tunan, will you let them go, or not? Lu Meng demanded. She believed their past connection meant he wouldn't kill her, and this gesture would strengthen her position in He Tao's eyes. In this moment of crisis, she stepped forward to defend him. Once this was over, He Tao would surely love her more. By what right do you speak to me this way? Shen Tunan fixed his gaze on Lu Meng. Hesitating, she replied, I'm He Tao's fiancée. We plan to marry and start a family. Does that not give me the right? Enough. Shen Tunan's eyes grew increasingly cold. Enough for me to send you both to hell. You can hold your wedding there. It's a perfect match made in heaven. No sooner had he spoken than Shen Tunan moved again, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before Lu Meng, gripping her pale throat and hurling her violently to the ground. Thud. Lu Meng grimaced in pain, falling beside He Tao. Her white evening gown was now stained with bright red blood, shocking to behold. The two lay together on the ground like a pair of blood-stained mandarin ducks, yet somehow it seemed entirely fitting. Lu Meng had assumed Shen Tunan would spare her out of old feelings, but now fear seized her. She dreaded he might truly send her to hell. She only wanted to change her fate through marriage, not descend into hell. Meng. He Tao grasped her hand, moved that she had stood by him in adversity. Only someone who dared to speak for him in such danger could be truly trustworthy. Lu Meng felt the warmth in her hand and forced a bitter smile. Don't worry, we won't die today. No matter how bold Shen Tunan is, he dares not kill me. Otherwise, not only will he perish, but his entire family will suffer the same fate. Isn't protecting his family his greatest priority? If he dares kill me, the Starry Sky Group behind my father will ensure he suffers worse than death. He Tao spoke without concealment, raising his voice deliberately for Shen Tunan to hear. Shen Tunan's expression remained unchanged as the sole of his shoe pressed against Lu Meng's delicate cheek. Lu Meng didn't dare lift her hands or open her mouth. The Shen Tunan before her was no longer the man she once knew. After trampling Lu Meng, Shen Tunan lifted his foot and crushed it onto He Tao's face, sneering. You ignorant fools have no idea of my true power. Since you believe I won't kill you, I'll give you a chance. Call everyone you can reach and have them come now. Shen Tunan lifted his foot, revealing the boot prints on both their faces, and smiled coldly. If He Tao thought there was hope, he would crush it completely. He no longer feared even innate experts. What could He Tao possibly summon? The Starry Sky Group might possess innate cultivators, but which one would travel countless miles to save him? So whoever came would likely only be grandmasters, and not many. For the current Shen Tunan grandmasters were trivial opponents he could dispatch with ease. Hearing this, a flash of hatred crossed He Tao's eyes as he turned to He Mingchuan for help. Uncle Jio, when will the grandmaster you invited arrive? He Mingchuan shook his head and handed him a phone, whispering, his number is here. He was your father's friend, and even held you as a child. His surname is Long. Call him Uncle Long. Speak to him yourself. He Tao's expression brightened, and he quickly dialed. After a few rings, the call connected, and a deep voice responded, hello, what do you need? On the other end of the line, atop a 28-story building in Luo City, a man in his 50s stood, bathed in sunlight. Behind him stood dozens of young, vigorous men in black martial arts uniforms, each radiating powerful, vital energy. They were all martial artists. Uncle Long, this is He Tao. A grandmaster is trying to kill me. Please come save me quickly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man couldn't suppress his grandmaster aura. Dozens of cracks silently appeared on the ground beneath his foot. Follow me. He instructed those behind him, and the martial artists darted forward like swallows, keeping pace with Grandmaster Long. He had come specifically to protect He Tao, not by chance. If He Tao were killed, he could never face his old friend. After finishing the call, He Mingchuan took back his phone. A hint of hesitation flickered in his pupils, as if he were deep in thought. Ultimately, he made up his mind and proactively dialed a number. Xiao Tao's martial cultivation has been crippled. The one who did it is a grandmaster. He directly informed the person on the other end of the most critical matter. The person on the other end fell silent for a moment before speaking. Deploy all personnel of the Luoqing Stargaze group. Stop him at all costs. Do not let him escape. Afterward, the call was terminated without another word. Although He Mingxuan detected a calm tone throughout the conversation, he understood that this person concealed their true emotions from their voice. The calmer the other party appeared, the heavier the killing intent likely harbored beneath the surface. Even though He Tao was merely his illegitimate son, that individual's status was truly exalted. Convey my order. Gather all the martial artists recruited by the Stargaze group immediately. He Mingxuan turned and instructed the bodyguard beside him. The bodyguard nodded lightly, then began making calls to notify everyone one by one. At the same time, in a room, a middle-aged man made a call with an expressionless face. Assume you the favor you owe me is due. Go to Luoqing and kill a grandmaster for me. A soft laugh came from the other end of the line. I never expected you would use a debt I owe you for something like this. How interesting. But which grandmaster do you want me to kill, eh? The middle-aged man spoke coldly. Someone will tell you when you arrive in Luoqing. Fine then. Sum Yu hung up directly and continued enjoying the shoulder massage from a beautiful woman behind him. Sum Yu appeared to be a man in his mid-20s, though this was not his true age. It simply made him look younger than he actually was. What a bother. For such a trivial matter, I'm expected to go personally. Even by helicopter, it would take 2 hours. Sum Yu reclined in a chair and lazily stretched his arms. Hanging from his chest was a gleaming golden badge adorned with 11 stars, incredibly dazzling. This undoubtedly marked him as someone who had reached the half-step innate stage, truly possessing immense authority and power. Once he had adjusted himself, he waved his hand to dismiss the woman behind him, then rose from his seat and walked toward the doorway. A private airport stood not far away. He boarded the aircraft with practiced ease, and with a roar it ascended into the sky, bound for Luoqing. Luoqing. On the streets, a group of uniformed individuals advanced with menacing presence, radiating terrifying aura and killing intent. Each of them exuded a terrifying blood aura, clearly all martial artists. The dozen or so leaders at the forefront were all masters at the martial artist level, each accompanied by dozens of martial artists behind them. The squad numbered over 300 people, causing those around them to scramble aside in fear, suspecting that something major was about to unfold. Isn't this the Stargaze group? They've assembled with such imposing force. Are they going to annihilate a certain family? What exactly has happened? Recognizing the people from the Stargaze group, their hearts trembled, sensing that something unimaginable was likely to occur soon. Today's Luoqing was destined to be turbulent. Stargaze Tower. Shen Tunan sat in a chair like a deity, calmly savoring the delicacies on the table, as though none of this concerned him in the slightest. Lu Ming and He Tao remained lying on the ground the entire time, no one daring to help them up. Many were initially nervous, but upon seeing Shen Tunan, merely resolving a personal grudge, their courage grew and they began finding seats. Otherwise, standing for so long would have been quite tiring. After an unknown duration, dozens of figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. Leading them was a man with a terrifying aura, grandmaster's spiritual energy flowing about him. His mere presence imposed a formidable pressure, causing those nearby to grow restless with the master-level pressure. Another grandmaster had arrived. It seemed a fierce confrontation was imminent. Grandmaster Long's gaze landed directly on He Mingxuan, his eyes filled with accusation. He Mingxuan stepped forward eagerly and said, "Grandmaster Long, you finally arrived." Useless. Unexpectedly, what greeted him was a reprimand from the Grandmaster. This Grandmaster Long appeared to have a rather fiery temper. "If you weren't from the He family, I would kill you right now." Being scolded by a Grandmaster, He Mingxuan could only suppress his anger. This was the world. They who held power ruled supreme. In Luoqing, he could act as king, but before a Grandmaster, he dared not show the slightest insubordination. After his reprimand, Grandmaster Long approached. He Tao examined his injuries, and his expression grew even darker. What vicious methods! Leaving not even a sliver of hope for martial cultivation. Grandmaster Long scanned the area with his gaze before finally resting on Shen Tunan, who sat there eating calmly. Without needing anyone to point him out, he already knew this was the one responsible. After all, in such circumstances, only this person would remain so composed while eating. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of martial artists surged in from outside, their faces all bearing killing intent. Through their calls, these people had learned they were to intercept a grandmaster today. There might be many opponents, but they had steeled themselves for this moment. After all, they had received too many favors from the Stargaze group. Whether it was caring for aging parents or funding their children's education, the Stargaze group had treated them exceptionally well and helped them resolve all manner of troubles. They also received various cultivation resources to nurture their growth while enjoying their daily lives. As the saying goes, train an army for 1,000 days, but use it in a single moment. Now was the time to put that loyalty to use. Seeing so many people, the guests present, originally eager to watch the spectacle, now felt a twinge of trepidation. They hastily cleared a path to allow the two groups to face off. They sensed that today would witness a bloody storm, that things had escalated beyond control. When He Tao saw that a Grandmaster had arrived along with numerous Stargaze group members, confidence returned to him. Forcing words through his pain, he said, "Shen Tunan, you won't walk out of here alive today. I'll make sure you experience suffering far worse than death." Lu Ming quickly scrambled to her feet, wiped her face with a tissue, and cast a venomous glare, clearly hoping Shen Tunan would perish here as well. "Uncle Long, please. I beg you to avenge me," He Tao pleaded pitifully. Grandmaster Long nodded. "Rest assured, I will deliver justice for you today." In truth, killing intent also stirred within his heart, yet he understood that the opponent was after all a Grandmaster, not an easy target. Even if he held an advantage, eliminating a Grandmaster would not be so simple. The best approach was to stall for time, for he had just received word upon arrival that Su Mu was coming. That man was a veritable Grandmaster killer. More than 10 Grandmasters had already perished at his hands. "Are we all here?" Shen Tunan wiped his mouth, gazing at the sprawling crowd, his eyes revealing neither fear nor concern. Even if the heavens were turned upside down and rivers of blood flowed that day, he would care not at all. Yet seeing Shen Tunan's unwavering confidence, Grandmaster Long found himself faltering. For such an opponent was too composed. Only one exceedingly confident in his own strength would display such composure, likely a master among Grandmasters. "You are a Grandmaster yourself, why wield such merciless cruelty upon a mere junior? Do you still have any sense of shame? Where is the magnanimity and dignity befitting a Grandmaster?" Grandmaster Long reprimanded. In the end, he resolved to avoid physical confrontation if possible, choosing instead to occupy the moral high ground and condemn his opponent, hoping to instill a sense of guilt. Upon hearing these words, Shen Tunan let out a scornful laugh and replied, "Do you even know what transpired? And you come here accusing me? If you cannot speak sensibly, keep your mouth shut, or I shall sew it shut with a needle." He detested such people most, those who launched personal attacks without ever understanding the full picture. Grandmaster Long's expression darkened. "Though I may not know the full circumstances, you are also a Grandmaster and a senior figure. How can you haggle over trifles with a youngster? Even if the youngster has erred, he is still but a child." Hearing this, Shen Tunan's gaze fell upon He Tao, and he burst into laughter. "Such a child? Has he not yet grown up?" He Tao's face turned ashen. Being spoken of thus was indeed humiliating. Yet the speaker was a Grandmaster, and he dared not retort. "Grandmaster Long, indeed someone like you, an old fool who judges without discerning right from wrong, will surely bring disaster upon yourself one day. That child you speak of has repeatedly framed me, and even dared to harm my family. Heaven itself would not tolerate his survival. Today I will make him see that everything he relies upon is utterly useless. Even if he summons you, old man, he can only watch helplessly as death consumes him. No one can save him." Shen Tunan's relentless use of the term old man infuriated Grandmaster Long greatly, making him feel deeply insulted. He could no longer contain himself. The Grandmaster level true chi within his body surged rapidly. His eyes blazed like raging flames, radiating an astonishing brilliance. An overwhelming aura naturally erupted from his body, spreading outward in all directions. As the power within him accumulated to its peak, his hands turned crimson and scorching hot. Fourth tier martial art, earth-splitting hand. Upon his palms seemed to reside power capable of rending the earth itself, unleashing a deafening roar like iron chains tearing through the vast sky. The floor tiles could not withstand the explosive force, shattering catastrophically before the horrified gaze of all present. In that moment, everyone felt that Grandmaster Long, the one who had struck, was no longer human, but rather a terrifying beast capable of effortlessly rending every person present. This was a Grandmaster. The terrifying power evoked an involuntary sense of reverence within every heart. Grandmasters were too horrifying, possessing power beyond mortal comprehension. Clang! Suddenly a sword's resonance rang in everyone's ears. Then a flash of dark golden light streaked across their vision. A sword glare so brilliant it seemed to illuminate the entire hall. At that instant, everyone seemed to witness endless clouds and mist rising vividly before their very eyes. When the mist cleared and the sword resonance ceased, everyone beheld Grandmaster Long, his pupils filled with shock and incomprehension, staring blankly at his own hands. His crimson hands, drenched in bright red blood, rapidly cooled. Not scorching anymore, but ice cold. For those hands were no longer his own. They had been severed clean by a single sword strike during the previous exchange. Thud! His two palms fell to the ground before everyone's astonished eyes. Cloud-piercing sword technique. How can it be so powerful? No sooner had Grandmaster Long finished speaking than a bloody line appeared from his brow down to his chest. Crimson blood gushed forth, and his body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. All fell silent. A Grandmaster had not even managed to withstand a single strike at the hands of Shen Tunan. Gasp! After a moment of silence, a collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Everyone stared at Shen Tunan with wide eyes. They finally understood why Shen Tunan had remained so composed all along. Killing a Grandmaster was to him as simple as slaughtering a chicken, so clean and decisive that his opponent never even had a chance to counterattack. What sort of terrifying strength was this? He Tao's newly risen confidence was instantly extinguished, feeling as though the very sky were collapsing around him. He could not fathom how Shen Tunan had become so terrifyingly formidable in such a short time. Could it be that everything before this had merely been an act? Lu Meng's beautiful eyes were likewise filled with terror and doubt. She questioned whether the person before her was truly the Shen Tunan she had known. Why did he seem like some dreadful monster? A grandmaster could be slain with such ease. Could anyone in Luoqing truly stand as his match? A sudden pang of regret stirred in her heart as memories of the time they had spent together surfaced. She recalled why they had parted ways. It was all her own doing, her own folly. Yet this world offered no medicine for regret. He Tao's heart was equally filled with remorse. He now understood that Shen Tunan was far from easy to kill. In fact, he was simply unkillable. He only regretted that he had not realized earlier to avoid targeting Shen Tunan, let alone his family. And the source of all this was Lu Meng. Thinking of Lu Meng whispering poison in his ear, anger surged within him, and he spun around and backhanded her. Smack! You calamitous beauty, it's all your fault. The only thing He Tao could think to do was shift the blame onto others. Lu Meng covered her face, her eyes brimming with grievance. She had never imagined He Tao would strike her so publicly, leaving her completely shamed. Master! A man clad in black martial arts attire stepped forward from the crowd, his expression racked with anguish. All 30-something of them were disciples of Grandmaster Long. Witnessing their master perish before their eyes, their hearts brimmed with killing intent. Junior brothers, avenge our master. Behind him, each of those men revealed terrifying murderous intent in their eyes. They were all orphans raised and trained in martial cultivation by their master. Everything they had achieved was bestowed by their master. Now that he was dead and their enemy stood before them, revenge was inevitable. He Mingxuan urgently spoke with righteous indignation. Shen Tunan, you dare to murder a human grandmaster. The entirety of Luoqing cannot tolerate you. You are a traitor to the human race, a lackey of the myriad races cult. He hurled the gravest accusation upon him, then waved his hand, signaling those behind him to advance. Kill. The martial artists behind him hesitated not at all, their eyes resolute and thick with murderous intent as they charged toward Shen Tunan. Chaos erupted on the scene. Shen Tunan cast a glance toward He Mingxuan, his expression sharp, radiating a bone-chilling coldness. This man deserved death indeed. For daring to frame him so utterly, he would not be spared. Boom. Then he thrust a fist forward and terrifying power exploded forth, brutal and overbearing in the extreme. The two frontmost martial artists were blasted backward by a single punch, dying on the spot. Several more lunged forward. With a sweeping kick, Shen Tunan, wielding grandmaster-level strength, crushed them both to death, in an instant, blood gushing profusely in all directions. He killed several people in succession. Shen Tunan's gaze was cold, his killing intent soaring to the heavens. Though surrounded by numerous attackers, he appeared completely in control, showing not the slightest regard for these opponents. A grandmaster was not an existence that could be overcome merely by numbers. Moreover, he was not an ordinary grandmaster. Shen Tunan, you have truly lost your mind. Slaying a grandmaster was not enough. You continue this mad slaughter with utter disregard for the law. Someone shouted loudly, attempting to shake Shen Tunan's resolve and find even a slight flaw in his composure. But quickly they were disappointed, for Shen Tunan's expression remained as calm as still water, his mind unwavering. He always acted upon what he deemed righteous. Would he waver because of a few words from others? If he did, would he still deserve the title of grandmaster? Spreading rumors and slandering a grandmaster, he deserves death. As soon as Shen Tunan finished speaking, his figure vanished like a phantom from their sight. He then appeared before the one who had spoken those rebuke words. That person's pupils contracted violently and then fell into a pool of blood. Shen Tunan stood amid the crowd, where every person radiated killing intent. Upon seeing him, they immediately raised their weapons and struck. Spiritual energy surged, and the atmosphere was suffused with murderous pressure. Shen Tunan drew the Azura sword and spun it around, tracing elegant arcs through the air. Bloodlines appeared one after another upon their necks. They did not even have time to blink before dying where they stood. Facing these opponents, Shen Tunan did not even activate any amplification. He simply employed the most basic techniques to dispatch them. There was no other way. These opponents were far too foolish. They failed to comprehend their own strength, genuinely believing they could join forces to slay a grandmaster and create a miracle. But that was absolutely impossible. If it were achievable, how would the saying, when a grandmaster grows angry, 100 miles of blood flow, have come into existence? To kill a grandmaster, one must face opponents at the same level. Otherwise it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Kill. Suddenly a thunderous shout erupted from behind Shen Tunan. A martial artist wielding a blade struck at his back. He was about to show surprise, believing he had found an opening in Shen Tunan's defense, only to discover his blade sank into him like mud into the sea, unable to penetrate even a fraction. It did not even tear Shen Tunan's clothing, as invisible grandmaster true chi flowed across his body, seeking death. Shen Tunan's voice exploded like thunder. With his alloy weapon, he struck backward, and the martial artist's head was severed, instantly falling to the ground before everyone's eyes. Off. A scream and startled cries erupted throughout the scene. Originally Shen Tunan would leave his opponents with intact bodies, but now he found these people's stupidity almost laughable. This ruthless display frightened several martial artists who had been moving closer, causing hesitation in their hearts. Shen Tunan's cold gaze swept over them as he said, "Leave now, and I shall let bygones be bygones." He was not a man inclined toward indiscriminate slaughter. This was his final concession to these people. Should you refuse to leave, then remain here and step through the gates of hell. Shen Tunan gripped the Azura sword tightly, as though having made his decision. You killed our master. This grudge we cannot forgive. A man clad in martial arts attire shouted. He was Dragon Grandmaster's eldest disciple, his strength having reached the pinnacle of the martial artist realm, on the verge of Grandmaster. 8 Extremities leg. This man launched a devastating sweep kick that tore through the air like a fierce dragon crossing a river, producing a tremendous rushing sound. His pupils were filled with killing intent, clearly determined to kill Shen Tunan. But facing this martial technique, Shen Tunan made no attempt to dodge, instead raising his arm to block directly. Thud. His kick connected with Shen Tunan's arm, yet the latter did not budge the slightest, as if striking a steel plate entirely immovable. Shen Tunan's hand suddenly seized his Grandmaster True Chi, condensing with terrifying momentum like a hunter capturing prey. His 5 fingers gripped the opponent's lower leg and tore violently, immediately ripping muscle and flesh from the bone. Before the man could even emit a scream, Shen Tunan's hand clamped around his throat and crushed with force. Grandmaster True Chi pierced through the skin, ending his life instantly. Shen Tunan had already realized these people were as possessed. If that was the case, he would deal with them all at once to avoid further trouble. 9 Shadow Sword Art Triple Amplification. The Azura sword in Shen Tunan's hands now radiated an eerie dark golden light, drawing everyone's gaze. His enemies trembled with fear, and the onlookers felt equally panicked, sensing their lives under threat. Slash. The Azura sword in Shen Tunan's hand descended, and in that instant 9 blades of sword chi formed and struck from the sky, like divine retribution, unstoppable and unmatched. Those people watched helplessly as the sword chi fell, the image within their pupils growing increasingly clear. The dark golden radiance, brilliant and dazzling, stole away every other color from their vision. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out. Surging sword chi of invincible power slaughtered all opponents in its path. 9 fissures appeared across the ground, the surrounding floor shattered completely, countless shards of stone flying in all directions as dust and smoke billowed. Those were 9 sword marks, each extending from beneath Shen Tunan's feet all the way to the doorway, and that was only because he had deliberately restrained his power. Otherwise, a single strike could have cleaved the entire Starry Sky building in two, and everyone inside, save for a handful of martial arts experts, would have perished. Lying upon the ground were over 100 corpses, some completely obliterated, reduced to mist of blood. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood. This had been merely one move, yet it had slain over 100 people, including powerful half-step grandmasters. Such a bloody and merciless scene caused some onlookers to nearly vomit up the food they had just eaten. The remaining people were finally terrified into abandoning their weapons, their eyes wide with terror, as they fled toward the exit like madmen. Yet some, oblivious to their fate, still attempted to strike at him, only to be swiftly slain, adding dozens more corpses to the ground. Then complete silence fell upon the scene. Shen Tunan shifted his gaze to He Mingxuan and the bodyguard beside him. These two had also attempted to slip away during the chaos, but were locked in place by his Grandmaster True Chi. Now it is your turn. Having slain nearly 200 people, Shen Tunan's killing intent was extraordinarily dense. A single glance could make one tremble with dread. The bodyguard beside him barely opened his mouth before a blade of sword chi greeted him. It severed his head, and he could not even react in time. He collapsed into a pool of blood upon the spot, his head parted from his body. He Mingxuan let out a bitter laugh. It seems my choice was wrong. I severely underestimated your strength. However, since you have slain so many of our people, you too shall not survive. Someone stronger will come to end you. I shall await you in hell. Shen Tunan paid no heed to his words. With a flash of dark golden light in his hand, the sword beam split, He Mingxuan in two on the spot, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The air was filled with massive clouds of blood mist, and Shen Tunan, at that moment, resembled nothing less than a reincarnated god of death. The distinguished guests present gradually grew grave in expression, understanding that this matter had blown up beyond control. Too many had died. This was a monumental incident that shocked the entire Luo city, and the city lord would need to appear. President Luo quickly dialed a phone to notify the city lord. He Tao and Lu Ming were so frightened that no color remained on their faces. Their pallor was terrifying, and their eyes revealed deep terror. Airport. A helicopter landed quickly, and a man stepped out, his expression lazy. He even yawned as he exited the aircraft. He appeared listless and unenergetic. After all, Su Mu, a top-tier half-innate expert, but that was merely his disguise. In truth, his real strength had already reached the innate realm, but he had never gone through certification. To make an innate expert like me kill a grandmaster. That's not interesting. Where's the challenge? Su Mu narrowed his eyes side, then slowly rose into the air. Crimson flames ignited around his legs, allowing him to walk on empty air. Transforming into a crimson streak of light, he hastened towards Starry Sky Group. However, as he approached Starry Sky Tower, he suddenly stopped. On the roof stood a figure with his hands behind his back. That person merely standing there gave Su Mu an indescribable oppressive aura, making every cell in his body tremble. Su Mu pays respects to the senior. He quickly cupped his hands in salute. This was undoubtedly someone far stronger than him. You may leave. Pretend you never came here. The figure didn't even turn around. White electric arcs flared on his palm, then he pointed toward the sky. In the next moment, boom, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky. White lightning slashed across the heavens, illuminating the entire earth with deafening sounds. Su Mu was startled, his heart rate quickening. Without hesitation, he cupped his hands again and said, "Senior, I'm leaving at once." He immediately transformed into a crimson streak and departed, daring not to linger for even a moment. From that single display, he knew this person was beyond his ability to defeat. This was likely no ordinary innate expert, but a terrifying element venerable. This favor nearly cost me my life. At this moment, Su Mu wanted to curse the one who had asked him to intervene, but he restrained himself. That person had almost killed him without mentioning that behind the Grandmaster stood an element venerable. Still, he would call back to inform them. The favor was repaid, and they were even. Not long after Su Mu departed, the lightning-wreathed figure slowly turned around. A youthful face was revealed. None other than Betrayal Venerable, the one who had given Shen Tunan the fierce beast crystal long ago. His pupils were deep, his black hair falling to his eyebrows, his appearance not showing any sign of old age. Interesting. Indeed, restless everywhere. Betrayal Venerable chuckled. He had arrived long ago and had witnessed the entire sequence of events. He had originally been heading back to the front lines, happened to pass by this location, and had checked Shen Tunan's records to confirm which city he was in. Moreover, Shen Tunan's continuous bursts of terrifying Grandmaster True Chi had been sensed by him immediately. He did not think Shen Tunan's actions were wrong. For the sake of his parents slaughtering without restraint, such a passionate person was exactly the kind he admired. He also noticed that Shen Tunan's realm advancement speed was somewhat rapid and his aura had grown even stronger. It should be due to refining the 4th-tier fierce beast crystal he had given. Refining such materials was not only dangerous, but also required a significant amount of time. Yet Shen Tunan could accomplish it effortlessly. Such a genius made him grow more pleased with each passing glance. At that moment, a guard team appeared nearby. Their leader was a Grandmaster, none other than City Lord Luo He. He was too conspicuous, wearing a golden City Lord badge upon his suit with the characters Luo City engraved upon it. City Lords enjoyed privileges equivalent to Grandmasters, for the minimum requirement to become a City Lord was Grandmaster strength. Upon assuming office, the Grandmaster badge was replaced with the City Lord badge. His badge bore 7 golden stars representing his Grandmaster 7-star cultivation level. Betrayal Venerable instantly transformed into a streak of lightning and vanished, reappearing before Luo He. Startled by the sudden appearance, the City Lord and his guard team were taken aback. Especially Luo He. Despite his strong cultivation, he could sense this person's unfathomable depth and knew not what level of expert stood before him. The He family deserved death, and the Grandmaster within was equally worthy of death. You handle this matter, Betrayal Venerable stated directly without circumlocution. City Lord Luo He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. I will handle it impartially. Betrayal Venerable gave a slight nod, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into white lightning and disappeared from their sight. The City Lord swallowed hard, his voice trembling. An element venerable. He could not fathom why such a great figure would come to their small city. That immense elemental power was far beyond what an innate realm cultivator could unleash. Taking a deep breath, Luo, he led his guard team directly into Starry Sky Tower. The moment they entered, a pungent smell of blood hit their noses. A figure resembling an assassin god stood there, his back turned to them, radiating an terrifyingly powerful presence. City Lord, you've come. Quickly save me. He Tao stumbled and crawled toward Luo, he like a man grasping at his last straw, clutching at the hem of his clothes. Luo He's eyes flashed with disdain, though he concealed it quickly. Young master, he rest assured. Today I will handle this fairly. City Lord Luo, he said with a smile, but inexplicably a sense of foreboding rose in He Tao's heart. In the next moment, that foreboding materialized into reality. City Lord Luo, he took out a tablet from behind him and announced publicly. Starry Sky Group has privately trained hundreds of martial artists, all unregistered and unaffiliated with any martial school. Their intentions are condemnable. Chairman He Mingxuan secretly employed underhanded methods, dispatching his martial artists to commit numerous heinous atrocities, including the massacre of entire families, worthy of the death penalty. He Tao oppressors of women and bullies of the innocent. Several missing women are connected to him, all harmed by his hand. Their remains have been found. He deserves death. The City Lord exposed all of Starry Sky Group's crimes. He had possessed this evidence for a long time, but he had feared the group. Now someone had taken the initiative, eliminating so many of Starry Sky Group's evils, including a Grandmaster. Moreover, outside stood an element venerable who had personally told him that the people of Starry Sky Group deserved death. He had no further reservations. Today he would uproot Starry Sky Group in Luo City completely, leaving not a single soul. He Tao watched as the city lord who had always praised him now delivered his crimes with a ferocious expression. Hatred surged within his heart. You want me dead, oi? On what grounds do you sentence me to death? He Tao burst into wild laughter, disheveled and seemingly lunatic. Those around watched the scene coldly. They too had not expected the city lord to overlook Shen Tunan's bloody massacre and instead focus his accusations on Starry Sky Group. They knew the city lord had likely endured enough and sought to eradicate Starry Sky Group in Luo City. Why shouldn't a wretch like you die? Shen Tunan walked step by step toward He Tao. The man's eyes no longer held his former confidence, only madness remained. I'm a wretch. Ha. My father is one of the leaders of Starry Sky Group, an innate expert. My grandfather is an element venerable. You are the wretch. You are. He Tao's mad words caused the crowd's expressions to shift, especially City Lord Luo He. He had heard that the element venerable of Starry Sky Group had long since passed away. Given the man's age, he should have been over 300 years old by now, long dead and gone. Die. Shen Tunan had no patience for further words. His azure sword descended, aiming to behead He Tao. But at the last critical moment, the jade pendant at his waist cracked with countless fissures, erupting in blazing white light. Within that white light, an elderly man with snow-white hair could be seen. His skin was wrinkled, his eyes somewhat clouded, yet he exuded an inexplicable oppressive aura. Shen Tunan was forcibly driven back several steps. Have mercy where you can. Spare my grandson. The elder's voice was hoarse, yet his projection alone stirred unease in everyone present. Shen Tunan narrowed his eyes, sensing that this elderly figure was likely the grandfather He Tao had mentioned. Old as he was, he still lingered on, possessing such terrifying pressure. If I spare him, who will spare me? Shen Tunan's killing intent remained unchanged. With a swift stride forward, his azure sword slashed down with lightning speed, severing He Tao's head in one stroke. Silence fell over the scene. He Tao was dead, slain before his grandfather's eyes. Everyone around dared not even breathe, heavily sensing that what was about to unfold would be beyond terrifying. The wise could only guess the true caliber of the ethereal projection standing before them. The legendary element venerable, a supreme ruler held aloft on high, was such that even the city lord stood as nothing more than an ant beneath his feet, deserving no courtesy whatsoever. Excellent. Most excellent. You dare kill my grandson right before my eyes. If you do not kneel and beg for death this very day, all these people will perish because of you. Every single person in Luo City will be buried alive alongside you. Old ancestor, his words exploded through the hall like thunder, sending palpable dread through those who had to watch the spectacle. Sir, entangling us in your personal feud with this grandmaster seems rather unjust. A man in a suit stepped forward, convinced this was an affliction befalling him without cause. Old ancestor, he chuckled twice, his cloudy pupils suddenly filled with killing intent. With a single raised finger, a brilliant blue light shot forth, piercing straight through the suited man's chest and killing him on the spot. In this world, strength is paramount. I am the law itself. If I will that you all be buried with my grandson, then buried you shall be. Old ancestor, his voice carried an endless chill, showing utter contempt for everyone present. Even as mere will, he could suppress the entire hall, unmatched by any. His domineering presence made everyone's hearts tremble, and for a moment no one dared to speak against him. Lu Ming watched He Tao's death and knew her dreams had shattered. There was virtually no chance now of her entering high society. Her eyes had been filled with despair, but seeing old ancestor, he unleashed his power, new hope flickered within her. This was a powerhouse she could not comprehend, and she refused to believe such a figure could not kill Shen Tunan. Who do you think you are demanding I admit fault and beg for death? Shen Tunan sneered, finding old ancestor he utterly ridiculous. Who did he think he was? With such power, he expected to make him die. This ancient corpse had not even manifested its true form. Just a fragment of will, yet it truly believed it could crush everything. Insolence. Old ancestor, he finally erupted. Though appearing elderly when he unleashed his aura, an unimaginable sense of oppression washed over everyone. Even the Grandmaster felt his spine bending under the weight, as though an impossible mountain had been placed upon his shoulders. An endless chill rose from the ground. Not from within their hearts, but as countless ice blocks materialized across the floor, emanating from old ancestor, he himself. Die. Old ancestor, his palm shot forward in a sudden grip. Such a simple motion, yet everyone's eyelids twitched violently. They witnessed boundless cold solidify into a colossal hand reaching toward Shen Tunan, intent on crushing him to death. A Grandmaster was formidable, yet before the terrifying element venerable, even in the form of mere will, they were powerless to resist or withstand it. The ice seemed destined to freeze all things, its emanating cold making everyone shiver. Within the hall, wind howled. The massive frozen hand drew ever closer to Shen Tunan, radiating an unimaginably terrifying pressure. Confronted with this strike, Shen Tunan showed no fear in his eyes. He gripped the Azura sword tightly, its dark gold radiance gleaming. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his Grandmaster True Chi rapidly into the Azura sword, and clouds of mist began forming around them, obscuring everyone's vision. Piercing Cloud Sword Technique. Tenfold Amplification. Facing such an opponent, Shen Tunan immediately unleashed his ultimate move combined with his Piercing Cloud Sword intent. He felt every fiber of his flesh and blood boiling, surging with fiery passion. His body seemed like an erupting volcano containing apocalyptic power. This power was about to erupt fully at this moment, releasing earth-shattering force. The radiance from his Azura sword grew increasingly sinister, even inducing dizziness in those nearby. The sword light gathered to its utmost limit, then finally struck. Boom! A flash of dark gold sliced through everyone's sight, and with devastating ease it split the ice giant palm apart, cleaving it in two. Before the crowd could recover from shock, the dark golden blade light swept toward Old Ancestor, he with the same devastating force. The white-haired old man's face showed surprise. He clearly had not expected Shen Tunan's sword to be so terrifyingly powerful beyond his imagination. Primordial Realm. This power could not have been produced by a Grandmaster. Old Ancestor, he immediately realized Shen Tunan's true cultivation level. He suspected Shen Tunan had been concealing his elemental power. The dark golden blade light halted merely 10 centimeters from Old Ancestor, as countless shards of ice coalesced into a protective barrier forcefully withstanding Shen Tunan's assault. The sword light dissipated into the air. The surrounding mist also cleared at that moment. Everyone saw Shen Tunan standing where he was completely unharmed. Having directly clashed with Old Ancestor, he and survived such terrifying strength once again stunned the onlookers. City Lord Luo, his eyes widened, certain what he was witnessing could not be real. He had just heard those words from Old Ancestor. Primordial Realm. The significance of such a title was enormous, utterly inconceivable. The person before them, the one who dared kill He Tao, was actually a powerhouse of this caliber. Old Ancestor, he with his white hair, wore an extremely grim expression. This was ultimately only a fragment of his will, and even his strongest combat power was merely at the primordial level. Without his true body present, he could do nothing against Shen Tunan. Lu Meng stood dumbfounded. She had also heard those words, and a great turmoil rose within her heart. Her ex-boyfriend was not merely a Grandmaster, but something far more terrifying. A primordial realm cultivator. How could this be? Regret surged through Lu Meng like tidal waves, and at this moment, she only wished to return to the time before she had broken things off with Shen Tunan. But Shen Tunan now did not even glance at her. He could not care less. You said such sweet things when you were pursuing me, swearing eternal love and promising to forgive anything I did. Now I have made just one small mistake, and you will not even look at me. How disgusting. Shen Tunan, I should never have been with you in the first place. Lu Meng's expression gradually grew twisted. She knew it was her fault, but she needed to find a reason to convince herself, to blame everything on others. Only then would her inner regret lessen. Otherwise, witnessing this scene would be more painful than death itself. The ex-boyfriend she had always looked down upon was displaying divine might, and even Old Ancestor, he could not overcome him. Wasn't this proof that her judgment had been terrible all along? Night fell over Luoqing. Inside an ancient mansion, dust lay thick and spiderwebs draped from every corner, clearly undisturbed for many years. But at that moment the great doors burst open and a group of people stepped inside. All were clad in black, with their leader wearing a dark robe. They filed in one by one. Some lit oil lamps casting light across the room and illuminating each face. The leader threw back his hood, revealing a face carved by countless hardships. Scarred deeply across his features, one wound ran like a centipede, nearly splitting his face in two. He smiled faintly, and the scars on his face seemed to writhe like a living centipede. Everyone is present. We can begin. Initiate the bloody feast. Slaughter the people of Luoqing, and summon the beast god. No sooner had he finished speaking when a dark shadow darted through the doorway, materializing swiftly to reveal a youthful face. The suddenly appearing man wore a suit as though he had just returned from a banquet. Captain Centipede, something interesting has happened in Luoqing. He was one of the guests who had attended He Tao's birthday celebration. He recounted how Shen Tunan had slaughtered indiscriminately there, but said nothing of what followed. He had already left by then. Foolish humans, you will inevitably perish. These idiots only know how to tear each other apart. But that suits us perfectly. It makes our operation easier. Captain Centipede smiled, his scarred visage sending chill down the spines of all who saw it. Within the myriad races cult, only those possessing at least Grandmaster-level strength could serve as captains. His real name was not Centipede, that was merely a code name. Captains typically adopted aliases instead of revealing their true names to avoid exposure. Begin. Captain Centipede waved his hand. One group remained behind to set up the formation array while the other vanished swiftly into the night. At Shinkong Building, Shen Tunan and the ancestral patriarch of the He family stood facing each other, neither having struck again. This standoff had persisted for a long time. The surrounding guests had grown weary from standing so long. You stubborn lad, your strength is indeed formidable and your talent exceptional. But you have angered forces beyond your comprehension. This fragment of my will cannot destroy you, but when my true body descends I will ensure you die, without even a grave. The ancestral patriarch spoke first, his heart boiling with fury that could only be quenched in blood. Everyone present would perish as tribute to his dead grandson. Such was his ruthless nature. Is that so? Suddenly a voice rang out from nearby. At the main entrance a figure had appeared unannounced. He was a man with tousled hair, looking languid and disinterested in everything around him. He had even yawned upon entering, as though finding the entire scene dreadfully boring. Li Jun, you certainly know how to bully the weak. How domineering. I was almost frightened. Upon entering, the man spoke to the ancestral patriarch in a mocking tone. The fiery-tempered Li Jun, however, did not immediately retort. Instead, he lowered his eyes as though pondering deeply. Clad in casual attire, the tousled-haired man walked calmly beside Shen Tunan and said, "You truly have a talent for getting into trouble. First you made enemies of the Wang family in Changhe City, and now the He family here. But I actually appreciate your spirit. Besides, you are in the right this time. Those He family members deserve to die. Let me handle this for you." Hearing these words, Shen Tunan already guessed the man's identity. Shen Tunan pays his respects to the venerable. He bowed. "My name is Beiyu," the man replied. "I have reached the elemental venerable realm. Most call me Venerable Beiyu. You may do the same. No need for such formalities." The tousled-haired youth yawned. Only then did Shen Tunan learn the man's true name. Venerable Beiyu. "So he is yours. In that case I will drop this matter," said the formerly arrogant ancestral patriarch. He appeared to fear Venerable Beiyu greatly. Li Jun, Venerable Beiyu addressed him directly by his full name. "I always act fairly. Your He family started this, so do not blame me for protecting Shen Tunan." Only he dared to speak the ancestral patriarch's name so bluntly. Anyone else who did so would have been executed on the spot. "I understand." The ancestral patriarch bowed his head. The phantom formed by his condensed will dissolved into blue starlight and scattered into the air. Though a veteran elemental venerable, the ancestral patriarch was elderly and his strength had severely declined. Beiyu, by contrast, was extremely young, like the morning sun rising. Provoking someone like Beiyu would be the He family's gravest mistake, potentially bringing about their ruin. Even if they sought revenge, it would have to be done in secret. The cost of crossing Venerable Beiyu was far too steep. Thus a looming bloodbath was defused by the sudden appearance of a powerful expert. "Luo, he pays his respects to the venerable." The city lord hurried forward, bowing deeply and reverently. Venerable Beiyu merely nodded, offering no extended words to the city lord. "Shen Tunan, your cultivation has reached the innate stage. You qualify for a higher tier badge. Today I bestow upon you the innate badge. With this emblem, you may claim rewards for the innate realm on the website, which will be sent to you via courier." Light flashed in Venerable Beiyu's hand, and a diamond badge appeared. Inscribed upon it was the character for innate, signifying the prestigious status of that realm. "I have great expectations for your future," Venerable Beiyu said, patting Shen Tunan on the shoulder. "But I have lingered here long enough and must take my leave. I look forward to our next meeting." As soon as he spoke, a brilliant white light flashed. Venerable Beiyu transformed into crackling lightning and vanished from everyone's sight. Such astonishing prowess left onlookers trembling, their eyes wide with shock. Watching the venerable depart, Shen Tunan turned his gaze toward Lu Meng. Her hair hung disheveled, her pupils dull and lifeless. She no longer resembled the goddess she had once been. Others around her pointed and whispered, their expressions filled with contempt, mockery, and disgust. Shen Tunan had originally intended to kill her, but seeing her in this state, he suddenly remembered her own words. Lu Meng cherished her appearance above all else. She had once said that if she were ever reduced to such a wretched state, humiliated before everyone, pointed at and sneered upon, it would torment her far more than death. Shen Tunan shook his head and decided against further slaughter. Killing such a foolish woman would only soil his hands. Moreover, seeing her in this living death state of utter despair, he found killing her utterly meaningless. "I'll bring my parents home first, then claim my innate realm rewards," he thought. Having lingered long enough, he felt it was time to leave. Amid the reverent gazes of all present, Shen Tunan stepped through the doorway and swiftly disappeared from sight. Shen Tunan turned and departed. A heavy silence descended upon the scene. City Lord Luo, he cast his fierce gaze around, then strode away. Lu Meng lay prostrate in the great hall, her expression vacant, utterly drained of all strength. She had survived, yet venomous words from those around her pierced her ears like needles. What a foolish woman, relying on her beauty to curry favor with the He family only to offend a power of the innate realm. Her life is over. What a stupid woman, trading a watermelon for a sesame seed. Surrounding the fallen Lu Meng, the assembled guests regarded her with the same disdain one might reserve for a stray dog. None among them harbored any desire to offer this beautiful woman aid. Having offended Shen Tunan, it was wisest to maintain no connection with him within the watching, lest they suffer collateral consequences. The guests soon departed the star sky building one by one, leaving Lu Meng alone, lying there gazing up at the ceiling, her face a portrait of regret and resentment. "Shen Tunan, you deceived me for so long. You deserve to die." Hatred surged through her eyes as she felt herself to be the truly wronged party. She believed Shen Tunan was already at the innate realm, yet had spent years by her side pretending, feigning poverty, feigning weakness. Otherwise, how could she have ever abandoned him? But now all words were futile. Though she harbored thoughts of revenge against Shen Tunan, she knew she lacked the strength, and hope for the future was slim indeed. Just then footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tap, tap, tap. The sound drew nearer. Lu Ming raised her eyes toward the entrance. Night had fallen, and the guests had all departed. The corpses on the ground had already been cleared away. By all accounts, no one should have remained. What came into view was a figure draped in black robes upon which were inscribed the characters Wanzu. Bathed in the lamplight, Lu Ming could plainly make out the monstrous scar that marred the black-robed man's face, coiled like a centipede. Fear flickered in her eyes. The disciples of the 10,000 races sect were all deranged souls. Simply beholding those two characters upon the robe instilled uncontrollable dread. Meanwhile, at the same moment, inside a taxi, Shen Tunan sat alongside his parents. They were on their way home. Shen Tunan had fully restrained the killing intent radiating from his body, yet his presence remained overwhelmingly imposing. The taxi driver dared not utter a single word for the entire journey. Finally, the vehicle came to a halt, reaching its destination. Shen Tunan assisted his parents out of the car. The driver cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tunan's retreating figure and muttered, "This young man looks so ordinary, yet why does he give me the impression of someone enormously powerful?" He pondered no further, pressed the accelerator, and sped away. Upon arriving home, it was already late. Shen Tunan immediately took a shower and changed into fresh clothing. His parents had already retired to their bedroom. Shen Tunan returned to his room, opened his computer, and took out the innate badge. Under the crystal's illumination, it gleamed with translucent brilliance. He logged into the website and began reviewing the privileges afforded to those of the innate realm. Privilege 1, an annual subsidy of 50 million. Privilege 2, 1 free 5th-tier martial art. Privilege 3, alloy weapons at 40% off. Privilege 4, 1 free 5th-tier potion. Shen Tunan's eyes grew brighter with each line he read. Such treatment was incomparably superior to anything he had known before, particularly the ability to directly select a 5th-tier martial art. Without hesitation, Shen Tunan placed an order online for the dominant body art. It arrived as a complete set, saving him an untold fortune. Shen Tunan browsed the website and casually selected a bottle of frost potion from the 5th-tier options. However, after some thought, he chose morning delivery. After placing his order, Shen Tunan peacefully went to sleep. Yet while he slumbered, a monumental event unfolded across Luoqing. The city lord mobilized personnel to directly seize and seal the assets of the Xinghe group, a matter of great consequence. The Leviathan that had towered over Luocheng had collapsed. Every high-ranking figure in the city understood the reason. It was that man named Shen Tunan who had become the one person no one in Luoqing dared to provoke. An existence at the innate realm himself, backed by the element venerable, not even the ruler of Changhe City would dare cross him. The following day, pure sunlight penetrated the window, falling upon Shen Tunan's body. He opened his eyes, washed, and partook of breakfast, glancing at the time. Soon after, his phone rang. Shen Tunan stepped outside and retrieved 2 packages, storing them within his Lion King ring. Upon returning home, he found his parents watching television. The news was reporting that the Xingkong group of Luocheng had been sealed. "Son, was this your doing?" asked his mother. Having learned of her son's true strength, she now saw many things with crystal clarity. Shen Tunan did not deny it. His father took a drag from his cigarette and said, "I truly never imagined my son would one day achieve such greatness." He had only ever hoped his son would live happily. Now his son's accomplishments had reached such heights that it felt as though he were dreaming. Shen Tunan withdrew several bottles of potion from his ring and placed them on the table. "Parents, these are gifts for you. Should you ever need more potions, simply tell me." His parents did not look at the potions on the table. They knew their worth and understood that such wealth was meaningless to their son now. "Tunan," his mother said, "if you have the means, you should help your younger siblings more. We are older, we no longer require such things." Shen Tunan smiled. "My siblings will not be neglected, rest assured." His parents ultimately kept secret the matter of his half-step innate status from his younger brother and sister. His siblings did not come to disturb him, having left early for school. And now it was time for him to prepare, to cultivate his martial arts, refine the potions, and elevate his strength once more. At the same time, at Lingwu High School, Shen Mingyao strode along the corridor with her long legs. Beside her, a youth with dyed yellow hair persistently harassed her. "Shen Mingyao, will you be my girlfriend?" the yellow-haired youth pleaded. Shen Mingyao scarcely deigned to acknowledge him, shooting him an icy glare before continuing toward the classroom. Having pursued her for so long with no response, impatience flashed across his eyes. He snorted coldly and walked away. He had courted Shen Mingyao continuously for a long while, yet she treated him with indifference every time. This made him furious, feeling himself deeply humiliated. "I, Huang Tian, am unworthy of her Shen Mingyao. She dares to ignore me every single time. This whore will one day be mine." The yellow-haired youth spat on the ground. He had made up his mind to leverage the power of his family, that very family which boasted a martial artist among its ranks. Shen Mingyao entered the classroom, a trace of confusion flickering in her beautiful eyes. She and her brother had originally come to school together, but midway he suddenly complained of a stomachache, so she had come alone. Class was about to begin, yet her brother still hadn't arrived. What's that brat doing? Could he be skipping class? Shun Mingyao muttered under her breath. Before her rebirth, her brother Shen Zikong had almost never asked for leave. Now he seemed like a completely different person, perpetually shrouded in mystery. He even locked his door every night while sleeping. Nobody knew what he was up to. Meanwhile, with a martial artist badge pinned to his chest, Shen Zikong strode out of the Thunder Martial Hall, head held high with confidence. After reaching the martial artist realm, Shen Zikong had little desire to continue his formal education. So he immediately completed his certification, eager to venture out into the world and grow stronger through experience. As for the rewards he was entitled to, he had collected them all. However, apart from the potions, annual stipends, and the privilege to purchase alloy weapons, nothing else held any interest for him. The future martial art he cultivated, Starfall technique, granted him dominance over peers at the same realm in terms of chi and blood. His future martial art, Blazing Sunblade, allowed him to unleash a twofold power amplification. Such capabilities were beyond what any martial art in this world could offer. He now prepared to set a small goal for himself, purchasing a well-fitted alloy weapon. However, keeping all of this hidden from his family was impossible. He would have to reveal the truth sooner or later. His elder brother Shen Tunan already knew he was a martial artist, but there was no way he would allow him to take a temporary leave from school for training. Shen Zikong did not head toward the school. Instead, he made his way to the Beast Forest. He had only submitted a reservation request, never expecting it to be approved so directly. Guided by the instructions of the newcomer, he believed entering the Beast Forest would pose little danger. 2 hours later. Inside the Beast Forest, Shen Zikong held a long blade stained with blood. Several beast corpses lay scattered on the ground. Standing opposite Shen Zikong were 3 martial artists. You brats still haven't grown a full set of hair on your face, yet you come here grabbing spirit herbs like everyone else, one of them barked. Shen Zikong remained unmoved, his long blade pointed diagonally at them, killing intent radiating from him. If you want my spirit herb, you'll have to pay with your lives. The newcomer had told him this herb was extraordinarily precious and would greatly benefit his chi and blood cultivation. He could not possibly hand it over so easily. Seeking death. Amidst flashing blades and clashing steel, after dozens of rounds, Shen Zikong, relying on his sudden burst of amplified power, severed the arm of one of the martial artists. Though young, his fierce determination struck fear into the 3 robbing martial artists, their eyes clouded with apprehension. You little brat, just you wait. We won't forget this. Today's humiliation shall be repaid tomorrow. The 3 martial artists retreated in disarray. Shen Zikong removed the 2nd-grade spirit herb and carefully stored it away. Combined with the 2nd-grade potion your brother gave you, I can tell you. Mixed through a special method. I am confident I can push your cultivation forward by several ranks within half a month. The newcomer's voice emitted from the wrist device. Meanwhile, Shen Zikong sat upon a rock, his long blade already shattered. He had purchased it upon entering, and though the seller claimed it was remarkably sturdy, it snapped the moment he activated his amplification. Yet his concern was not for the money lost, but for his first glimpse of how dark and ruthless the Beast Forest truly was. 3 martial artists had brazenly attempted to rob him, and had even tried to kill him moments ago. The newcomer had constantly urged him to counterkill, but he was ultimately still a student, not merciless enough to take a life. He had only severed the man's arm. Newcomer, are you saying I'll regret sparing those men, that failing to uproot the threat will bring disaster upon me someday? But I believe that once my strength grows further, even if they come seeking revenge, they won't be able to harm me. Shen Zikong leaned against a bluish-gray stone, murmuring to himself. The newcomer let out a long sigh. He understood Shen Zikong's soft heart, yet knew that his future path would eventually be paved with bones. Let him be merciful this one time, he would understand in due course. Luo City. Within an ancient mansion, Lu Meng curled into a corner, her eyes filled with utter helplessness. She could not fathom why the scarred man had brought her here. From the night before she had been confined until now, the man had not spoken a word or done anything to her, even bringing her meals on time. Yet she felt everything was utterly unnatural, deeply terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, she might have been able to read his intentions. But he was a member of the Myriad Races cult, a notoriously wicked sect capable of anything. Suddenly a shadow fell across her. Captain Centipede, his face covered in scars, stood before her, just as he had the night before. What exactly do you want? Lu Meng asked tremblingly. Captain Centipede's lips curled slightly, the scars on his face seeming to shift. Nothing much. I simply want you to do me a favor. A very, very small favor. What? Lu Meng refused to trust a word these people said. Don't you hate Shen Tunan? Don't you hate that she humiliated you in public? I heard she stomped on your face in front of everyone, then refused to even kill you, thinking you weren't worth dirtying her hands with. Captain Centipede's tone carried unmistakable mockery. Oh, stop it. Lu Meng screamed, clutching her head as her body trembled. Those were memories she most wished to bury. At the mere thought of that person, her teeth ground together with hatred, wishing she could tear flesh from his body bite by bite. Running away won't solve anything. Captain Centipede grabbed Lu Meng's hand and pulled it away from her ear. Because this is the truth. Today's newspaper headlines the news. By tomorrow you will be the most disgraced person in all of Luo City. You are the laughingstock of Luo City. Your parents will likely be taunted and pointed at for the rest of their lives. Your parents who stood proud their entire lives have finally been forced to bow. Having a daughter like you is their blessing. J-E-J-E-J. Every word Captain Centipede spoke struck directly at her soul, like a sharp dagger piercing her heart, leaving Lu Ming trembling in agony wishing for death. Lu Ming knew that by now she had no home to return to. She dared not go back. All she wanted was to live in a numb haze, forgetting all her troubles. Captain Centipede suddenly changed his tone. However, I have an opportunity for you now, one that allows you to take revenge on Shen Tunan. Will you do it? Hearing this, Lu Ming's head snapped up, her eyes bloodshot. As long as I can take revenge on him, I am willing to give everything. I must have him dead. I must have him die. As you wish. Captain Centipede smiled in satisfaction. The woman before him was merely a pawn, and this pawn would play the most crucial role at the decisive moment. His original plan was to massacre Luo City and bloodbath everything the day before, but sensing the presence of an elemental venerable, he had temporarily shelved the operation. Soon after he received the latest intelligence, there was an origin realm cultivator in Luo City. Even if he intended to slaughter the city, he would first need to eliminate that origin realm expert. At the same time, at that very moment atop a mountain in Luo City, Shen Tunan arrived at this secluded location, hoping to break through his cultivation realm. He could hardly attempt it at home now, lest he destroy the entire house. So he had chosen a quiet place. Ding. Congratulations, host. Destiny favors you. You have earned an extra lottery draw. Hearing the system prompt, Shen Tunan's face twitched. They had agreed on one draw per month, yet here, he was receiving another before the month was over. He might as well change it to once a week. Grumbling aside, Shen Tunan was genuinely excited to receive another draw opportunity. He silently invoked the draw in his mind. Suddenly, brilliant golden light erupted within his consciousness, dazzling and radiant. This is a top-tier talent. Seeing the golden radiance, Shen Tunan knew this gift was extraordinary. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent Transcendent Heart. Superhuman heart. The firmer ones will the more powerful their mental energy and cultivation speed, and the better the energy absorption effect. It can prematurely awaken elemental power, accelerating the comprehension of intent forces 100-fold. Multiple elemental powers can be comprehended simultaneously without clashing with each other. This golden talent's effect materialized before Shen Tunan completely beyond his expectations. This is simply a heaven-defying talent that makes one irresistibly want to howl. The previous cultivation speed acceleration seems less significant by comparison. What truly terrifies is the combination of elemental power and intent cultivation. It is outright defying heaven itself. As far as he knows, even those at the innate realm and above can basically only manifest a single elemental power. Those who can spawn two elemental powers are freaks among freaks, virtually never appearing in the world. Once they emerge, they sweep through their peers like a tidal wave, invincible and reigning supreme in their era. Yet his elemental powers have no limit entirely thanks to this talent. If two elemental powers are already this terrifying, what would three, or even more, mean for his combat prowess? Moreover, the more elemental powers he spawns, the greater his potential, and the higher his ceiling for growth. Shen Tunan exhaled softly, feeling he might be becoming something beyond even the superhuman. Let me see where my limits lie. Heaven and earth furnace refine my overlord body art. Shen Tunan closed his eyes, waiting for feedback. Before long, Shen Tunan's body erupted like a volcano, its boundless power circulating endlessly through his meridians. Having cultivated the 5th level of the overlord body art to its pinnacle, Shen Tunan felt a profound steadiness permeating every inch of his body. When he channeled his Grandmaster True Chi through his meridians, it surged forward with the thunderous roar of a raging river. His heartbeat pounded like war drums against his ribs, while his flesh hardened to an extraordinary density, forming steel-reinforced sinew and iron-forged bones. Capitalizing on this momentum, Shen Tunan produced a 5th-grade pill and swallowed it whole, ready to push his cultivation realm further. After all, he was currently only at the 2nd star of the Grandmaster realm, and he guessed this 5th-grade pill could boost him by at least 2 stars, bringing about a qualitative breakthrough. Activating his innate talent directly, he began refining the 5th-grade pill at an astonishing pace, channeling its essence back to himself. The wind on the mountaintop howled with increasing ferocity, causing surrounding trees to sway and leaves to rustle down in cascades. The furnace within Shen Tunan's body began delivering the medicinal effects directly to his physical form. Grandmaster 3rd Realm. White smoke billowed from Shen Tunan's body as his skin flushed red, resembling an iron block consumed by flames. For the first time during this breakthrough, he experienced unbearable pain. In the past, he had worried about insufficient medicinal effects, but now the feedback was even more intense. Wait, by rights, the heaven and earth furnace's effects should not be this terrifying. It must be that the superhuman heart's power has also activated. Terrifying medicinal energy surged through him, threatening to tear apart his vital organs. For the first time, he felt his body slipping beyond his control, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. He urgently channeled the Overlord body art to rapidly absorb all the medicinal effects. His will remained unyielding. He had to climb to a higher realm. Grandmaster Fourth Realm. Having broken through 2 minor stages consecutively, Shen Tunan still sensed no decrease in the medicinal effects. The terrifying energy from the medicinal effects continued to assault his limbs and meridians, making him feel as though fire coursed through his entire body, like he had consumed devil's pepper. Grandmaster Fifth Realm. Another minor realm breakthrough, and Shen Tunan felt something surging forth within him. Then the burning sensation gradually dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented coldness. Countless white frost crystals began forming around Shen Tunan, turning to ice and freezing everything in their path. He had prematurely comprehended the ice elemental power during his breakthrough. Shen Tunan's pupils turned deep blue like colored contacts. The elemental power he awakened differed from ordinary people's. In truth, ice element typically manifests as colorless or white. But this deep blue elemental manifestation was like a breathtaking landscape. The icy power continued spreading, threatening to freeze the entire mountaintop. Shen Tunan's realm kept rising to levels beyond his own expectations. Meanwhile, at the mountain's foot, a group had arrived. Their leader was a burly man with a distinctive handlebar mustache, dressed in loose casual clothing. 3 men and 2 women followed behind him. All wore some protective clothing, and the 2 women had hats and face masks covering their features. Coach Wu, why bring us to such a desolate place so early in the morning? Are we climbing a mountain? One of the women asked, a tall, striking figure with an exceptional figure and remarkable temperament. At her words, the 3 men could not help but glance at her repeatedly. Even wrapped up completely, her figure alone suggested she was quite attractive. The man with the mustache cleared his throat twice. Exactly right. I brought you here today to climb the mountain. I know you all enrolled in my class hoping to break through and become martial artists. But do you know what the most crucial thing is to becoming a martial artist? Hearing the coach say this, everyone looked at him with curiosity. That was exactly why they had paid heavily to enroll in Coach Wu's class. The man had a proven track record of producing real martial artists. They were all in their 30s, yet none of them had abandoned their dream of becoming martial artists. It was a chance to completely change their fate. Coach Wu noticed their interest growing, cleared his throat, and was about to speak, when, boom, a terrifying explosion echoed from the mountaintop. Countless blue ice crystals began condensing frantically, soon freezing the entire peak. From a distance, it looked like a breathtaking glacial landscape. Then, to everyone's shock, they seemed to see a figure walking on thin air, standing atop the ice. The person was surrounded by countless deep blue ice crystals, radiating an aura of chilling cold just from observing them. Coach Wu slowly turned around, his voice trembling as he said, an innate realm martial artist. Controlling elemental power and walking on air. This was the hallmark of a true innate powerhouse. He never expected that bringing people out for a hike and bragging to his students would somehow lead him to encounter someone at the innate realm. Coach, that person is heading this way. A student suddenly cried out. The figure on the mountaintop, emanating endless coldness, transformed into a beam of blue light, approaching the group at unimaginable speed. The coach paled with fright, his heart trembling in dread. Such a powerhouse exerted an unimaginable oppressive pressure on an ordinary martial artist like him. Facing such a person, he felt as if he were standing before a deity. In merely a dozen breaths, a blue light descended and halted not far from the crowd, gradually materializing into a figure. He appeared to be a man in his early 20s, exceptionally handsome, with sharply defined features, as though carved by heaven itself into the most perfect work of art. His face was flawless, fair as jade, so captivating it could stir envy even among women. Blue elemental energy flowed around him like a living aura. This was Shen Tunan, who had just undergone a breakthrough. He had not yet reached the innate realm, but had advanced to the 7th star of the Grandmaster tier. Yet this was already terrifying enough. His base combat power had surged to 14 million. Coupled with the effects of elemental energy and sword intent, Shen Tunan harbored no fear even when confronting someone at the 7th star of the innate realm. Pay respects to the innate master. Coach Wu, with his distinctive mustache, hastily performed a salute, bowing deeply with clasped fists, daring not even to raise his gaze. He feared that disturbing this master's cultivation might leave him crippled, or worse, killed outright. News reports had warned that interrupting an innate realm cultivator's practice could easily prove fatal. Every student stood frozen as though injected with paralyzing agents, except for a woman of 1.75 meters, whose gaze remained locked on Shen Tunan, sensing familiarity in his presence. Yet she recalled that familiar face carried a youthful roundness quite different from the powerful figure before her. Shen Tunan glanced at the group, gave a slight nod, then dissolved into a streak of blue light that swept through the air like a cold gust before vanishing entirely. The crowd shivered as though brushed by a chilling wind, their bodies tinged with cold. Even after Shen Tunan had departed, that frigid sensation lingered. Is this truly the legendary innate realm? He must be a god. They say an innate master alone can pacify cities of millions. I once thought that an exaggeration, but witnessing it today, I find the description rather understated. For the first time, they had beheld such a formidable presence. a commanding aura so overwhelming it stirred both reverence and longing within their hearts. Luin, I've noticed you keeping your eyes fixed on that innate master. Could you possibly have developed feelings for him? A petite young woman nudged her curvaceous tall companion with her elbow. No, I just think he resembles an old classmate of mine. Standing at 1.75 meters without heels, Luin possessed an extraordinarily statuesque figure with shapely elongated legs that set her apart like a crane among chickens. The petite girl covered her mouth and giggled. Nice story, don't bother making one up next time. An innate realm master so youthful and strikingly handsome. If he truly were Lu Yin's old classmate, she would have mentioned him long ago, given her personality. Lu Yin sighed, deeply uncertain in her own mind. After all, the Shen Tunan she remembered from school had been a quiet, unremarkable classmate with barely any presence. But the figure before her radiated such overwhelming aura that even a single glance could make one tremble. Lu Yin, Coach Wu remarked. He is a martial artist with extraordinary hearing, had naturally overheard their conversation. Stop indulging in such fantasies. He considered his student a blatant liar without hesitation. If she truly had such a classmate, would breaking through to become a martial artist really be so difficult? Not difficult at all. With merely a trace of cultivation resources slipped from their fingers and some personal guidance, achieving the breakthrough would be as effortless as eating or drinking. She could even become a martial master or grandmaster. The other male students regarded Lu Yin with knowing looks, certain she harbored feelings for the powerful figure they had just witnessed, but was too shy to admit it outright. Coach Wu, didn't you say we were going mountain climbing? Are we still doing that? She quickly deflected the subject. Coach Wu scratched his head awkwardly at the peak, frozen into an icy wasteland. Let's pick another place tomorrow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shen Tunan withdrew his elemental energy and the bone-chilling cold that surrounded him vanished instantly. Shen Tunan arrived at an artificial ornamental lake, gazing at his reflection in the water. He touched his own cheek, studying the stranger staring back. His face had transformed almost beyond recognition. These successive breakthroughs have made me appear as though I'm in my 20s and transformed me into such a handsome man. As his combat strength continued to grow, Shen Tunan discovered that both his physique and features had reached a state of near perfection, at least visually. He even suspected his own parents might not recognize him if he returned home now. The transformation was simply too drastic. Handsome, could I get your contact information? A fashionably dressed girl in a short skirt and white thigh-high stockings, her hair tied in a ponytail, held out her phone with a bright smile. She radiated youthful vitality, appearing to be around 18, roughly the same age as his younger sister. In some ways, her appeal to men might even surpass that of Lu Meng. Little sister, focus on your studies and cultivation. Love is the least reliable thing in this world, Shen Tunan said calmly. The ponytailed girl opened her mouth to respond, but the strikingly handsome man before her had vanished without a trace. She glanced left and right, utterly bewildered. Did I just imagine that? The girl wondered, recalling the man's breathtakingly beautiful face, more stunning than any celebrity on screen. But it was merely an illusion. At the same time, deep within an ancient mansion, thousands of corpses lay arranged throughout the hall, their accumulated resentment filling the air with an overwhelming stench of blood. Amidst the sea of bodies sat a beautiful woman in a black patterned dress, none other than Lu Meng. Currently, Lu Meng sat motionless with palms pressed together in a posture of solemn reverence, her expression completely blank, an unsettling sight amid the surrounding corpses. Lu Meng, we've slaughtered over 1,000 people in such a short time for your sake. Though they were from remote villages, discovery is only a matter of time. Don't let me down, Captain Wugong sneered coldly. The minor favor he requested from Lu Meng was to amplify her resentment to its zenith, making her worthy as a sacrifice. Through her body as a vessel, he intended to establish communion with the descending beast deity's will. Of course, the beast deity he spoke of was not a true god among all races, but rather a title of reverence given to the supreme masters of the beast clans. Red light flickered across the ground as countless streams of blood converged toward Lu Meng, weaving bizarre red runes across her body in grotesque patterns. As the crimson radiance pulsed, a dark halo materialized above Lu Meng's head. Captain Wugong knelt prostrate on the ground beforehand, awaiting the descent of the beast deity. Suddenly, a slender beam of black light emerged from within the halo. Every source of illumination in the ancient mansion was devoured by that dark ray, plunging everyone's vision into obscurity. Captain Wugong's pupils contracted violently at this sight, his voice cracking as he cried out, "The Dark God!" Among all races, that was a being infinitesimally close to divine status, and yet a fragment of its will had actually descended at this very moment. Raging tempests churned within Captain Wugong's heart. From the boundless darkness, a majestic and thunderous voice resonated. "I am pleased by the ocean of hatred and resentment radiating from you. Become my proxy within the human domain, and the powers of darkness shall bless you. You shall undergo a complete transformation, gaining power beyond imagination." From within the darkness, Lu Meng's eyes snapped open. "I accept." In the next instant, black light surged into Lu Meng's body, facilitating her metamorphosis, reshaping her mortal frame and forging anew her cultivation aptitude. Within the ancient mansion, the darkness receded. Lu Ming's long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her once beautiful pupils transformed into pools of pure blackness, devouring all light like twin voids. Her hair flowed to her waist, and an aura of cold nobility enveloped her. Countless streams of dark light swirled around her body, transforming into pitch-black strange insects that emitted a foul odor. These black insects circled around Lu Ming, recognizing her as their master. You are fortunate enough to have passed my trial. I appoint you as the Dark Saintess. You may now proceed to Xingzhou. The voice of the god of darkness resonated within Lu Ming's body, summoning her to a broader realm to accomplish greater deeds. As for destroying a mere city like Luo City, for an existence like him, it was as trivial as crushing an ant. There was no need to let the Dark Saintess lift a finger. Noble god of darkness, there is a lingering obsession in my heart. Until I fulfill it, I cannot willingly depart for Xingzhou. Lu Ming spoke softly, black light gleaming in her pupils. Very well, fulfill this obsession as soon as possible. The voice of the dark god then faded away. Captain Wugong slowly rose to his feet. His expression was complicated as he looked at Lu Ming. He never expected that this summoning ritual would ultimately elevate her. She had become the Dark Saintess, her status far surpassing his own. I pay my respects to your holiness, Saintess. Captain Wugong clasped his hands in a formal greeting. Lu Ming's gaze shifted toward him, the corners of her lips curling slightly. No need for such formality. Tell me your plan. What she desired most was to witness Shen Tunan's death. Captain Wugong recounted his original plan. The deaths of over 1,000 people were intended to commune with the beast god. He estimated that the descended beast god would reach the 5th layer of the innate realm. However, it was the god of darkness who appeared instead. Clearly the dark god regarded their plan with utter disdain. Even if an incarnation of Will descended, he would not participate in their scheme. It was like the chasm between a dragon in the heavens and ants on the ground. When a dragon sneezes, ants perish. Why would it deign to descend specifically to crush them? You mean that the greater the quantity and quality of the sacrifices, the more powerful the beast god that descends, eh? Lu Ming inquired. Yes. Captain Wugong nodded. Lu Ming spoke with excitement. Then slaughter relentlessly. Kill as many human cultivators as you can. Make the descended beast god of myriad races even more powerful. I want the entire city of Luo to drown in blood and turmoil. Everyone here deserves to die. They all deserve to die. As she spoke these words, countless black flying insects around her beat their wings, swirling frantically, as if ready to devour everything. Captain Wugong recoiled in fear, daring not approach the transformed Lu Ming. As you command. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately bowed and accepted the order. Despite the grave risk, the Dark Saintess's authority left him no choice but to obey. At that very moment, Shen Tunan was on his way home when he suddenly received a phone call. Hello, is this Shen Tunan? The caller was extremely polite. Shen Tunan asked, this is he. Who am I speaking with? I am a staff member of Thunder Martial Hall. Our records indicate you have been certified at the innate level, and we have arranged for you to assume the position of City Lord in neighboring Shauna City. An exclusive message from Thunder Martial Hall will be sent to your email shortly. Please check your inbox. On the other end of the line was a young woman's voice, melodious and pleasant. I understand. Shen Tunan paused for a moment, then agreed. He never expected to be appointed to such a position. Becoming a city lord required not only strength, but also seniority, or raw power alone did not guarantee appointment. Perhaps it was because he was young and possessed exceptional potential. Wishing you all the best. Goodbye. The caller hung up. Shen Tunan gazed at the azure sky, struck by how swiftly his fortune had turned. City lord was truly a position of great power and influence. I should go home and inform my parents. Gathering his thoughts, Shen Tunan headed toward his residence. Before long, Shen Tunan returned home. It was midday and his parents were already there. The dining table was laden with steaming, fragrant dishes. Shen Tunan sat down, took a few bites, and said, Mom, Dad, we may need to move soon. What? Is something wrong? His parents asked in succession. Nothing serious, Shen Tunan explained. Thunder Martial Hall notified me that I am to succeed as City Lord in Shauna City. I will bring you both along to enjoy a comfortable life. Hearing this, Shen's father and mother exchanged glances, both seeing surprise and disbelief in each other's eyes. They naturally knew what position of City Lord entailed. It was a role that commanded a city of millions, a position of towering authority. And now such a prominent figure had become their son. We support the move. Their son had achieved greatness. Oh, any sacrifice was worthwhile. Shen's father was the first to voice his support. The meager savings they had accumulated over a lifetime would scarcely match a month of their son's allowance. Then it is time to relocate. Shen's mother agreed as well. Though they would have to leave this place for the sake of their children's future, they would move. Only adjusting to a new environment would take some time. Good. Shen Tunan understood that his parents' willingness to move was also for the sake of his younger siblings' future and to ease his own worries. We can keep the old house and visit often, Shen Tunan said between bites. Both his parents nodded in agreement. Over the course of this meal, his father consumed an entire bottle of Erguo II in high spirits. Normally a single cup would knock him out, yet today, he drank a full bottle without fainting. A broad smile spread across his face as he kept muttering, "My son has made it. I will live in luxury for the rest of my days." For the first time, Shen Tunan saw his usually dignified father lose composure so entirely. Shen's mother, somewhat embarrassed, helped her husband back to their room, feeling that his paternal dignity had been completely lost before their son. Shen Tunan merely smiled faintly and did not mind his father's behavior. After all, his father was ultimately an ordinary person. For him, witnessing his son reach such heights was already the ceiling of his imagination. It was only natural for a father to lose himself in joy. After finishing the meal, Shen Tunan washed the dishes and settled onto the sofa, turning on the television to relax. But just then the door suddenly burst open. He saw his younger brother Shen Zikong sneaking inside. Opening the door, he came face to face with Shen Tunan seated in the living room. Their eyes met, and Shen Zikong immediately slammed the door shut and tried to flee. "Shen Zikong, growing bold, aren't we?" Shen Tunan's voice came from behind him. In the living room, Shen Zikong stood before the sofa with his head bowed, looking guilty. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan simply gazed at his younger brother in silence. He knew his brother's nature. Only if he had done something wrong would he act so furtively. "Did you skip class?" Shen Tunan asked. Shen Zikong hesitated, then shook his head vigorously. "No, I didn't skip class." "You lie," without even blushing. "Impressive," Shen Tunan said with a smile. Shen Tunan chuckled. Noticing his brother's hands constantly twisting his own clothes, he knew the truth. This was a habit of his younger brother's whenever he lied. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed it himself. "Brother, can you not tell mom and dad?" Shen Zikong hesitated, realizing he had been seen through and could only confess. But he hoped their parents would never know about this. Shen Tunan asked, "Why did you skip class? Isn't school fine?" Shen Zikong actually nodded quickly. "I feel like there's nothing left for school to teach me. I should go out and make my own way. And I don't want to study anymore. It's too boring." Before he could finish, a door opened, and Shen Mu stormed out in a rage. "You brat. What do you think you'll do if you don't study? When will you learn from your brother and give me less to worry about?" Shen Mu could not accept that her son wanted to quit before even finishing high school, eager to venture out into the world. "Mom, why are you here?" Shen Zikong was startled, wishing he could slap himself. He had only planned to confess to his brother, but now his mother knew too. He felt this matter was about to become enormously troublesome. He didn't even know what to say to explain himself. "Mom, let me talk to my brother," Shen Tunan interjected. He gestured for his mother to sit on the sofa and stood up himself. Then Shen Tunan turned his gaze to his younger brother and said, "If you don't want to study, you still need to give me a convincing reason. Moreover, even if you feel there's nothing to learn at school, you must go through school to get into Wuda. The knowledge and skills you can gain at Wuda are far greater than what you could learn anywhere else." Shen Zikong looked at his brother with unwavering resolve, meeting his gaze. "Brother, everything you're saying is right, but I truly don't want to attend school right now. I want to take a leave of absence. And then I'll take the Wuda exam directly when the time comes." Shen Tunan could feel the qi and blood energy radiating from his brother. It was deliberate. The qi and blood energy was even stronger than last time, improving rapidly. "I agree to let you take a week off. After that, you must return to school properly and stop making your mother angry," Shen Tunan said solemnly. Shen Zikong could only nod helplessly. Shen Tunan continued, "In a while you'll be transferring to a new school. That school is different from the one here. You'll be able to learn much more." Shen Zikong asked in confusion, "Am I being transferred?" Shen Tunan nodded. "Then fine." Shen Zikong actually felt a small sense of anticipation. The matter was resolved, but Shen Mu was still somewhat angry, sulking alone on the sofa. She felt that some idioms were truly accurate. When things reach an extreme, they inevitably reverse. Her eldest son had achieved beyond their imagination, standing at a height that seemed absurdly high. Yet her other son was determined to vex them, making her chest tight with frustration. "Mom, don't be angry. Brother is still young and going through a rebellious phase," Shen Tunan comforted his mother. Shen Mu eventually calmed down, though her expression remained stern. Shen Zikong was somewhat trembling during dinner. Fortunately, his father did not come to eat. He was completely unaware, still asleep in his room. Otherwise, there would surely have been another round of scolding. Shen Mingyao sat at the table and sensed the unusual atmosphere. She glanced at her younger brother and likely guessed what had happened. However, she kept her composure and did not bring up the topic of truancy. The next day, Shen Tunan woke up early and did not disturb his parents. After stepping outside, he bought several buns from a street vendor and ate them. He then headed toward Leitang Martial Arts Hall. The previous day, he had received a text message asking him to come to the hall to go over the handover procedures. Shen Tunan arrived at the Leitang Martial Arts Hall in Luoqing, where Master Long and a group of people were waiting to greet him. Last time, Master Long had also gone to the police station and was relieved to learn that Shen Tunan's parents were unharmed. He never expected this person to have such a fierce temper, to have completely destroyed Luo Chen's Shinkong group. It could only be described as thunderous decisiveness. This made him feel even more reverence for Shen Tunan. Moreover, he found himself increasingly unable to fathom Shen Tunan's cultivation level. The progress was far too rapid. Last time he was merely at the half step toward the innate realm, and after that incident, he had already broken through to the innate stage. Yesterday, news came from above that the person taking over as Lord of Shana City was a 30-year-old youth, which startled him greatly. In the end, upon learning that the successor was indeed Shen Tunan, his astonishment knew no bounds. Greetings, Lord Shen of the innate realm. Even from a distance, Master Long began to bow as he spotted Shen Tunan. The others also bowed, their hearts deeply shaken. After all, this person before them had advanced in cultivation in a truly unbelievable manner. He was already at the innate stage. No one knew what realm he might reach in the future. No need for such formalities. Tell me about the ceremony for assuming the position of Lord of Shana City. Shen Tunan got straight to the point. Master Long briefly explained it. The process was quite simple. Shen Tunan understood after watching it once. If you have learned it, we have arranged a dedicated helicopter to take you to Shana City. You may first inform your family. The succession ceremony will be held within these few days, and you may go ahead to inspect the area first, Master Long said respectfully. Shen Tunan thought this was reasonable, took out his phone, and prepared to call his parents to inform them before heading to Shana City. Suddenly, a flash of lightning seemed to cross Shen Tunan's eyes as his gaze turned toward the window. He saw a section of Luoqing shrouded in oppressive dark clouds with terrifying energy fluctuations radiating outward. A blood-red pillar of light surged straight into the sky as if connecting to some passage. This is a blood sacrifice. Master Long's eyes widened in horror. He knew who was behind this. It was a method commonly used by cultists. However, judging by the scale, it was even larger than he had imagined. At the same time, in an upscale residential complex in Luoqing. This was a complex housing thousands of people, but now not a single living soul remained. All had been slaughtered by cultists led by Captain Centipede, reduced to cold, lifeless corpses. Among them were some martial artists who had now all become offerings for the blood sacrifice. Lu Ming stared blankly at the scene with her ink-black eyes, her face showing traces of excitement and madness. Haha, they all deserve to die. Among these people were some who had criticized and mocked her not long ago. But she had survived while they had died, and she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Lu Ming's long hair fluttered in the wind. Standing atop a pile of corpses, countless black flying insects swirled around her, their wings beating softly. The corpses before him were far from enough as offerings. He needed to expand the scope of slaughter. However, he was not so foolish as to kill only in one place, for others would easily discover and disrupt his plans upon arrival. Therefore, he dispatched other cult members to carry out killings in different locations using small-scale sacrifices to lure some ferocious beasts closer first. Of course, the summoned ferocious beasts would be at most at the Grandmaster level. How many more offerings are needed to summon the beast god? Lu Ming asked. The centipede captain pondered for a moment and replied, a few thousand people would suffice. With innate experts present, attempting a mass blood sacrifice across the entirety of Luo City was nearly impossible. However, this is not where the beast god will truly descend. It is merely a decoy to lure a group of martial artists into stopping us. The actual location of the beast god's descent is at Lingwu High School. Those are the true offerings. The centipede captain shared everything he knew with Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned in confusion, her eyes filled with incomprehension. She clearly struggled to understand the centipede captain's cunning strategy. Why, as she asked directly. The centipede captain confessed, there is a beast god statue we have buried there. Although one piece is missing. But with the blessing of the beast god statue, the descended beast god will be far more terrifying and reach an entirely higher tier. By then, even ordinary innate experts would perish unable to stand against the beast god. Hearing this answer, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. She realized why the centipede captain deserved to be a leader. He was incredibly cunning. Even she had believed this was the true site of the blood sacrifice, only to have him suddenly reveal it was merely a feint. What a sly old fox indeed. Truth and deception intertwined, impossible to discern. Then I won't be able to witness the true beast god's descent here. Only a grade 4 ferocious beast will appear. Lu Ming asked. The centipede captain nodded without hesitation. I will send some cult members to guard this location. When the time comes, they will draw Luo City's forces here. We must leave now and head to Lingwu High School. That is the most important sacrificial site. Lu Ming smiled faintly. What a familiar name. I feel I have heard it somewhere before, but I cannot recall where. But none of this matters now. Every person in Luo City must be killed by the beast god. This place is destined to become a land of silence and death. Soon after, the two departed from this location and headed toward Lingwu High School. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon hearing the words blood sacrifice, Shen Tunan's expression darkened, and he hurried toward the direction of the crimson light pillar. He had to stop the blood sacrifice. If terrible, ferocious beasts were summoned from within, it would be an apocalyptic disaster for all the people of Luo City. Hall Master Long quickly led his martial arts hall members to rush over. This matter was grave, and he too bore responsibility for stopping the cultists' evil plot. Every citizen of Luo City had such an obligation, no one could evade it. Especially since he was a martial artist. Stopping the cultists, even if it cost his life, would be the glory of a warrior. At the upscale residential compound, the crimson light pillar grew increasingly intense. On the ground, a massive circle shimmered with eerie red light. As bodies continued to vanish, the glow emanating from the red light grew ever more intense. Then from within the red light, a colossal, ferocious beast slowly emerged. This ferocious beast was covered in sharp spines resembling a gigantic hedgehog. Its head bore a striking resemblance to that of a crocodile. Standing 8 meters tall, the ferocious beast released in terrifying pressure upon its appearance. The Wanzhou Jiao cultists guarding the area all felt a shudder run down their spines. Roar! The grade 4 ferocious beast suddenly let out a fierce roar, causing several cultists to explode into mist of blood. It then opened its mouth and inhaled them all. Yet the ferocious beast's gaze remained unsatisfied. It still eyed the remaining Wanzhou Jiao cultists as though they were nothing more than prey. I'm not full yet. I want to eat more. The ferocious beast opened its cavernous mouth and devoured a cultist on the spot. The bloody and ruthless scene made one's scalp tingle with horror. It had swallowed them alive right before their eyes, brutally beyond imagination. The remaining cultists, however insane they may have been, were not foolish. They immediately scattered in all directions to flee. But how could they escape this grade 4 ferocious beast? The creature opened its mouth and roared. Those attempting to flee found their eardrums ringing, their chi and blood surging uncontrollably, leaving them unable to stand. The fate awaiting them was nothing but death. All dozens of cultists present ultimately became the prey of this grade 4 ferocious beast. I still want to eat. I want to eat more. The grade 4 ferocious beast spoke in human words, its eyes blazing with savage light, longing to slaughter even more recklessly. Its massive body began to move, moving at incredible speed. It crashed straight through the residential compound's iron gate, ready to rampage abroad. But as soon as it reached the entrance, it spotted a figure walking upon the empty air. That person radiated terrifying blood chi power. Though the Grandmaster pressure was slightly weaker than its own, this ferocious beast sensed its opponent's dreadful strength. Its pupils trembled slightly as it said, "You seem quite powerful, but you look delicious nonetheless." The figure walking upon the air was naturally Shen Tunan. Surveying the devastation before him, the air thick with the scent of blood, the entire compound eerily silent, he knew this ferocious beast had killed him 100 times over. "You deserve to die." Shen Tunan drew his Azura sword, gripping it firmly in his hands. Today he would become a living Azura. No ferocious beast that dared to descend upon Luo City would ever leave alive. Countless white vapors emerged from Shen Tunan's body, forming swirling clouds that engulfed his entire figure. The cloud-piercing sword technique erupted in conjunction with his sword intent. Amplified threefold, the sword lights blazed brilliantly, rivaling the power of an innate expert. Before this grade 4 ferocious beast could even react, it was cleaved in two by the dazzlingly fast sword strikes. In a single strike, the terrifying grade 4 ferocious beast was slain. After the kill, Shen Tunan collected the ferocious beast crystal, but did not refine it immediately, for there was simply no time. When Hall Master Long arrived shortly after and witnessed this scene, he stood frozen in astonishment, his face filled with shock. Although he knew Shen Tunan was an innate expert, witnessing him personally strike down a grade 4 Grandmaster level ferocious beast filled him with an awe far greater than merely knowing his cultivation realm. One was experiencing it firsthand, while the other was only hearsay. They were incomparable. Yet after he slew the ferocious beast, several crimson light pillars ignited in the distance. Moreover, within those crimson light pillars, phantom figures appeared. Those phantoms resembled human forms, but the 6 black wings behind them were extremely conspicuous. And that gem adorning his forehead emitted an enchanting, otherworldly glow. That direction is Lingwu High School. Shen Tunan's Grandmaster True Chi erupted like a spring gushing forth. The surrounding air twisted and distorted, and the temperature rose sharply. That direction led toward where his younger sister's school was located. Shen Tunan glanced at his watch, his face paling as he realized his sister should already be at school by now. His younger brother should also be at school, and if anyone needed leave, they would have to inform the teacher. Do not let anything happen to them. Shen Tunan surged forward with even greater speed, racing toward Lingwu High School. Since he was flying through the sky with no obstacles in his path, he could reach there at top speed. His body cut through the heavens like lightning, leaving a thunderous roar in its wake. At the same time, within the classroom, teachers continued their lectures addressing the students' difficulties in martial arts and cultivation. Several students began raising questions, seeking answers to their doubts from the teachers. However, Shen Mingyao found the lesson tedious. After taking a sip of her potion, she immediately began cultivating, indifferent to what the teacher was explaining. Suddenly the ground shuddered violently, several times forcing Shen Mingyao to open her eyes. But the moment she did, her fair face contorted in alarm as she glimpsed the towering pillar of light and terrifying phantom beyond the window. This is the blood sacrifice formation of the Myriad Races cult, intended to sacrifice the entire Lingwu High School. Seeing this, a memory from her previous life suddenly surfaced where the same tragedy had unfolded. Before her rebirth, both she and her younger brother had fallen ill with colds and stayed home on leave. Later they heard that all the students of Lingwu High School had been slaughtered by the cultists. At the time, she only knew that much and had no idea it was a blood sacrifice. Such a crucial event had slipped her mind during this period of relative comfort. Stay calm, find shelter immediately. Do not push or trample each other, the teacher shouted from the podium. Shen Mingyao, however, abandoned her seat directly. She needed to find her younger brother. As she left the classroom, the sky above Lingwu High School darkened beneath heavy clouds in endless blackness swallowing the earth, while crimson lightning tore across the heavens with deafening thunder. The entire campus seemed transformed into something inexplicably sinister. Some students, overcome with terror, tried to flee the school, but as they reached the gates, they encountered members of the Myriad Races cult. With grotesque grins plastered across their faces, the cultists moved without hesitation, dispatching the fleeing students. "You are nothing but offerings. You dare try to escape. Absolutely preposterous. Today, every single one of you will die. No one leaves alive." These Myriad Races cultists were filled with brazen arrogance, their confidence boundless. Led by Captain Centipede and Lu Ming, both watched the carnage with cold indifference, having no intention of participating themselves. Eliminating mere students and teachers required minimal effort from them. To them, although some students showed promise as geniuses, they remained too young and inexperienced in combat. Anyone of the same cultivation level would be utterly crushed when facing the Myriad Races fighters. Kill. Slaughter everyone in sight. Leave no one alive. Captain Centipede gestured sharply, issuing the command. The Myriad Races cultists descended upon the teaching buildings in a frenzied rampage, intent on exterminating all. Don't kill me, I'll do anything. Who are you? Why are you slaughtering the innocent? You're from the Myriad Races cult. How did you get here? What is this all about? Countless screams echoed through the teaching buildings, the air thick with a foul, pungent stench, while parts of the dark clouds above were dyed crimson with blood. The entire school was engulfed in a bloodbath. Some teachers fought back valiantly, but after a few exchanges they were all slain by the Myriad Races cultists. They simply could not match the ferocity of these cultists, who fought with reckless abandon, determined to kill everything in sight. Meanwhile, those lacking courage had begun hiding, hoping the cultists would find them later. "You monsters!" An elderly voice roared as the still vigorous principal emerged, gripping a Myriad Races cult member and hurling him against the wall with enough force to crack it. "How could you be so unhinged, slaughtering our students and teachers at Linwu High School? Do you not fear the coming calamity?" His voice, though deep and resonant, was ignored. Those cultists wore grotesque smiles. "Old man, if you had stayed hidden, you might have lived a few moments longer. Since you chose to reveal yourself, I'll sever your head right now." A Myriad Races cultist laughed with unrestrained arrogance, his chi and blood energy reaching the level of a martial master. "Then try it." The principal stomped his foot violently against the ground, shattering the surface and sending countless stones flying in all directions. He then launched himself at the cultist, attempting to eliminate him outright. However, he could only keep one opponent occupied. The remaining cultists ignored the principal entirely and began searching other areas of the teaching building. Their orders were clear: kill everyone instantly, leaving no survivors. There was no time to waste dealing with an elderly man. Besides, Captain Centipede was waiting outside. If he entered, this old man would certainly perish. Outside the teaching building, a cultist suddenly sprinted toward Captain Centipede, tripping and falling in his haste, looking utterly wretched. Captain Centipede glared at him with visible disdain. "Fool, can't you even walk properly anymore?" Captain Centipede's scarred face was twisted into a ferocious grimace. The man's body trembled as he hurriedly reported, "Captain, someone is attacking from outside. We've lost many of our brothers." The term brothers referred to the cult members. Captain Centipede responded with cold indifference. "Is this really worth reporting to me? Handle it yourself." The cultist hurried to continue. "That person walks on air. He's a Shen Tunan realm powerhouse. We cannot possibly stand against him. Even a casual sword strike from him could kill many of us. We can't stop him." Hearing this, Captain Centipede's expression finally shifted. He glanced toward the teaching building and declared, "We must hold them back regardless. Even if we fill the gap with our lives, you will hold the line." Dead cult members could still serve as blood sacrifice offerings. A Shen Tunan realm expert, if he failed to successfully summon the beast god dissension, he would not be able to withstand it either. Therefore, his course of action was clear. He would enter the teaching building himself and begin the slaughter, accelerating the process to summon the beast god dissension as soon as possible and sweep away everything in his path. Lu Ming's lacquer-black pupils also turned toward the teaching building. "I shall assist you as well," she said. "Let us summon the beast god dissension quickly. I want that Shen Tunan realm expert to die without even a grave to call his own." Hearing that Lu Ming was prepared to aid in the slaughter, Captain Centipede offered a sinister smile. "Then I shall trouble the holy maiden to take matters into her own hands." With that, he produced an object resembling fireworks from his hand and struck it. Boom! A crimson radiance blazed into the heavens, ultimately taking the form of a monstrous beast sigil. "To ensure the beast god's descent, I have already summoned all my followers scattered across Luo City to converge here. Their lives as sacrificial offerings will buy us precious time." Having spoken these words, Captain Centipede charged toward the teaching building without a moment's hesitation. Lu Ming followed closely in his wake. Meanwhile, inside the teaching building, Shen Zikong and Shun Mingyao took shelter in an empty classroom. The sky above the campus was plunged into darkness, all power extinguished, as though the apocalypse had arrived. The entire classroom was pitch black, devoid of any light source. Sister, we cannot simply sit here and await our doom, Shen Zikong said. Full of youthful fire he could not bear to hide, while the terrible screams echoed from outside. Shen Mingyao seized her brother's hand and spoke gravely, do not play the hero. Running out now is nothing short of suicide. When one lacks strength, one must learn to lie low. Are we to simply wait for death here? Shen Zikong countered. Shen Mingyao fell silent for a moment, then said in a heavy voice, we will find an opportunity. There are far too many enemies outside. If we go out now, death is certain. Shen Zikong said no more, deciding to heed his sister's counsel. Woo! A sudden gust of chilling wind swept past, sending goosebumps rising along their arms. How much longer do you intend to cower in there? An effeminate voice came from outside the door, laced with mockery and sowing revulsion. We've been discovered. Shen Mingyao's expression darkened. Before Shen Zikong could ask what to do, the classroom door burst open with a violent kick from Shen Mingyao. In the darkness, he heard the whistle of something slicing through the air. The cultist outside had his teeth kicked loose and scattered across the floor. His body was sent flying more than 2 meters into the air before crashing heavily down. But the assault did not cease. Shen Mingyao employed a mysterious movement technique to dash toward the cultist, unleashing a barrage of strikes that beat the man to death. Shen Zikong gazed at the flashlight lying beside the cultist's corpse, then at his sister drenched in blood, his mind ringing with shock. When had his beautiful sister become so brutal? If not for her familiar face and temperament, he might have suspected she had been possessed by another spirit. Zikong, listen to me. If escape is impossible, beat your enemies to death. Never show mercy. Speaking thus, Shen Mingyao grabbed an iron pipe from nearby and plunged it brutally into the corpse on the ground, fresh crimson fluid welling up in torrents. When dealing with foes, ensure the kill. Do not leave room for future trouble. Shen Mingyao withdrew the iron pipe, a savage intensity on her face that created a jarring contrast with her beautiful countenance. Sister, you're ruthless. Shen Zikong blurted out. Inside his watch, a voice from a transmigrator echoed. Shen Zikong, learn from your sister. She speaks wisely. Uproot the weeds, or they will grow back to harm you. Once you have identified an enemy, never grant them even a moment's respite. Slay them. That is always the wisest course. Shen Zikong nodded mechanically. He needed time to process everything he had just witnessed. Shen Mingyao, however, did not allow her brother to dwell on it, pulling him by the hand as they sprinted forward. Previously, she had considered her brother rash for wanting to charge out, but now she felt it might be worth trying. Having suppressed herself since her rebirth for so long, it was time to unleash a frenzy of slaughter. After all, she was a female emperor possessing profound combat knowledge and extensive battle experience. Fighting beyond her cultivation level was as natural to her as eating and drinking. On the other side, within a classroom, the corpses of students were strewn about. Their teacher had been impaled through the body by a steel blade and pinned against the blackboard, eyes bulging in death's final moment. Rumble! A blood-red lightning bolt tore across the sky outside, shaking the windows with a deafening crack and illuminating the grisly tableau before them. Several disciples of the myriad races cult revealed eerie, merciless grins. Continue the slaughter. Their leader led the group away from the scene. Not long after they departed, behind the door, a young man shook uncontrollably with terror, transparent fluid pooling on the ground beneath him. His face was pallid with fright, completely drained of color. He had been hiding in the door crack, unnoticed by the cult members. But he had listened in horror as his classmates and teacher screamed, nearly losing his soul in terror. Fear surged within him like a gushing spring, causing his entire body to quake. When the cultists finally left, he collapsed onto the ground, his legs utterly useless. Oh, there's still one rat that slipped through. The student had barely exhaled in relief, thinking himself saved, when a mocking voice reached his ears. A cultist who should have departed was now grinning at him. Before he could beg for mercy, the cultist's hand clamped around the student's head and crushed it violently, the face twisting grotesquely as bones shattered audibly. Crack, crack. The survivor was crushed to death in agony. The cultist's hands were stained crimson, a smirk curling his lips. How tedious. Already dead. Let's seek out another rat. He likened these students to vermin with arrogant disdain. Blade of the blazing sun. Suddenly a voice rang in his ear, and streaks of light flashed before his eyes. He desperately tried to defend himself, but it was too late. The blade flashed across his neck like a startled swan, severing his head cleanly. The one who struck was none other than Shen Zikong. He had found a blade at the school's weapons storage, unleashed a martial technique from his future memories, and dealt a devastating blow to eliminate his opponent. He had always been somewhat merciful, but upon hearing the anguished screams of his classmates, an unquenchable fury ignited within his heart. Only through relentless slaughter could he quell the flames raging within. You vermin do not deserve the title of human. Shen Zikong sheathed his long blade. Shen Mingyao watched her brother strike with such decisive efficiency, lost in thought. Even she felt she could no longer fathom him. Why had her brother grown so formidable? His movements were so clean and practiced, as though he had trained for countless years. But she asked no questions, for their immediate concern was how to fight their way out. She could sense several powerful auras, terrifying reservoirs of vital energy, far beyond what they could currently withstand. Zikong, let's go to the right. Shen Mingyao continued, leading her younger brother Shen Zikong away from the teaching building. Shen Zikong stood at the doorway of a classroom as crimson lightning occasionally split the sky outside, illuminating the gruesome scene within. The gruesome corpses before him made Shen Zikong feel like retching. These people had been living, breathing souls only moments before. Among them was a female classmate who had once given him chocolate. A girl in the bloom of youth now lying dead within the classroom, her body contorted into an arc, eyes fixed upward, blood pooling and dripping from her lifeless form. I swear from this day forward I will show no mercy to those who follow the demonic cult. I will spare not a single one. Shen Zikong tightened his grip on the blade at his side and turned to follow his sister away from this place. For now his only priority was survival. As for revenge against the cultists that would come later, there would be time for that. He needed to grow stronger to slaughter every last one of them. Beyond the Lingwu Academy's gates, shadowy figures materialized, standing motionless with impassive faces. Roar! A thunderous howl erupted as a colossal wolf materialized, its fur a grotesque crimson that seemed forged from blood itself. Standing 7 meters tall, the beast radiated an aura of dread that made even the strongest hearts tremble. This was a Grandmaster-level ferocious beast, one that would have required the blood sacrifice of thousands. Perched atop the wolf was a figure clad in black, his buzz-cut hair framing eyes that glowed with the same unnatural crimson as though threaded with countless strands of blood. Zhangsen, you claimed there was substantial prey here. Don't dare deceive me. The beast spoke with human voice, addressing its rider above. Zhangsen, the man with the buzz cut, let out a sinister chuckle. Of course I wouldn't mislead you. The prey arrives shortly, he replied. The Blood Knight demon wolf grinned in response. I sense it too. I eagerly await the flesh of a Grandmaster. A deep rumble echoed through the air, and a figure materialized before their eyes. A middle-aged man, not Shen Tunan. His form was wreathed in profound Grandmaster chi, its oppressive aura spreading throughout the area, and causing everyone present to feel their hearts constrict with dread. You damned Wanzhou cult, that you would dare conduct blood sacrifices within my jurisdiction. None of you shall leave alive today, all must perish. This Grandmaster was none other than City Lord Luo He. He had been closest to the scene and rushed immediately, his clothes stained with blood, and his aura radiating murderous intent from the carnage he had already wrought. It was clear he had slaughtered countless cultists on his way here. Blood Knight Demon Wolf, this is your prey. Zhang San's eyes gleamed with crimson light. The Blood Knight Demon Wolf snarled viciously and unleashed a terrifying roar. Wah. The horrifying sound shook heaven and earth as countless crimson radiance erupted from his form like a blood-red sun. The sound wave struck outward, forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Even City Lord Luo, he had to channel his Grandmaster chi to withstand the blast, his expression filled with alarm. The Blood Knight Demon Wolf was among the highest tier of level 4 ferocious beasts. Its power was terrifying, and this was his first encounter with such a creature. Seeing it in person, its ferocity was indeed overwhelming, its aura so terrifying that even he could not guarantee victory. Yet this battle could not be avoided. Kill! Luo He's Grandmaster chi erupted skyward as he struck forward with a palm strike that filled the heavens, its momentum unstoppable. Terrifying Grandmaster chi surged through his palm with overwhelming force. Great compassion palm. Facing such a lethal strike, the Blood Knight Demon Wolf showed no fear. His figure merged with the darkness, becoming a streak of blood-red light as he launched himself at his opponent. Boom! Their collision released terrifying power with shockwaves radiating in all directions. The ground beneath them began cracking endlessly. The earth was splitting apart. This was a war between Grandmasters. Those below that realm had no place in such combat. Meanwhile, Zhang San with his buzz cut had leapt from the Dark Demon Wolf and stood aside to watch. His strength had not yet reached the Grandmaster level, though joining such a battle would be suicide. Both the man and beast were at the Grandmaster stage, meaning this fight could not end quickly. They would clash repeatedly, each seeking the other's opening. Yet ferocious beasts tend to be far more brutal, and the Blood Knight Demon Wolf was no exception. Once it entered its frenzied state, its combat power would surge dramatically. After over 100 exchanges, the man and beast locked weapons and were forced back tens of meters from the impact. The Blood Knight Demon Wolf bore a single wound, while City Lord Luo, he had 4 or 5 gashes across his body. Human, submit and become my food, the beast demanded. The wolf's crimson body began to swell, growing larger still. Its fur deepened to a brighter red as guttural roars escaped its throat. It was entering its frenzied state. Luo He's heart raced as he realized this would be a fight to the death. He drew out a healing potion and drank it immediately. Gulped. This was a level 4 healing potion that would instantly restore his injuries and optimize his condition across every aspect. Roar. The Blood Knight Demon Wolf completed its transformation, growing to 9 meters tall, with fur doubled in length. Its eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and its vital energy surged nearly twofold. Damned human Grandmaster, become my prey. The Demon Wolf had barely begun when its body shuddered. Its pupils contracted sharply as it looked upward. A dark golden sword light descended from the heavens. Every hair on the wolf's body bristled as it opened its maw and unleashed a beam of energy. But it proved useless. The energy beam from its mouth was cleaved in two by the sword light. A crimson line appeared across the wolf's head, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The frenzied demon wolf had been slain in an instant by a sword light that appeared from nowhere. Everyone stood frozen in shock, some rubbing their eyes repeatedly to confirm what they were witnessing wasn't some illusion. Swoosh! A ray of light descended rapidly from the sky, resolving into a young figure. Shen Tunan gripped the Shura sword and cast a cold glance at the demon wolf's body. Before the gathered crowd, he sliced open the corpse and extracted a ferocious beast crystal, depositing it into his Lion Emperor ring. Now facing a level 4 ferocious beast, Shen Tunan could dispatch it with a single strike, even without amplification. His base combat power had already reached an astonishing level. Are you prepared to face hell? Shen Tunan hovered above, his gaze sweeping across the cultists below. The blood-red pillar of light grew increasingly distinct. The entire school seemed swathed in a blood sun, glowing in eerie crimson. At the school gates, Shen Tunan held the Azura sword, drops of fresh blood still trickling from its blade. At that moment, an unparalleled chill radiated from him as endless frost rained down from the heavens. It's so cold. Bal Zhang shivered, feeling his body grow bone-deep, cold, devoid of any warmth. The arrival of an innate realm powerhouse was nothing short of an apocalyptic calamity for them. Every master of the innate realm was a supreme being capable of quelling any uprising. Yet bound by a death order from above, he had to defend their position to the last breath. Kill. Gnashing his teeth, Bal Zhang's new retreat was impossible. The cultists beside him raised their weapons, directing their assaults toward the strikingly handsome man in the sky. Boom. Suddenly the dark gold longsword in his hand descended with an impeccably simple stroke. A blast of light wreathed in countless shards of frost erupted outward. The cultists' pupils quivered violently, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. They turned to flee, but it was utterly futile. All were encased in sapphire blue ice forged by the piercing frost, transforming into motionless statues of ice. Such was the terrifying might of elemental power. Not a single cultist nor Zhang San himself could withstand even one strike. Beside them, City Lord Luo, he watched the spectacle and couldn't help but swallow hard. Though he had witnessed innate realm experts display their prowess before, it never failed to leave him awestruck, no matter how many times he saw it. To witness an innate master who had awakened the ice element freeze living beings in their tracks was enough to inspire deep reverence. Roar! Just then, ferocious beast roars echoed through the air as monstrous creatures swarmed toward them from every direction. Yet none of these beasts reached the 4th stage Grandmaster tier. They were merely 3rd and 2nd-rate creatures. Shen Tunan cast a casual glance their way, his robes fluttering in the wind, exuding an ineffable aura of authority. I'll leave those beasts to you. Shen Tunan walked upon the empty air, his figure skimming across the sky as he plunged into the school grounds. As for the beasts, surely the City Lord, a Grandmaster, wouldn't be so useless. City Lord Luo, he watched Shen Tunan enter the school, his heart finally easing. He was profoundly grateful for this invincible innate realm expert, otherwise he truly believed he would have stood no chance against such a terrifying crisis. Kill. Luo, he turned, facing the frenzy of charging beasts alone, ready to engage them in a bloody battle. Meanwhile, elsewhere, inside the teaching building, Lu Ming had her hand wrapped around a teacher's throat, watching him struggle futilely until his breath left his body. A faint smile graced her lips. Do not blame me. Blame yourself for being born in Luo City. All who dwell here deserve to die. She tossed the corpse aside, her gaze growing ever colder. By her side, Captain Centipede was even more ferocious. Over a dozen corpses lay at his feet. As a seasoned expert of the cult, he was profoundly adept at taking lives. He knew precisely how to dispatch his opponents in the most efficient manner. Suddenly Captain Centipede furrowed his brow, sensing a dreadful presence drawing near, one that carried the chilling aura capable of freezing all living things. Through the window they could see countless frost patterns blooming across the sky, blanketing everything like a sudden unnatural snowfall. An innate realm master wielding the ice element approaches. Holy Maiden, you should withdraw first. Captain Centipede urged the woman beside him urgently. Lu Ming asked, how many more sacrifices are required for the beast god to descend? Captain Centipede shook his head. I do not know, but I possess one final option that can accelerate the beast god's descent. That choice is one I will never resort to unless absolutely necessary. Lu Ming narrowed her eyes, her pitch-black pupils locking onto Captain Centipede. She did not ask why, but Captain Centipede felt an indescribable pressure mount upon him, as though he were on the verge of being swallowed by boundless darkness. The final method requires you to serve as the sacrifice yourself, does it not? Lu Ming smiled gently. Captain Centipede's eyes widened, his face twisting in utter disbelief. Clearly he had not anticipated she would deduce it so swiftly. Actually, hearing you mention that ordinary cultists can also serve as sacrifices made me realize you could be one as well. And now it is time for you to contribute to the 10,000 Races cult by giving everything you possess. Rest assured, when the beast god descends, the entirety of Luo City will perish alongside you. Go in peace. Lu Meng's voice dripped with enchantment, seductive as a demoness. He appeared to have utterly surrendered to his fate as her dark holy maiden's instrument. Captain Centipede met Lu Meng's gaze, and slowly his expression went blank. I will execute the holy maiden's commands without condition. Countless thin black threads began to weave through his irises rapidly, turning his pupils completely black as ink. Step by step, he walked toward the window. Countless wisps of blood-red chi erupted from his body, shooting rapidly toward the heavens. The blood-red pillar grew ever more brilliant, rapidly condensing in the sky into a colossal circle over 10 meters wide. Intricate red runes inscribed upon its surface flashed incessantly, emanating an eerie aura. Instantly the runes shifted and transformed, ultimately coalescing into the pattern of a blood-colored lotus that blossomed in that very moment. The instant it opened, a profoundly vast and oppressive aura exploded outward. The resplendent blood-red radiance nearly illuminated the entire world. Who performs this blood sacrifice to summon me? From within the blood-colored lotus, a humanoid entity materialized. 6 pairs of wings, pitch black and exquisitely magnificent, fanned out behind him, while a rhomboid gemstone was set between his brows. Surrounded by countless wraiths of deathly energy, he hovered within the sky. He resembled a reaper capable of harvesting all living souls. On the brink of death, Captain Centipede gazed upon the descending beast god. His eyes suddenly widened, and he burst into wild laughter. A 6-winged avatar of the beast god. I actually succeeded in summoning the true beast god through blood sacrifice. Finishing his words, his body utterly shattered, exploding into countless shards of blood mist that seamlessly merged into the form of the beast god hovering above. The 6-winged beast god avatar in the sky cast a glance toward Lu Meng and murmured, "What is that bastard the dark god doing by keeping his chosen holy maiden in such a trivial place? He exists on the same level as the other party, merely fond of playing among mortals. Occasionally he dispatches a sliver of his consciousness, manifesting an avatar, to demolish insignificant human settlements regarding it as mere amusement. He could indeed be considered an anomaly among the myriad races. After all, mighty beings such as the dark god who shared his name would invariably venture into vaster realms to accomplish greater deeds. His avatar's appearance in this location was akin to a max-level champion returning to the novice village, easily slaughtering everything in its path with absolute trivial ease. Welcome the descent of the beast god. We are willing to blood sacrifice our bodies to become the power of the beast god." The 6-winged beast god in the sky was extraordinarily conspicuous, surrounded by countless streams of black death energy that coiled around him. From afar, he resembled a black sun warping the surrounding air. A chilling aura emanated from his body, instilling fear and trembling deep within one's bones. At that moment, countless cultists began to blood sacrifice their own power, seeking to empower this avatar of the beast god to destroy everything. "I have received your will, and I will fulfill your wish, to annihilate this small town." The 6-winged beast god spread his arms wide, sending waves of black death energy radiating outward in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky were scattered by its shock waves, revealing a clear blue expanse. Beneath it, he stood like a black sun destined to swallow all in its path. "I shall forge the true garden of death." In an instant, the countless black vapors erupted from his body, transforming into sharp needle-like projectiles that slaughtered indiscriminately. Whether cultists on the ground or martial artists rushing to defend, anyone touched by those black needles perished instantly, with no capacity for resistance whatsoever. The atmosphere of death continued to spread. Even Lord Luo, after enduring several needle strikes, found his arms riddled with bloody wounds from which white smoke began rising. These needles possessed corrosive properties powerful enough to overwhelm even a grandmaster. Though they did not claim his life, they dealt grievous wounds. The 6-winged beast god, Ader Wankala, has sent forth his avatar heralding the destruction of a city. Is there still hope for my Luoqing today? Recalling the ancient records, Lord Luo, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Such terrifying beings were beyond the reach of even experts at the innate realm. Records even documented innate realm cultivators being slain by the beast god's avatars. After all, these were the dreadful 10,000 races beast gods, entities nearly godlike in their power. Those sharp needles also fell upon Shen Tunan's body, though most were frozen solid by his icy power. However, a single needle pierced through his finger, a testament to his attempt to resist without relying on elemental power. Clearly he had failed. If he himself couldn't withstand those needles through physical strength alone, how could ordinary people hope to survive? Therefore, to save the people of Luoqing, they had no choice but to eliminate this so-called 6-winged beast god. Otherwise, with the enemy's indiscriminate slaughter across such a wide area, no one could endure it. An innate realm cultivator. I didn't expect to find such a small fry here. The 6-winged beast god curved the corners of his eyes downward, as though smiling at Shen Tunan. Boom. In the next moment, billowing death energy surged toward them, materializing into a massive pitch-black hand that blotted out the heavens and swallowed all light. The terrifying death energy caused the plants and flowers across the campus to wither instantly, as if their vitality had been stolen in a single moment. Buzz! A dark golden radiance tore through the massive hand formed by the death energy, and Shen Tunan charged directly toward the six-winged beast god. He realized the enemy was underestimating him. Attempting to crush him with a casual strike was too arrogant. Upon seeing Shen Tunan still alive, the six-winged beast god reached into the void and countless wisps of death energy condensed into a dark blade. Countless streams of black energy flowed across the blade like living flames. Die! With this slash, waves of death energy surged outward in all directions. Shen Tunan felt his forward momentum sluggish as the blade's radiance expanded rapidly within his pupils. Piercing clouds soared intent. The Azura sword in his grip erupted with dark golden light, while countless clouds and mist gathered around him. With the sword technique unleashed at full force, the tenfold amplification of the piercing cloud sword method surged forward. Facing such an opponent, Shen Tunan dared not show the slightest carelessness. This very strike would demand the utmost seriousness from even a warrior at the seventh layer of the innate realm. A brilliant dark golden sword beam rose from within the swirling clouds, meeting the radiant blade attack head-on. To everyone's astonishment, the sword light shattered the incoming attack, instantaneously surging forward with unstoppable momentum, like a tidal wave, its divine might overwhelming and irresistible. A flicker of surprise crossed the six-winged beast god's eyes, yet no trace of panic could be detected. Rather interesting. I never expected such a powerful innate realm cultivator in a place like this. But you've encountered me. Waves of death energy cascaded from his body like a violent tide, forming a vortex resembling a tornado that silently devoured the sword light unleashed by Shen Tunan. As the clouds dispersed around Shen Tunan, he discovered the beast god unharmed. A realization that struck him with chilling clarity: his opponent, this time, was extraordinarily dangerous. Inside the teaching building, Lu Meng, who had been watching the battle unfold, felt an intense surge of excitement as she witnessed the six-winged beast god unleash his power. Nothing could stop what was coming now. Wasn't Shen Tunan at the innate realm? He'd been putting on such an air of mystery, surrounding himself with all those swirling clouds. What was the point? In the end, wasn't he just going to die at the hands of a powerhouse from the myriad races? Shen Tunan, you deceived me, so perish. Anyone who deceives and humiliates me deserves to plunge into the deepest circles of hell. Lu Meng danced with glee, laughing maniacally, convinced Shen Tunan wouldn't survive this encounter. Yet Lord Luo, he who had initially seen hope in Shen Tunan's overwhelming sword might, was beginning to feel differently. But when that terrifying power was so easily neutralized by the six-winged beast god, his spirit crumbled. How could they possibly fight like this? Was there truly any chance of victory? Shen Tunan drew a deep breath and closed his eyes, contemplating how he might slay the opponent before him. Truth be told, his opponent was horrifying. Shen Tunan himself felt an unfathomable pressure pressing down upon him. The six-winged beast god had carried himself with such composure from the moment he appeared, showing no respect for any adversary. To defeat him, Shen Tunan would have to risk everything. Tai Shin sword art, dragon chant form. Elemental energy coursed through Shen Tunan's body, converging upon the dark golden Azura sword. Blue light and dark gold radiance flashed in constant rhythm as Shen Tunan unleashed his most devastating technique, driving the Azura sword forward with tremendous force. Roar! A dragon's cry echoed across heaven and earth as the sword light transformed into a dragon-shaped blade, charging toward the enemy with feral intensity. The six-winged beast god extended his 5 fingers without flinching, death energy coiling around each digit like 5 razor-sharp blades aimed directly at Shen Tunan's chest. Failing to dodge meant certain death, and the beast god wanted to see if this human possessed the courage to follow through. Boom! The devastating sword light pierced clean through the six-winged beast god's body, catching an expression of surprise in his once calm gaze. But his own hand had simultaneously driven deep into Shen Tunan's chest, blood pouring forth, a wound guaranteed to be fatal. Why didn't you dodge? The six-winged beast god withdrew his hand, watching with cold curiosity as the death energy spread relentlessly across Shen Tunan's body. Was it truly worth sacrificing his life for ordinary people? Shen Tunan holstered the Azura sword and immediately activated his innate ability, the Source of Life. A vivid green radiance surged from his grievous wound, healing it in an instant, while simultaneously purifying and dispelling all traces of the death energy coursing through him. I never intended to trade lives with you, so why would I dodge? A smile played on Shen Tunan's lips as he added, surprised. The enemy had taken his most devastating strike. There was no saving him now. He watched as death energy dissipated from the six-winged beast god's form, the entity gradually becoming translucent. Shock registered across the beast god's face, a muscle twitching involuntarily. Such mockery was unprecedented, the hunter reduced to being toyed with. Excellent eye. The threat died unfinished as Shen Tunan raised the Azura sword and dealt a decisive blow, silencing the world forever. Inside the teaching building, Lu Meng trembled with rage, her ink-black pupils radiating a terrifying, killing intent. She clenched her fists tightly, her face filled with unwillingness. The so-called invincible beast god had been killed by someone. She even wanted to curse the other person a complete waste. After all the painstaking preparations she had made to summon it. Was this the result? This beast god was nothing but a joke utterly useless. I suppose I must leave. Lu Ming glanced toward Shen Tunan's direction. A black hole materialized behind her as stepping into it would allow her to escape this place. It was a powerful escape technique befitting her status as the Dark Saintess. Yet she was truly unwilling to depart in such disgrace. Shen Tunan, I shall not forget today's humiliation. Someday I will personally torture you to death. Lu Ming's expression twisted with hatred, a ceaseless stream of resentment rising from within her heart. She now despised everyone. Above all, she hated Shen Tunan the most. It was because of him that she had lost everything. Even the opportunity to embrace the light, condemned instead to sink endlessly into darkness. After disposing of the six-winged beast god's avatar, Shen Tunan suddenly glanced toward the teaching building. He sensed an extremely potent aura of resentment and killing intent. The other party harbored an irreconcilable grudge against him. His gaze fixated on the direction of the teaching building, yet suddenly, he felt that the aura had completely dissipated. A look of confusion appeared in Shen Tunan's eyes. He could not make sense of it. Perhaps my perception was mistaken. Shen Tunan did not dwell on it further. He looked up at the sunlight piercing through the clouds and cascading downward. The school had welcomed the light once more. Inside the teaching building, Shen Mingyao, who had escaped with her younger brother, instinctively cast a glance upward at the sky. She saw a figure surging with ice elemental energy, standing tall above the heavens. As he stood there, the terrifying power of his elements seemed ready to freeze all things, sending a chill deep into one's heart. The ending has changed once again. Shen Mingyao could scarcely believe it. Was her becoming empress merely a dream? Why did everything differ so drastically? Why did each ending keep shifting? At this moment her head felt unbearably heavy. She pressed both hands to her skull, overwhelmed by excruciating pain. It was almost unbearable. Her headache threatened to shatter her mind, as though countless chaotic voices echoed within her thoughts. Newborn, what level of powerhouse is this? Why can he still command cold? He appears even more terrifying than a grandmaster. Shen Zikong began questioning the elder within his watch. The newborn responded, that is an existence at the primary creation stage, far above a grandmaster capable of commanding elemental power. Naturally, he surpasses grandmasters. Rest assured, with me by your side, surpassing him in the future will be no difficulty. Shen Zikong gazed at the figure shrouded in elemental power in the sky, murmuring, no difficulty indeed. Yet in his heart, he held no such certainty. He had previously believed that grandmaster was an unimaginable pinnacle, but compared to primary creation the gap was of entirely different realms. Such a disparity was truly terrifying. Sister, what's wrong with you? Shen Zikong suddenly noticed his sister clutching her head in apparent pain, and he immediately rushed over to inquire. Shen Mingyao leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, and said nothing. I simply have a headache. Let me rest for a moment. All right. Shen Zikong stood beside her, guarding his sister. Above in the sky, Shen Tunan sensed the presence of his younger brother and sister. He cast his gaze toward them, and seeing they were unharmed, felt a wave of relief. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly noticed that the perished six-winged beast god had left behind a crimson-red fierce beast crystal. Bathed in sunlight, the beast crystal emitted a glowing red radiance. At first glance, one could sense it contained unfathomable energy. Shen Tunan extended his hand, grasping the beast crystal within his palm. Sensing the surging energy within, divine light flickered in his eyes. If he could refine this, perhaps he would break through directly into the primary creation realm. Although others mistakenly believed he had already reached primary creation, only he knew the truth. He had not. Furthermore, an opponent like the six-winged beast god was far too terrifying. He needed to elevate his strength swiftly. He needed to become stronger. Moreover, when he had slain the six-winged beast god, those unfinished words from its deathbed suggested it would return. This had not been the beast god's main body. As for the cultivation realm of such a beast god's main body, he was completely unable to fathom it. Elemental power surged within Shen Tunan, transforming into a streak of blue light as he descended to the ground. Nearby on the ground was City Lord Luo, he along with several members of the guard squad pursuing fierce beasts. Shen Tunan cast a glance at the fleeing beasts, and countless frost patterns spread outward from his body. Any beast touched by the frost was instantly frozen solid into a block of ice. Having done this, Shen Tunan turned his attention elsewhere. At his current level, beasts below grade 4 were mere ants to him. A single glance could slay them. This sight caused every member of the guard squad pursuing the beasts to swallow hard. Within their hearts lurked a mixture of terror and awe. For this method was too terrifying, too astonishing. It was as though witnessing a divine miracle, utterly inconceivable. We pay our respects, Lord Shen. City Lord Luo, he bowed reverently, completely subdued by Shen Tunan's prowess. Having annihilated an avatar of the six-winged beast god, this figure could claim dominion even among those of primary creation. At this moment, Shen Tunan seemed to recall something. City Lord Luo, do you know the identity of that beast god from just now? City Lord Luo, he was startled, somewhat bewildered. Given this person's terrifying strength, he should logically be aware of such matters. Yet he did not dwell on it further, and explained, the six-winged beast god Adir Wankala is among the races a step away from divinity. It has raised numerous cities before, including those protected by elemental venerables. It is the beast god of the myriad races who spreads dread. Wherever it passes, only seas of blood and terror remain. After hearing the explanation, Shen Tunan pressed a hand to his forehead. He now understood that he had stirred up immense trouble. The six-winged beast god's background was far too formidable, far more terrifying than an elemental venerable. If the main body were to descend, a single breath could kill him. I am still far too weak, Shen Tunan sighed inwardly. He had once believed his strength was sufficient to fear nothing, that he was not far behind an elemental venerable. But now he had provoked such a fearsome enemy. If he did not hasten to grow stronger, he would be utterly incapable of withstanding the retaliation. Though such an outcome might not come quickly, he could not afford to halt his cultivation. Let me see just how far this beast crystal can elevate me. A gleam of sharp light flashed across Shen Tunan's eyes. Lord Luo, I need to trouble you with a matter. Shen Tunan gazed at the city lord. City Lord Luo, he hurried to say, whatever orders you have, sir, please speak freely. Prepare a cultivation room for me. The commotion when I break through may be quite loud. City Lord Luo, he looked utterly shocked, feeling his self-confidence severely shaken. One simply cannot compare with someone like this. He had investigated Shen Tunan's records and found he was only 30 years old, yet already so powerful. Now he was about to break through again. If he did, would he reach the realm of an element venerable? Very well. The city lord paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. He then led Shen Tunan to a room measuring 100 square meters. The interior was completely empty, built specifically for powerhouses to cultivate and break through. The construction materials were all specially crafted. Even a grandmaster going all out could not leave a single dent upon it. Shen Tunan was quite satisfied viewing the spacious cultivation chamber. Previously, he had to break through outdoors, seeking out uninhabited locations and trekking long distances. Sir, please cultivate in peace. I shall take my leave first. City Lord Luo, he softly closed the great door. At the same time, upon a black mountain peak, this mountain pierced straight into the clouds, surrounded by swirling mist. And at the summit, countless strange crows circled endlessly, their harsh caws ringing through the air. Their cries pierced through the ears like demonic sounds. Atop the mountain stood an exquisite and magnificent palace within which rested a throne. Seated upon the throne was a handsome man with a diamond-shaped crystal between his eyebrows and 6 ink-black wings spread behind him. Simply sitting there exuded an aura of nobility. He was the true form of the six-winged beast god, currently sitting with closed eyes in a state of feigned slumber. Just at this moment, as if sensing something, he suddenly opened his eyes. Vast amounts of death energy materialized around him, churning throughout the entire palace. Within that surging death energy, 2 humanoid figures with black wings rapidly formed. Slightly alarmed, they immediately knelt upon the ground. The six-winged beast god furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, to be outsmarted by a mere little fish. It's truly humiliating. My lord, let me slay him for you. One of the kneeling humanoid creatures spoke. The six-winged beast god glanced at him indifferently and said, very well. My true form cannot descend to that place, so you shall handle it. As he spoke, he lightly tapped his finger. Upon the kneeling figure's mind, Shen Tunan's image appeared, as if directly constructed, a lifelike representation. For my lord, I will surely kill this person. The black wings behind him spread open, and his body became shrouded in massive amounts of death energy, resembling a vengeful ghost from the underworld. His aura was not at the innate realm, but rather had reached the level of an element venerable. Go, contact the people of the 10,000 races cult. They will help you find this person. The six-winged beast god slowly closed his eyes as if falling back into slumber. That person was considered a genius among humans, able to make him suffer a minor setback. Yet, that was all. A mere innate realm. How could it possibly rise against him? With just a casual dispatch of one of his subordinates, he could crush the innate realm. As one of the strongest beings beneath the gods among the 10,000 races, he possessed numerous followers, all of whom could serve as his subordinates. He didn't even need to personally carry out revenge. Within the cultivation chamber, Shen Tunan had already refined 2 4th-level ferocious beast crystals, and his realm had reached the 9th layer of Grandmaster. He was now refining the final blood-red crystal, the one left behind after slaying the beast god's avatar. The energy contained within this blood-red crystal was being refined through the heaven and earth furnace, rapidly feeding back into his physical body. Shen Tunan felt the feedback energy surging through him as if it would burst every meridian in his body. The terrifying energy swept through his flesh and blood, giving him the sensation that his entire body was being torn apart. Shen Tunan circulated his martial arts, his grandmaster true chi boiling within his body. Countless frosts manifested on his skin's surface as elemental power surged. Time passed quickly, and Shen Tunan lost track of how long he had been refining the terrifying energy feedback from within. Finally, the pain began to ease as the energy within him was nearly fully refined. Buzz! At that moment, Shen Tunan felt something inside him breaking through like a cocoon hatching, and terrifying energy erupted from his body. All his Grandmaster True Chi began transforming rapidly into elemental power. This was the sign of stepping into the innate realm. Boom. Inside Shen Tunan, it was as though a volcano was erupting. All the ice blocks that had formed around him were melting at an astonishing rate. His Grandmaster True Chi was converting into another type of elemental power. Crimson light flooded the entire cultivation chamber, the dazzling firelight seeming ready to smelt everything. Elemental power, blazing fire. When all his Grandmaster True Chi was fully converted into blazing fire, Shen Tunan stepped into the innate realm. His combat power reached a terrifying 40 million. With a tenfold increase, he dared not fear any element venerable. A look of astonishment appeared in Shen Tunan's eyes, clearly surprised by his own transformation. He had truly, through those ferocious beast crystals, reached the innate realm. After entering this realm, Shen Tunan felt his entire body had been tempered and transformed. His meridians and physique seemed to have undergone a baptism. His physical body became denser, and the elemental power within him flowed like mighty rivers, inexhaustible. Red flames manifested in Shen Tunan's left hand, while deep blue ice appeared in his right. These two elemental powers originally repelling each other. Yet within his body they were perfectly mastered. Fire and ice manifested simultaneously, turning the entire cultivation chamber into a realm of both freezing cold and scorching heat. The walls, forged from special materials, were simultaneously melting on one side and cracking on the other. Witnessing this, Shen Tunan quickly retracted his elemental power. The other party had kindly lent him the cultivation chamber, and it would be unfortunate if it were damaged. When he emerged from the chamber, he found the city lord waiting outside. Upon inquiry, he learned that 3 days had passed. Shen Tunan quickly took out his phone and discovered it had run out of battery, so he borrowed a charger to recharge it. He then noticed numerous missed calls on his phone. They were from his family. Given that he had been gone so long and such significant events had occurred, they were likely worried about his safety. Shen Tunan called them back and assured his parents that he was fine and safe. He then prepared to head straight home. Let's go. A crimson glow erupted around his body as he bid farewell to the city lord. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of crimson light that tore through the sky, hastening back home. City Lord Luo, he stared blankly, eyes wide with disbelief. Weren't this person's awakened powers meant to be ice? How did they suddenly turn to fire? He muttered to himself before suddenly snapping to attention, his expression filled with shock. Dual elemental powers, an unparalleled genius. For such a prodigy to come from Luo City was truly unbelievable. When Shen Tunan arrived home, he found his family waiting for him. Brother, are you alright? Shen Mingyao asked with concern. Shen Tunan smiled and replied, what could happen to your brother? I'm the strongest person in Luo City. Shen Mingyao scrutinized her brother's face for a moment before screaming, brother, did you get plastic surgery? Shen Zikong also stared at his older brother in astonishment. Though her brother had looked relatively young recently, his appearance hadn't changed this dramatically. Now he was too handsome, like a flawless masterpiece crafted by God himself. Shen's father and mother showed no surprise since their son was about to become the lord of Shana City. Such changes in appearance were normal. After all, many cultivators underwent significant physical transformations upon reaching higher martial arts realms. Brother. Shen Mingyao suddenly grasped Shen Tunan's hand, her eyes flickering as if sensing something. But soon she realized her disappointment. She could not sense the chi and blood power on her brother's body. Mingyao, why are you holding my hand so tightly? Shen Tunan asked in confusion. Shen Mingyao released her hand and smiled. Nothing, just wanted to see if brother has been possessed by some old demon. What nonsense are you talking about? Shen Tunan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had become more handsome, yet even his own sister suspected him. What a headache. Enough jokes, if there's nothing else I'll go back to my room first. Shen Mingyao suddenly became serious again. Shen Tunan nodded gently. Then he watched his sister disappear from his sight. Shen Mingyao closed the door, a look of disbelief on her face, and whispered, not sensing even a trace of chi and blood power can only have 2 reasons. One reason is that my brother isn't even a martial apprentice. The other reason is that my brother's strength far exceeds mine. I'd rather believe it's the latter. It seems after being reborn, my brother's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Originally, Shen Mingyao had suspected that the Grandmaster who occasionally unleashed terrifying power was merely someone living in their residential compound, not someone she knew. But now she could be certain. The Grandmaster was undoubtedly her brother. She just didn't know why he hadn't told her, and her younger brother also seemed completely unaware. As for whether their parents knew, Shen Mingyao was unclear in her heart. That person who saved me at school back then must have been brother. Shen Mingyao connected all the clues, the familiar silhouette leaving immediately after saving her. Since brother is a Grandmaster now and doesn't want to tell me, there's no need for me to ask further. I'll just pretend not to know. Shen Mingyao lay on her bed and suddenly felt a moment of relaxation. With a Grandmaster brother to protect her, she wouldn't need to worry too much during the time before she grew strong enough. No, I can't relax yet. In Shanha City, a great opportunity will arise soon, and I absolutely cannot miss it. Now I must become stronger if I want the chance to compete there. Shen Mingyao thought about the great opportunity that had appeared in Shanha City before her rebirth, which had caused quite a commotion. In her previous life, she had no strength to compete at all, but now that she had been reborn, she had to go compete once. Shen Mingyao looked down at the jade bracelet on her wrist. With something like this that her brother had given her, no one except the Grandmaster could hope to kill her with a single palm strike. If she didn't have this item, she definitely wouldn't dare to compete. With it for protection, her chances of competing would be much greater. As she thought about this, sleepiness came over Shen Mingyao, and she yawned, wanting to have a good sleep first. She would think about other troubling matters tomorrow. At the same time, her younger brother Shen Zikong had also returned to his room. He saw Xinxing appear within his watch, and said, "What do you want to ask me?" He had noticed the subtle changes in Shen Zikong's expression. He had observed that Shen Zikong, while chatting with Shen Tunan earlier, kept staring at his older brother's face with a thoughtful expression. "My brother's identity isn't simple, right? You had noticed it long ago, master?" Shen Zikong asked, narrowing his eyes. Xinxing smiled helplessly. "It seems I can't hide it from you. Who told that kid to change so much? Anyone could see there was something wrong." The kid he referred to was naturally Shen Tunan. "Is my brother a grandmaster?" Shen Zikong blinked, his heart full of doubts, but he knew he had to ask one by one. Xinxing didn't hesitate at all, and nodded slightly. "He's really a grandmaster, and he saved my older sister at school back then, right? Did you also realize it back then, and deliberately keep it from me?" Shen Zikong's eyes shone brightly. Such a dramatic change in Shen Tunan could only have one reason besides cosmetic surgery. His older brother had become supremely powerful, far stronger than he was now. Seeing that he could no longer hide it, Xinxing said, "Your brother might also be doing this for your own good. He's never lacked cultivation resources for you. But I guess your brother wasn't a grandmaster before. He probably stumbled into the grandmaster realm by luck before giving you the potion." After receiving confirmation, Shen Zikong felt somewhat shocked internally, while his peripheral gaze glanced toward the door. He really wanted to rush out and ask his brother why he had been keeping it from him all along. But after careful thought, he felt there was absolutely no need for that. Although his brother had concealed this matter, it was indeed not something major. If he had known earlier that his brother was a grandmaster, would he still have had the motivation to constantly grow stronger and wanted to change his destiny? His inner answer was yes, because he wanted to become a true strong person rather than relying on his brother and borrowing his prestige. "Brother, I will also become a grandmaster in the future." Shen Zikong felt that since his brother was his blood relative, and he also had Master Xinxing, he believed entering the grandmaster realm shouldn't be difficult. "Master, I want to become stronger." Shen Zikong's gaze was firm. Xinxing smiled. He had wanted Shen Zikong to have this kind of motivation, which would be good. "Excellent. Tomorrow I'll take you to a very distant place where there are abundant cultivation resources and some things that can help you grow stronger quickly. But there's one thing I must tell you. That place is very dangerous. You must not be soft-hearted anymore. If you encounter opponents, kill them if you can. Don't leave behind any troubles for later." Xinxing stroked his beard and warned earnestly. "I understand." Shen Zikong nodded slightly. On the other side, on the living room sofa, Shen Tunan hadn't even started explaining what he had actually gone to do, or why he had only returned now. Shen's mother gently said, "There's no need to explain certain things. As long as you return home safely, that's all that matters. I know that the stronger one's strength, the greater the responsibility. With your formidable power, you must have gone to deal with enemies. It's those cultists who appeared in the watching, isn't it?" Seeing his mother had guessed correctly, Shen Tunan smiled and said, "It seems I don't need to explain further." Shen's father said, "Child, although your strength is formidable, remember to run if you can't win. Don't stubbornly resist." Shen Tunan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If there were truly someone in Luocheng whom he couldn't defeat, then it would truly be over and the entire Luocheng would be destroyed. If he fled, countless people would die. However, Shen Tunan didn't refute his father's words. He merely nodded perfunctorily. "By the way, there's another important matter. I'll be leaving again tomorrow, heading to Shana City. Originally, I wanted to bring you over directly to enjoy life, but after thinking it over, I believe it's better to wait until I've established myself there first." Although Shen Tunan had never served as the city lord, if he parachuted in directly, he would definitely encounter some obstacles. There might even be some people who wanted to deal with him. Bringing his family over directly was not a wise move. "All right, you decide this matter. We'll follow your lead." Shen's mother had no objections. Her son had grown up, and her son's opinion was very important. Shen's father would listen to Shen's mother. Shen Tunan returned to his room and circulated the 2 elemental forces within his body to temper his flesh. A moment later, he gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. After breaking through to the innate realm, Shen Tunan felt an unprecedented sense of solidity. The 5th level of the Overlord body art, combined with his unique talent, allowed him to perfectly harness the power of both elemental forces. Yet Shen Tunan felt this was not enough. He needed to awaken more elemental forces. If he could master all of them, his potential would reach unimaginable heights. But this cannot be rushed. It must be done gradually. Now martial techniques have become my weakness. The cloud-piercing sword technique can no longer produce a 10-fold amplification. I need to purchase higher-grade techniques. However, I don't have enough money right now. But once I become the Lord of Shana City, I can select a grade 5 martial technique for free along with other generous rewards. I must hurry to Shana City. This matter cannot be delayed. Shen Tunan removed his clothes and lay on the bed hoping to sleep first and head to Shana's city tomorrow. However, as Shen Tunan tossed and turned in bed, he could not sleep. A certain thought kept flashing through his mind. He wanted to create the second form of the Taishan sword technique. The first form was merely a grade 4 martial technique, somewhat inadequate. His trump card move was too weak. Although the panel still displayed a 10-fold amplification, Shen Tunan suspected the extra 2-fold bonus had disappeared. This was because his realm had grown so powerful that the maximum 10-fold amplification was likely his absolute limit. Thinking of this, Shen Tunan pushed open the window and felt the cool night breeze wash over him. Looking up at the sky, the moon was hidden behind dark clouds with no light at all. None of the stars in the sky could be seen. Suddenly, Shen Tunan felt an intuitive pull. Transforming into a crimson flame, he shot upward and quickly left home, flying toward a distant direction. Shen Tunan did not know how long he had been flying. He only saw a mountain peak ahead and landed upon it. Light flashed in his hand, and the Azura sword materialized, gripped firmly in his palm. At that moment, Shen Tunan closed his eyes and recalled every martial technique he had cultivated. He discovered that all these techniques ultimately converged on the same principle. The 9 shadows sword, the phantom sword, including the cloud-piercing sword. Analyzed carefully from his current perspective, he felt that even without the heavenly earth furnace, his comprehension would make cultivation straightforward. Every cell in his mind began working rapidly. To create the second form, he would likely need to merge all the martial techniques he had previously learned. Standing on the mountain peak, feeling the cool breeze, he pondered for a long time, yet never drew his sword. This meant he had not yet comprehended the second form of the Taishan sword technique, because he always felt something was missing. His own created sword form could now be executed, but it could only match the power of the Dragon Cry style. This was not what he wanted. What exactly is missing? Shen Tunan frowned in thought, then suddenly his eyes lit up. At that moment of realization, the elemental forces within his body surged into the Azura sword. What is missing is the empowerment of elemental forces. Grade 5 martial techniques, and even higher grade techniques, must integrate the elemental forces within one's body to unleash greater power. In that moment, Shen Tunan achieved complete clarity, and the fog before him completely dispersed. The innate realm is fundamentally a contest of elemental force strength. Elemental force is far more formidable than Grandmaster True Chi. This is supernatural power. Shen Tunan slowly picked up the Azura sword and rotated it in a full 360-degree arc, creating countless sword afterimages that dazzled the eye. Taishan sword technique, second form. Twin dragons piercing the heavens. As the words left his lips, Shen Tunan struck downward toward the sky. Roar. Above, crimson light and deep blue ice energy intertwined, taking the forms of a fire dragon and an ice dragon. Their deafening roars shook heaven and earth, reverberating through mountains and valleys. They surged straight into the highest heavens, tearing through endless darkness and ripping apart the firmament. The sky above Shen Tunan appeared to be split in two. The darkness in the heavens was completely cleaved and torn asunder, and brilliant moonlight cascaded down, illuminating all living beings and everything in existence. Between the clouds, the crimson fire dragon and the ice dragon could still be seen dancing together to form a truly wondrous spectacle. Across the entire city of Luoqing, countless people witnessed this scene and quickly raised their phones to capture it. This was an unimaginable, extraordinary sight. One might never see it again if missed. That night, many people began posting to their social media. Shocking. Twin dragons dancing, flying to the moon palace. Shocking. A historic spectacle unprecedented in ages, likely the work of a great martial arts master. Shocking. Twin dragons splitting the heavens nearly gave me a heart attack. Countless posts with similar headlines spread across the internet, combined with the recorded videos. In the span of one night, Luoqing became famous overnight. Meanwhile, Shen Tunan, the one responsible for this extraordinary spectacle, had already returned home. Gazing at his internal panel, he felt an overwhelming urge to laugh out loud. Martial technique, Taishan sword technique, second form, twin dragons piercing the heavens. The panel did not display a grade, which meant this creation of his far exceeded grade 5 martial techniques. It could once again serve as his ultimate trump card. With a stronger trump card secured, Shen Tunan fell asleep with peace of mind, sleeping deeply that night. When he woke the next morning, he happened to see his younger brother and sister. Both were wearing casual clothes instead of school uniforms, clearly having no intention of going to school. Brother. Both of them greeted Shen Tunan. Are you going out to play today? Shen Tunan asked casually, then touched the protective jade bracelets on their wrists, secretly injecting some elemental force. Of course, Shen Mingyao and the others could not detect it now, for their cultivation gap was far too great. Yeah, I invited some close friends to go out and play for a few days. I won't be coming back these few days. Shen Mingyao did not reveal her true intentions and instead told a lie. Shen Zikong also lied. Just like my sister, I invited some brothers to travel. I won't be back these few days either. Shen Tunan saw through their lies at a glance, but did not expose them. After all, with the protective jade bracelets and the elemental force he had secretly infused, he would be able to sense immediately if anything happened to his younger siblings. Did you tell Mom and Dad? Shen Tunan asked. Yes, Shen Mingyao replied quickly. Shen Zikong also confirmed that he had spoken to their parents in advance and received their consent. Then I wish you both a good time. Shen Tunan went to freshen up. Soon he too would be leaving home for a long period. In Luo City, the Thunder Marshal Hall, a handsome man strode onto a helicopter. Below Hall Master Long and the others stood at attention watching him depart. This was Shen Tunan. With the troubles in Luo City resolved, he could finally head to Shanha City to take up that position. There was no need for any probationary period now, for not long ago they had called and urged him to arrive early. Seated in the helicopter, Shen Tunan watched the ground shrink below and the clouds drift past. His heart remained deeply tranquil. With sufficient strength at his command, even if some in Shanha City disputed his authority, they would ultimately be subdued. Meanwhile, in Shanha City, within a towering skyscraper 60 stories tall, a conference room awaited on the top floor. Inside the room were 5 people, 2 middle-aged men, a striking woman, an elderly man, and a child. Each sat solemnly upon their chairs. They appeared to be deliberating something of paramount importance. Regarding the city master's resignation, allowing an outsider to assume this role, can you truly accept it? It was the child, appearing no older than 10, who spoke. Though young, no one dared underestimate him. For he was no ordinary child. Through cultivating a particular technique, his body had reversed its aging process, growing progressively younger, until his appearance stabilized at a decade old. He was Situ Changkong, patriarch of the Situ clan, one of the 5 great families. Of course we are unwilling, but what choice do we have? The elder spoke up. He was Nanfeng Yin of the Nanfeng clan, also among the 5 great families. How laughable! The infamous Nanfeng Yin, once renowned for his ruthless cruelty, even unto his own children, now displays such timidity. A beautiful, enchanting woman laughed until she trembled. She wore a black dress that accentuated her figure magnificently. Yet none present dared to steal glances at her. All gathered here shared equal standing. The woman was Murong Baihua, matriarch of the Murong clan, one of the 5 great families. She was also known as a serpent-hearted beauty, equally ruthless in her own right. Murong Baihua, there is no need for you to use this matter to challenge me. What kind of virtuous person are you yourself? When your husband sought to divorce you, did you not secretly sever his head and hang it upon the Murong family gate, framing an innocent party? Do not think I am unaware. Nanfeng Yin snorted disdainfully and laid bare this uncomfortable truth. The remaining 3 patriarchs looked on with resigned expressions. While everyone knew of this matter, there was no need to speak it aloud. Murong Baihua, hearing this, showed no anger. Instead, she spoke slowly, deliberately. If I did it, so what? Who asked him to seek separation from me to be with that insignificant wench? He deserved to die. Rather than you. Afraid your son might turn against you, you poisoned him, robbing him of his chance to break through to the innate realm. How ruthless you are. They say even a tiger would not devour its own cub, yet I find you more venomous than any beast. Repulsive beyond measure. These words sent the elderly Nanfeng Yin's beard quivering with fury, his hand slamming violently upon the table. Murong Baihua, if you dare speak such nonsense again, I warn you. The Nanfeng family will wage war against you to the death. This white-haired elder's eyes gleamed like those of a predatory beast, fixed upon Murong Baihua with monstrous ferocity. This was the act he most deeply regretted, one that had become the laughingstock of all Shanha City. Of all matters he could endure discussion of any other. But none who mentioned this would receive the slightest mercy. Ha ha ha, how frightened I am. Murong Baihua's gaze carried mocking amusement. She remained in the prime of life, while Nanfeng Yin, that old man, was already in his twilight years. Should true conflict erupt, it was unclear which family would suffer more. Enough. Both of you step back and cease this bickering. Situ Changkong spoke, and Nanfeng Yin exhaled a cold snort, his face darkening as he fell silent. Murong Baihua too ceased her provocations. She owed Situ Changkong a measure of respect. Now that an outsider seeks to seize the position of Shanha's city master so easily, I believe we must deliver a warning. A burly middle-aged man rose to his feet, his biceps swelling with visible muscle mass. He was Feng Changtian, patriarch of the Feng clan, one of the 5 great families. Beside him stood a tall, lean figure, Yu Zhongfei, patriarch of the Yu clan. To claim the position of clan patriarch, one needed not only ruthless ambition, but also formidable power. All 5 present stood at the threshold of the innate realm, their bodies surging with grandmaster-level chi that once unleashed would generate terrifying force. I agree. Since this person dares to assume the position without our consent, we cannot permit him to take office peacefully, said Yu Zhongfei, his eyes flashing with cold calculation. The 5 great families had long been content to let any one of their own succeed to the position without objection. Though they secretly competed with one another, such rivalry was merely internal strife. I too believe we must teach this innate realm cultivator a lesson. Murong Baihua's voice carried her characteristic allure. Her black dress flowed elegantly, her feet adorned with high heels. To everyone's surprise, the elderly Nanfeng Yin shared the same sentiment. I agree as well. No matter who this opportunist is, he must not be allowed to settle comfortably. All 5 patriarchs had arrived at the same conclusion. Then each family should dispatch a grandmaster to properly welcome our new city master, Situ Changkong said with cold indifference. To oppose Shen Tunan, they themselves could not be the ones to strike. Should they offend the newcomer beyond reconciliation, he would undoubtedly retaliate once established. Their best course was to send a single grandmaster from each family, then distance themselves from any consequences that followed. It was the cleanest approach. More importantly, they wished to gauge the newcomer's true backing. What credentials could embolden him to challenge their dominion at this critical moment? Sidhu Changkong had confidently predicted he would break through to the innate realm within 3 years. In his mind, this position was already secured. Agreed. Murong Baihua raised her hand first in assent, and the other patriarchs likewise consented to dispatch their grandmasters. The helicopter touched down at the airport. Shen Tunan stepped out to be greeted by a man with silver-streaked hair appearing to be in his 50s, his eyes carrying the weight of a storm-tossed life. Shen Tunan, I have finally been waiting for you. The man possessed an extraordinary bearing, who, although his years showed, every gesture radiated the presence of a ruler. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Tunan knew this must be the prefect of Shana City. I nearly forgot to introduce myself. I am Prefect Zhao Han. I did not even depart after my transfer was approved, for I waited for you. Zhao Han muttered under his breath. He seemed unwilling to remain in this place for another instant. This left Shen Tunan somewhat perplexed. The position of Prefect of Shana City did not appear enviable. From the nearly white hair upon his head, it was evident that this man had borne countless burdens. I apologize. Some matters arose in Luocheng that delayed my arrival. Shen Tunan offered his apologies. Zhao Han replied, alas. I harbor no resentment toward you. Do not misunderstand, or I was simply eager to assume office. Although he kept explaining himself, Shen Tunan sensed this was a dire situation, one that drove even a cultivator of the innate stage to urgently flee. Let the succession ceremony commence at once, Zhao Han urged. Shen Tunan, though feeling it was hasty, was not a man of hesitation. He nodded and agreed. The two soon arrived at a raised platform where several hundred attendees sat below, all clad in fine garments, and each possessing an exceptional demeanor. These must be the high-ranking officials of Shana City. Prefect Zhao Han addressed those below. Today marks the succession ceremony. From this day forth, Shen Tunan shall become the new prefect. You will all obey his directives without pretense or defiance. Shen Tunan gazed at the prefect and was nearly stunned by how brief those words had been. Was this not supposed to be a grand ceremony? Were there not meant to be pages of ceremonial rhetoric? So direct and to the point. Such an unconventional succession ceremony left Shen Tunan bewildered, who all his prior preparations had been wasted. Brother Shen. Zhao Han handed over the crystal badge of the city lord from his own hand to Shen Tunan. From this day Shana City is entrusted to your care. I have other matters to attend to and must depart. Their entire encounter had lasted less than half an hour, yet the city lord's badge was already in his possession. The man had abandoned him and left, a flight as though fleeing disaster. Shen Tunan seriously suspected he had been thoroughly duped. City Lord Shen, I am Zhao Qing's secretary to the former City Lord Zhao. Should you require anything in the future, you may give your orders directly to me. After Zhao Han departed, a tall and striking woman approached. She wore a cream-colored skirt and sheer stockings, her hair tied into a ponytail. Her features were delicate and her height was estimated at 1.75 meters, remarkably poised. Her legs were notably straight and pleasing to the eye. Yet Shen Tunan was not one to judge by appearances alone. Having served the former prefect for so long, she could certainly not be mere ornamentation, as she must possess genuine ability. Shen Tunan glanced once more at the officials below. Not a single one displayed astonishment. They seemed entirely accustomed to Prefect Zhao's temperament. Shen Tunan gripped the badge in his hand, knowing that with it he could access the official website and claim the rewards designated for the city lord. Of course, with reward came responsibility. Upon becoming prefect, protecting Shana City would be his duty. Shen Tunan, I refuse to accept your appointment as prefect. From within the crowd, a man stepped forward, approximately 1.7 meters tall, neither tall nor short, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit radiating the aura of a grandmaster. This was a grandmaster of the human race, an existence once far beyond Shen Tunan's reach. Why do you object? Shen Tunan asked. The moment Zhao Han departed, this man emerged, clearly come to suppress him. I too object. Without adequate qualifications, on what basis do you claim the position of prefect? A man who gained his position through connections. We will never recognize you. Opposition echoed through the crowd until 5 grandmasters rose together, their faces etched with defiance. Seated in the front row, the 5 patriarchs of the great families watched coldly, eager to observe how this new prefect would handle the matter. These are from the 5 great families. It seems our new prefect is in trouble. At a succession ceremony such as this, there are many journalists and live cameras. Even if the prefect possesses formidable strength, he will likely have to endure it. The 5 great families have chosen their timing well. This prefect appears quite young. I wonder if he knows how to respond. The officials of Shanha City below whispered among themselves, eagerly anticipating Shen Tunan's embarrassment. After all, he had offended the 5 great families and imposed himself upon this position. Such was the price he would pay. City Lord Shen, do not directly answer their questions. You may simply sidestep them, Secretary Zhao Qing reminded. Shen Tunan shot her a speechless glance. What kind of strategy was this? It was far too timid. Possessing such formidable strength, yet having to endure the provocations of these grandmasters. Shen Tunan stood firm, addressing those below. I have always respected only the strong and heeded only their counsel. If you believe yourselves capable, then come challenge me. Should you emerge victorious, I shall gladly yield this position to you. What say you? Shen Tunan raised the city lord's badge and flashed it toward the crowd. Yet no one stepped onto the platform. The crowd fell silent. Shen Tunan shook his head in disappointment. If you lack the courage, do not offer criticism from the sidelines. She turned to leave. Whooshed. At that moment, piercing sounds tore through the air as all 5 grandmasters appeared upon the stage. Then let us witness the prefect's prowess. We await your instruction. One of the grandmasters set a mocking smile upon his face. Behind him stood members of the Situ clan whose purpose was to humiliate Shen Tunan, strip him of his dignity, and deliver a harsh warning. If they fought and lost, they could simply return. There was nothing to fear. Had not the previous Zhao Han been the same? Though titled prefect, he had been utterly manipulated by the 5 great families like a puppet. Real power resided in the hands of the 5 great families, making Zhao Han's efforts extraordinarily difficult. They maintained a facade of obedience while offering no genuine support. Zhao Han too had been an outsider, a powerful figure sent to guard this region, yet lacking administrative skill. Instruction, you say? Shen Tunan perceived their intent. A flash of light appeared in his hand as the Zyro sword materialized in his grip. Then I shall teach you properly. The moment the words left his lips, a dark golden sword light slashed forth with terrifying speed. The Grandmaster of the Situ clan felt his hairs stand on end. You are actually serious? Terrified, he nearly leapt backward, hastily summoning his Grandmaster True Chi to defend himself. Ryup. Yet his True Chi beneath Shen Tunan's sword intent was as fragile as thin paper and was torn apart instantly. The sword light continued unabated, striking the Grandmaster and leaving a crimson line across his neck. My apologies. I failed to restrain my force. Though he apologized, it was clearly insincere. The Situ clan Grandmaster fell with a thud into a pool of blood, having died on the spot. Shen Tunan observed the scene with a calm countenance. He understood that assuming the role of prefect would bring various obstacles. If so, he would suppress all opposition with the most decisive and forceful means. After all, too much kindness would only invite further humiliation. A deathly silence fell upon the scene. The patriarchs of the 5 great families bore expressions of utter disbelief. This new prefect simply refused to play by conventional rules. An ancestor perished publicly during the transition between the outgoing and incoming mayor. It was akin to the sky collapsing. The scene fell deathly silent, like the prelude before a storm. Mayor Shen, why do you kill, openly murdering our human ancestor? A beautiful and enchanting woman stepped forward to demand answers, her voice as melodious as a lark's song. She was Morong Baihua, the head of the Morong family. The other 4 family heads also rose without hesitation. Mayor Shen, if you do not give us an explanation for this matter, do not even think about smoothly assuming this position today. Situ Changkong's face was as cold as frost, radiating an endless chill. He clearly intended to overturn the table entirely. For the 5 great families, an ancestor-level figure was their pillar of strength and could not be sacrificed for nothing. Though I am aged, Mayor Shen, your actions are exceedingly excessive. Our human ancestor did not perish on the front lines defending against ferocious beasts, but fell at the hands of his own kind. How profoundly tragic is this? Nan Fengyin, the patriarch of the Nanfeng family, leaning heavily on his cane, wore an expression of profound sorrow, as though he himself had suffered a tremendous injustice. His virtue does not match his station. To assassinate an ancestor in full view of the public, by what right does he claim to be the lord of Shanna City? Apologize publicly and get out of Nanfeng City. This place has no need for you. The remaining 2 family heads, known for their fiery tempers, spoke with such words. Meanwhile, the 4 ancestors on the stage were trembling with fear, repeatedly glancing downward. They sensed that Shen Tunan before them was far too dangerous. If they remained here any longer, they could not be certain they would leave alive. Shen Tunan listened to the criticisms of the 5 family heads. Though he did not know their identities, he could piece it together. These 5 must be his greatest opposition as the new mayor. When stones are thrown into a pack of dogs, the one struck first is bound to bark. In his eyes, these 5 who had stood up were precisely those struck dogs. The 2 of you dare to come up here. He pointed at the 2 family heads who had cursed him most viciously. Though their mouths had been loud upon hearing Shen Tunan order them forward. Both faces turned grim, and they even retreated a step, clearly unwilling to ascend. Shen Tunan sneered coldly. You lack the courage to step up here, yet you pour out wild rhetoric from below. How utterly laughable. Whether I deserve to be the mayor of Shanha City is not for you to decide. None of you are qualified. Beams of light erupted from his pupils, and even the ancestors dared not meet his gaze. They all bowed their heads, terrified of being targeted by him. If you are unwilling to come up here, cease meddling from below. Otherwise I will execute you on the spot. Shen Tunan's authoritative voice resounded in all directions. His thunderous methods, though brutal, were also the most effective. All the high-ranking officials of Shanha City below fell completely silent, daring not speak a single word. They sensed that if they pressed further, Shen Tunan would truly continue killing. He was the mayor of Shanha City, an overwhelmingly domineering figure completely different from the previous one. Does anyone else dare to resist? Shen Tunan's gaze swept over the 5 family heads, a trace of killing intent flashing across his face. If they absolutely refused to yield, he would show no mercy. At worst, he would simply reshuffle Shanha City from top to bottom. He could also see clearly that these 5 were likely the highest authority figures throughout all of Shanha City. Since you say nothing, I shall take it as your submission. Disperse then. Shen Tunan turned and walked away, leaving the crowd with only his retreating silhouette. The camera crew broadcasting live had long since shut down the stream, and those reporters dared not take reckless photographs. This man carried a heavy killing intent. If he caught them, it would cost them their lives. Although news was important, their own lives were far more precious. They would not dare broadcast today's events even without Shen Tunan ordering them to do so. Even if they did publish it, they believed Shen Tunan would not fear it, otherwise he would not have dared act so brazenly and slaughter with such open impunity. The crowd watched Shen Tunan's back vanish gradually from their sight, and only then did they dare whisper among themselves. This mayor of Shanha City is rather domineering. I had thought the 5 great families were already domineering enough, but compared to him, they are simply a small wizard facing a great one. The skies over Shanha City are about to change. As the crowd spoke these words, they occasionally glanced at the 5 family heads, who were undoubtedly suffering the most right now. Situ Chankong, leading the group, flicked his sleeve and departed with the others following in his wake, leaving the premises. Their failure to stop Shen Tunan earlier meant they had at least on the surface submitted. This also signified their inner fear. Regardless of who stepped into those shoes, everyone would feel the same dread. No one wished to offend a god of slaughter. No one wanted to recklessly hand over their own life. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing hurriedly caught up with Shen Tunan. She felt that this new mayor before her was far better than the previous one. The previous one had told her to endure, that some matters would pass if one simply tolerated them. But this person refrained from nothing, acting entirely according to his desires, fearless and unrestrained. Such a person was precisely the enlightened ruler she wished to follow. Where's my office? Shen Tunan suddenly stopped and turned to ask. Zhao Qing was startled at first, then quickly said, please follow me, I will escort you. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the conference room, the 5 family heads had gathered once more, though none of them wore favorable expressions. Shen Tunan had publicly slapped the faces of the 5 great families in front of everyone, and they knew the new mayor was absolutely not someone easy to get along with. Future conflicts would only multiply. What should we do? Just swallow this insult. The one who could not hold back first was Murong Baihua, who appeared to be the youngest. Unable to bear such grievance, she slammed her palm onto the conference table. Naturally not. Before any other family head could speak, a 6th voice rang out. Who's there? Situ Chankong's gaze darted to a certain direction. He had detected fluctuations of true qi. An ancestor was present there. A black hole slowly formed, and from within it emerged a woman clad in a black dress, exceedingly beautiful in appearance, yet her pupils were pitch black, like ink, giving off an eerie sensation. Accompanying her were 2 women dressed in black, but these 2 were not human. They radiated the aura of ferocious beasts. The woman on the left was even flicking her tongue, a snake's tongue. The woman on the right bore a poisonous scorpion tail behind her. Clearly one was a serpent, and the other a scorpion, 2 terrifying beast-transformed monsters. It must be known that to achieve transformation, most ferocious beasts required innate realm strength. That is, they must be at least level 5 ferocious beasts. If 2 innate realm ferocious beasts caused havoc here, the 5 family heads were uncertain whether they could escape. Their expressions gradually grew grave, their eyes filled with apprehension. Do not worry, I harbor no malice toward you. Otherwise none of you would be able to stand here unharmed. The woman in black was Lu Meng. She had traveled to Xingzhou and then returned quickly with several subordinates. Upon learning that Shen Tunan was to succeed as mayor of Shanha City, she had specifically rushed over, intending to cause trouble. However, the succession ceremony had proceeded so swiftly that she failed. But upon learning that Situ Chankong and the others had fallen out with Shen Tunan, she immediately contacted them. After all, these people were pawns, useless not to use. What exactly do you seek from us? Situ Chankong could not help but ask. The moment he saw Lu Meng, he knew she must be the daughter of a prominent figure from the 10,000 races, who otherwise she would not have dispatched 2 experts at the innate realm to accompany her. This person's identity was certainly no ordinary one, and it was better not to offend her if avoidable. After all, having one more friend was always preferable to having one more enemy. Naturally, I have come to help you. Do you not all harbor a deep hatred for Shen Tunan? I can lend you my strength to eliminate this person. Lu Meng did not conceal her intentions. Her hatred for Shen Tunan ran deeper than anyone else's. This person had to die, and no one could save him. The humiliation she had endured must be repaid in full by Shen Tunan. Otherwise, why should she sink into darkness and suffer, while Shen Tunan enjoyed reverence and adoration in the light? The Lord of Shanha City is like a towering mountain, an object of our reverence. We harbor no ill will toward him. Situ Chankong offered a carefully crafted response. He could not be certain whether Lu Meng was sent by higher-ups to test him, so he chose not to reveal the truth. After all, without confirming the other party's identity, speaking the truth could lead to trouble. Having held his position for so long, he was certainly no fool. Hee, it seems you do not trust me, Lu Meng said with a smile. However, she understood people like these. She had long anticipated such reservations, and had prepared her countermeasures accordingly. Shen Tunan, she was my former partner, and humiliated me. If you do not believe me, you can send someone to Luocheng to inquire. The truth will be easy to uncover. It was he who reduced me to my current state, so I intend to defeat him, even kill him. My objectives align with yours, and we can each obtain what we seek. Lu Meng appeared exceedingly sincere, making it easy to inspire trust. Yet Situ Changkong was a seasoned fox after all. No matter how moving her words might be, he would not easily believe her. If you are in no hurry, you may wait another half-day. Situ Changkong had already sent people to investigate Shen Tunan's information long ago. Those connected to him would also have their identities checked. Only then would they know whether the person before them was genuinely willing to cooperate. Lu Meng was also in no hurry, waiting here for approximately half a day. Shen Tunan's information was soon transmitted via file to Situ Changkong's computer. He opened the computer, and the screen displayed a projection. It contained Shen Tunan's entire life story. Details about which schools he attended during childhood, his former girlfriends, and more were all meticulously documented. There were even photographs. Lu Meng's photos, everything matched perfectly. It seems that person truly harbors even greater hatred for Shen Tunan than we do. After confirming her identity, Situ Changkong had already made his decision. When facing someone with the same goal, cooperation was the best choice. They would strive tirelessly toward their shared objective, employing any means necessary to achieve their goal. Lord Situ, it appears you have already made up your mind. Lu Meng, who had been waiting near the conference room, saw Situ Changkong approaching her, and knew that half of her plan had succeeded. Yes, I am willing to cooperate with you. However, this collaboration is a one-time arrangement. After Shen Tunan is dealt with, we shall have no further dealings with each other. I hope you understand. Situ Changkong would naturally not leave himself with any leverage against him. He did not wish for any blemish to taint his future succession as Lord of Shana City. Naturally, Lu Meng let out a cold sneer. She had never considered long-term cooperation either. Eliminating Shen Tunan was all that mattered. Since we are cooperating, there must be some demonstration of sincerity. My sincerity lies in the two innate realm experts behind me. When dealing with Shen Tunan, I will have them intervene. I wonder what personnel you can dispatch. Lu Meng's pupils seemed to flow like liquid black ink. Our 5 great families typically stand united. If I act, I will also persuade the others to join. However, the time has not yet arrived. I currently have an important matter to attend to. Once this matter is completed, I will devise a plan to eliminate Shen Tunan. Situ Changkong no longer concealed his thoughts, and spoke openly. Although he also harbored a strong desire to eliminate Shen Tunan, this was a critical juncture. A secret realm was about to emerge. Within the secret realm lay treasures capable of enabling his breakthrough to the innate realm. If he could obtain them, he might advance into the innate stage ahead of schedule. Moreover, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Then I shall await your good news. Remember to contact me when the time comes. Dark Holy Maiden Lu Meng left behind a phone number, then departed alongside her 2 level 5 demon beasts. Shen Tunan, this time I refuse to believe you can still turn the tables. Await your death. Lu Meng sneered inwardly. She had realized that Shen Tunan had become an inner demon in her heart, and must be destroyed. At the same time, in the Lord of Shana City's office, Shen Tunan used the mayor's identity token to log in and claimed all the rewards belonging to him. Shen Tunan selected a grade 5 martial art, the instant death sword technique, which emphasized striking down enemies in a single blow, never granting the opponent a chance to execute a second strike. If one allowed the opponent to deliver a second strike, it could only mean one's martial arts cultivation remained incomplete. Beyond selecting a martial art, Shen Tunan discovered he could also choose a movement technique, which made him feel that certain content online was unreliable, gossip born of ignorance. Some things could only truly be understood through personal experience. Shen Tunan ultimately selected the grade 5 movement technique, Qingyan Step. The profound excellence of this technique lay in its ability to traverse the air while substantially reducing energy consumption. At maximum burst, his speed could increase tenfold. Considering his speed was already extraordinarily formidable, adding the Qingyan Step was like goring a tiger with wings. In addition to these, Shen Tunan discovered he could also claim a free grade 5 alloy weapon. Such benefits were simply irresistible. His original grade 4 Azura sword could retire, and Shen Tunan directly selected a grade 5 Azura sword. Though bearing the same name and similar appearance, the difference in hardness was at least tenfold. The grade 5 Azura sword could withstand maximum exertion without breaking until he advanced to the element venerable realm. These 3 rewards were the finest, and Shen Tunan accepted the remaining bonuses without hesitation, storing them all within his Lion Emperor ring. Next, he needed to refine both the martial art and movement technique, further enhancing his strength. Within the office, Shen Tunan refined the instant kill sword technique, its essence flowing into his mind. In the next moment his eyes opened blazing bright, like lanterns piercing the night, twin beams of light capable of shattering the darkness. What a terrifying 5th grade martial art. Awe and disbelief flickered in Shen Tunan's gaze. For this sword technique was simply too ferocious. Every encounter with an enemy demanded total commitment. Regardless of how formidable the foe, one must strike instantly and kill, or else one should not even draw the sword. The warrior who created this sword technique must have experienced boundless despair, yet possessed boundless courage. That was the only way such a stunning and peerless blade art could be forged. Once the sword technique reached perfection, every move and gesture became a killing strike, leaving no wasted motion whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations, host, on comprehending 2/10 of the instant kill sword intent. Such a prompt suddenly appeared in Shen Tunan's mind. Gripping the Azura sword in his hand, he felt as though he could slay even an element venerable. A fierce, fearless spirit surged within his heart. Another talent had awakened. Shen Tunan exhaled softly, his gaze drifting to the window. A streak of dark golden light shot out in an instant. Outside, a bird still flapped its wings, unaware it was already struck. It was only then that the bird sensed its vitality dissipating, but it was far too late. It plummeted from the sky. Such a sword flash would be nearly impossible for even a preternatural realm expert to track. Shen Tunan sheathed the Azura sword and began refining the blue cloud step. A colossal furnace materialized within his mind, radiating a heat that seemed capable of consuming all things, absorbing every character into its depths. Before long, the knowledge rapidly fed back into Shen Tunan's consciousness. The blue cloud step had reached perfection. In that very instant of completion, Shen Tunan's foot tapped lightly, and his figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing atop the rooftop. Meanwhile, Zhao Qing, his secretary, had just delivered a freshly brewed cup of coffee. Witnessing this, her beautiful eyes widened in sheer astonishment. She didn't know when the window had been opened. She could only see the curtains fluttering gently in the breeze from outside. Where did he go? Zhao Qing had seen Shen Tunan sitting in his chair just a moment ago, and within the blink of an eye he was gone. That speed was quicker than a ghost. On the rooftop, Shen Tunan felt the cool breeze and sensed every cell in his body growing increasingly active. In particular, the cells in his legs reached their peak vitality during that explosive burst of movement. His left leg had erupted with crimson flames, while his right leg surged with deep blue ice. Both elemental forces unleashed their full power in that same instant. This was precisely what granted him near-instantaneous speed. If employed in actual combat, enemies wouldn't even be able to touch him. He would toy with them instead. Even when facing opponents stronger than himself, he could easily slip away. With the blue cloud step, my speed among preternatural realm experts is undoubtedly the greatest. Even an element venerable, without cultivation in body arts, would likely be slower than me. Shen Tunan had great confidence in the speed of the blue cloud step. With this new killing strike and body technique, his strength had grown even greater. Whoosh! Shen Tunan vanished again, and when he reappeared, he was already back in the office. The coffee was still warm, steam rising gently. It had only just been placed there. Female secretary Zhao Qing let out a startled scream and fell to the ground, her heart racing. She was terrified. Such a ghostly, unpredictable speed, appearing and disappearing at will, was truly frightening. My apologies. Shen Tunan extended his hand, pulling his secretary up. He then returned to his seat and took a slow sip of his hot coffee. Zhao Qing looked at Shen Tunan's utterly composed demeanor, and suddenly she understood why this new mayor dared to offend the 5 great families without leaving himself any escape route. At such a young age, with such overwhelming power, there was no need to play politics with those clans. He could simply dominate them with brute force and make them submit. She couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation for the sweeping reforms this mayor would bring. Meanwhile, in the city of Shanghai at the airport, as a plane touched down, a woman stepped off dressed in a brightly colored sun protection suit. Her figure was exquisite, her face hidden behind black sunglasses, her skin as fair and smooth as jade. Shortly after she departed, a young man emerged from the terminal. It was Shen Zikong. Following his master's instructions, he had come to seek opportunities here. His master had told him that numerous treasures were about to emerge in Shanghai City, and he had to seize them. If he succeeded, those treasures would bring about a revolutionary change in his strength. And so Shen Zikong had come. He was willing to risk everything. No matter how arduous or grueling the contest for those treasures, he would claim them. Only then could he become a grandmaster like his elder brother. He sought to shorten that journey. The two walked out of the airport one after the other, perfectly missing each other's presence. On another front, Shen Tunan was reviewing some documents, but the more he read, the more speechless he became. The files before him dealt with trivial matters, property disputes involving physical altercations, a woman weeping in the dead of night. These were issues that should never have reached his desk. The police could handle such cases. Who left these documents here? Shen Tunan asked the secretary beside him. She explained, it was the 5 great families. They control the actual authority in Shanghai City. So they're using these files to fool me, eh? Shen Tunan's expression darkened, a trace of killing intent radiating from his body. No wonder the former mayor had fled so quickly. He had been stripped of his power. Otherwise, the 5 great families wouldn't cooperate in managing the city. They might even incite crowds to cause unrest and disrupt public order. The secretary, Zhao Qing, explained helplessly. When Mayor Zhao attempted to curb their influence back, then they threw the entire city of Shanha into chaos. The agreement to grant them concessions was what maintained stability for so long. Shen Tunan listened to this account, and colder glints of intent shimmered in his eyes. How remarkable these 5 great families were. Weak in strength, yet masterful in conspiracy and manipulation. They had even driven the previous mayor to desperation. But he would never be as lenient as that man. Anyone who dared to disrupt public order would face his wrath without hesitation. He would march directly to the 5 great families and slaughter them all. The previous mayor may have been capable of such actions, but perhaps he feared it would tarnish his own future, which is why he endured. But enduring only emboldens the enemy further. Shen Tunan tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, his decision already formed. If the 5 great families dared to withhold power and treat him as a puppet, then he, Shen Tunan, would make them understand the true meaning of despair. Becoming mayor of Shanha City meant the conflict with the 5 great families was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before they faced each other head-on. Hashan City. Within a tranquil valley surrounded by towering peaks, a stream wound its way through the stone floor. By the stream side, a woman appeared, shattering the silence. Clutching a lacquered red box, her hair disheveled, she looked utterly ragged. "Chase her. Don't let her escape." A deep male voice rang out from behind the woman, thick with fury. The woman was Shen Mingyao. Moments ago, within the secret vault, she had simply grabbed a box and fled. Yet those behind her pursued relentlessly. Shen Mingyao found this utterly absurd. "I didn't even see what's inside this box, and you've been chasing me for so long. Isn't this pointless?" Among her pursuers were even grandmasters. Had she not been so swift on her feet, she would have perished long ago. Shen Mingyao quickened her pace as she fled. During her escape, she opened the box and was immediately struck by the intoxicating aroma of refining pills. 4th-grade pills, and 3 of them. Shen Mingyao quickly sealed the box, her heartbeat accelerating. For the future empress, she would become these hardly amounted to anything remarkable. Yet for her present self, these were priceless treasures. These were pills left over from the ancient era, far more potent than any modern pharmaceutical. With these pills, she could slowly absorb their essence, and perhaps even break through to grandmaster cultivation. Whoosh! Just then a fierce gust of wind swept past, and a middle-aged man materialized directly in front of her. The man bore a hooked nose like a bird of prey, and a conspicuous black mole sprouting coarse hairs at the corner of his mouth. "Little girl, such treasures lie beyond your reach. Hand them over." The hooked-nosed man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, radiating the commanding aura of a grandmaster. His spirit energy spread outward from beneath his feet like a wave. Shen Mingyao's expression turned grave, yet she refused to surrender what she held. "This is clearly unclaimed treasure. Why must you act so tyrannically?" Since she couldn't defeat him, she could only reason with him. "Who says this is unclaimed? Whatever I set my eyes on naturally becomes mine. Refuse to hand it over, and I'll have no choice but to kill you." The hooked-nosed grandmaster's chi surged violently around him, radiating an intensely perilous aura that locked onto Shen Mingyao like a vice. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the valley, a youth bounded forward like a soaring bird, fleeing at incredible speed. "Zikong, your fortune is made. These are relics from the ancient era. With the golden thread armor, not even a grandmaster could slay you. And this vial contains at least a dozen 3rd-grade pills, enough to elevate you to half grandmaster, perhaps even full grandmaster. Most crucially, this is an ancient alchemy manual long lost to history. Who could have imagined finding it here? Master it completely, and you'll be able to produce endless pills." The newborn voice within the watch brimmed with excitement, convinced that bringing his disciple along had been the right decision. Rather than cultivating slowly, it was worth the gamble. If they escaped successfully, they would soar to greatness. Shen Zikong was equally thrilled. He had snatched these items from a gathering of powerful cultivators, several of whom were martial masters. His wristband had flared to life at the critical moment, deflecting the attacks of 2 martial masters. Riding that tremendous surge of force, he had managed to break free and escape. Yet Shen Zikong did not grow careless, nor did he slow his flight. Dozens pursued him from behind, eager for vengeance. Zikong put on the golden thread armor first, the newborn instructed. Without hesitation, Shen Zikong donned the golden inner armor and covered it with his outer garments, ensuring no one could see it. Before long, he skidded to a sudden halt. At the valley entrance, a dark-skinned grandmaster sat gnawing on a lamb leg grease, slicking his chin. The grandmaster stood over 2 meters tall, a battle axe over a meter long planted firmly in the earth beside him. His massive frame was deeply bronzed, yet his teeth were unnaturally white, so bright they seemed to gleam even in sunlight. Gulp gulp. The grandmaster lifted a wine gourd and drank deeply as though it were water. Satisfied, he patted his belly. "This hidden vault was never meant for petty thieves like you. Surrender what you've taken, and I may grant you the mercy of a clean death." The Grandmaster's grin revealed those gleaming white teeth, sending a chill through anyone who saw it. Very well, I'll hand them over. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from the Grandmaster, Shen Zikong's face fell with resignation. He prepared to surrender everything he had acquired. The Grandmaster of the Great Axe wore a smug expression. The information about the hidden vault had been deliberately leaked by the higher-ups. Every exit was guarded by a Grandmaster, and anyone who obtained anything was required to hand it over. Those who entered the vault were merely cattle to be harvested. Resistance meant death. Compliance meant death too. Any witness had to be silenced to protect their reputation. Now you're learning. The Grandmaster chuckled and reached out to claim the artifacts. But at that exact moment, Shen Zikong swiftly withdrew them and bolted toward the valley entrance. You seek death. The Grandmaster roared in fury, swinging his massive axe in a devastating arc. The blade screamed through the air, its metallic gleam blazing with terrifying intensity. A direct strike from that axe would either kill instantly or leave one half dead. But at that critical moment, the bracelet on Shen Zikong's wrist flared to life, and a dragon's roar erupted, fierce and thunderous. That draconic cry condensed into a blade of sword intent that slashed straight toward the Grandmaster. He had no choice but to raise his weapon to block. Boom. Despite his defense, his entire body was hurled backward, crashing into the cliff face and carving out a human-shaped crater. Shen Zikong did not look back as he fled. Blood trickled from the corner of the Grandmaster's mouth, and dread flickered across his face. This person must have a powerful protector. Though he had stumbled, he refused to give up the chase. I don't care who backs you. You won't escape today. With that, the Grandmaster surged forward in hot pursuit. Shen Mingyao stood with her hair wild and disheveled. The jade bracelet on her wrist had shattered and lay in fragments on the ground, reduced to useless debris. Her opponent, the hook-nosed Grandmaster, fared little better. A deep sword wound marred his left arm, nearly severing it entirely. Hidden within the jade bracelet was a wisp of elemental energy that had erupted unexpectedly. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would be dead. So you have a Foundation establishment expert shielding you, the hook-nosed Grandmaster sneered. But since you've dared to wound me, I won't let you walk away alive. He resolved to capture Shen Mingyao first. Despair washed over Shen Mingyao. Despite unleashing everything she had, she could not overcome a Grandmaster. The gap was simply too vast. Even her protective jade bracelet had proven useless. At the same time, in his office, Shen Tunan suddenly felt a pang of dread in his heart. He realized with alarm that the elemental energy he had hidden within his younger siblings had vanished, and that energy had disappeared somewhere within Shanghai City. Something's wrong. They're in danger. Shen Tunan activated the Qingyun step technique and departed in a flash.